What's up guys, I'm PawsBuild, and in this series we're going to be building a festive winter zoo in Planet Zoo called Santa's Animal Park, and I'm so excited about this. The zoo is based in Antarctica in the Tundra biome, so it's going to be snowing all the time, and we're only going to be using animals that are from the Taiga and Tundra biomes because they're pretty cold hardy, and it only seems ethical to use those animals that can withstand the cold if we're going to be having a zoo in the Antarctica where it's frequent sub-zero temperatures. I can't wait to turn this place into a festive paradise, so let's dive in. And this is where we're going to be building our zoo, and it looks awesome, doesn't it? It's covered in snow, and I love the snow. It does kind of look like our guests have just appeared here, though. Like, how do you get here? It must be Santa's magic, because this is Santa's Animal Park after all. I guess Santa helps everyone get here. But let's get started on our zoo by getting some paths in, and we kind of need to choose which paths we want. We've got these log paths, and there's a few other wooden ones that we could look at. Now, I'm going to make sure the railing on the ground path is turned on so that we can see what the fences look like, because that's probably going to decide it for us. And then we probably just need to place one in. Maybe this wooden path would be a good one, like the Arctic Pack one. What does that look like? Oh, I actually really like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's very festive. I like that. Let's use that one. Okay, but before we put that in, there's something else I want to get in here, and that is this massive tree. Look at that. So when the guests walk in, all they see is this massive tree with reindeer on it, and that's like the sight line down our main path. So we just need to make sure it's angled so the star is facing them, and then probably place it reasonably far back. That's probably about right. And then we can build a path that goes around it, and I think that looks cool, doesn't it? Look at that. Oh, I love it. So if we select align to grid and then click the paths we already have, you can see we can start to build out kind of like a plaza area. And I think that's going to be the best way to do it. So we've got this massive area when guests come in, and there's plenty of space, and they're not going to be like crowded and pushing past each other at the entrance and exit. I feel like that's the best way to do it. So I'm going to build this out now. Okay, I feel like that's a good size. We've got plenty of space in here, and it looks pretty cool, doesn't it? So when you come in, you can see the tree, and there's a good amount of space to walk around. Nice. Well, I think it's time to get our first animals in here, and the animals we're gonna get are the reindeer. Look at them. Aren't they adorable? Now, we do need to check up on these guys for what groups we can have. So if you go to species data, it tells you we need 1 male and 11 females can be together. So minimum of 3, maximum of 12. I think we can easily do that. Maybe we get like 3 females and 1 male or something just to breed them up, because we do want to be breeding in this zoo as well. But before we do that, we're going to need some staff buildings because we can't get any animal trading right now. So let's do that next. If we go to our staff facilities, and I'm going to turn all the blueprints off, you can see we've got our basic buildings here, and we're just going to put in the ones we actually need. So if we look in our heat maps and then power, you can see this is the ring of power we get around our entrance. That's probably what we want to use for our staff building, so they don't have to have their own power source. So let's select a staff path here, and then just push out from our plaza, maybe around the middle. And if we put them along here, they're not going to stay here. This is just temporary. But we can have a little spout that comes off and then put our buildings in here. Now we're going to need a keeper's hut to start with. And let's just check the negative impact as well, because if that touches guests, they're going to be annoyed. So we need to set this back a little bit. But obviously they're not going to be able to go on the staff path, so that's fine. That seems good. And then as far as animal care, we're going to need a vet surgery. So let's put that in next to the keeper's hut. And then we'll also need a quarantine building and an animal trade center. And they kind of go hand in hand, because we're going to take them out of the animal trade center and put them in quarantine. And then the other buildings we're going to need is a staff room. And that's like the last essential one. So let's just put one of the small ones in here. Maybe around there. I don't want it to hit the guests with the negative impact. And to be honest, we could probably shuffle these around actually, because there's only one building on one side. So we could make it a little bit smaller probably. Let's move the animal trade center over and put it next to the staff room. That seems good. Okay, and we can just delete these paths so it's not sticking out too much. This is obviously temporary though. We're going to decorate these up because they look very ugly just as the little shells. But that's what we need to start getting staff in here and starting the animal trading. So if we look for reindeer, Let's see what's available. Oh, there are a few. We've got a few females anyway. The male is very expensive. So this female's not bad. If we sort them by appeal, I think maybe... Oh, we don't want the one with 0% immunity. Okay, maybe we get that one instead. We could get those 3, though. Let's check how long they live, though. They live to 17. And they can breed from 5 until death, so that's good. They also have 1 baby. Okay, that's good to know. 1 per mating event. So they might have multiple babies, but every 12 months... they're going to have 1 baby. Okay, so this female's a definite. We should probably get them. They're the best female there. This one is another definite. And then I think we get this bottom one instead of the one with 0% immunity because they're a little bit older, but 7.2 is fine. Like, they're not that old. And I don't want to be breeding with 0% immunity. Let's see if we get any more males if we refresh. No, and I don't want that. It's a very expensive male. Now we've got our 3 reindeer here. Let's get some staff in so we can actually look after them. And staff-wise, we're going to need a keeper, a caretaker, a vet, and a mechanic. Look at our little team of 4. Nice. Okay, so we've got everyone we need. Now we should be able to move these animals across into quarantine. So let's send them to zoo and click on our quarantine building. And you can see they've already started to move them across there. The caretaker's going, and the vet's going to do it as well. I don't think the keepers do it, but we're getting on it. Look at them. They're in the box. And the reason we want to do this is if you put them in quarantine, they basically check them for any diseases or cuts and scrapes they have before they go into the zoo. And if they are injured, they'll take them into the vet surgery here and we'll heal them up to make sure they're all healthy before they go in. And look how nice this vet surgery is as well. We've got a lot of kit in here. I love the posters. There's a very cool little interior here. Look at that. Oh my goodness. And while they go through quarantine, let's start working on their habitat. So let's check their requirements first. What do they need? If we say we're going to have, 12 adults, and then let's say we've got 12 babies as well, that's a requirement of 1,390 meters squared. Okay. And they're grade 2, taller than 1.5 meters. So annoyingly, that means we're going to have to use the taller fence gates, which aren't my favorite. I do prefer the small ones here. I like these little ones, but that's only 1 meter high, so that's not going to work for this habitat. If we put one in here, you can see it's 1 meter, so that's not going to work. We're going to want something that's 1.5, which basically means we have to use the taller wooden habitat gate here, and that is 2 meters tall. So let's put that in near where the keeper hut is going to go. I think I'll keep the staff buildings on the left side. I just want to obviously move them from where they are, but they're going to be in that direction. So let's put that in and then build out an area that is at least maybe like 1,500 meters squared with null barriers. And what I've also done here is set in a little section because I want to put the guest gate in and have our guests able to go into this habitat. So it should be like an interactive habitat where they can pet the reindeer and see them up close. So let's continue with this barrier though. Okay, let's have a look at that. I think 1,904 meters is definitely enough for these guys. That's probably good because they are going to lose a little bit for a water area and for trees and stuff. So that should definitely be what they need once we've taken that space out. And let's just connect up these guest gates with a path. Now, I'm not worried about winding this through the habitat because the guests are going to leave the path and like go for the encounter. So it doesn't really matter. And in fact, actually, now I'm thinking about it, we should probably take the railing off this. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to leave, are they? Let's change that so it doesn't have railing on ground path and just replace this. And now the guests can freely leave if they want to and go and pet the reindeer. There we go. That looks good. Cool. And I think I'm just going to push this habitat back a little bit more so we have a little bit more space. Yeah, 2,256 seems good. That's a good amount of area because I feel bad. I want them to have the space where they don't have to be right next to the path if they don't want to. And that seems good to me. Now for their fences, we're going to build the fence in with construction pieces. And what I'm going to do is align one of these 4-meter pieces to the habitat. And you can see we've used 4-meter and 8-meter barriers with the null barriers. So now everything just aligns really well to this grid that we've made. And I want to make a few different fence pieces. So we're going to have one that's like solid here. And then we should get a window piece that the guests will be able to see through. And then probably another solid one. And one of the solid ones will have education on it and face the guests. And the other one will just be a solid wall. So those 3 are pretty much the ones we want to go for here. So that's what we're going to be doing for the fences. I think I'm going to build these in now. And I'll probably just remove these pieces we've put in. But that's what I'm going to be doing. I just want to make them from scratch. I don't necessarily want to use those really tall pieces. Because the fence only needs to be 1.5 meters high. So let's make something that's Christmassy and festive. And also keeps our reindeer in here. As soon as I saw these tree pieces, I knew we had to use them for our fence because it's like the reindeer's surrounded with a forest. And once we doubled them up, they're thick enough to be a good fence piece that sticks out on both sides. So I wanted to put them in, and I did toy with putting a larger tree in the middle, but they're so expensive and we don't have that much money in the early game. So I thought 2 trees is probably enough. It's still decorated up. And once we stick a bunch of lights on it, no one's going to care anyway. Because you have to have loads of Christmas lights on these. Otherwise, it's not Christmas, right? So I threw a bunch of lights on it. And I think that is good for our solid wall piece. And then for the educational solid wall piece, I want us to do exactly the same thing. But recolor one of the Zoopedia frames. So it's like wood color. And I think it works really well. I think it fits in with the theme and everything. It kind of almost looks like holly. So it ties together quite nicely. And we can whack an education board in the middle there. And for the viewing pieces, I use the ornate log pieces because they're really nice and cool and they're like carved, and I thought they were really interesting. So I basically use them to make kind of an archway that the guests can see through with some glass in it. And that should keep the reindeers in and keep our guests happy. Okay, so we've got our 3 fence pieces here. We've got our straight one. We've got one with a frame on it that's going to do education. And then we've got our easy to see through piece here. And I'm going to just move all of these away from the habitat so they're easy to grab like that and duplicate. And then start putting these in so that we can actually build out our habitat. Okay, that looks cool. I like this. Now, we do need to just connect up this path here. Now we had to move the guest gates. And that should be good to go. They've passed quarantine as well, so let's move all of them into the habitat. And I can't tell if it's raining or snowing. Let's move them in. And let's rename the habitat as well to be Reindeer, because obviously that's who's going to be in here. And let's wait for our staff to put them in. Oh, here they come. Oh my goodness, our first animals in the zoo. Oh, look at them. Oh, the reindeer are adorable, aren't they? I kind of forget how big they are. They are very, very cute. And it is hossing it down with rain. I do feel bad for them. All the snow's gone and it's just raining a storm on us. But no males still as well. We just need to keep waiting. We'll get a male in here eventually. But for now, we've got a couple of reindeer and guests are arriving. Cool. Okay, we're finally getting guests here. That's good. Right, let's go to guest facilities then and put a donation bin in so we can make some money off them. And I think we need to recolor these, don't we? We want to do something festive. Something festive for the donation bins. Maybe red and green would be good. Although that's not going to look nice together. Yeah, I don't really like that. What we could do red and white and then do another bin that's like green and white. And then that might work. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, let's have a red one here and then we'll duplicate it, put it over here and change this one to be green. And then for each of our habitats, we can have red and green ones like interspersed. I think that looks cool. We need to put some on the inside as well, actually. So let's duplicate a red one here and then put a green one on the other side. I like that. I think they look really cool. And to make this interactive, we're also going to have to put the animal hygiene station in. And this basically lets guests stray from the path. Otherwise, they'd have to stay on the fixed path that we've put through, which isn't a bad view. But what is that one as well? The curved one's cool. I think we'll go for the straight one there. There's just a little post. Seems to fit in a bit better. And yeah, now our guests can go in and just explore, basically. We're also going to need some signs to tell our guests not to feed the reindeer, unfortunately, because people actually do that, and to be quiet. So we're going to put some do not disturb signs in. If we maybe select the heat maps and then go security, I think it is, security and crime, you can now see the radius of these. So we don't have to put many in. Probably like a couple is going to be good for this area. So let's put one there and one over here. And then the same with do not disturb. We'll probably just alternate them a bit. Put one here and then one like here. That's probably good. We've got a couple of signs in just to tell the guests to respect the animals and not be horrible people. Let's put some education in to teach them about our animals too. We're going to whack these in these handy frames that we've built. And they can teach our guests all about the beautiful reindeer that we have. And they fit so nicely in there, don't they? There we go. And if we select, content is going to be reindeer. And now we can just duplicate these across and fill out all of these. Oh, and it seems like our final reindeer is in here now. So we have 3 reindeer. And our first guests are migrating over. They're a bit cold and wet because it's horrible weather. And for some reason, they didn't bring an umbrella with them. They're not very well prepared. Let's make the habitat better for the reindeer, though. So if you go to terrain, you can see they're actually happy with the distribution we have. Like, they're pretty much happy just with long grass. But I want to make this a bit more interesting. So let's edit the terrain here and build them a bit of like a hill on, I think, the left of the habitat. We could build like a little raised area. And then maybe put in a small water area as well that's like pushed in over here. I think that's probably good. And if we smooth them out, they'll look a lot more natural. Yeah, I think that's good. It just adds a bit more interest to the habitat rather than just being flat. And the guests seem to be swarming in here. We're going to have to adjust this. This is way too many. Right. If you go to animal encounters, you can change default to few. Let's try few because I feel like that is way too many guests to be wandering around. The reindeer can't even move. That's crazy. Okay. And let's put in some shelter for them. They want some hard shelter. So let's put in one over, maybe on the hill. We could put in a structure, or over here has not got anything actually. Let's put it over here. Put in a nice wooden hard shelter for them at the back. Probably like here is good. Yeah, let's put one there. And if we make it bigger, we could always duplicate it across and have another one over here that like matches up. In fact, let's put some lights on it. You've got to make it festive, don't we? Let's put some lights on this so it's nice and festive, and then we can duplicate it across and make it a nice lit up bedding area. I think that'd be really cute. Yeah, that looks good to me. That looks cute. Right, let's put some bedding in for them so they can actually use it as a bed and sleep on it. And if we randomly rotate these, we can get something that looks a bit natural in here. Let's put them in. That's probably good there, to be honest. They don't need too much. There's only a few of them in here anyway, but that should be enough hard shelter for them. You can see they're at 100%. They're not happy with the soil. Okay, well, we can change that. Let's paint this terrain to be something that they want. Yeah, that looks good. I think that makes a lot of sense, and they're pretty happy with it. It's mostly grass. And then for their water, I would like to put a water treatment station in and give them a water area that's like natural. But it needs to be over here, really, and we don't have anything over here. Which is a bit unfortunate, but I think we may just have to do it, and we'll put other habitats on this side, I guess, as we go. Let's hook this up with a staff path. Obviously, all of this is going to change as well. That looks good. That's hooked up, and they've got a nice little L over here to get to it. So our mechanic can come and fix that when it needs its maintenance. And now we can put some water in for them, and they can swim or drink from it. I think they do swim, though, so I'm going to leave it as like a little bit of a bigger area. And just make sure there's not grass underwater, because that looks a little bit weird to me. Yeah, there we go. And maybe put some long grass on the outside, though, because realistically, I feel like the grass would thrive right next to the water source. Yeah, that looks good. That's a bit more natural. The reindeer still have 0% enrichment, though, so we do need to put that in. Let's get them some enrichment. Now, if we filter by species and select reindeer, we should have actually done this for the shelters as well, but they were fine. It will just show us the stuff that's relevant for the reindeer. So that's basically what we want to be doing. So let's click, there it is, reindeer. And they got loads. Let's put in a grab ball because that is adorable. And then maybe a couple of these feeders, a couple of different types of feeders for them. Just spread them around the habitat, really. I think 3 different types of feeders is pretty cool. And, oh, they've got a snowman. They've got a snowman skittle. We've got to put that in. That has to go in this zoo. We have to have snowman skittles in every habitat if we can. And a large snowball seems on theme too. And I do want to put a scratching post in. And it looks like Scots pine is going to be more suited to the plants that they actually have in their natural range. Like North American, Europe, Asia plants from Tundra and Taiga. So if we filter these, you can actually see all the nature that we're going to put in as well. Makes it nice and easy. But you can see Scots pines here. So that is the right tree to put in for them. And honestly, we should probably put the nature in for them as well now. Like while we're here, let's add in some nature. They don't need loads, but they're happy with 0 to 100. So we can put in however much we feel fits in this area. I think that looks awesome. I'm super happy with that. Yeah, that looks really cute. And look at the sunset. Isn't it beautiful with the lights and everything? Oh, this is shaping up to be a beautiful Christmas park. And the guests are pretty happy as well. They're happy with the ticket price. Let's whack that up to 6 and see if they notice. Because everyone thinks the ticket price is great. Other than that, they wish we had food, and it seems a bit small, yeah. But we're going to expand that, so that's not hard to do. And now our reindeer are in there and settled. Let's learn a little bit more about them. The reindeer is a species of ungulate that lives throughout the Arctic and subarctic, specifically in Canada, the USA, in Alaska, Russia, Norway, Finland, and Greenland. A reindeer's appearance changes depending on their origin and the time of year, but generally they have a brown and white coat and a face with a white underside and muzzle, often with darker coloration on the snout. They also have large antlers, multiple points of which are covered in brown velvet. The males are between 1.8 and 2.1 meters long, weighing between 159 and 182 kilos, and the females are between 1.6 and 2.05 meters long, weighing between 80 and 120 kilos. So the males are a little bit larger and heavier than the females. There are 12 living subspecies of reindeer and 2 extinct subspecies. Different subspecies live in different geographical areas and environments and also look slightly different. The North American reindeer, caribou, migrate up to 5,000 kilometers, the furthest of any land mammal. Reindeer are the only species of deer where both the males and the females grow antlers, although in some reindeer subspecies, the females have lost their antlers. And reindeer shed their antlers every year so that new ones can grow. Males shed their antlers at the end of the mating season, and females shed theirs after they've given birth. The most mature and dominant reindeer stags have the largest antlers, so you want some big antlers. The reindeer is a social herd species. In the wild, they live in breeding groups of related females, their young, and one unrelated dominant male, or in bachelor herds of young males who've not yet acquired a harem of females. The dominant male reindeer acquires and defends their territory, fighting other males for their territory as well as for access to females. As groups of related females and their offspring come into the area to forage, the male will join their group and mate with receptive females. Between 7 and 8 months later, the female will give birth to a single calf, which is weaned at 3 months old and will mature at 5 years old. Females remain with their mother's group and are likely to have their first calf at around the 5-year-old mark, while males will be ousted from their family group and join a bachelor herd. When a male becomes dominant in the bachelor herd at around 8 years old, he will leave to establish his own territory and acquire his own female herd. Although reindeer are abundant with a widespread range, they're listed as vulnerable due to a 40% decrease in their population over the last 25 years. Certain subspecies are particularly vulnerable, such as the woodland caribou, which has lost much of its habitat through human land development, and the Peary caribou, which has suffered population crashes through starvation due to harsh winters in the Arctic areas in which they live. Separate populations of reindeer are being tracked and monitored in multiple areas to understand the threats that the population faces, and measures are also being introduced to make reindeer sport hunting sustainable. But unfortunately, as it stands, these guys are a vulnerable species and they do need our help, so they're a welcome addition to our zoo. Look at our little reindeer in here having a great time, and on our lights, beautiful. I just love the Christmas lights when it's dark in here. It just looks really cool. If we look at our zoo opening times, it's open till 11, and at the minute it's 10:10, so I feel like we could stay open till 11 because it's not that much darkness, and it does give us a chance to show off the lights. So I think I'm going to leave it how it is for now, but we can change it as we go if we decide we don't like it. And the next thing we need to do is make some money by putting in some guest facilities because we're starting to run low on cash. And what I want to do for this is to put in like these buildings here that have like the interiors, not the stall areas, and then build kind of like little wooden huts or something, like little Arctic lodges that I think would be really cute. And they have their own individual shop rather than making a building that has multiple of them put together. I want to do like individual little ones. But I don't know where we want to start them, actually. Maybe, because there's not a lot of space here, is there? If we put one in, it might be quite congesting to the rest of the path. I think what we might do is expand out this way, where we have the path for the water treatment area, and build a bit more of like a path over here. So I think what we'll do is align to the grid we have, and then build our path out using the same, maybe like 2 or 3 wide, but the 4 meters. If we have it 2 wide, that's an 8-meter path, and if we do 3, it's 12. So I might do 12 and just keep it a bit wider, because it's nice when the guests don't have to push past each other to get through, and having more space is always a good thing. So let's build this out. Let's continue building out, probably till we meet the staff path here. We can go slightly beyond, and then it'll be easier to hook it up to this path. And then that could join in nicely there. Oh, we haven't put railings on this, actually. Let's just quickly add them in. And now no one can get out. Like, the kids can't just run off by accident. We're kind of penning in our guests a little bit. And then we can build this area back. And what we can do, because we're using the 4-meter path, is then one of the shops will fit perfectly in this little grid we have. So now this is all collected up now. We can then go in and just delete 1 square. If I delete path, I think I want to put them, maybe let's have it this one, and then a shop can fit in perfectly in there. So then if we leave a gap in the middle and put another one there, that might be good. Oh, actually, maybe I should have done this a different way. I might start on a different one. Let's start here, and then we can leave a 2 square gap, and yeah, that works. We can go all the way across and have 3 shops in here. Cool. Now let's place them in. What shops do we want? Bernie's Bake's not a bad shout, actually. For a festive shop, you've got to have some sweet treats, right? So let's put some Bernie's Bakes right as guests come in. They can have their sweets. Put that in about there. Yeah, that's central. And now you can see it's already hooked up to the path. So that works perfectly. And now the rest of them are on a grid. So what do we want for drinks? Should we get just some water or something. Where's water? Or actually, it's cold, isn't it? Let's get some coffee. Where is that? Yeah, Street Fox coffee. They can heat up with some coffee and a cupcake. And then we're going to want something to sell. Oh, we don't have the money to sell anything. We'll have the both of them for now. Yeah, we're very low on cash. We've only got 1,132 right now. That's not great. But these will help us out. Let's get some more cash with our shops. As soon as the guests realize they're here, they'll start walking over. If we look at our finances, we're obviously not making money right now. But if you look at our income, we've got 0 income from shops. And that's usually a huge contributor. So once that's up, this will be fine. And we have to pay for the massive staff wages we have at the start. Because you can see the staff wages are pretty much all of our outgoings right now. And that's just a startup cost you have to deal with. So as soon as we get that, we'll be absolutely fine. And you can see the guests are already coming over and starting to shop here. So we should hopefully be making money very soon. Go on, you know, go on a cupcake as well. Have a coffee and then go get a cupcake. And, ooh, the guests think the tickets are overpriced. That's not good. Okay, let's pop it down to like 5, maybe? See how that goes. Because some of them still think it's great, but if some of them are complaining, I don't want them to do that. So yeah, we'll stick it at 5 until we make a bit more money and we have a few more animals in here, and then we can start putting it up. Our income is already going up for the shops now, so this is in the right direction. Don't worry. I'm actually making some great donations on these donation boxes. It seems like guests are really loving the red ones, but not the green ones. Like that's 0, that's 0, and then all our other donations are in the red ones. Maybe we shouldn't have red and green, but the red and green has reminded me we need to change our staff uniforms, and this is a matter of urgency. So let's recolor our staff uniforms so that our staff look appropriately festive while we wait for some money to come in from our shops. Okay, so for our keepers, I think we've got to go green, right? They've got to be like our elves. That's their main color. And then if we give them a red festive hat, that's a bit funky. That's probably good for them. I like that. We could maybe change the shoes to green as well. Have little like elf feet. And then just keep the trousers as they are. That's probably good. Look at them. I love that you can recolor their outfits. It's so cool. There we go. Our keeper's looking nice and festive, checking up on our animals. Who's next? Our mechanic can probably stay red, to be honest, because they're already red. We just maybe want to change their trousers to be... We change them to be red. That would be a very red outfit. That's quite cool. And then if we give them like the green pockets, it's not really pockets, it's like gloves, I think. But yeah, if we apply that, that looks pretty cool. Green and red. And we can leave them with their boots. I like that. Our vets in the staff room, they've been hiding away, but they're next. For them, maybe they should be green too, because they're all about the animal health, aren't they? I feel like the green is a more health color than red. Red seems like danger to me. So they can have nice green outfit for most of it. And maybe we give them like... Should we give them red gloves or trousers or something? Should we give them red gloves? That's a bit garish, to be honest. That is the Christmas red we've been using as well. Green gloves is a lot of green. Maybe we give them like white. White could, yeah, that looks good. White could work. I think maybe if we put their trousers as white as well. Yeah, that looks cool. I like that, the green and white. Oh, maybe we should have changed our other staff outfits, like the keepers, that have white trousers instead of the brown trousers. Let's go back. Okay, let's change our keeper's trousers to be white and see what that looks like. Yes, that is the least practical color ever, and I love it. It does look very cool, though. It looks very festive, even if it is not practical at all. Look at them just going about, picking up poo in white. And if we give our mechanic some white shoes, that completes their look, and that looks pretty cool. That's just like a neutral color, isn't it? So it's not all red and green. Okay, for our vendors, let's put them in green. They've got to be Santa's little elves as well, and then we can maybe give them a red cap to a happy red for Christmas, and then probably the rest of it could probably just be white, to be honest. Yeah, let's make everything else white. Oh my goodness, they kind of look like they're playing tennis. What does that look like in red? That might be less tennis-y. We swap them over. I think that's probably better. I really don't like the hat that it's both of them. I wish the hat was just one color. That would look so much better. But that's okay. That works. I think the red is good with the green hat. And our other vendor here is wearing the same outfit. And yeah, I think it works. A lot of the shop interiors are red too, so I guess that kind of works with the shops we have right now. We're also making much more money now, so our profit is... We're still negative, but it's going down a lot. So like that's hopefully going to help us out a lot. And we can then get our third shop in here. We're also almost earning the challenge reward of 500 from food profits. We're on 396. And we're almost at 2,000 as well. When we hit $2,000, we can then get the third shop. What are our guests saying? They're pretty happy. They think the ticket price is fair. That's good. Okay, well, we'll leave it at 5 for now then. They just want more stuff to do, to be honest. I think the zoo's small and there's not enough to do here, so I guess that's fair. There's literally 3 reindeer in here, but they're happy with the price. So I'll take that. And oh no, I've forgotten to put bins in and there's litter on the floor. Okay, let's put some bins in. Let's try the Arctic bins because they're probably quite on theme. Probably more so than the other ones anyway. Let's just whack a few of these Arctic bins in just around so that guests don't throw all of their rubbish on the floor like a great human would do. And we have enough money now, so let's put in our final guest facility. What do we want? We need a shop. Maybe we could go for balloons or just a memento might be good, actually. Let's get some souvenirs. We'll go just a memento. You've got to have a souvenir shop by the entrance of the zoo, don't you? Right, let's put that in there. And now we've got our 3 shops. Okay, that's really going to help the money out too. You can see how much our money's going up now as well, and that's with 2 shops. So a third shop will definitely help. And I feel bad, we missed out on the caretaker with their uniform. I completely forgot about them. Let's give them a new uniform. The poor things. Let's try a green for them as well. We'll go green and red for the 2 tones on their jacket. That looks cool. And then maybe white trousers as well and white shoes. Kind of keep it neutral. I think that works. Maybe we could give them green shoes, maybe. Yeah, they got green wellies on. That's cool. I like that. That feels festive to me. And we're making tons of money now. That's perfect. 3 shops was all we needed. 3 shops and 3 reindeer. It's the magic formula for Santa's Animal Park. Let's see if we can get our male in here, though. I'd really like a male reindeer. Ooh, do we have any that are available? If we just filter by male. There are a few. Oh, this one's quite cheap, actually. And they're from Frontier. They've got good genes. Okay, let's get them. 29 credits. That's not bad, is it? Yeah, I like them. Let's get them. And send them to our quarantine. And then we can get our mail in here. Oh, that'll be cool. I'm also just going to add a few more of these festive trees on the corners to kind of mask where the habitat looks a little bit weird, where the wood doesn't quite, like, match up perfectly. Because I think that looks a lot better. And it adds a little more festive cheer, doesn't it? It also joins up the lights, which is good. We don't need to on that corner, though. That's fine, by the door. And look at that. Oh, it's so cute. And one of our reindeers swimming. See, I thought they swam. Yeah, okay. They're swimming in the nice clean water that we have because of our water treatment facility. It's probably time that we rename our reindeer as well. So let's call this one Dasher. Obviously, got to kick it off the right way. And then our swimming reindeer can be Dancer. And then our third one, I can't quite remember the order of this, I'm not going to lie. But we're going to call this one Vixen. And the 3 of them are now renamed. Cool. When we get our male in here, maybe the male should be Rudolph. Because they are the only one that's like on their own, aren't they? And Johannes, aka Rudolph, has passed quarantine. So let's move him into the habitat. Cool. Oh, I can't wait to get our male in here. Here he is. Oh, are they going to throw? Yeah, they're throwing him in the bush. Well, he shall emerge from the dog rose bush. Oh, come on, Rudolph. Don't be shy. You can come out and see us. Come on. Oh, there he is. Oh, yeah. Okay, running out. Absolutely running. Look at him. What a beautiful boy. And he's obviously got to be called Rudolph. Let's make it official. He is the alpha in here. And he is huge. Definitely bigger than the females. Look at these guys. Look how majestic they are. With like the light behind them. They're so beautiful. Ooh, now unfortunately our shops are unattended because our staff need breaks. So let's hire a 4th vendor. And then what I'm going to do is just set all of the vendors to have no work zone. And that means they'll just work on any shop. So they're not picky. And that way we can have 4 people work 3 different shops. And hopefully that little bit of rotation is enough that at least 2 out of 3 could be manned at all times. But that's probably a bit more efficient than just having 3 on and then all 3 of them leave. And I think we should decorate up these shops. Now we've got a little bit of cash. Let's decorate them up to look like log cabins. At least that's the vibe we're going for. So I do want to use the Arctic wood pieces probably. And then I really like the log pieces from the base game. So I'll probably be using them. So for the shops, I wanted to make them out of the Arctic wood pieces and then use the standard log pieces as like beams that are kind of supporting beams, I guess, on the outside. And then for the roof, we obviously had to use a wooden roof because it just fits in really well. I put a door in on the back as well, which is kind of a realistic place they could enter and exit, as well as jumping through the shop at the front. And then it was just about decorating it up. I wanted to put an awning at the front, but other than that, I just wanted to have a look at the festive pieces we have and make it look as festive as we can, really. And I feel like we got there. They look cool, don't they? Oh, I'm happy with them. We got our 3 little log cabins. Yeah, they look cute. I will look better when there's snow on them as well. I can't wait for the snow. And they got 39%. I thought we'd have way higher than that. That seems a bit cheeky. What do we need to do? My goodness, maybe put some plants around them or something? If we put a couple of trees behind too, that'll probably help decorate up this area a little bit. I really like the larch. Like, it adds a pop of color, especially against the snow. That looks really nice. So let's just put a couple of these in. Maybe the smaller ones are better. Like the small and medium sized ones are probably what we want to go with. Let's put them there. That's probably enough. Just to add a little bit of something in the background. Otherwise it looks a bit empty. But yeah, I like our shops. They're much more decorated up. So that's always a good thing. But one thing they don't have is heat. I think we should probably put a heater in, both for our staff who are freezing right now and for our guests that are coming to buy from them, because it will give our guests somewhere that's not freezing cold, because that is also one of our massive complaints at the minute. So let's put a heater in each of these log cabins, and probably, I mean, do we put it in the roof or the floor? The roof might be our best bet. If we like align to surface and turn off random rotation, I think we'll have an easier time of getting these on the roof. Okay, that one's in there. We've got it on 30 degrees, range 20. So let's just copy that across into the other ones as well. They're probably fine. We can always adjust the range and stuff after, but I feel like range 20 is probably good. It's not that much, and it'll give a good warming area to the areas around the cabin as well, which is what we want, really. We don't want people freezing constantly. I think that's quite a good ring of warmth. And there's nothing on this side. It's a barren, frozen wasteland on this side. So let's put something in warm over here to make it a little more interesting. I want to get like a campfire or something, and we can have something where they could be doing like s'mores or something. Yeah, okay. I was thinking maybe we have a campfire and some log seats around them, but I really want to do it in here. I think we might need to move our staff area just so we've got a bit more space, and we can move the area out like we did with the shops and have like a campfire area. Okay, we've moved the shops out the way. Now let's just repair the long grass that we've destroyed with those shops. There we go, put that back in, and then we can expand out the same way we did with the shops on the other side. We'll just expand out probably 12 meters and get another path in. And then I think I'm going to build a little wider area on here. So it's going to be a little bit asymmetric as a square, but that's fine. I'm happy with that. I just want a bit of extra space over here. If we put a heater in, this will actually effectively be a fire, which is pretty cool. So let's look for like logs or something we can use for seating. I feel like these are the closest thing we have to log seating. If we recolor them to be like a dark brown or something, I feel like that would work. And I know they're not sat around it, but they're sat in circles around it. So it's kind of like that. Let's put a brown on. Oh, okay. It doesn't actually change that much about them. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they are brown. It's just not... I thought the top of the table would be changed as well. That's probably not ideal. Maybe we change this idea and get rid of these and put something else in. It's just that we don't really have any like log seating, and guests will actually sit at these and eat their food that they've bought. But I'm not super happy with that. I think let's change them. Let's get rid of them and put in maybe some other seating that we have. Maybe even just the Arctic seating would be better. If we put the Arctic benches in, what does that look like? If we put them like around the campfire, that we could like make a little area. I think that'd be cute. I actually quite like that. I'm not gonna lie, I like that. Maybe we might need more of them. That's the only thing. I think let's move this to the back a little bit and then maybe get a couple more in, because otherwise it's a bit small. Yeah, that's cool. We've got like 4 s'mores in here, and we can turn the range down on these to be like 10, because they don't need to be massive on these, because there's like multiple of them right next to each other. So let's just turn the range down, make it a little bit more realistic. And that's probably good. They've got a little bit of warmth over here, so if they're cold, they can just come over here and heat up. Maybe sit down by the fire, maybe toast some s'mores, like have a good time. I like that. I love the pop from the fires as well. We just want to neaten up these benches, and I don't know how close we can get them to the fire whilst keeping them usable by the guests. So I think if we put them in like this and then leave them and see if the guests actually use them, that one might be a little bit close. Yeah, let's move that to there. Let's see if they use them. If they don't use them, it may be that they're too far away and they're too close, sorry. And then we can change it and push them a little bit further away. But I want them to be accessible. I don't want no one sat in them. And we need to get our next animal in, which is going to be the Wolverine. Look at these beautiful animals. And these guys live in groups of 1 to 2. So it's literally 1 male, 1 female. To be fair, I would expect that. And it says Wolverines are solitary animals and live alone except for mothers with their kits. Ooh, okay. So they're kind of, it's really 1. It's a group of 1 unless they're breeding. So let's put in, if we have a habitat that's got, wait, how many is it? They have 1 to 5 kits, 3 on average. Oh my goodness. Okay. So let's say we've got 1 mother and 5 babies. That's like, okay, that's quite a lot. And then if we had 2 adults in for breeding, that's less than the 1 and 5. Okay, so we need 1 habitat that's 779 meters squared and 65 meters of climbing in it. I mean, we can call that 800, can't we? With 65 meters of climbing inside it. And then for the other habitat, we just need 1 adult, which is basically 600. They also need to be grade 3 climb proof and taller than 3 meters. So we can't be using our wood for these or they'll climb out. We have to use a gate. So we're going to put one of those in. But for the actual wall pieces, we should probably use something different than the wood. Now I'm going to put one of the taller gates in here. And in fact, I think I might move the water treatment over here, because then we can have it be in the staff area. Hopefully it'll still reach the reindeer's water area, and it can then reach the Wolverine's water area. I think that would be good. Okay, that doesn't reach there. It's going to have to be on... If it's on this side, it will reach, though. Okay, we just maybe need to reshuffle these buildings so that we can put it in here. Okay, that's in, and the negative area doesn't hit anything. It doesn't even get the guests inside the habitat, so that's good. Okay, that should now reach everything, and we can put a habitat in here. So let's use our 2 meter tall habitat gate, and fine, this is probably a good distance, and we can use our 4 meter or 8 meter paths and build it out. For some reason, it doesn't like building here, and I think it might be that the benches are too close. So I'm going to just temporarily delete these 2 benches, and then we will build out the barrier, and we'll put them in after. Okay, that is how big? 640. That's kind of big enough for the male. It could maybe be a little bit bigger, though. That's like just big enough for the male. I feel like when we put water in and we put some trees in, that is going to eat away from their like traversable area. So if we just push it out a little bit more, I think this would be a good size for our male Wolverine to be able to live in. Okay, 960. I've probably gone too far, but I think that's good for them. I want to give them more space if we can, because we've got the area, let's be honest. And let's get a Wolverine in here. And we've just got males, actually, so that's fine. We're going to put our male in first anyway, so let's get... It's basically immunity or longevity. I feel like maybe longevity this one is a bit better, because they live to 15.5 years old. Okay, they live to 15.5. They can breed from 2 until death. 5.7 and 4.7 are both good, to be honest. Let's get the 4.7 and put them into quarantine. I don't want them getting sick all the time. And we're going to make their longevity fine, because we're gonna look after them so well. They're going to live to a million. I think we should probably also get a new member of staff, the security guard, because we're getting some crime going on. And look at them. They're a tank. My goodness, you wouldn't mess with them. And let's give them a nice uniform. They can't be in blue, can they? Let's put in green and white for the trousers, and then maybe something red. They've got to have like a red hat or something, don't they? Let's give them a red cap. Yeah, that looks cool. That's so menacing. I love it. If we look at our temperature now, you can see there's a lot more warmth in the zoo. So that is a lot more like accessible for people. So if they are cold, they can walk into the warm areas and heat up. We probably do want to put a few more heaters and stuff around, but for now, I think that's fine. And how are reindeer getting on? They getting lots of pets from everyone. They're having a good time. They're just enjoying life. And temperature-wise, I don't think these guys need a heater or anything. If we look in their Zoopedia, it says they live in minus 20 to 23 degrees. Yeah, they're absolutely fine. It's only minus 2 right now, so that's kind of perfect for them. That's like the middle of their range. And we can put these benches back as well. No one's sat in them yet, but I'm going to give them a bit of time to do that before I adjust them. And hopefully they do move over into the warmth. Now, let's build ourselves a habitat for the Wolverine. I think if we use the Arctic pieces as well, they've got a lot of festive stuff in here. We could go for like these icy pieces. They're pretty cool. Or we've got the snow bricks as well, like snow blocks. That's also quite cool, actually. It's a little bit like an igloo if we use the snow blocks. Let's try it with the snow blocks. I think they're quite cool. So I'm going to do the same thing I've done before, where I line this up with the 4-meter grid, and then we can build a window piece and a wall piece. And that way we can just we can decorate them up and then just duplicate them all the way around. And it saves having to decorate each piece individually. Oh my goodness, no way. They have an igloo pre-done. It's only $255. That is awesome. And it looks like it has a Wolverine on it. That's perfect. Is that a Wolverine? It could be, I think it's a bear actually, but it looks very Wolverine-y. Oh my goodness, we have to put that in there. That's amazing. That can be like their den where they live is in the igloo. Although, now I look at that next to the snow blocks, I feel like these snow blocks look a bit artificial, so let's get rid of them. Let's just use the ice blocks instead. I feel like the ice blocks are really good. And we can have the igloo inside, and then we've got the snow. We've got an actual igloo inside rather than using the snow blocks. So let's do the same thing, but we're going to do it with the ice pieces instead and just decorate up this area. And for these walls, I didn't want to go too intricate because honestly, we don't have that much money. But I decided to add the ice columns because it adds a bit of like depth to the build, and then use the Zoopedia frames we used earlier, but colored them to be more ice colored. And then of course I had to throw on some Christmas lights as well. You got to make this festive. And I decided I actually like the ice Zoopedia frame more than the one that we recolored because it adds a bit more depth to the build as well. The same as the columns, it makes the walls seem a bit thicker and a bit more intricate. So I decided to use that instead and replace them. And I only put the column on one side because when we move them away from the build and duplicate them, there's going to be a column on both sides, as long as I made sure that the ice column was kind of centrally located so that it would match between the piece it was on and the next piece. It matches up really nicely and you can just duplicate it the whole way around. And then these door pieces killed me because they almost work, but they stick over a little bit too far because there's no pieces that really fit the door frame in that are 3 meters high, which is how high the wall needs to be for the Wolverine. So I decided to move the door one space over and then they can be hidden in the wall of the piece to the left. That looks pretty good to me. I'm quite happy with that. Look at it. We've got like a little ice palace. It's like frozen in here. Okay, and the lights kind of work, I think. It'll sell it. There's no, you can't see the lights on the top of the door, but the door still opens. So I think like it's fine. Now we can get our Wolverine in here. Gustav can be moved into habitat 4. We need to rename this habitat as well. Let's call this Wolverine male. And then we can obviously have Wolverine female when we get that in too. And let's put our igloo in. Okay, we've got to whack this in. Maybe in like the middle of the habitat. Have their little den. And it's good viewing for the guests as well. Let's put that in about there. And they've got a little entrance. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I think it's a bear. I think it's like a polar bear or something it's supposed to be. But there's nothing for Wolverine, I don't think. They've got these that are for wolves, but that doesn't... Yeah, it looks too wolfy. That's quite cute. The wooden one's quite cute. But I think I like the flag more, to be honest. I like the flag with the bear. We're going to leave it and we're going to say it's a Wolverine. And oh my goodness, they're here. Oh, look at them. They're adorable. They're tiny, aren't they? And they're very bear-like. They do really look like bears, don't they? They're quite scary but cute at the same time. They've got that vibe about them. It has to be said. And obviously, there's only one name for a Wolverine, isn't there? Wolverine male has got to be Logan. It's from the X-Men, if you don't know. But Wolverine, what a legend that we have in the zoo now. We've got Logan in here. And he's not happy at all with what we've done. Okay, he wants more short grass, less long grass, and more soil. That's easy to achieve. Let's do that now. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. We've given him a tiny water area just to drink from as well, because he doesn't need to swim. Now, we do need climbing area, but I think these guys don't use the normal shelters, which I often use. I'm pretty sure they have burrows. So if we filter by Wolverine... Yes, yeah, okay, they have the animal burrow. So we could embed this in the igloo. That would be pretty awesome. Oh, I'm so happy about this. That looks so good. That works. Okay. We'll put that in. If we edit this igloo, we could put more of the ice blocks just to cover that up. And hopefully they won't get in the way of them entering the burrow. Obviously, we can change it if they do. But let's just duplicate some of these down so that it covers up the brown of the burrow. That's cool, isn't it? I'm quite happy with that. And it looks like they can enter it. I don't know whether they can get in that or not. We'll have to see if they use it. If they don't use it, then we'll just remove those blocks and they'll be fine. But they may well be able to get in there. And I'd rather leave them in if they can. Obviously, that's covered their hard shelter now. And before I forget, let's put some habitat education boards in as well to teach our guests about the Wolverine. And just make sure they're selected on Wolverine. And let's just make sure they're central as well in here. That's pretty good, I think. Yeah, that's good. Okay, and then we'll duplicate them across and have them in the other boards as well. And one thing we can do is we can select animal burrows as well for these rather than just the picture of the Wolverine, because we have an animal burrow in here. And we should probably rename the animal burrow so that it's not called Animal Burrow 1, which is completely forgettable. Let's call this Wolverine Male, and then we'll remember that's that one. And now, yeah, you can see into their burrow. That's so cool. Let's also extend this path a little bit so that our guests can actually read these Zoopedia boards. And that looks pretty good to me. It just needs some donation boxes. Let's put our trusty red gold mine and our green disaster in for them. And that's 2 ways to donate. One of which they'll take, one of which they won't. It's actually like red pill, green pill. I've just realized. There's no blue pill here. It's red or green. The only thing these guys are missing is space issues. Oh, yeah. That's from the climbing area. Okay. Yeah, they're missing climbing enrichment and normal enrichment. So they're happy with the space, but they need some climbing area. We can definitely accommodate that. Let's build them some awesome climbing area. For the climbing enrichment, I wanted to make a series of interconnected platforms that aren't too high, because I don't think the Wolverines climb that high, although I could definitely be wrong about that. But I used the wooden log pieces and use like the thin logs to create supports for it, and then have these platforms that go together. And I also really wanted to use the multicolored bridge pieces because I think they're so cool. So I wanted to have at least one of those in here. Probably good for them. That's quite a lot of climbing area. Let's see if it's enough. Yeah, 130 out of 30. And they've got like a little shelter area that we've built for them over there where they can sleep in there outside if they want. They can get down to the water over here. I feel like that's pretty cool. Got lots of access to everything. And it's definitely all they need. So let's put some food in for them as well. They're going to need food tray. Let's put that by the window so guests can see them eat. And that's their food and drink covered. So it's just toys after that. Let's put some toys in for them. Oh, the blood pumpkin. That's cool. That's some good food enrichment. Let's put that next to their food tray. And the guests can see them eat that as well. And then maybe a scratching post over there. This is the wrong theme. We can't have this. Let's have an ice ball instead. And then a zebra on top of the climbing enrichment is pretty cool too. Let's give them that. And maybe like a prey-scented snack. They need something around the back there. So let's give them that there. That seems good. They should be happy with that. Yeah, 100% enrichment. They're definitely happy with everything. And they're pretty settled in there now. They're only really missing plant coverage. That's the one thing they've not got. We're also low on cash. But we are making so much money now. I'm not worried about it. Like, that's crazy profit. And the guests think the ticket price is good and fair. So we could maybe bump it up. Yeah, I feel like the ticket price is fair. Let's just put it to 6 again. Now 6 might be worth it. Now we've got the Wolverine here too. And no one's using the small area, but it's fine. Look at the lights! Oh my goodness! Those Christmas lights. I do love the Christmas lights. It does add so much. Just have some lighting in here. That was really cute. And look at all them swimming! I'm glad I put the bigger water area in. They love the water. It's probably a bit cold. It's -5 outside, so I don't think I'd be swimming in there. But if they want to swim, they're very welcome to. And we can delete these now as well. We don't need them anymore. That gives us a little bit of cash back as well. And then next thing, really, we should probably get some plants in for the Wolverine to complete this habitat. But I'm going to wait for the daytime to do that so you can actually see what I'm doing. So let's go forward to morning. Okay, I'm going to adjust the opening times to maybe like it's 6 now. Maybe if we say like 6, I think that's pretty much when the sun comes up. And then we have a good hour or two of darkness from like 9:30 to 11. And then they can get up and actually have light. Because we don't need more darkness in the morning. Right, let's put some plants in for them. Where are they? If we select Logan and we go on environment, you can... Oh, we've already got them selected. Okay, yeah. We're going to go Taiga and Tundra plants from Asia, Europe, and North America. Let's put in some nature. Okay, that's probably good. Look at the place. It's transformed. Where are they? I can't even see Logan anymore. There they are. There's Logan. Yeah, they're happy. 61% coverage is good for them. And that's a pretty cool little woodland they've got here. A little Taiga woodland. They haven't used this yet, so I'm not sure they can... It says it's available, though, so... We'll have to see. If they don't use it, we'll open the opening a bit wider for them, see if they can get in. So let's just give them a little bit more time to see if he can use it. Oh, and guests think tickets are overpriced. Well, they said they were fine with it. Okay, we'll put it back to 5 for now. 5 is good. 5 is good. Yeah, okay. Well, as long as people think it's good and fair, that's fine. They wish they had a toilet. Well, keep wishing, my friend. You do not know these zoos. These zoos don't get toilets for years. Oh, and he's having a little drink by the little waterfall. Oh, that's cute. Look at him living his best life. Well, now he's in here and he's pretty happy. Let's learn a little bit more about the Wolverine. The Wolverine is a large mustelid and is native to the tundras and taigas of northern Eurasia and North America. It has a stocky build with sturdy legs, a curved back, bear-like face, and small rounded ears. It has thick brown to black fur with a yellow to white streak that runs from the head down each side of the body, rejoining at the tail. Wolverines grow between 65 to 113 centimeters long, 35 to 45 centimeters tall at the shoulder, and they weigh between 9 and 30 kilos. Males are slightly larger and significantly heavier than the females. The Wolverine's Latin name is Gulo Gulo, which means glutton. And the Wolverine has an excellent sense of smell, and it can detect food through 6 meters of snow cover. Wolverines have a very strong bite that can crush bones, so you do not want to mess with them. And they've actually been known to drive off wolves and grizzly bears when protecting their food or kits. Wolverines have large, specially adapted feet that allow them to run across the snow at high speeds. Wolverines are solitary animals, and they live alone except for mothers with their kits. They're also territorial animals. Males have a large home range, and several females may live within a male's territory. He will visit these females intermittently and even form lifelong relationships with them. A female only comes into heat every 2 years between June and August, and a male detects if the female's fertile period is approaching by scent and will spend time near her until she initiates mating with him. Ovulation is induced by mating, and the embryo doesn't implant for up to 6 months after the mating event. If a female's home range is within multiple males' territories, she may mate with several of them, although litters usually only have one father. Because of the delayed implantation period, a Wolverine's pregnancy can last between 120 and 272 days. Towards the end of her pregnancy, the female builds a snow den and stashes food there. After giving birth to a litter of 1 to 5 kits, 3 on average, she keeps her offspring inside the den for 9 to 10 weeks, where they nurse from her and eat from the food that she's stored in the nest. The territorial male, their father, may make visits to them while they're in the den, and after this period the kits begin accompanying their mother on trips outside the den. They are fully weaned by 3 months old, and between 5 to 7 months old the kits begin foraging alone and then leave their mother to become fully independent. Some may travel with their fathers for a while before eventually settling into a territory of their own. Thankfully, the Wolverine is considered a species of least concern due to its widespread range and low population density. However, its numbers are declining overall due to hunting and habitat loss, and the European population has declined so significantly that it's considered vulnerable. So we can't take our eyes off these guys, we really need to help them out. Look at Logan just loving the climbing enrichment. Now, you guys did say we may need to worry about him with the trees. I'm going to select him because there's a chance that he could jump out. But, you know, it seems like it's okay because I think none of the branches really, like, exceed the barrier. On, like, the ones that do are very thin and, like, too thin that he wouldn't climb on them. So I think we're okay. It says here that he can't escape by jumping out. But that is a very good catch, so thank you. I would definitely be one to let him escape by accident. And you also said that there was another feeder here instead of the zebra that might fit in better. We've got the pronghorn. That is a bit more, yeah, that's more on the vibe. Let's get rid of this zebra one that we have here and replace it with the pronghorn. There we go. Oh, it's fallen over, but it's there. He's got the pronghorn right there. Now, we do need a female in here as well. We need the gene to his Logan. So let's get a female in here if we can. Ooh, are they about to use the benches? See, no one's using the benches, and it makes me think that they're not accessible. Annoyingly, you can't see, like, the guest area. Oh, you can see predicted area visibility. That's good. We could put in some viewing along here, actually. We could change it up so it had some different viewing. And if you're in this section, you can see it. Actually, that might be a nice idea. They've obviously got the section here that's just the waterfall, but that's not that bad. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to pause the game and delete these sections here and replace them with the beautiful windowed sections that we have. I think that's good, isn't it? Yeah, that's the same. And there's glass on all of them, so he still can't escape, hopefully. Let's just double check him. Where are you, Logan? Ooh, he's not... I can't see him. Does that mean he's in the igloo, do you think? Oh, that could be exciting, because he's not got on the igloo yet. Where are you, Logan? Oh, no, you're just hiding under the bushes. Okay, well, that also suggests that you can't go in the igloo. If you're sleeping under there, that doesn't really bode well, does it? Okay, let's look at traversable area. Yeah, no, you can't get out, but I don't think you can get in here either. So let's just pause the game and see if we can adjust this to move out the way. I think we may just have to have it like this, how it was before, but that's fine. Let's do that, and then let's see if that's updated for him. Yeah, I think that should be enough, like this little arrow in here, to be able to get in. But if we move him, don't sleep there. Come on, sleep in the burrow. You know you want to sleep in the burrow. Will he go in, or will he resist us? No, he will resist us. I refuse to use my bed. Well, that's fair enough. He can do what he likes. We also are going to need some bins out here. I don't like that they're already littering here. Let's put that bin there and then whack a few more along this way. Ooh, keep putting them on the outside. I don't want to do that. I want to put one there and one over here. And let's just move one of these to the inside. There we go. Now hopefully they'll clean up after themselves a bit better. Yeah, they're trying to see through here, but that's not ideal, really, is it, with the benches? What I'm going to do is shuffle these back, give this whole area a little bit more space, and hopefully it means that they can actually, like, navigate it properly. I'm also going to have to turn off random rotation because I can see that that's on. There we go. Now I should be able to move these without them just jumping out at weird angles. Okay, hopefully that's a bit better. I've also changed the colors to be red and green because I feel like it's a bit more festive. But that works, I think, there. And actually, I could have changed the color of these too. If I select this, can I recolor? Yeah. Okay. Well, this could even just be white, or we can have it be a festive color. I think we'll alternate these with green as well. We're going to do the opposite of whatever the sea opposite it is. There we go. That looks pretty cool, doesn't it? That's a bit more festive. And hopefully the guests will actually use it properly. Let's get Logan a girlfriend, I think. Come on, let's do that. If we look in our animal trading. Oh, there's only males right now. Okay, we're going to wait. We do need a female there. And it looks like we've got a challenge. Yeah, we've got the food profit. Oh my goodness, look at that. That we smashed that. Wow, okay, and we want 300 guests in the zoo and then adopt and place 2 different exhibit species. To be honest, we're not going to do this because I don't think there are any, other than the butterflies that we did in the previous series at Christmas, there aren't any other exhibit species that are supposed to be in this climate, so I'm going to just delete this for now. Oh my goodness, look at Logan. He's just on the waterfall. That's hilarious. Oh, is he going to jump off? I love it when they jump. They do like a little spring, like boing. Like, boink! Look at him! Living his best life. Oh, yes. That's the stuff right there. That's the habitat for him. Well, while we wait for a female, it does look like our shops are doing okay. They're just without vendors, but our staff need to be trained up, really. So if we select... Honestly, I think all of our staff right now, like all of them could do with a bit of training. It's going to cost 640, but I think that's worth the investment, particularly for the vendors that are like really overworked. I think that makes a lot of sense. And our keeper has 2 habitats to do, so they're on high workload too. So yeah, we definitely want more training, which basically means when they go to the staff room to rest, they will level up and be better at their job. So we're already going to get the vet training up now. And this vendor, there we go. They're capable now. What's our vet currently? You're a trainee. Yeah, okay, so we've got 1 capable vendor and 1 and then the rest are trainee vendors going in now. Now, we could give them staff perks as well. I think let's do staff healthcare, and then they're more resilient against being overworked. Ideally, you'd get them more than 1, but you're only actually allowed to give, like, 1 perk, which seems quite sad. We could do staff PR course. Oh, that's cool. Oh, maybe we should do specific ones for specific staff members. That would be cool. We have like a rec room for just the vendors and then a different one for... Yeah, I like that. Okay, we'll do that later. We don't really have the money for that right now. Everyone's just going to get a very basic staff healthcare perk, which is going to cost 100 per year, but that's very low. And I'd rather give the staff the healthcare, to be honest. Let's make our staff a little area over here, though, while we wait for the female Wolverines to be available. Let's move these buildings and create something that works well for these guys. For the staff area, I wanted to create a bit of a plaza for them that have a few large buildings in it, which will contain multiple staff buildings. So I'm just kind of grouping them up however best that I can so that they all align nicely and the windows don't face onto another building, basically. Okay, so I've made a bit of a random area around here, and I've kind of collected them into 2 small buildings here. Ah, okay. We can't reach the habitat. Why is that? Has that resolved itself? I think that's resolved itself. Let's have a look in our staff. There's no work zones, and I think they can. So yeah, it's absolutely fine. They just didn't like that we probably stranded them without a path. But this way, they can all come in, and there's, like, yeah, 2 main buildings. I've tried to put it so that the ones that have windows on the back, like this doesn't have it. Oh, this does have a window. Ooh, okay, that's a problem, actually. I was going to say the ones that have windows, I want to face outwards. But I think we're going to struggle with that with the Keeper's Hut. So we may have to replace that with another building instead and put the Keeper's Hut one elsewhere. Maybe we put the Keeper's Hut, like, over here instead. And we're going to need more buildings anyway. So I think we've got enough money to turn the blueprints off and get another staff facility. I want the research center, which also has a window. What about the workshop? That has a window too. Right. So it's just the animal trade center that doesn't. Well, in that case, let's swap these around and put that building in there. Wow, you can't see a lot when it's dark, but goodness is it beautiful. Oh, this is also misaligned, isn't it? Sorry. I understand the frustration. Let's do relative to world axis to make that a bit easier. And then let's center this properly. Yeah, that looks good to me. That's pretty accurate. Cool. That should be central, or at least much more central than it was before. It's hard to tell because whichever side you go to, it looks a bit off. But I think that is centrally located. And look at the snow that's gone from here. Why aren't you guys coming in here? It's clearly the best time. Come have a seat here. Do I just need to delete these benches and then you'll come in here or something? Because I will do it. Yes, come in, have a seat. Come have a seat in here. Please just someone sit down and I'll be so much happier. I think they're just coming to see the animals. But at least this is a warm spot to see them. Yeah, fine. You can see the Wolverine. You actually can. He's right there, Logan. But at least, yeah, at least they're warming up while they do it. this is actually warm over here, and it's warm around here too. It's just this area that's a barren, frozen wasteland. Oh, and these trees are so cute at night, like these little festive spruces. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, let's sort this out because this looks a bit rubbish. We're going to need some more buildings in here. There are 1,000 each, but we do want the workshop, which is our mechanics research. All of these has windows, annoyingly. So these would actually be better as small buildings. And then there's the small research center. I'm going to have to rethink this design I had over here because I want all the ones that have windows to actually look out onto something. Even if it's just a path, I just don't want it to be a wall and they look out on a window into a wall. Like, I want it to be something like that. Okay. What time is it as well? It's 6:28. I don't know when the sun comes up in this zoo. Maybe we should have it be like 6:30 or something that we start. Okay, so now it's 7 and the sun is starting to come up. Okay, that's not so bad. I just feel like you guys probably aren't going to see much, especially if I'm building at these times and it's snowing. It's quite poor visibility. Oh, goodness. Are they donating? Yes, they're donating. That's a normal bin. There we go. Again, the green bin has 20. The red bin has 680. I feel like there's a bit of a bias towards the red one. I don't know if it's just me. We now have the challenge. Instead of exhibits, it's adopt and place 2 different habitat species. That is so much better. We still don't have a female Wolverine, though, so we'll keep our eyes open. Right, let's finish sorting this out, because these look... I mean, they've been moved around a bit, so they don't look as bad, but they still look fairly ugly. And this setup, I think, is much better. We've got... This can be a small building here that has a windows at the back. Then we've got these 2 don't have any windows. Oh, that one has windows. No. The vets. The vets are ruining it for us. Okay, let's rearrange. Okay, I think this works better. We've got 2 entrances here. You can see right through. And then we've got this building here doesn't have a window, so that's fine. The staff building looks onto the reindeer habitat, which is much cuter. And there's just a water treatment facility here. And then the vets looks out into the wilderness. And we've got the door just on this side for the quarantine. That is our nice black void where the animals wait in purgatory before they can join us in our beautiful zoo. Now, we have made a bit of a mess here, so I'm going to assume this is all long grass, or it's supposed to be, and kind of repair the terrain here. And I think it may need smoothing out. Yeah, that seems better, because it looked a bit misshapen. But I like this. This seems like it will work. And then if we actually align the grid around here, we could probably put a little path around the back. I want to make this area much more open and like have the whole zoo have a lot wider paths everywhere, because I feel like it's just easier for the guests and the staff. And it feels a lot nicer when you go somewhere if you look and there's this wide open space. So that's the vibe we're going with. And look, if you're in the staff room, you can see the reindeer like that. That is pretty cool. If you were just having your little kettle, listening to your radio, having a mug of tea, and looking at the butt of a reindeer. It's something. And our mechanic has considered doing that, but is instead just waiting for the TV to turn on. Yep, you can point it all you like, my friend. You have to turn it on with the remote, though. You can't just do it with your mind. And your little soulless eyes that you have, bless you. Oh, look, we're feeding the Wolverine as well. It's feeding time. Yeah, that's it. Do a little run, a little walk run. That's what we want to see. Get in there. Let's feed our Wolverine. Where did they tip? Do we actually put a food tray in? Yes, we did. There's a food tray here. So they're going to add it to the blood pumpkin probably as well. And the pinata there. Hopefully they can reach the pinata. I may have to move it if they can't. But I had hoped that they would be able to. Oh, here he comes. Little man. Just his slab of meat. Okay, this is why we need to research, because that's not great quality food. If we select our animals here and go to food, we probably already got better quality food for the reindeer. Yeah. I'm going to give them the better quality food. That's 60 more a month. That is quite considerable. Oh, this is per year. Okay, 60 more per year. And the Wolverine, we don't have it because we need to do some vet research. So now we have this research building here. We can actually do vet research. So let's do that. And we're going to set Grady Birch. We need to rename you to be working on the Wolverine. So they're going to go into the Wolverine habitat, have a look at them, and then go back in here and do some research with their little microscopes and figure out how we can better look after them. And that's why you kind of want them put close by to the habitats that they're doing, because otherwise they have a long walking distance between them. I don't actually know where our vet is right now. Ah, they're resting in the staff building. Ah, there we go. You guys also said you wanted to have a look at what the staff uniform looked like on the vet with red. I don't honestly think it looks that great, because basically it would be the gloves color, I think, would be the red. And it's just the gloves and the belt. So if we have them white, the jacket color is like this whole thing here. So we can have it like that. Is the shoes the other color? Yeah, okay, the shoes is the other color. If we have him back in as green then. Do you prefer the red boots? Are we saying red boots or green boots? I'll leave them on red and let you guys decide. What do we think? And now let's decorate this place up. I've been saying I'm going to do it. Let's actually do it. Let's put in some nice Arctic theme pieces. We're going to go theme Arctic, walls, and get probably some wooden walls like we've done with the cabins over there. And I'd like to put some lights between them or something like dangling over here. I think that'd be really cute. Let's do something cool. So to start, I just blocked out all of the building shapes with the wooden Arctic pieces, just so we're covering the door frames and windows, basically. And then I used the wooden roof pieces to basically keep it in theme, but build a little roof on the top. I like the little pointed roofs. Then I used the massive logs that we have to create kind of a log cabin aesthetic by building logs above and below the windows as like support beams, and then the ones on the corners of the building as well, which I just feel like really gives the log cabin vibe. And of course, I had to add in the keeper sign and the vet research sign so we know which building it is. And once all the logs were in place, I decided to add in some festive decorations. And for the small building, I thought the little Christmas trees were really cute, as well as the small decorations like the ribbons and garlands. And they just really bring it to life as a festive building. Moving on to the large building, I copied across the wooden logs that we had and obviously had to extend them somewhat because the building is huge. Then I just had to make some small adjustments around the doors so that people could actually get in and out, like I did with the other building. And I wanted to have different decoration on each building, so I didn't use the same garlands that we used before, and instead I used a different kind of the wreath logs that we have, which are really like nicely decorated up logs. I thought they would be cool for this build. And what started as kind of needing to duplicate the logs because the other ones stuck out of the building in a way I didn't like, turned into let's create a wooden awning with the logs we have. And it made this nice little nook at the back of the building. So I thought I'll put a little seating area in. We can have 2 of our benches, one in green and one in red. And they can just sit there at the back if they are on a break. And for the third building, obviously I started by setting out the wooden logs just like we've done with the other buildings. But I put more of the vertical support beams in for this one because we've got the separation with the water treatment area, so it only kind of seemed natural to have that sectioned off with 2 logs. And once they were in place, I set about adding some decorations like bows, as well as the signs for the building. So we've got the Animal Trade Center sign and the staff room sign. And that then reminded me to put the vet surgery and the quarantine signs on the other building. And then I went back to the Arctic decorations and I just went ham with the bows and the little stars that we've got. And I feel like it does give each building a little bit of character because they've got different decorations on them. Okay, I feel like they're pretty well decorated up now, but they're not done because I do want to add in some Christmas lights. So let's do that now and make this area come to life. For the Christmas lights, I wanted to create some that could hang between the buildings and we can have this like overhead lights, which I really love the look of. So I used the star lights for those because they're really cool, to be honest. And I did want to use a log piece, but it was too big, so I decided I was going to use a lamppost. And how perfect is it that we can put a reindeer on the lamppost? So I thought that really matched in well. I also added in a couple of stars on the top of the buildings just for a bit of extra light. And I had to throw Rudolph in there somewhere. And we had this kind of dead space out the front of the quarantine building. So I thought it was perfect to put Rudolph in there with some gifts around him and a little pile. And, you know, every time the staff go into the quarantine building, they can get a little smile on their face. Then I added in some string lights to all of the buildings and I doubled them up because I just think they look really nice doubled up too. It's like a double layer around the whole thing. And just adding these lights makes such a difference to how the build looks. So I was really glad I put them in. Okay, I feel like that's a pretty cool little showing of lights that we've got there. But I guess we're going to have to see when it actually goes dark and they all turn on. But yeah, I'm fairly happy with what we've got. We are low on cash, but that's fine because we did just spend quite a lot on this stuff. Now, do we have any challenge rewards? What have we got? Have at least 300 guests in the zoo. We've got 207. Have no crime. We're 1 month crime free. That's good. And get 2 different habitat species. Well, we can do that when we get our female Wolverine. Let's have a little look for another female. We're still just looking at the males here. Yeah, it's still just males available. Is anyone using this? Could someone just sit down so I know that it works? I don't know whether they're just not tired. Like, if we look at on our guest needs, I think it's energy. Like, yeah, everyone's green energy, so no one's going to sit down because they've not really gone that far. Like, they've not had that much to do. But I guess it works for now. We'll see. We'll see. When they're more tired, they'll definitely use it. And the negative impact on this has been massively shrunk with all that decoration, so that's good. They're definitely contained in this little staff area, and I think it's pretty cute, I have to say. They've got like their little lights up and everything. They've got Rudolph and some presents. I think it's pretty cool. Oh, it stopped snowing. It's warming up. We're at 10 degrees. That is tropical here. Wow. And Dancer's about to mate. About to get our first baby reindeer. Oh my goodness. Or at least our first pregnant mother. They are beautiful, aren't they, the reindeer? Right, does that mean... Yes, your offspring is due when? July, year 8. Oh, we're year 5 right now. It's going to be a little while. That's Rudolph. Where are the other females? We've got one over here. Oh, you're pregnant as well. June, year 7. My goodness. And where's the last one? Let's have a little look at this habitat. Oh, they're all pregnant. January, year 8. Wow. Oh, cool. Well done, Rudolph. You've been on it. We're gonna have a herd in no time. I do think I might extend this base out a bit as well, because I think it's a little bit odd how it is. I'm gonna use some wood pieces, I think. Got like a flooring piece or something. That would be better. Because I just find it a bit odd that it's on, like, there's just like grass around it. I think it's a bit strange. So we've got a couple of choices here. I may go for the wood here because I feel like it's fairly bland and it'll help you just like see past it. Now it should align. I just need to do it properly, don't I? That seems a bit better to me, just to have the wood the whole way around. Yeah, I prefer that. And if we put some lights on it, I think it'll look a little bit better too. There we go. I feel like that's a bit better. Just put some posts on the corner because the fence went a little bit weird. And I think that's much nicer with some lights on. And all the lights are turning on, so we can, as the sun sets, we can see what it looks like. I'm going to very quickly look again for female Wolverines. It looks like it's still just males. Now, we can get their habitat ready for them and then just put them in when they're in there. But for now, let's watch the sun go down and see these lights turn on. Look at it. It's beautiful, isn't it? In the night. Oh, I do love all the lights. I feel like that really adds to the main lights as well that we have. Having a little bit on the railing around them just makes it look a little bit cooler. And look at everything. Oh, very, very festive. Very festive indeed. And it looks like there's 2 females available. Oh, perfect. Well, this one has higher appeal and better fertility. So I think we're going to go for this one. It's brown fluffy fur with tan body markings rather than red body markings. We're going to go for the tanned ones. Right, let's send you to zoo. You can go into quarantine. And let's get a habitat built for them while we wait for them to go through quarantine. So if we check again on Wolverine, if we've got 2 adults, I think that was the smaller requirement, wasn't it? It's 1 adult and 5 babies. Yeah, it's like basically 800 meters squared and 65 climbing enrichment inside it. So I'm going to just use the same design we have here because it's all Wolverine. So it makes sense that they'd have the same. Have they used their burrow yet? Oh my goodness, yes! He's in it now! Look at Logan asleep! Yeah, okay, cool. So I think it was blocking the entrance, but now it works. Perfect. Well, let's just duplicate a lot of this stuff across. I'm going to do the same thing again, where I create like little sections that we can use like that. And then the same here with the windowed pieces. If we grab these now, we should be able to split these from the group. And now they're in their own group. So we should be able to then create a new habitat over here. Make sure it's the right size. And I'm going to do that with the null barriers again. Now, I do want a path up here. So I'm going to align to grid and send probably like here. Send the path up this way. And also continue it this way. Because I want guests to have the freedom to walk around pretty easily. And negative impact, we could have actually gone closer. In fact, I think I might send the path up here rather than the next one. Because if these are like so decorated now that they don't actually touch the path. So guests shouldn't be impacted by them, which is perfect. They can go up here. So let's put in this habitat over here. We're going to want to put the wooden habitat gate as close to the keeper hut as possible. So I think this corner is probably not a bad shout. But again, we don't want to put it right on the corner. So I think what I might do is align it here to get like the distance and get our grid locked in. And then if I build a few bits of null barrier at 4 meters, we should then just be able to add it in to this section. But I'll do that when we've put our actual other pieces in and I can see the grid a bit more clearly. For now, let's build out in 4 meter multiples. Let's build out the null barriers for this habitat. Okay, this is 1,500. I feel like that might be a little bit big, actually. How big was this one in the end? Because I did make this one a little bit oversized too, I think. Can I select you? There you are. Yeah, 960. So maybe if we slightly take this down, that could work. Okay, 1232. That is probably good. It's bigger than we need, but I think it'll do us pretty well for this habitat. So now we can just put in these barrier pieces we've already made and just duplicate them across how we want them to go. If we exit this, we can align the first one to the grid and it'll be a little bit easier. And it will make a new grid for us. There we go. That's pretty good. Now we just need to move our door so we can take out this barrier. I'm going to turn this into a null barrier here. And the post as well. And then just add in a wooden habitat gate in here. And now if we delete these pieces, we should have the door that we have here. And we can just do the same thing we did on this side. There we go. That seems good to me. Let's take them out of quarantine and move them in. And we're going to change this from Habitat 7 to be Wolverine female. And there they go, they're collecting them. We've still got quite a bit of cash actually as well. We're doing quite well money-wise, which is surprising. I'm happy with it. And what about our vet research as well? We're making progress on the Wolverine. Brilliant. Okay, cool. Well, we can up their food quality as well when they're in here. And they'll be in here very shortly by the looks of things. There they are! Oh, they're tiny. They're so small. I think they're slightly smaller than the males, aren't they? Oh, look at them. Yeah, this is not what you want. Okay, let's quickly change the terrain up to be something they're happy with. And also, I think we need to give them some water within the water area. Oh, that's pretty much their entire habitat. That'll be fine. There they are. They seem fairly happy with that. We've got a bit of a weird mix of long and short grass. It's just, I guess, how they like it. Now, we need to put in some climbing enrichment. So I'm going to do a similar thing that I did over here with this climbing enrichment. And I'd also like to put in a little waterfall for them because I think they look cute. For the waterfall, I just added one of the waterfall construction pieces from the Aquatic Pack DLC. And then put some Taiga rocks around it to build it into the hillside we've made. And for the climbing enrichment, I just made a series of wooden platforms using the wooden logs as support, which they can climb all of these anyway, so they can climb literally any area of the tower that we're building. And then I wanted to create another platform that they could climb onto from the tower and use the colorful bridges. So I just duplicated it across really and then added a few of the colorful bridges in because I just think they're so cute. And they add a nice splash of color to the habitat, which not only looks cool to like the humans, but also I feel like it must be more interesting for the Wolverine as well. I also added in the small irregular climbing enrichment because I thought, particularly as this habitat's going to have babies in it, that might be more fun for the babies when they're learning to climb and they can have some unique challenges as they learn to climb. And then I decided to add a third platform with a bridge as well, just because why not give them more climbing enrichment, right? Okay, they've got kind of like a climbing frame over here. I feel like that's enough. Yeah, that's kind of more than they need. I think they'll be fine with that. Now, I do want to do the igloo thing that we've got over here. So let's duplicate this and put one for them. And maybe this is a good spot actually on the hill. It makes sense that they would like burrow into this hill. So I feel like that kind of works. I'm going to put it, I could put it over here because there's not really much going on over here. I might spread out the habitat a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that and have it be like here. Ooh, it does change the terrain a little bit, doesn't it? That's okay, though. We can smooth this out. And then we are going to have to make sure this is the right terrain for them. I think they could do with a tiny bit more soil. Now we've just got rid of a lot of that. There we go. That's probably good. And they've got their little igloo up there. Like on the fort. How do they feel? Can they get out, actually? That's a good question. Can you escape? No, you can't escape. Perfect. You can access the water, I believe. Yeah, this is the water here, so they can access that. Down there. So you should be able to drink. You just need food and enrichment. So let's give them some food. Food and water. Let's give them a large food tray, because they're going to have babies in here as well, potentially. Now, this could be anywhere. I think I'm going to put this over here because it's kind of close to the door for the keepers, but it's also in a really good spot for viewing. So I feel that's a win-win there. And then enrichment items, let's give them a blood pumpkin over here on the other side. Maybe like here. And then they can have a pinata. Let's put the pinata somewhere again that's visible. Maybe like over here. And then we can put a ball for them, like, here. And they can play with that, kick it down the hill, whatever they want to do. Hopefully that's enough enrichment for them. They haven't got many toys, actually. Yeah, toy enrichment. Well, I mean, I've given you something. Do I reset you? Can you not reach or something? I don't understand why that's not showing up. If I just give you, like, 4 of these, what happens? Yeah, it's literally 0. Okay. Unless it's food enrichment. Oh, does it have food in it? Maybe it does. I don't really know if we've got any toys for them. Oh, I'm on food enrichment. Oh my goodness, I'm so silly. I've literally just highlighted food enrichment. We're on all enrichment, or preferably toys. Yeah, we've got all these. My goodness. Okay, let's give them a prey-scented snack around the back. That's a bit of like quiet time for them if they don't really feel like hanging out with everyone else. And then a colourful ball. They can have a colourful ball. That's it. And an ice ball over here. We'll give them a couple of balls to play with. There's a tug rope. Oh my goodness. That's cool. Right, let's put that like here. And they can play with that in front of everyone. Because I want to see that. A gift box does make a lot of sense. Do you guys have a gift box? It is a festive Christmas zoo. Let's give you a tug rope as well. Because that is pretty cute. And I feel like people want to see them use it. Let's put it by this tree here. And let's also give you a gift box around the back. You can play with that over there. And the same, I'm going to give them a gift box around the back so they can play with it. That should be plenty now. Yeah, you got 100% everything. Now, next thing, we obviously are lacking nature, but I'm going to put a couple of habitat education boards in for them while it's dark, and then I'll do the nature when we're in the new day, because you can actually see that. Okay, it's a new day. We've got our donation bins in. We've got our habitat boards. Everything should be pretty good. They're 100% happy on everything but nutrition and the nature, the plants. So actually, their nutrition we can probably improve because of the vet research. Oh, and they finished it. Oh, wow. Well done. Okay, cool. Our vet is definitely under raised. Let's actually train up all of our staff. While we're here, because they do deserve it. And then animals, we could go to food and up the food quality of these guys. Let's give them grade 3 food quality. That's going to be great for their health. Awesome. Let's also add in the nature that we need. So we're a little low on cash, but that's fine. We've still got plenty and we're still making loads. So that's all good. Let's add in some plants like we have over here and give them what they need. I think that's pretty cool. Let's check up on our Wolverine, see what they think, though, because their opinion is the one that actually matters. Where are they? They're back there. How do you feel about the nature now? Yeah, that's good for you. Awesome. Well, this habitat's actually ready for breeding. So let's grab our male Wolverine, Logan, and put him in with the female. Where is he? Logan. I'm going to move you over, my friend, into the Wolverine female habitat until you guys breed. And as it's Logan as the male, the female has got to be Jean, doesn't it? We've got to have Logan and Jean in here. So she's going to be our female Wolverine. Let's also do another double check that they can't get out. Actually, now I put a bunch of trees in. There's no jumpable escape points or anything. It's all good. All the trees are contained within the habitat. And Logan's here. Ooh. You gotta find your mate. She's in there somewhere. You just gotta look for her. Looks like he's gonna have a bit of a climb first. He can find her later. Oh, she's running towards him. Well, she's running towards something. Is it him or is it food? No, she's going for a drink. Oh, they're so close to each other. Well, she's drinking and he is... Are you pooping? Yeah, he's doing a little poop. That's fine. You're allowed to poop. Here they go. They're actually right next to each other. No, no, run away from each other. Well, I'm sure they will warm up to each other in time. I'm fairly happy with the Wolverine habitat. They look pretty cute, don't they? And hopefully they start breeding soon. Now, it looks like we may have got this challenge. Yeah, reduce crime. We've had no crime for 3 months. We've smashed that. I think it's probably a good idea to get some heating in for these guys because there's not a lot of heat for our guests. Other than these areas, like, they could really do with some. Oh my goodness, is someone about to use this? Yes! Oh, okay, they work. All right, the s'mores area works. Perfect. Well, that can be replicated. In fact, we could use these in places. I'm not actually opposed to that. Put a couple of these around, like in a few key locations. I just don't want them to clog up the area too much. They need quite a lot of space. That's the only thing. I think what we're going to do is we're going to make little sections no bigger than like 4 meters that have heating on them. There's a lot of people around here. I feel like maybe here would be a great spot for some heating. Like if we remove that path and had some kind of heater here, that would really help everyone out, I think. So let's do that. I'm going to use the wooden logs. I'm going to make a structure similar to one we've made before, where we kind of have like a wooden hut that I've seen at Winter Wonderland in London. But I want to make a bit of a bigger one here that's a bit more useful for our needs and hopefully can have a larger, like realistically have a larger heater in it. So if we put some of these in so that they're not going over the 4 meter grid, but they are definitely encompassing the 4 meter grid. That's my goal here. So firstly, I set out 4 corner posts with wooden logs and put the heater in the middle underneath the whole build. And then I just wanted to lay out some log sides so that it's kind of encompassing a bit like a fire pit, but made of logs. And I wanted some kind of awning to go on this that shelters the guests as they're near it. And I tried the wooden one, but I just didn't like it. And I ended up finding the fabric one, which actually I really like, and we could recolor it to be festive colors. So I've gone with that and just recolored it so it's red and white and then green and white on the other sides. And every fire pit needs a fire, so I've created like a 4 square fire out of the fire pit pieces and recolored them so that they're the right color. I feel like they just needed to be dark around the outside because you're not going to look at them, rather than having them be like red and green. And I wanted something else that kind of filled the space between the fire pit and the wooden log, and I didn't want the logs to encroach any further. And eventually I found the planters that I was like, these are perfect because we can embed separate fire pits into each one. And it's like we've got 4 small fires going, which is probably more the vibe we actually want. So I was really happy with that. And then we just needed to add a couple of lights decorations to make it feel even more festive. Okay, I think that looks pretty cool. Hopefully that gives a fair amount of heat to this area as well. It's on 30 degrees, range 10, which I think is what these are on, and that's kind of probably what we want. It's going to take a little bit of time for the heater to get up to temperature, but if we click on this, we can see it's all joined together, so it's heater rate. Oh, it's not got any power here. That's the issue. Oh, no. It's just out of the power zone. Oh, that's annoying. Right, well, let's not move that. Let's move the entire thing to, let's say, like there, and then we can just align to grid. Let's replace that path and then delete another one. Is that one within the power? Yes, that would have been fine. Okay, so let's put this in here then. We just need to align it very carefully to the grid there. And I think that's pretty good. Just need to make sure it covers all the fences. And yeah, I think that works. Now that should be powered and the heat should be emanating from it now. There we go. 10 degrees. We go on temperature. You can see this area is going to start to get warmer. The only thing is we don't want to interfere too much with our other animals. So I think what I'm going to do is put it down to like 20 degrees. And then if there's any spillover, then it's not going to impact the animals. Because like here, that's probably okay because they're at a distance. But this is quite close to the habitats here. And I don't want it to be too hot for them. We could probably get away with like a 15 range on them as well. Because, for example, the Wolverines, if we look at them on the Zoopedia, they're happy with 13 to 28 degrees. So they would be absolutely fine. And the same with the reindeer, I think. They're usually fine with, like, close to, but not 30 degrees. Yeah, 20 to 23. So 20 degrees is fine. It's just on the hotter end for them. But I don't want to make them uncomfortable by having it be really hot. So I think what I'm going to do is just put a few of these at, like, key viewing locations that might get used a fair bit, and then hopefully that does a little bit to heat up our guests. Okay, cool. Yeah, some of the lights around here aren't going to get lit up because of our power, but that's fine. We will expand the power going forward and it'll be absolutely fine. And this hopefully still gives them a good amount of walking space. I think it does. It's only 4 meters around the outside, but that is enough for people to pass each other by. We'll just have to keep an eye on it. If everyone is using one way to get around, then that's a bit annoying. But if they do go both ways around this, especially if we move things like bins out of the way, then I think it should be okay. And it looks like we've got our guest numbers up to 300. Let's claim that reward, get a bit of extra cash. And we've obviously got the one Wolverine species. We have no crime for 3 months. I think we're doing that right now. Hopefully we smash that too. We get 2.5 grand. Oh, that's not bad, is it? How are our shops doing as well? That's the other thing. I think these guys are doing okay. They don't seem to be like massively full business-wise. Let's check what the guests think and if they're happy with it. Okay, yeah, generally they want a toilet, but you know, don't we all? Other than that, they're fairly happy. Their hunger and thirst could be worse, to be honest. We could do a few more for them, but I think we need to do that when we expand the zoo a bit more. Like maybe put another one here, maybe another one here or something. I want to spread them out so it's not all in one place, basically. Like there's many different small options where they've got like 2 or 3 shops. That's the goal, is to have a few areas with 2 or 3 shops that they can use. We could also put a little bit of seating for them out here if they want it, because there's nothing else out here. And I feel like there are Arctic benches that we could use. And an Arctic picnic canopy. Yeah, let's put some of them out here. Just if they want to sit and, you know, it's near the reindeer. They're not really going to see the reindeer from there. I don't know why they're stood there. We could just put a few benches in along this way. And I'm also going to put a few benches just along here because, again, this isn't really anything to the guests. But it would just give them a little bit of seating. Oh, why is that obstructed there? That's exactly where I want one. There we go. That works. Now, if we look at Taiga and Tundra, we can see we've got a number of animals. There aren't any exhibit animals, I don't think. There's very few. I think it's just the butterflies. Yeah, there's a couple of butterflies. But other than that, there are not very many. So it's Taiga and Tundra for the most part. I think the next animal we should get should be the Arctic fox, because these guys seem pretty cute. They're so small. And what group sizes they live in? They live in groups of 1 to 8. So it's up to 6 males and up to 6 females. That's interesting. Okay, so they're social animals and they live in family packs. So in an average pack, there's an alpha male and an alpha female, and then their young adult offspring and a litter of pups less than a year old. So really, we kind of want it to be one family, and it is groups of 1 to 8, so they can be 1. I think we get 2 and then let them breed their own family pack, because that's kind of what they'd have, isn't it? Now, if we go into animal trading, let's have a look and see how many we have available. Oh, there's males and females. Okay, cool. Let's sort them by appeal. This is definitely the best male. Yeah, that's a brilliant male. Let's grab them. I should have looked at how long these guys live for, actually. These are all about the same age. I do feel like, even though they're all tied for appeal, this is the better one for breeding. So let's get this female. And then let's just double check how long they live for. So in species data, they live to be 13. Okay, but they can only breed to 10. From 1 year to 10 years old. So these guys have got 7 years of breeding left in them. That's absolutely fine. They're also shy, so we need to make sure that if they're, like, where they are isn't too loud for, like, the guests and isn't too near too much stuff. I do think we don't want it near a massive guest area, like guest facilities area. It could be over here. How much power have we got going this way? Not very much, but it could be enough for some education boards. I'm just thinking, we've got the reindeer habitat, which does have guests in it, and they've got some shops down here, but other than that, this area is fairly quiet. If we set it back a little bit, we could put a path down here, and then if I delete this path that we temporarily put in for our little water treatment, we could then put a path along this way. I think that's pretty cool. I actually think I want to use this side of the zoo for something else. So I'm going to continue this way with it, and perhaps actually off the back of our staff area, it's probably fairly quiet around here. So if we do continue the path this way, it's probably not a bad shout for the habitat for the Arctic fox. I'm going to just move this path along here so that the guests can walk the whole length of the Wolverine habitat and see them around on 3 sides. And then possibly here we could have an Arctic fox habitat, because they're only very small and it would be very easy to connect up to the staff area, actually. And we could also put a small connection for the staff area in here if we move this bin. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Rather than making them walk all the way around, we could just hook it up here. There we go. That's much more accessible for the staff there. And then, see, they can get to this habitat gate so much quicker. And the same with this one. I mean, this one's fairly equidistant, but it's up to them. The keeper hut's here. I feel like that does cut down our distances a lot. And if we put another entrance, like the actual habitat entrance over here, the Arctic fox, that would work really well, I think, too. And we can kind of back on the habitat to this staff area. Now, we are missing a staff building, actually. Before I get too far into it, we're missing the workshop. And I'm not really sure there's anywhere we can put it, to be honest, because these buildings are fairly solid how they are. We could maybe tag it onto the building here in the future if we really wanted a workshop, or we have a workshop elsewhere, and that lets us unlock other things effectively. It lets us do workshop research, which will get you like scenery pieces and stuff, and we've got a lot of them already, as you can tell from the builds we've done so far, but it's always good to get more. I think for now, we've got this no crime as well for 3 months. Let's grab that reward. I think let's keep this area where it is and perhaps put the habitat gate off of here in the middle. Let's have a look at how big this area is going to be. So if they had 2 adults, let's just say they had 8 adults, like a full pack of 8, and then it would be, how many babies do they have? 3 to 5. So let's say there's 8 adults and 5 babies at once, because that's probably a fairly insane number for them. They only need 504 meters, bless them. And it's only grade 2, taller than 1.25 meter fencing. All right, well, this should be fairly simple. We can use our nice, cute, tiny fences, the small habitat gates. Let's whack the small habitat gate in here. And then I'm just going to build out what I think will be the correct size for these guys. In fact, I want it to be slightly closer to the guests on this side. So I think putting the gate here is probably a better shout, because that gets us a better distance away from the edge there. How big is this? 480, that's almost the right size, and look how cute and small it is. Well, that works out quite well, because if we expand it one more, that's pretty much the end of the path there. And it also leaves us a little gap here where we could put a staff path through here in the future, was what I was thinking. If we wanted, we could extend that through and then have that go into another habitat over here. If it needed a bit of like maintenance from like a back entrance, that could do us quite well and still get the staff to access this staff area quite quickly, like a cut through path. So that's what I'm thinking of. I'm trying to optimize the distances for the staff have to travel, because if they're traveling, they're not doing their job basically, and they're not making us money. Speaking of making money, only a yearly donation profit of 10,000. We are almost there. That's crazy. Look how much money we're making. Oh, it doesn't look like that much there, but that is substantial. I think we must have just hit a new year. Yeah, we're in February. So in February so far, we've earned this. That's crazy. Cool. Well, we're doing well. I won't complain about that. This path is 576. That is pretty much dead on, isn't it? What we were going for. 8 adults. I don't think it's going to need to be this big either, but let's say there are 8 adults and 5 babies. That is definitely more than we need. So that's absolutely fine for our needs. Let's build ourselves a very cute small fence for them. Have we put them in quarantine? I don't think I have I? No, let's send them to quarantine while we do that. I'm also just going to rename quarantine small 1, whatever it's called, just to quarantine, because it's the only quarantine we have right now. The same with the vet surgery. Let's just call it that. And this fence needs to be taller than 1.25 meters. So slightly higher than this, basically. That is crazy. If we align this up nicely here, I think that's pretty aligned. That can be our grid now. And then we just need to make it slightly higher, like using other pieces to make it slightly higher. And that is perfectly fine for them. That is adorable. And what I've done here is I've built the fence I want. I'm going for something fairly simple here, just because I think it looks good. And I might actually put some props on it, like even just like a bow or something. I'm going to turn off position snap too. But if I put on, oh, that's kind of like a little fox actually. That's really cute. If I put that on like every other post or something, what I'm going to do is I've put this 1 meter wall piece in the same group. And then if I duplicate all of these, I can very easily just snap it along this grid. And then at the end, I can delete the 1 meter wall pieces because they are gridded, whereas the log pieces aren't. So what I'm going to do is just build this out with a full grid the whole way around, and then I'll delete the little foxes so that we have the ones we want. But before I do that too, just to save me having to do more of it, I'm going to put some lights on this too. Because the more lights you have, the more Christmassy it is, right? To be honest, I might just take those off. They're actually fairly like spaced out, the little things, and they do look like foxes to me. They look at least enough that you can think that they are based on the fact that this is the Arctic fox habitat. So I think that's good. And then I'm going to put the boards in here, and for that I will use the frames that we've got. wherever they are. I can't actually remember. I think it's an architecture though. Yes, we've got the educational Zoopedia frames here, and there's a smaller one there. I think we should go for this fancy one though. That seems good. Round about here. Yeah, that seems good. That seems fairly realistic. Cool. Let's hit play and wait for them to go through quarantine. We've got a new one, increase our conservation rating to 1 star. We'll get that when we start releasing animals into the wild. And I do want to make this habitat a little more interesting for them as well. I don't want it to just be a flat space. So I think what I might do, I believe they're burrow animals. I'm going to just make like a bit of a trench in the middle for them. So at least there's some elevation around the place. And I know that that's going to make it a bit more difficult for the guests to see them in some areas. But seeing as they're looking this way, I think they should be able to kind of look down into the space. And it just makes it a little bit more interesting for them. Because I kind of feel like they would have tunneled around, you know? I'm just going to roughen it up as well. That seems fairly strange to me, though. I like it. Oh my goodness, they're about to have a baby reindeer. Dasher. Oh, did you just have them? Did I miss that? No, that's Vixen's baby. Oh my goodness, we have baby reindeer. Ah! And you're about to have one too with a grab ball in your mouth. You should probably put that down before you have a baby, Dasher. Oh, there we go. On command. They're very well trained reindeer, I have to say. Oh my goodness, that's adorable. Go on, lie down. Have the baby. There we go. Shove that grab ball out of the way. And there's a baby! Oh, look at you! Welcome to the world! What a nice day to be born. It's beautiful. Beautiful clear skies. Well, that is amazing. So how many babies have we got in here now? 2. I'm going to double check on our actual main habitat. Yes, we've got 2 little babies. We've got a boy and a girl. Aww. Well, where did we get to with the names? It was Dasher, Dancer, Vixen. We need Blitzen. And then I think it's Cupid next. So we're going to go for Cupid. And you're all together in a group. That's adorable. Okay, we've got our Arctic foxes have passed their quarantine as well. So let's grab both of them and move them into Habitat 10. The most boring name in the world. Oh, I didn't fix the habitat gate. I do need to do that. Let's quickly pause here. This can't look like this. Okay, I think that's fairly reasonable. They've got a little opening there in the gate. Right, now let's call this Arctic Fox. There we go. And let's see what they think of it. I do quite like the roughening, I have to say. See, it does make it much more interesting. And yeah, if we check on habitat, I believe if we filter by species and select the Arctic fox, it's, where are they? there we go, Arctic fox. Yeah, they're burrow animals. They need a small burrow. So we've got loads of burrow animals so far. Let's put a little burrow in for them down. We could even put a couple in. I think I'm going to put one there. Ooh, okay. The terrain doesn't like that. One there and then one somewhere else. And they can have a couple of little burrows they can go into. Maybe there. And now we just need to smooth out those areas a bit so they're a bit less weird. That seems pretty cool. Okay, where are they? Are they gonna get them? They're not in here yet, are they? No, okay. They should be collecting them from quarantine. I'm gonna just move them again because I did delete the habitat gate. I feel like that cancelled the order. There we go. Yeah, they're getting them now, which is fair enough. I did have to delete the gate, so there they go. Oh, they're gonna be so tiny. I can't wait to see them. Let's have a look at our Arctic fox. Oh, they're adorable. Look at that little face. Oh, they're beautiful. That's, I think, was that the female? And this the male? Oh, I can't really tell, actually. No, this is the female. That was the male. Oh, okay, before we get too excited about them, can you escape? No, you can't. You're contained. Perfect. And the guests should be able to see you. Let's turn these on to be talking about the Arctic fox. There's no power over here, but that's fine. We can actually add that to this section if we wanted. But we're going to need some power. So let's put in a wind turbine. It's going to give us a new radius of power. Probably would be good back here. Okay, that power is pretty good for us, isn't it? Let's double check our power now. And we've got loads more. I feel like solar panel isn't very realistic here, is it? Given the lack of sunlight we have. It's probably better to go with a wind turbine, because I imagine the winds are fairly fierce. So we've got a wind turbine in here. And that is giving us power all around, so we can have nice signs up everywhere. We could even put one in for the Wolverine over here. Let's do that. There we go. Right, they think the tickets are underpriced now. See? They love them. They're actually the most popular animal. No way. Okay, well, let's put the ticket price up to be like 7. 7 and 4. I think that's kind of fair. We've got a few different animals here now. Yeah, tickets are underpriced. Cool. And they love the scenery. Now, you guys aren't happy, are you? They're actually happy with 100% snow, so the makeup of the terrain is fine for them. As long... Oh, I guess it is now. It may not be in the future. They could just have 100% soil, though. So I think what I'll do is just maybe make it 100% soil for them. And then in the future, it's not an issue for them. Because it's just snowy. They just wanted a little soil pit, don't they? Cool. Now, let's put some water in for them. Where do we want the water to be? We need to make another little hole somewhere. And that's pretty good. They got a bit of water. And that should mean that... Oh, it's snowing again! Okay, that seems cool to me. They got water. They're gonna need food and everything else, but it's very dark to put that in right now, so I might wait till morning. Look at these guys. You would like some enrichment, and you're probably gonna want plants too. Yeah, you use the same plants as the Wolverine, so actually kind of ties in very well to this area. And they can just go into the little burrows in here. Now, we also need our donation bins, so let's put them in. Put one donation bin there, and where's our red one? The actual money maker. Yeah, literally, it has money in it. That's hilarious. Let's put the other money maker on the other side. And then we've got a couple of donation bins. It could be warm around here. I imagine it's freezing over here. So let's... Now we've got power here. Let's do that as well. I'm going to take out that square. And we're going to duplicate this and put one in over here. Because I do feel like it's going to help. There we go. Get a bit of heat over here for if you want to watch them. We do need some covered areas too. We're not just going to use these heaters, but I do think they're quite cute to be out in the open and have a little fire pit. I'm also going to add a couple of bins around here just because we know what people are like. Let's just, you know, prepare for the worst. And the mechanics should be maintaining this as well, which is good. I suppose for now, we don't really need to extend this path beyond here, do we? That's probably good enough just to have them go to there. Yeah, that looks better. And then we don't have the path in the background when it's not attached to anything. Okay. Oh, we're about to have another baby reindeer. That is many reindeer we've had. Whoa. Oh, I think this could be the moment. They've laid down. You gonna have a baby? Or are you just doing a bit of poo and having to lie down? I mean, I respect it. Oh yeah, they're getting up. I think they're getting up to sit down to have a baby. They're uncomfortable. Oh, there they are. Is that their baby? No way, no way. Did they just get born in a bush? Yeah, they did. Okay, Dancers had their baby. That's 3 baby reindeer. What a herd we've got going. Who is it? We have Dasher, Dancer, Vixen, Blitzen, Cupid. Donna, I think, is the next one. Or it's at least one of them. So we're going to have Donna there. Oh, look at them. Dancer and Donna. And let's get their habitat sorted for these guys. I don't want them to not have the stuff that they need. So let's give them enrichment first. If we're filtered by the Arctic Fox, they can have a number of things. So small bubble machine. I mean, that's a win, isn't it? Can we put that in anywhere? The terrain is so rough. They're not going to like it anywhere. Yeah, no, not there. We can definitely put a tennis ball in for them. Oh, and a tunnel. Oh, that's brilliant. Let's put a tunnel in. Then they can have jetty bedding as well. That's crazy. Okay, we're going to have a skittle feeder. And do they have any more food enrichment? Enrichment items, food enrichment. It's just a bamboo feeder and a skittle feeder. Let's put the bamboo feeder... Oh, no, not there. It's going to roll away. Bamboo feeder could be... maybe here, by the entrance to the burrow. Is there anywhere that it won't just roll off into the water? Because that's not really ideal. Okay, this area is a bit flatter now. They're going to have the bamboo feeder there and the skittle feeder here. Now, they're going to want toys too. They don't have anything climbable, so it's just toys. Let's give them a gift box at the back and a blood scent marker over here. That's probably good for them. I'd like to give them the bubble machine, but it literally needs a massive area. And we can give them a sprinkler, but it's a bit weird, to be honest, in this climate. So I think without anything else, I mean, they're happy with that. That's literally perfect for them. And their area should be fine too. Just double check what area they actually have. It's not calculating very well. I think it's maybe because they're in the burrows, it's not calculating. That's fine. Okay. Where are they? Are they both in this one? Yeah. Oh, look at them. Little fluff balls having a sleep in here. Well, when they wake up, their place is going to be transformed because we're going to put a bunch of nature in that they like. That's probably good for them. Let's have a look. What do you think of that? Oh, that's way too much. They need less. Oh, perfect. Oh, that's even better. Okay. Maybe this one is kind of in the way of their main view. Let's cut down that one. Let's also get rid of that one. And then maybe cut out some of the bushes too. Oh, the inspector's report's ready as well. Let's have a look. Ah, nice. We're getting 5 stars. Just not good for education. Other than that, that's pretty good. Okay, what about this? Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're almost there. Maybe just take down some of these bushes a little bit. Okay, that's 38. That is pretty good. They are happy with that. I'm wondering, do we give them less? I want to give them space to run around, though. Yeah, maybe we get rid of the dead tree and replace it with the live one here. And we can also get rid of... There was another stump somewhere. Let's get rid of this stump. Just give them more space to run around, really. Yeah, 36. That's probably good. The trees are fairly confined to, like, specific areas. I feel like there's plenty of space for them to run around. And how much area do you have to walk? 495. That's pretty perfect. Cool. So everyone is loving seeing them. Are you getting a good view? What does their habitat say from guest opinion? Fine. How can you not? Yeah, okay, you get a good view. It's because they couldn't see them in the burrows, and we can fix that by replacing this image. So I think I might do that. Let's go. Problem is there's 2 burrows here. Actually, I might leave it because you can see them when they're up. It's a bit difficult when you've only got 1 burrow. Like, I don't know which one they're going to go into. And I like the fact that they might have 2 burrows. Oh, they're also going to need a food plate, aren't they? Let's give them a small food. Or we could give them a large food tray. Let's give them a large food tray, like here. There we go. I think that works. This tree just needs to go into the ground again. But other than that, I think that's pretty good. And they've got a food tray there where the extra food can be put on it. And that's very visible for the guests to see. Cool. Ah, perfect. Well, now these guys are in here and they're happy, let's learn a little bit more about them. The Arctic fox is a small species of canid that lives in the Arctic regions and alpine tundras of Canada, the USA, Greenland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. In the winter, most Arctic foxes have a thick white coat that insulates them from the extreme temperatures. In summer, their coat is brown or dark grey with a pale on the underside and is much thinner. A small percentage of the population stays brown in both winter and summer, known as blue morphs. The Arctic fox has broad, rounded ears, small amber eyes, and a small black nose. They stand 25 to 30 centimeters tall at the shoulder and have a tail length of 25 to 35 centimeters. So their tail is longer than they are tall. Males have a head to body length of 46 to 86 centimeters and weigh between 3.2 and 9.4 kilos at an average of 3.5 kilos. Females are slightly smaller than the males with a head to body length of 41 to 55 centimeters and weighing between 1.4 and 3.2 kilos, averaging at around 2.9 kilos. The Arctic fox is the only native land mammal found in Iceland, and their paw pads are completely covered in fur, which gives them their Latin species name, Legopus, meaning rabbit foot. Arctic foxes and lemmings have interlinked cyclical population density, meaning the abundance of both species is highly dependent on the other. The Arctic fox may build up its body fat by 50% in the autumn in order to survive the Arctic winter. And during the Arctic winter, it must deal with temperature difference of up to 100 degrees between its internal body temperature and the environmental temperature. So they are very, very good at surviving in the cold. Arctic foxes are social animals that live in family packs. In an Arctic fox pack, there's an alpha male and an alpha female and their first and second generation offspring. Packs are familial. The alphas are monogamous and usually do not mate with any other individuals, although some promiscuity may occur when there's an abundance of food. As the female is approaching estrus, the alpha male and female will bond and they spend time close to each other and play together. How adorable is that? The female fox has 3 to 5 fertile days in the breeding season, and the hormonal changes and smell of her urine alerts the alpha male to her receptive state. The alphas mate multiple times during this period, and mating and breeding depends heavily on the food availability. Arctic fox numbers in the wild are strongly linked to the abundance of lemmings, and in an abundant year, Arctic foxes will mate numerous times and the female is more likely to give birth to a large litter. During this time, non-alphas may also mate and reproduce. During a year of scarce food, the foxes will have smaller litters or may not mate at all. Alphas will only litter in years where there's enough food, and on average, they have a litter of 3 to 9 pups. But extremely large litters of up to 18 are possible. And there are accounts of litters of 25 cubs. So I'm not sure we made our habitat big enough for them. Arctic foxes live in a complex den that often has many entrances and is in raised ground away from the frost. The vixen will give birth to her cubs in the den after a pregnancy of 46 to 58 days. The cubs remain in the den for 3 to 4 weeks with their mother, who is provided for by the alpha male. Weaning begins at 3 to 4 weeks when the cubs first begin venturing out of the den, and weaning is complete by the time the cubs are 9 weeks old. Arctic foxes reach sexual maturity at 10 months old, and most foxes leave the pack soon after or when there's a new litter. Often one adult female will stay behind and help care for the cubs. Arctic foxes that have recently left their pack may live alone or in sibling groups for a time. And lone foxes may partner up with another lone fox of the opposite sex and search for territory. Once located, these two foxes will start their own pack and become the alpha male and alpha female. How cute. Thankfully, the Arctic fox is not endangered and is a least concerned species, with the population estimated to be around 110,000 in the wild. Look at our Arctic foxes. Aren't they adorable? I think they're super sweet. And they seem pretty happy in here. They've got a tennis ball flying all over the shop. They're very, very cute. And this is more than enough space for them. So I'm pretty happy with their habitat. I just don't want to build too much around it that's noisy. That's the only thing. I feel like having it shown on one side to the guests is probably a good thing. Because these guys are shy and I don't want them to be too disturbed. In fact, what we could do is we could put some of the bins, benches, and security and get some of the do not disturb signs. Where are they? Yeah, here, so that guests basically shut up when they're around them. If we go on security and crime, you can see... I think, actually, if I leave it on show all, we'll be able to see these pretty well. Well, I have these here. There you go. Now you can see there's literally one is needed to cover this whole area. Just want it to be straight against the back there. I think they could probably do with one of each. Don't feed them and don't disturb them. In fact, I don't think they can feed them anyway because they're not going inside the habitat. So I'm just going to leave the do not disturb sign here. And I may even just put it in front of this post because it seems a bit more natural. And then guests should keep it down, basically. We put it in here. It doesn't need to encroach on the path either. That's probably better. Cool. We've also got a challenge reward. Adopt and place 2 different habitat species. We've smashed that, so we get 1,000. That's not bad. And we've got donation profits. We're getting 12,000 a year from donations. That is mad. We do need to improve our conservation rating. We're not doing a great job of that, to be honest. So our conservation rating can be improved by releasing animals to the wild, breeding, and using renewables and recycling. To be fair, we could recycle. That's the one thing we could do, because they've got recycling bins. It's just, they're not very, like, in theme. But to be fair, it is green. And we could recolor it. Maybe we get rid of the Arctic bins, and we replace it with these, and we just get some green and red ones. I feel like that's pretty decent. And that way, I don't think you need both types of bin. I may be wrong. Maybe we should have both types of bin for, like, realism. We'll have, like, a normal bin here. And then we could even keep them in the same type. If we just get the normal bin, the Planet Zoo bin, and that can be red. And then the recycling bin can be green. I kind of want the symbol to face out. It's not happy with it. It doesn't want the symbol to face out. That's fine. Okay, we've got the recycling bin and the normal bin, and we're going to have green and red bins everywhere. I think that might be better. I'm just going to go around and replace the bins we have. I think that is all the bins that we need. I'm going to hit play. I'm pretty sure we've covered the whole area. Have we done in the habitat as well? No, I missed in the habitat here. That's what I was missing. There we go. Now we've got bins everywhere. I think that's pretty good to have a recycling bin and a normal bin. They're red and green. Very festive. Look at those lights. The next thing I want to get in the park is to get some transport in here and kind of build it in early. Because at the minute... they're pretty happy. They kind of need the loo. They need the toilet, and they're gonna need, like, better transport around. Because if we build the zoo too much before we put it in, it's quite hard to put it in after. So I do want to put a little bit of transport in. But it is going to cost us. At the minute, we're making a lot of money. So I feel like we can kind of manage it. I don't think it's going to cripple us. And I do want to put, obviously, a beautiful train in. We've got to have the Polar Express in here. So... I think what we'll do is put a small steam train in over here on this side of the zoo, which is why I wanted to keep this space free. And then we can maybe have it just like loop through. And if it can see multiple habitats as we go through, I feel like that will boost the appeal of the train and people might just get on it just to see the animals as well. We could have it enter the habitats, but I feel like that might be a bit much. They're not that big, these habitats. So I think it'd be better that they just kind of go past the habitats. But we could have them raised up and then they'll have a good view down. Like if we have it elevated and it comes across here, it could be on an elevation higher than the fence and they can look down onto the animals. Maybe have a habitat here and have it on like both sides. I just don't want to put it too close to the Arctic foxes because I don't want to scare them. So we can maybe scoot around here. and then have another train station like over here or something. So what I'm going to do is just build out an area while it's still quite dark. We'll build out an area of path, and I think we're going to need a guest area over here, and that can also have the train link up to it. I think what we're going to do is put the train in here. Now, I want space at the back for them to be able to turn around. But that's probably enough there. And I do want to be able to continue the path this way as well if we can. So, worst case scenario, we're at the back here for the path. Oh, that's a bit weird. It hasn't connected in. There we go. We've got a bit of path there. So this is the area we need to work with. In order for them to turn around, they're probably going to need like at least that much space, to be honest. Because if we build from the back, is that going to be enough? No, we're going to have to move it slightly this way. Okay, I think that's good. And we should be able to build this along here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. The train can like run next to the path, but it's not going to interfere. There's still enough space for everything. We just need to make sure it fits in, basically. Let's raise it up to like 8 and curve it around as much as we can on a short track, and then do the same again. And I feel like that is probably, yeah, that's definitely high enough, isn't it? We just need to straighten this up if possible. Just kind of needs to run along here. I think that's not bad, honestly, like that. Yeah, that kind of runs pretty well along. Okay, and then we could put a station in here with entry and exit on the left. I feel like that's not a bad shout there. In fact, we could do it 1 back, I think. Yeah. Perfect. Right, we have a station here that hooks up to here. Now we, honestly, for now, we just need to auto-complete the track back, probably. Oh. No, I'm not doing it that way. That's a little bit strange. No. Let's have the track come to the right of the train, and we'll just curve it back this way. I think that's a little bit more normal. Oh my goodness, it does not know what to do with the autocomplete, does it? I don't think we want to do that. There we go. I managed to hook it up finally. Okay, it did not like that. I'm just going to smooth all, I think. What I'm going to do is extend this arrow the whole length of the track. So I'm selecting the whole track. And then I'm going to do smooth all. And that should smooth out the transitions in like height and stuff a bit more. And the turns. So it's a little bit more gradual. Because we've got a couple of different elevations here. So that should sort that out. Now, we actually have a train that works. So we've got a train that will pick up here and it will drop off over here. So our guests have a good way around, and they should be able to see the reindeer. But for that, I think I might just extend their habitat back a little bit just to make sure they have enough. We might as well give them a little bit of extra space, right? And back their habitat onto this train so they can definitely see. Okay, that seems good. They've got a much bigger habitat now. So let's select that and see how big it is. That's pretty sizable. Okay, I feel like they should be fairly happy with that. I'm just going to move these bushes back to make it a little bit more integrated into the space. And the same with, I might leave that tree there, but I might move this tree slightly. Be in the back corner like that. I feel like that's pretty good. This area is a little bit bigger now. And how are these guys doing? Are you happy with everything? Habitat cleanliness is 99. Other than that, they're good. And last drink cleanliness. Oh, that should be good. What's happened to our thingy? Was it water treatment? Oh, no, it's fine. Okay. Well, I suppose it was 99%. That should be covered in everything. We should be absolutely fine. Yeah, the water treatment's definitely fine. It's covering it. Okay, cool. Right, we've got... Oh, yeah, there's no power for the train. That's fine, though. And we've got some new challenges. We've got adopt and place 2 different exhibit species. We're not going to be doing that because we're not putting any exhibit species in right now. And release 1 Wolverine into the wild. Well, that will depend on how long it takes these guys to breed. And I think they take a while to breed. Yeah, they've not... They're not pregnant yet, but they are together and they're comfortably living together. So it's only a matter of time. Our train does very nicely go next to the tracks here as well. So I feel like you should get a good view of the reindeer. I don't think you'll get a good view of the Arctic foxes, but that's kind of fine because I didn't want to put them too close to it. I wanted them to be a little bit separate there. And I think I might even connect up this staff path to this area here. And then the staff can access... They have like another way to walk around. I feel like that might be better. I think that's better. Now the staff can walk the whole way around it. Yeah, that looks good. And they actually... The staff could have a little cut through here, to be fair. There's no reason why not. Because it's right there. They might as well walk around like this. And then they've got many ways that they can access this area. Let's start coloring up our train though, because obviously that's the most important thing we have. So station 10 is going to become station 1. And how do we change the train? So we need to add or move the entrances first. Let's have an entrance. Where do you want people to queue? Probably at the end here. We have them enter there, and then the exit can be there. That actually works out well with those bins. And then we just need to connect up the entrance with a queue. So queue-wise, we could go for the natural curb. Oh, what kind of thing is that? Oh, I think that's wood, actually. That does look okay. It's either that or we have, like, beech wood. I kind of think the darker wood here matches in a bit better, though. And it's just a queue in the snow. I mean, it's not the most, like, accessibility-friendly one. What about these wood here? It's like quite orange. That could work though, actually. This is kind of a wooden fence with the blocks. That might be slightly better. Yeah, I think that matches in a little bit better. Let's go with that. And we're going to make a little queue that runs along here. To be honest, it doesn't have to be anything crazy. It could just be a queue like this that then connects in. And I think we might just do that. Because I don't think there's going to be that many people. In fact, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's delete that there and just align this to grid and just continue the path down here and hook it up here. I think that's better. It's a bit more space. So you enter here, you get on up here, and then you leave down here. That makes a lot of sense. And I like that they've got the little stone there too, like tied in together. Look at that sunset as well. The days are getting quite short here, I have to say. We may have to adjust the opening times depending on the time of year. I feel like we don't want the zoo to be open too late. If the sun is setting at 8:30, let's turn it a bit earlier. Maybe we close at 10. Let's just wound back time a little bit. That's okay. Well, we've got some sunset time, some golden hour. Right. The load rules, I think we'll have, yeah, minimum half load, and the wait time would be 60 seconds. So I think this is, if they're at half load and it's been 60 seconds, the train will leave. And if it's 110 seconds, regardless of how full it is, the train will leave to keep it like going. And there's a minimum of 3 seconds between the departures of different trains on the track. We could probably have more than 1 or 2 though. I feel like we could have 3 or 4 trains on this track. Mechanic, maintain every 6 months maybe. And station 11, we're going to call station 2. We're going to place the entrances, basically do the same thing. Do the exit down here. And then place a queue in here. That's probably good here. We've got a little bit of a... Ooh, what is going on there? I don't like that at all. Let's have it do that. That's better. Okay, they've got a queue here and the exit's there. So this is actually hooked up. It hasn't got any power, but that's fine. We just need to check our power radius. Yeah, it's outside. We're going to need another power station, but we're going to need that anyway for any guest facilities we put in here. So let's add ourselves a little bit of power with a wind turbine. And that could... I don't think what's best. It doesn't really... To spread it out, we might as well put it like here instead. And try and hook that up to the path. That's probably good. Now we've got a good coverage of power. The lights are almost all going to turn on these habitats. We're getting there. And I'm also just going to line to grid and hook up this path we have at the bottom so that there's plenty of space around. They can walk the whole way around the Wolverine habitat and link up to this guest area. There we go. That seems good. There's a whole way around now. And I am going to put some bins in before we get excessive littering going on. Okay, that seems good. We've got a bit of coverage there. Cool. I like that we've got so much space for the guests to move in. I really feel like that's a good addition in this zoo. It's nice to have them open and accessible. And it's snowing. You can't get better than that, can you? Right, let's finish getting these trains sorted out. Now they've got power and everything. We can customize the ride. So obviously we need to go for the Polar Express colors with this, don't we? So I'm going to have a little play around with that now and see if I can come up with anything that matches in. I feel like that's not bad, honestly. We've got like the cream color on the inside and then the dark blue and kind of black. I think that kind of works for the Polar Express. So how many vehicles? I think we should probably have, at the minute it's got one vehicle for this whole thing. I think 3 isn't a bad shout, honestly. We could have 2 for now. Maybe we have 2 to start with and we have 6 or let's have 7 cars per vehicle. Max speed 10 miles an hour. That's probably fine. We need to test this as well. The ticket price can be 1 right now. This is going to lose us money. Like, that is going to lose us money, but it's fine. We need to go for a test. So let's start the test now. And we can even ride in the train. Look at us. I think we want to be in a different seat, though. How do we change seats? Ah, car 1. Okay, let's go here. That's pretty cool. Look at us. This is quite slow. But I guess we're just going uphill. Look at the reindeer, though. You can actually see the reindeer. That's awesome. Oh, we're cooking with gas now. It's picking up. And we turn down. You can kind of see the Arctic foxes, but not really. And then we'll go through over to the other station. Look at our zoo as well. I feel like it's coming together quite well. I love the trees and how the habitats do tie together with the nature. We should put some more nature around the zoo generally as well, to be honest. And there we go. We've met up with the other train. This will obviously get used a lot more when we have more animals here too. But for now, it's good to get a bit of transport in early so that we don't forget about it and then struggle to integrate it later. And the guests do think the tickets are underpriced and the ticket price is great. So let's just for now make it 8 and 4. We'll see how we go. And I think we get some more food and drinks in for them. And maybe we put in a toilet finally for them. Oh, the toilets, the guests in these toilets. I don't know why they're so obsessed with them. We could maybe have a toilet here and a toilet over there. That might be good spots for them, honestly. Do we have any that are actually like the pre-built Arctic ones? Because sometimes they're really cool. I haven't looked at them because we didn't have the money, but now we do have quite a lot of money. It would be interesting. Let's look at guest facilities and filter by theme and just have it be Arctic, and we can see what we've got. Yeah, we've got a large and a small toilet. 3,000 for the small toilet is kind of wild. And that is the large one. That's pretty crazy, to be honest. I don't think we can fit them in anywhere. Oh, to be fair, we can fit them in here. Do we want this toilet? It's not a bad one. But maybe we'd be better off building something that's a bit more in theme with everything else that we have. Let's build ourselves our own toilet. So I'm going to turn the blueprints off and make a toilet in here. So to make the toilet, I started by just laying out the basic Arctic wood pieces over the doorways and put the flat wall pieces in. And I wanted to use the wooden roof pieces as well and had kind of the really small roof pieces because I didn't want it to have a really towering roof on this building. And then for interest, I added a couple of archways to the doors and then set about adding some logs that really sell the log cabin type aesthetic that we're going for. So we've got these big logs going horizontally and then also vertically for support. And it really helps it to match in with everything else we have in the zoo. Then once the logs were in place, I moved the arches down a little bit so they weren't like over the top of the logs and added some eaves to the roof so that they kind of completed that gap for it. And then I obviously had to add a bunch of festive decorations. So we've got bows, we've got stars. I used the log pieces that we've used previously that are all decorated up. And I really like these if they're all along in a line. I think they look really cute, especially when they're covered in snow. Then I added some toilet signs and some more bows because obviously you have to tell people it's a toilet. So we've got those in there along with a few stockings. And some nature. I did want to put some nature in this one. So I just added a couple of trees and I really feel like they bring it to life along with a few bushes in these little areas of the path that kind of were left out at that point. And honestly, adding a little bit of nature really makes a difference. Okay, that seems like a pretty decent toilet for them. The guests finally have toilets, so we can all rejoice, can't we? Oh, I feel bad for them, but hey. And I believe this is now done testing. Surely that has just completed a test. So, do we have statistics? I think we can open it now. Yeah, open. Cool. Nice. And hopefully our guests will actually use it to get from one side of the zoo to the other, because that is quite a distance to go. Like if you're over here, getting over here is quite far, but we need a reason for them to go over here. So we are also going to need to put some guest facilities in this spot over here. And I feel like that's something we can do now. Let's grab, maybe we should put like 4 in here. If we take out some things like that, I think that's pretty cool to have them in here. And what do we want? If we select guest facilities, turn the blueprints off, we've already got a couple in here. We've got the coffee, we've got Bernie's Bakes, and just a memento. So we should probably do with some like water or something, to be honest. I mean, it is cold here, but people do still need water. So maybe we get a Pip Shot water in here, actually get our guests hydrated. And then we can also get... Oh, we could get Monsieur Freeze. Get some fries in here. And then I'm thinking maybe another drink and another food. Why don't we go for hot dogs? And Gulpy... Where is it? Energy. There we go. Then they've got something that gives them energy. Something that gives them hydration. And then a couple of food options as well. This should be pretty cool. Oh, and the inspector's arrived. Uh-oh. The inspector's coming. Here they are. And they're going to look at the Wolverine female, the Arctic fox, and the reindeer habitat. All 3 of our habitats, basically, they're going to have a look at. That's pretty cool. Oh, I see what I didn't do. I didn't put any lights on the toilet. I'm just going to quickly add them on. We can't have no lights on our toilet. That's insane. You have to have lights on everything. Okay, that looks pretty good. We've got some lights on there. Cool. That keeps it in theme. And we're going to need some shops in here. We will decorate these up as well. And I feel like what we could do is we could just use the same designs that we've got over here. So I think I want to take the green one first and grab everything except Bernie's Bakes. I don't know if I am grabbing Bernie's Bakes, actually. Yeah, I think these are in a separate group, so I should be able to just duplicate the shell. Oh, cool. Yeah, I can. Awesome. Right. Let's grab these, starting with green. We're going to have a green shop here and a green shop here over on this side. I'm going to have to change the grid height on this. And then we're going to have a red shop for the other ones. Okay, there we go. It was being a bit weird about duplicating the red ones, so just duplicate the green ones and then change them to red. So we've swapped around. We've got the red and green. That is a lot more shops for our guests. Hopefully that will meet their needs much better. And I think what I'm going to do is also add another little bin here in for our guests there. And this should be a good amount of space. They can walk through here pretty easily. And I think let's put some lights between these as well, because that'd be pretty cute. Okay, that's better. Now we've got some extra lights around here. I feel like that's pretty cool. That's going to brighten up the place a lot. And our train is running. How much money are we losing from this? Okay, that's not good. 4,000. Wow, okay. No one's really riding it yet. We've got a couple of people. Can you see... Oh, actually, there's loads of people over here. Oh, that's pretty good. Can you see them from here? Yeah, species seen last seen. They've seen the reindeer. Perfect. So you can see the reindeer. And if we add more animals in here, you'll see more and people will be more inclined to go on it. What do they think of them? Where does it say that? Statistics. Do I have to click on scenery rating medium? I don't think it's here. Oh, I'm going to set both of the stations to be maintained every 6 months. Oh, and staff uniforms. We've got to have them be the same as everyone else. What are our vendors in? Yes, ticket booth. We didn't do this. So I think I'm going to have them be exactly the same as the vendors. So the vendors are in the nice red. And then it's white, white, and green. Something like that. That looks pretty decent to me. And to be honest, we should have the restaurant staff. Not that we have any, but we should have them in the same as well before we forget. Because they're all kind of vendors, really. There's actually quite a queue. I think maybe we put our ticket price to 2 and see what everyone thinks of that. Because we do want to make a bit of money. But overall, we are still making money. We are ongoing expenses are seen. Oh, no. Ride running cost is 837 so far this year. It's not that bad. But it does add to our ongoing expenses. And we do make a little bit of income from it. I think, is that shop? No. Ride ticket 70, there we go. It's something. And it's actually getting a bit more use, though. That's not bad, is it? We're getting a little bit of use out of it. And I think let's give them a bit of a covered area to wait. Because I feel like these guys don't want to be stood, like, being snowed or rained on while you're waiting for the queue. There's actually nothing worse than that, I don't think. So let's add in a little bit of a place to stand and wait. And not get completely rained on. I started by just adding some archways for the supporting beams in what is going to be this little, like, shelter tunnel that we're building. And I had to get the spacing right, which took me a few tries of, like, placing it and removing it. But eventually I got something that I was pretty happy with and just spaced them out so they were a bit further apart. And then I could use a nice archway of the wooden roof pieces. And I had a small overhang on either side, which I decided was a bit better to have a little bit of an overhang because it didn't quite line up properly. And this way it doesn't line up, but it's kind of good. There's an asymmetric section in the middle that you don't really notice. And obviously we had to add a bunch of Christmas lights to this. You got to make it as festive as possible, so it needed some light. Then I added the wooden gables in just to complete the archways, and obviously I had to have some interest and some festive decorations, so I put in some Rudolphs and some hanging ornaments that I think just really make it, like they really tie it into the rest of the zoo. Okay, I feel like that's pretty cool, isn't it? That's just a little bit to get them out the cold anyway. So hopefully it's a little bit less chilly in there. Yeah, it's a little bit warmer in there than it is elsewhere. And we can always get one of these nearby as well, actually. It's probably not a bad shout to maybe put one like in the middle there. Add one of these heater areas. And that should warm up pretty much the entire thing, I think, if we align it correctly. About here, just want to cover these fence posts with the logs, and then that's pretty central. And now, yeah, if we look, this will continue getting hotter as it heats up. Oh, it's 20 degrees now. Current temperature 20 degrees. Is it? What is this temperature? Ah, 30. That's why. Oh, okay, 20 degrees, but I guess it's because it's near these. These does not seem as warm as that though. Oh yeah, no, it's not. It's not 20 degrees. Current temperature is 7. So this is going to get warmer, it's going to heat up this area, and should make queuing in there much, much more pleasant. Now, let's also duplicate this across and have it on the other station, otherwise no one is going to want to go to this station. Bless them. And we're going to have to modify it very slightly, but I don't think it's going to be too difficult. In fact, actually, I think it's kind of okay where it is, because the path veers off a bit, but it's still, the path is pretty covered here, and they've got the heaters from this stuff, so they don't really need another heater. I think that's actually fine, and there's enough headroom as well where the guests can easily walk out here up the ramp and there's no issue. So I'm going to call that good there. I wish our trains were a little bit further apart, to be honest, but I guess they've got to unload here, and look at that, that's pretty much a full train. That's not bad, is it? And you can see the Arctic Fox. Perfect. You can see them from here. We could maybe even go over the tracks here or something. I'll go under the tracks. I guess you'd have to go quite high to go over the train tracks. Well, now our train is all set up. I think we need to take full advantage of this beautiful, beautiful Polar Express and put in another habitat where the train can actually see it. So let's try and put ourselves another habitat back here. And I do want to hook this up somehow. So I think what might be best is if we do have a path that extends up into the air. Like if we have a bit of a bridge that goes over the tracks here. What I think might actually be better, just thinking about it, is if we edit this track and have it stay higher up and it can go over the path and then come down after. And that way they can walk through. Because at the minute, I don't think that this... Like, yeah, I don't think we can build underneath this. This is too low. But we can build around it, I'm sure. Ideally, we would have a path that goes through here, though. So maybe we can mess around with this and get it to be high enough where the path can go underneath the tracks. That would be ideal. Let's pause the game and see if we can sort this out. So firstly, I just wanted to find the right track height where we could get a path that ran underneath it, which I did get eventually. And then it was just about kind of smoothing that out so it seemed like something you might want to go on without feeling sick. Then I wanted to create a tunnel, so I used the Arctic tunnel pieces, which are pretty cool, and set about just lowering the rail again so that it's just on top of it, and then decorating the tunnel up with some trees, because I wanted the train to feel like you're going through a little, obviously you know it's not a real forest, but to go through kind of a forest in decorations rather than just, oh look, it's a tunnel, you know. So they're going over it, they're going through the forest. And also the forest ties in really well with the reindeer habitat next door. Then I just added some garlands to the entrance of the tunnels and wanted to make tunnels themselves kind of like light tunnels with the Christmas lights. So I put in all of the fairy lights in like all the way around the tunnel because I just think that's beautiful in real life. And I imagine it would be no less beautiful in the game. Then we just had to copy the tunnel light across to the other tunnels because it's much easier than putting them all in manually. Okay, that's a pretty decent tunnel, I think, that goes underneath. And at night, I'm hoping that's going to look super cute with all these little fairy lights in there. So we've got a bit of a strange track here, but it does kind of work. I may actually try and edit it and remove this section and just have it be flat across here. I just don't know how well this bit is going to work, if that is the case. So like if we just build this out to be like straight across here, or even to turn along here, I just don't know how well it's gonna work. Okay, so I've just deleted the track over there, and what I want to do is create a little like overpath here for both of them so that the path can go under the tunnel and we can use our like light tunnel for it. So I've made this 10 high. I feel like if we do 2 of those, that should be high enough to like easily go over the path. I'm just gonna put that in here and just double check that that is the case, but that seems really high. Yeah, that's definitely high enough to go. The path can go through there. Something like that will work. Okay, fine. Well, let's continue editing this then. And we want to make, in fact, I feel like it could probably be lower. Let's have it, let's try it at like 10 and 7 and see if that works. Yeah, that's probably a better height, isn't it? That's high, but it's not too high. Okay, I feel like that is a bit better, I have to say. It's now actually able to be connected, which is good as well. So if we align this path, we can hook this whole thing up and leave some good space for a new habitat, I think. Okay, I feel like that's a good space there. And I do want to put a habitat in here. And the habitat I want to put in is for the timber wolves, because these guys are hopefully going to bring a good amount of appeal to our zoo. And if we look at them, they live in groups of 2 to 12 and they're family packs. So it's just going to be 1 male and 1 female until they get babies. So if we have a look at them, let's say there's 12 adults, how big a space do they need? Because I think these guys need a good amount of space. Yeah. 12 adults. And how many babies do you have? 1 to 5. Well, let's say at one time there's 5 cubs and 12 adults. That would be a crazy size. We're looking at like 2,500 square meters. Ooh, we can't find a staff room with space. Oh, no. Oh, to be fair, you don't really have one. Oh, it's here, isn't it? It's just full. Where is the staff room? This one. Oh, yeah, that is full. It's also got some grass inside for some reason. Why are we doing that? Let's take the grass out. But that is actually full. Yeah, we do need another staff room. We will do that shortly. Don't worry. You do need more staff buildings. I'd like to actually get them ones that are like, this is the vendors one. This is the securities one, you know, like, and do it that way. I think that would be fun. But for now, let's lay out the area of this habitat. For the fencing, I believe they're, what, grade 2, taller than 1.25. So actually, we can have a nice small fencing. We could even use the same fencing that we have here, which would kind of work because it still looks like a wolf. I think it actually is a wolf. So if we build in the barrier first, then we know the area we need, and then we can put in the rest of the decoration and stuff. And I think a good spot to start is over here because we've got a nice connection to the staff path. Okay, this habitat is 2160. Okay, we just need to kick it out a little bit this way, make a bit more space, and that will be good. Okay, 2640. That's probably about right because we're not going to have a really big pack anyway. And that is more than what they need. They needed like 2,500 if they have a massive group. So this is actually probably good for them. Now, I do want to make the terrain a bit more interesting for them. And I think that could involve... Obviously, we can't have it be really high around where the train is. But I do think they could do with maybe like a bit of a hill over here. And we can perhaps build a den or something into the hill. Because I'm pretty sure the Timberwolves don't use burrows, do they? Let me just filter by Timberwolf. Yeah, they don't use the burrows. They're not burrow animals, but they do build dens, don't they? I reckon we build them a little bit of a hill in here. I feel like this is enough of a hill that has a bit of an opening in it, and this should be a good den for them. So I'm hoping that works quite well for them. Let's put some bedding in and see what it will look like, though. Because it is going to somewhat... Oh, I'm going to turn on random rotation as well. It's going to somewhat, like, carve out the terrain a bit. But that's also fine, because it adds to kind of the roughness of the area. If we put bedding in here for them, I think that's quite good, honestly. That's a good den for them. Okay, right. Let's put in the barriers for them as well. So we're going to use these barriers here. I select them. And what we're going to do is just grab this middle section here, ignoring those 4 posts at the back, and duplicate this. Oh, I'm also going to turn off random rotation because that's going to get very annoying very quickly. Let's grab something that has random rotation. There we go. Turn that off. Now what I'm going to do is grab this section of post here and duplicate that. And then we can put it in a new group, to be honest, if we want. But effectively, we're just going to line this area along here. And the trick I'm going to do is to put in a 1 meter wall piece aligned to these. And then we'll just go around and delete them at the end. It just needs to make sure that they're kind of in a 1 meter grid. And as long as they're in the same scenery group, now when we duplicate all of it, they're like locked into these, to the 4 meter grid. And our barriers that we've built are all in 4 meter grids. So everything should align perfectly for us. Okay, that looks pretty cool, I think. So this area is 2484. We had to make some slight adjustments here just because it was annoyingly like just clashing with the path, but that's fine. And I believe they shouldn't be able to jump out from anywhere. I don't like this like weird growth here. Let's let's get rid of that. There we go. That's a bit better. And we've got their beautiful den in there. So I think the next thing is to actually get ourselves some timber wolves, isn't it? Timber wolf. All caps. Ooh, got some interesting ones. Wow, they've got the black skin pattern as well. That's really cool. Well, I guess we're going to go for ones that we can actually afford. So let's sort by appeal. And we're just going to buy for cash because that's all we really have right now. There's only a few to choose from. Honestly, I feel like these two are probably the best ones, aren't they? Let's check on the Zoopedia. They live to be 12 years old and they can breed from 4 until death. So actually, oh no, we just lost the female. That's annoying. I feel like this male's not bad though. Let's probably get that male and send them to quarantine because 6, if they can breed from 4, 6 is a pretty good age still. And then we will go back to the market and, oh, there's already more. It's just refreshed with a bunch of other ones. That's actually probably a better one there. Ooh, or that one. This is a better male. Right. And his name is Jacob. Oh my goodness. It's full on Twilight vibes. Well, maybe we'll have to have Jacob and Bella. Oh my goodness. The drama. I think let's go for this one. I know this one has better fertility, but this one has better genes all around. And I feel like it's the easier one to, like the one we should be breeding with. So let's adopt them as well. And then we'll just get rid of Wyatt. Sorry, I apologize. Let's cancel your move and quick trade you out of the zoo. Yeah, sorry, buddy. We will send you two, though, into quarantine. You're going to be our breeding pair. I feel like these areas are fairly accessible now. They've already got some litter there because we do need to move our bins around. But at least guests are using the area. There we go. We've got some bins everywhere now. That should help us out a little bit. And let's get some donation bins around here ready. I don't think people are going to really stand here, but they probably will stand here. So we're going to have red. We'll have a green one there. We're going to have red and a green one there. And then probably a red one here and a green one down there. That makes sense to me. You just kind of need to put them at key locations where guests might, like, stand together. So probably we could have one on this side, just like there. This is a bit of an annoying one. I think I'm going to move this one down to, like, here and just shuffle the bins along as well. Because I don't like having the bins all next to each other. It feels like they might accidentally throw it in the wrong place. Oh, we're also low on cash. But it is okay. I think we're still making money. We've just hit a new year, so it's almost impossible to tell. But I think we are still making money. Yeah, we're in the green. How is our ride doing? That could probably be... Oh, it's not open. Well, let's open this up. It's losing us money. That's probably not helping. Let's make this probably 3 as well. Because they're going to see more stuff. And I believe our guests are probably happy with everything. The ticket price is good. Let's put the ticket price to maybe 9 and 5. And we'll see how we go on that. Now, they've both passed quarantine, so let's grab both of them and move them into Habitat 12, soon to be renamed to Timberwolves. And it's snowing! Okay, yeah, we're making money. We're all good. We're all good. Making plenty of cash. Just need to make sure we don't run out, because if we run low, it's harder to make it again. You kind of got to get into loans, and then you can get behind and everything, so it's best that we don't do that. I think they've already brought them here. My goodness, that's quick. That's how efficient our staff system is now. Whoa, look at them. That's awesome. Oh, love the Timberwolves. They're so cool. Well, space-wise, they're super happy. They only actually want 1,200 when it's just the 2 of them. And they're actually happy with the terrain makeup. Oh, no, they want more short grass, soil, and rock. Okay, it's just because it's snow right now. But we could always do that another time. I guess we could maybe change this area to be more soily. Because, like, texture-wise, that's what it would be, isn't it? Let's have a bit more soil in here. And a bit more short grass instead of long grass as well. I think that's probably good. But right now, 97% snow is absolutely fine for them. Right, well, you're going to need enrichment. Can you break out? That's the main thing, actually. Can you get out? No, they can't escape. Cool. And they can access everywhere, including the den, which is perfect. And they're already loving having the hill. That's awesome. They're going to have... The train now is going to be able to see timber wolves. That's pretty cool. Where does it say that as well? Nearby destinations, Arctic fox, species seen en route to the next station. No one's been seen. Okay. But they will be seen, I'm sure. Is it because I clicked on the wrong station, maybe? Because it's station 12 now. This is station 1. Oh, no, this I think is the other one. I think this is station 1. And station 12 was actually station 2. Oh, it's like impossible to know. Just going to call this station 2, and hopefully it's this one. Cool. Right. Well, we're low on cash, but we are making it, so that's okay. We just need to not spend too much. And I think we need to sort out this habitat for them because it looks super boring as well. And they're going to need food, water, and enrichment. So water should be fairly easy. We've got a massive thing here. So as long as we make them a little area in this section, that should be good. And I do believe that the wolves do like to swim. So dogs all often like to swim a little bit, don't they? So I think let's make them like a little river. They don't need like a lake necessarily. But I imagine they'd like a little river to jump around in. That's probably good. That's probably actually perfect for what they want. Now you can drink as well. That's fresh water. It's being cleaned by our water treatment facility. And you do need food. So let's put in some food for them. That'll be under food and water. Let's get a large food tray and a good feeding spot. I feel like, ooh, that's going to be hard to choose. Maybe over here even. I think if I put this here. Oh, that didn't actually flatten things out too much. It's actually fairly flat around here. Okay, cool. Well, they've got their food tray there. It's kind of far away from the keepers over here, but the keepers are going to have to walk the whole place and clean it anyway. And speaking of keepers, we definitely need another keeper. Let's hire a second keeper because we've only got one right now, and I imagine they are freaking out. Oh, we got, one. Yeah, they're high workload. Let's train up everyone as well. But 2 keepers should be much better at handling all these guys. Now, you've got no enrichment. Let's give you some fun. Let's go enrichment items, food enrichment. We can give them the pronghorn pinata as well. And then a bamboo feeder along here. I think I'm going to put the food basically where it's got a great... The guests have like a great view of it. That is an awesome spot for that as well. The hanging line feeder. Everyone to see them here. And then toys. Let's give them a chew toy. That could even go up on the top there. Give them a chew... Oh, no. Sliding off. Chew toys up there. Perfect. We can give them a prey-scented snack over here. And you've got to have a gift box because it is, it's a festive zoo. And a block of ice. Wine. Oh, they have a ball. Let's give them a colourful ball. There we go. That should be plenty of toys for them. Awesome. Oh my goodness, we're about to have baby foxes. No way. That was quick. They've been breeding like rabbits. Oh my goodness. Yeah, May 13. That's crazy. Well, let's see what the babies look like. Oh, actually, their offspring is imminent. I wonder if they're going to go into the burrow and have them in a den. Because I think a lot of the burrow animals do that, don't they? They go into the burrow first. Or at least their babies are born in the burrow. I don't want to miss them. Have we got any babies in either of these? I'm going to pause it while we check it out. Okay, we've got the dad in there. And no one in here. Okay. Well, we'll see. We could also get rid of one of the burrows and just leave them with one. I feel like that might be better. And then we can set up the camera as well. And it seems a bit more normal. Because I feel like they'd also just have one den, wouldn't they? They wouldn't have multiple dens. You're kind of just sniffing the ground. I'm going to move you. I don't know if you're stuck or what. Let's get rid of this burrow. And we use this one instead. Yeah, I bet she's making her way into the burrow now. And she'll give birth in the burrow. No, she's just going to have a leisurely swim. She's actually really not fussed about giving birth. It's just one of her things to do today. Oh, we are losing the snow now as well. So we need to It'd be good to check on them, actually, of what their requirements are. Yeah, they're happy with all the soil, aren't they? Maybe we give them a little bit of light soil, like, added in. I feel like that makes the areas a little bit less rough in some of these places. Well, she's still not had the babies, so I don't want to wait too long for them. I'm going to rename this to be Arctic Fox Burrow. And then what we can do is we can get one of these boards looking at that. Oh, we didn't call the other one Burrow. We just call it Arctic Fox. We just call it Wolverine male, Wolverine female. So Arctic Fox is probably good enough. Offspring are still imminent. Do you think you want to give birth anytime soon? Everyone's waiting for you now. Well, this could be it. I think she might be going into the burrow to give birth. Yeah, I reckon that's what's happening. She's going to go in and she's going to give birth in the burrow. She took her time about it, didn't she? My goodness. Here she comes. The one we've been waiting for. Let's see what your babies look like. Yeah, she's lying down. I feel like we're going to get some babies in here. Oh, there they are. Oh, my goodness. You're adorable. Oh, second one. Look at you. Look at that little face. And a third one. Oh, my goodness. How many are you going to have? I think they have big litters, don't they? Well, we're at 3. 4. Oh, we got 4 babies. No way. 5. Oh, we got 5. This is like 101 Dalmatians. Oh, 5 babies. Is that the end? Are you stopping at 5? 5 is a crazy number of babies, though. That's awesome. We have 5 little pups. That's adorable. Well done. Well done, Mum. 5 pups. Well, we desperately need some names for these guys. Please do suggest names for the Arctic foxes in the comments, and I will rename them later. Now, especially that we've got 5 babies, we've got a lot of renaming to do. And you guys are enjoying your den that we've made for you. That's good. You're probably not super psyched about the whole habitat, though. Yeah, they think the tickets are underpriced. I'm not surprised. Let's recolor this. Let's like re-terrain paint this. They need more rock, actually. Let's give this could be a bit of a rocky area. They want more rock. And then we'll take out, probably put more soil in and take out some of the grass, basically. There we go. They're happy with that. That's pretty soily and everything for them. Look at them. That's pretty cool to have the train going through. Maybe we should rename the female Bella. Just the fact that we got a wolf called Jacob, I feel like is pretty cool. And look at that. That's cool. Now, plants-wise, they're actually happy with anything, which is kind of crazy. They've already got a festive spruce, which they're fine with, because that is poking into their habitat. I think we need to fix that. We've used these logs elsewhere to, like, mark the end of the habitat. So I think we'll do that here as well. And then we do just need to move that spruce out, but it's nice to have it here. Right, what trees they actually want? I imagine it's the same trees that everyone else wants, yeah. I'm not going to put the temperate ones in. I'm just going to put Tundra and Taiga from these areas, and we can have a lot of the same that we've got elsewhere and kind of tie it into the rest of the area. That's probably good for them. They got like 21% coverage, but I want to give them lots of space to run around. It looks natural, but it also gives them plenty of space, which is kind of the goal. Oh my goodness, and look at that! Oh, well now these guys are in here, and the habitat's looking good for them. Let's learn a little bit more about the timber wolves. The timber wolves are a large canid species that live across most of the northern hemisphere. Also known as grey wolves, they are a large generalist predator that will eat most prey that they can catch and are capable of living in a wide variety of different environments. The appearance of timber wolves can vary wildly and is mostly dependent on which population is being observed. There are 38 subspecies, each with adaptations to their specific environments, thus causing the varied appearance. In general, they have a mottled grey to brown fur coat, pointed ears, and a long straight snout. In terms of size, the wolves have a slim build with a deep ribcage and long legs. Wolves, with the exception of some breeds of domestic dog, are the largest canid species. And in North America, wolves have hybridized with domestic dogs, which has introduced black coloration into the wolf population. Wolves howl as an alarm call to assemble a pack, to locate each other if they get separated, or to communicate across long distances. So if you hear them howling, it's probably one of those things. Wolves in cold countries can withstand temperatures of -40 degrees C. And when it's this cold, wolves lie close to the ground and use their tail as a muffler over their face. Wolves are apex predators and are only threatened by humans and tigers. Wolves are also very social animals that live in family packs. An average pack contains one alpha male, one alpha female, their young adult offspring, and a litter of pups that are less than a year old. Wolf packs are closely bonded, and wolves get distressed if their pack is separated or if a pack member dies. In a wolf pack, the alpha male and alpha female are monogamously bonded and mate for life, and they only have young within the pack. The pups stay with them until they're sexually mature or until food competition becomes too high, at which point they'll leave the pack and become a lone wolf. Lone wolves look to meet another lone wolf of the opposite sex and establish their own territory. If they find a partner, they mate during the breeding season and reproduce a litter of pups once a year and will stay together for life, which is so adorable. Thankfully, the timber wolves are not endangered. However, the timber wolves' range has been decreased by 30% due to humanity's expansion into the environment and the subsequent change in the land use. Wolves continue to be challenged by human action. There are wide-ranging species who require huge areas for hunting and roaming, which often causes conflict with people, as they may kill livestock or scavenge in urban areas, and there's no official global wolf protection. Although some countries have started conservation practices in order to protect their regional wolves. But generally, we do need to keep our eyes on the timber wolf because we do clash with their territory, and it would be such a shame if these guys fell into endangered status. All our guests also think the tickets are underpriced, so let's move them up. The Arctic fox is still the most appealing species. That's crazy. Okay, well, ticket price, let's make it 12 and see how that goes. 12 and 6, and we'll see how they feel about that. As far as our vet research, we could start that actually on the Arctic fox. I've kind of forgotten about that. Let's put our vet to research them. And let's just double check in with our staff. I feel like, yeah, everyone can get a bit of training. Our keepers do have a high workload. It might be worth getting another keeper. There's what? 1, 2, 3, 4 habitats. I feel like 2 keepers should be able to do that between them. And look at this. The trainer's doing really well. They think it's really good value. Wow, okay, well, let's put the thing to 5 instead of 3. And we'll see if we can actually make some money from this train ride. And we're going to call it the Polar Express, obviously. Can't call it Steam Train 2. Maybe we could also have 3 cars. No, I think 2 trains is funny. Oh, my goodness. 2 trains is probably fine, I was going to say. Who's escaped? How have you escaped now? What have I done? Let's emergency capture you. I thought you guys couldn't get out. How have I done this? Now you can get out. Where? Here. You can jump. That's a jumpable escape point. How? Have I maybe... Oh, maybe it's like the terrain needed pushing down. I feel like you shouldn't be able to get out there. Okay, I think it's gone now. Yeah, it's just that they were, for a second, able to jump out, but they are contained. And they'll be put back in the habitat now. That's actually fine. Cool. Right, let's double check. Yes, you're fully contained, and there's plenty of area for you to go around in. After we put everything in, like, nature and all of that as well, there's like 2,000 square meters. Absolutely fine. We're not going to have a massive pack anyway, so we'll just make sure we don't overpopulate the group for the size of the habitat that they have. We can also put the Arctic fox on grade 2 food quality, and everyone else is on 3, so that's good. Can improve their food quality. Our Timberwolves are loving their new habitat, I think. Aren't they so cute? Look at them just playing and shaking off after a little swim. And they've got some food here as well. They got some meat hung from a rotation feeder. That's pretty cool. Well, I think they're fairly settled. We've got the train that comes through here. We've got even more space here. We could put another habitat in here, actually. That might be a decent shout. The zoo is actually expanding quite well. And we could, if we're not putting anything else in here, we could make this a line up. But actually what I think we're going to do is put another toilet in there, because if we look at our guests, I think their toilet's 69%. Wow. Oh, okay. They're actually fine. They want to go on the Polar Express. They just want a bigger zoo. Tickets are underpriced. The Polar Express is great value. Oh my goodness, you love the Polar Express. Well, it's gonna go up in price then. It's 7 now. It used to be 1. Now it's 7. Oh, we do need education for these guys, actually. We need to put some education boards in. Because no one's gonna know anything about the Timberwolves if we don't teach them. And we can probably just add these to... If we turn random rotation off and put align to surface on, we can probably just add these to a few spots on the wall where we've got these wolf head things anyway. Okay, we've got no power over here, but that's fine. We just need to put a wind turbine in, and we've got plenty of cash now, actually. So if we have one in here, that aligns pretty well and captures all of this, and these just need to be on the Timberwolf now. And we can teach our guests loads. I believe they can see them, like the guests should be able to see them from there. It'd be very annoying if they're like just too far away to read them, but I'm pretty sure they have like an area effect. I guess we'll see. We're also going to do other education. We need to get educators in here and stuff, and probably do a tour as well, like a tour of the zoo. So maybe we should do that now, actually. Let's get an educator in here. One educator. And then let's set up education talks. I believe that is in media devices and education. Animal talk point. Let's have a talk. We could have a talk here and put some seating here, actually. It's not a bad spot. They can probably throw food in there. Oh, I don't want to link seating. Hold on. If we talk about them, yeah, you can throw food in. Awesome. Right, well, let's put some seating in. And I'd like to get some seating in for all of them if we can, actually, in this one. But we basically just want to probably just have like a couple of seats. And colour them so that they're festively coloured. That seems pretty cool. I think that's good. And then we can link these up. Now, we do need to obviously build this out so it looks a bit nicer. So I'm going to build a little area that gives it some shelter as well, because otherwise they're going to get very, very cold very quickly. I started out by just blocking out the areas around the seating with the Arctic wood pieces to kind of create a surround for it. And then I used the roof eave pieces to create kind of a backdrop that I thought worked quite well with the, I don't know what they're called, but the pattern we have at the back, like the carpet or something that's on the back. And I thought green and white worked fairly well. Then I wanted to put a roof on, and I didn't want it to be too high, so I just used a 1 meter incline and then a flat roof, just to create a bit of an awning that sticks out over the front of the seating to keep our guests nice and sheltered if it rains or if it snows. They should be kept fairly warm. And the roof needed a support, so I used the column pieces to create these really cute little ornate wooden columns that I think work really well with the rest of the zoo. And then it was about adding the decoration. So we added in a few bows and some lights, because you got to have Christmas lights on it. Okay, I feel like that's pretty cool. That's a bit more interesting, isn't it? And if we select this, we can now link seating to both of these and confirm the link. And I also feel like we should add these into all of the other habitats. So where this is going to be a problem here with the Arctic foxes, to be honest, that is actually going to be an issue unless we open up this side. So maybe we do that. This is actually kind of enough space here. So if we align to grid, we should be able to select here and then build in this area. And I feel like this would be a much better area to learn about them. So you can put that there. Select this to be the Arctic fox. And then we just need to put some seating in. Probably we can just take it out of here. I'm going to keep this going. If I delete the staff path there, I should be able to move this down here. And we can make this work. There we go, that seems good. And then we can link this one as well. And we don't really need to put seating in the reindeer habitat because we might as well put the educational talk in the reindeer habitat here. And they can talk about reindeer while guests are inside. So that seems reasonable. Cannot throw food to suitable ground. Oh yes, because there's a tree in the way. Now they can throw food. They're just going to throw it at the tree. And then we've also got the Wolverines, obviously. So let's put one here for them. I don't think we're going to be able to get seating in for them, to be honest. And the same here. Let's put an educational talk in. But it's unlikely we'll get any seating in for them. Now, these should be generating heat as well. Yeah, they are. Perfect. Cool. So this area is actually reasonably warm. And these areas do provide a bit of heat as well, like a bit of shelter anyway. Now we've got a few of them in here. Let's make sure they're all assigned correctly. So if we start with the reindeer, they are going to have their talk in December, obviously. You've got to kick off in December. And then we want to leave a couple of months, like at least 2 months between each one. The male Wolverine is going to be in here most of the time as well. So I think if we leave January, February free, we put them in for March for not the reindeer, for the Wolverine. And then we do the same again. This is going to be Wolverine. We're going to leave April, May, and put this one in for June. And then this one is the Arctic Fox. We're going to leave July, August, and put this one in September. And then there's October and November, and then we're back to December. And then this one, we're going to have to start on another rotation and start this one off in December. So what I'm going to do for this is I'm going to hire 2 educators and let them work it out between them. So they can both have access to everything, and there should be enough of them that they can manage to coordinate between which one they're doing. And if they're not doing any talks, they'll just walk around and teach our guests like on foot, so it's not that bad. Oh look, people are lining up for a talk already. Nice, they're getting ready. Have a talk on the Arctic Fox, that's pretty cool. They do kind of need the toilet because I think this space should be used for another toilet as well. I'm wondering if we have the same building, honestly, because it would work fairly well in the space. We could put it in here and just have this face the guest area here. And there we go, more toilets already. Oh, it's all in the air. I don't know why it's done that. Let's move you down to ground level. There we go. Now they've got access to everything. That should work absolutely fine. Cool. We can even get some more trees in here. We could put another larch in. Makes the area look a bit nicer, doesn't it? There we go. So another toilet in here. They've got plenty of toilets now. They've got 1 toilet block there and 1 toilet block over there. That should be relatively good coverage. Now, for guest needs, what are we lacking? Happiness is a kind of accumulation of everything. Energy is good. That's probably due to our train as well. Hunger's not bad, to be honest. And they're being fed. There's plenty of spaces to eat. And thirst. They're a bit more thirsty than they are hungry. Okay, well, that's good to know. It's perhaps because we've only got 3 shops down here. Maybe they're not catering to the thirst as well. Toilet. Yeah, but we've just put a toilet block in, so that'll get better. And education, no one is very educated, unfortunately. That is our bad. Now, conservation, we have smashed. So, increased conservation rating to 1 star. We've got 3 stars for it now. Probably because of all our recycling bins. And the zoo reputation is now 2 stars. We've got 2.4. Nice. It's going to be a long time before we release a Wolverine into the wild. But I'll leave it on there because that is one of the goals for the zoo. So, it makes sense that we have it listed as one of our, like, objectives. It's just they've still not had a baby. If we click on... Oh, she is pregnant now. Oh, brilliant. So February year 16. That is a while to wait. But well done you. You're pregnant. Well done both of you, I guess. Well, I wonder... Let's check them out in the Zoopedia because I can't remember whether the males leave after they've mated. So you visit them intermittently and... That's it. They spend time until they're pregnant, basically. Towards the end of the pregnancy, you build the nest and everything. Yeah, so I think she's good on her own now, actually. So what we can do is move our male Logan into his own habitat over here. And now we've got 2 habitats for the Wolverines. Hopefully that means twice as many donations, though I have a feeling it won't. But we can all dream, right? We can all dream. It does look like our vendors are doing okay as well. I'm going to grab everyone and train them up. But it seems like everyone's got a pretty reasonable workload. How is crime doing? No crime. We've had a couple of things, but they've been caught by the security guards. They're doing a good job. Nice. And our report is looking pretty great. We just suck on education. But the educators massively improved this, shockingly. Oh, wow. Look at that they've thrown in for them in the talk. The educators do a lot for the education rating of your zoo. And I think these guys can see the signs as well and learn about timber wolves. It maybe makes more sense to move them in a bit closer. Because I also don't want to obscure the fence too much either. It does kind of make sense to just have them as like little platforms there. Alright, that seems good. They're definitely able to use them now. Now those bins are in the right place as well. Perfect. Let's just shuffle the donation bin out of the way of the sign. And I feel like this habitat's doing quite well now. What do our guests say about it? They're saying the view is fine, the view is good. That's what I like to see. A happy, healthy timber wolf. That's perfect. Now, these guys will be so expensive to feed compared to some of our other ones. And look at that. Grade 1 is 1,500. So you kind of want to make them, like, they need to be worth it. And at the minute, as far as appeal, I think that's in genetics. You can see they've got 1,788. So the species appeal is 1,500 plus 288. Compared to the reindeer, what are the reindeer at? No, that's not what I want to click on. The reindeer, 1,341. See, they're not that different. And yet they cost many times more. Like, the food for the reindeer is so cheap. We've got 6 of them in there and it's 425. There's 2 of them in here and it's 1,500. So we do need to keep an eye on the food costs for these guys. But really it means we just need to counterbalance and get more like guest facilities and stuff, get people buying things. Which we can do. We can definitely do that. I think it might be nice to have a little seating area here. The train's going to go by. It could be a cool... Oh, why is the track like that? That's so weird. I don't know if I like that. I'm just going to quickly edit that. Let's close the ride, edit the track. That's better. And then we'll open the ride again. Perfect. Now it's above ground. That's all we want. Right. Let's build ourselves a little guest seating area in here. And you can watch the train go by. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to punch out 4 holes in it and have 4 more guest like facilities in there. Or maybe we have a couple. Maybe we just have like 2 more. That might be better. Let's have 2 guest facilities in here and plenty of spaces to eat. And what do we want to have? So if we turn our blueprints off, I think, oh, we could get ice cream or milkshakes. We need to get some kind of drink that they'll want. We could get, why don't we get soda? That might be nice. In fact, I think I should probably move these out of the way first and place them in first, like the shops first. So let's do that now. We're going to get soda. Let's put soda in. And let's put another food. We could get chief beef. That's a pretty classic one. We're going to get burgers over here. And now we should be able to get these back on here. I think that's about right. There we go. 2 more food and drink options for our guests. Now, we're definitely going to need more staff rooms after this. Oh, we can also hook up our staff path here. Might as well have access to this. But we've only got one tiny little staff room. I actually think the easiest thing we could do is maybe make this one a large one. And that could become the vendor's staff room. And then we need other staff rooms to be catered to each type of staff member. But yeah, I think the best thing for us right now might be to have a bigger staff room in here. How large is the... Oh, it is much larger. That's the only problem. Okay. Maybe not then. We could do with more staff facilities though. I guess we only actually need a couple of separate ones. Because staff healthcare is better in that they'll be more resilient against being overworked. Actually, the rec room might be better than staff healthcare because I don't think anyone is being overworked, actually. I think they're just... we'd like them to recover a little bit faster. So let's make the staff room a bit more fun. Give them a rec room so they'll recover quicker. And then we only really need one for security staff and one for our vendors. So maybe we put a separate staff room in up here or something that just caters for that need. In fact, what is this space here? We're not using that for anything. Why don't we put something in here? Only problem being that it is going to be really far away for our vendors down here. So that is the only benefit to having it kind of centrally located. I think we're going to need to adjust this one. Make this the vendors one and make it larger. And then we can put another one in here that's for our keepers and our vets and educators and everyone. That's kind of more a generic one. All we have to do is set up work zones for that to actually work. And it's about time we did have work zones. So let's put them in. First, I set out the new staff buildings and a workshop building, which is going to be our new building, and connected it up with a path that kind of just joins the 3 buildings into one path. And then to make the big staff building, I had to delete part of the barrier so it would actually go in because it didn't like being there. And then I had to kind of take apart the building we had by just extending the wooden logs around and then changing out the solid walls for window pieces. And then moving the roof so that we have kind of 2 different shapes on the roof that converge into one. And I really like how it looks. It's quite unique. Then I just added a few festive decorations to make it come alive. Okay, I feel like that's not bad, to be honest. We've got a massive staff room in here now. And perks-wise, we can put rec room on, and that's perfect for everyone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a work zone. If I go to staff, work zones, and I'm going to create a new work zone. And this is literally just going to be for the vendors. So I'm going to put this in here, like the shops here, the shops over here, and the shops down here. And then we're going to put in this staff room. And that is all the vendors need. So I'm going to call that or I could just call that shops, actually. Shops entrance, or just shops. In the future, if we get more shops, I'll put it in a new area. For now, that is the shops area. And they can use that staff room, and that's perfect for them. Now, we do need work zones for everyone. And I think I might make like a maintenance one like I've done before, where we just could put everything in here and just call that maintenance. And the only thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to take out this staff room, and I'll take out this staff from the left. This middle one is the one that's going to do more of our staff. And the one on the left is going to be just security because they get a bonus if we give them like a bonus thing. The staff that are going to go into the maintenance are going to be the mechanics and the caretakers. They need to go into maintenance. Then what else do we need? In fairness, if we change this to zoo instead, we could then put in the vets and the keepers into there. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to put them in zoo and the keepers in zoo as well. And that way they use that work zone. And that is the one where we're going to give them the rec room perk. Yeah, so they've got the rec room perk in there. Here, they don't need the rec room perk. This is going to be the security office. And that one is going to be basically exactly the same. We're going to make a new work zone. This is just going to be security, though. Going to be the entire zoo, and we're going to call it security. And now our security guard, and in future security guards can go into security, and they get the bonus now. They get like this buff from this, which makes them have better detection rates and ranges. So hopefully they'll catch like more criminals because they've rested in this staff room. They do kind of have their own one. I do feel like they're winning right now. But everyone else just wants to recover quicker. And in this one, instead of the rec room, what we're going to do is put on the, what was it, staff PR course. So vendors with this perk make the guests they interact with even happier. So we're going to give all the vendors PR training in a much bigger staff room. And actually, I've realized they've got all this stuff on the inside. Let's take all this out. Need to clear out this room. This is a massive staff area. That's awesome. Okay. That's much cooler. Got some logs creeping in all over. But generally, that's pretty cool. There's a much bigger room. And there's a lot of vendors. Like, most of our staff are going to be vendors, to be honest. When you look at the numbers, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 staff. Oh, 8 staff members, and then we've got 10 vendors. So there's actually more than half of our staff are vendors right now. I'm just going to continue to train up everyone, actually, that we can. Because I feel like everyone deserves more training. And the educators are struggling, as is the new keeper. But I don't think we need more keepers right now. For the keepers, their keeper hut is here, and the staff room's over there. I don't think that's that bad, as far as a walking distance. And we've crucially got the workshop building, so our mechanic can now do research as well. We've got mechanic research. Now, that can get us new themes, like festival theme, Europe theme, and everything. So maybe there'll be some things we actually want to use in the zoo, like some new pieces that we might want to use in the zoo. And maybe rustic would be a good place to start. Let's start on rustic theme. They can get us some new construction pieces. We've already got all the drink shops and the food shops and everything. But it's good to get the extra scenery pieces. And it looks like we've got the new challenges. Increase the zoo reputation to 3 stars and adopt and place 2 different exhibit species. We're not doing the exhibit species, so I'm going to get rid of that one. And we will decorate up these staff buildings. I'm just keeping an eye on the money right now. Oh, look, the mechanic's going in. Nice. We just need to make sure we connect up the path well enough. And I think we might just need to move this train track out a little bit, actually. So let's edit this track and just remove the track we have here. Because we want it to be a little bit bigger. Okay, I've just made that a little bit bigger there, so they got more space to go around. And let's hit play on these guys. Now we've got a bit more space. Let's align to grid. We could probably make this path a little bit bigger. And I did say I was going to put some seating in here, didn't I, actually? Maybe I do that. If we make sure we leave enough space here, we just need a 3 wide to build along. And I think if we build down here, we can make like a tunnel or something and get the guests across here. We could even actually bridge over the train. I just feel like it's going to be a very high bridge for people to walk. Like, I don't know how big it needs to be, but I'm assuming it's too high. Yeah, see, that's still obstructed. So it needs to be 3 high. 2.5 high. Okay. It needs to be 2.5 high to get bridges over for our guests. It might be easier to get the train to go over. But I would like a connection here. Maybe we do work it out, actually. Okay, it's a little strange, but I do think it kind of works. We've got we've got our little triple bridge here, but it's a good, like, at the end of the day, we need to get our guests to get across. So I think this is the easiest way to do that. This path is being very annoying here, though. I think that might be, yeah, an easier way to connect it up. Cool. Right, well, this is all connected now. We've got this, like, triple bridge that does go over the train tracks, and you can see, I don't think it looks that bad, honestly. I think it's quite interesting. And I think at that point, we can take these out. As long as it's got 3, that's all we need. So if we align to grid and put these here, that's a reasonable way across. Let's move the bins out of the way. And we've basically hooked up both sides of our zoo now with a path. So the zoo is massive, but we, you know, that's kind of the point. We're getting there. We want a big, sprawling zoo. I reckon we make ourselves the little seating area we wanted in here. Oh my goodness. Our Wolverine's about to have offspring. No way. Oh, it's adorable. Can't wait. We've been waiting for this for ages. Jean is about to have a baby Wolverine. Oh, look at her pacing around. I think it must be imminent. Yeah, her offspring's imminent. So we just need her to lie down, basically. Unless she also goes into the burrow, which she might actually, because she is a burrow animal. I reckon she'll go inside and give birth in there. Oh, we get to see. Oh my goodness, yes. And all our guests are going to be able to watch this as well because it's on the camera. Yeah, she's going inside. They've got the burrow cam. Where is it? There's one in here, so they'll get to see her come in as well. That's awesome. Is she coming in yet? Oh, she's just entered now. Okay, find somewhere comfortable to sit. I love that rock we've got just poking in as well. Find somewhere to lie down, and then you can have your baby. Oh, there they are! Oh my goodness. They're adorable. Do they just have one? Oh no, we've got 2! 2 Wolverine cubs. Cubs? Pups? I guess pups, aren't they? They're more canid than anything else. 2 Wolverine pups. They are adorable. Oh my goodness, one of them's already left. Welcome to the world, little one. Oh my goodness, look at your face. They're adorable. Absolutely adorable. Oh, look at you. Wow. Well, they were definitely worth the wait. So we can't put the male back in here, I don't think, either, because they... Oh, I actually want to check that out. Do they attack their cubs? Oh, yeah, the father may make visits to them while they're in the den. Oh, that's cute. So actually, we could have the male in there if we wanted to. That's interesting. Well, we'll keep it how we are because they live alone generally, except for mothers with their kids, it says. So we'll leave the mum with the babies and the father might make visits to them. But I guess they probably don't care as much as we would about having kids. They're like, no, I'm good, thanks. I'll do my own thing. We also need to request the mechanic here. It's definitely connected. Yeah. I think maybe it wasn't, but it is now. And this is all working as well. Cool. Well, let's build ourselves a little eating area in here. See what I did there? And that will be with the benches. We can use the Arctic picnic benches. And I just want to have a little area in here. It'd be nice if actually it was like a little tree line, like little nature area to sit and eat in. I think that might be nice. I'm going to leave 3 actually on either side because that is our general like path width. I think what I might do actually is just shuffle this over 1 because it still connects to everything, and then our path can be like symmetrical because it's slightly killing me that it wouldn't be otherwise. There we go, and we can just delete these as well. And that's nice and symmetrical. And it's snowing. Oh, I love the snow. Right, let's build ourselves a little nature seating area. We can do this with just the curbs, to be honest. I suppose we could put the fencing in, though. We want to find a nice wooden fencing option. Probably going to be this, isn't it? problem is I actually kind of want the one we have. So I think what I might do is deselect the grid and then move in there like this. Okay, I think that works. We've got like a bit of fencing in here. That's fairly cute. I think if we add any more in, yeah, it's not going to work. Fine. Okay, so we've got our little nature area in here. Let's put some benches in. First, I just set out the Arctic benches, how I wanted the seating to go, with some larger tables and some smaller tables. And of course I had to add in bins because people throw everything on the floor, so they needed bins. And I wanted to create a cool centerpiece in here. And I like the polar bear statue that already exists, but it's quite large. So I wanted to create something a little bit smaller on the same theme. And I did that by putting 2 of the planters together and then kind of like a slab of ice on the top of them that our ice polar bear can sit on top of. And I really like how it turned out. Once I'd made the polar bear, I added the roof pieces to all of the benches so they've got a bit of shelter, and then just made sure it was all kind of centered for when the guests walk in. It looks a bit nicer if it's all centered. Then I wanted to add in some of the trees from the Tundra and Taiga biomes that we've used elsewhere in the habitats, and this kind of makes it a bit of a nature area to come and sit. It's a bit like sitting in the park. And this does extend a little bit beyond the seating area, which makes it feel a little bit more natural with some of the bushes on the outside as well as in the inside. I think that's quite cute. A little seating area outside. So they've got some external seating. You can go and sit in a little nature area owned by the ice sculpture of the polar bear. The polar bears run this town. And yeah, I think that's pretty cute to go and sit in. We're adding some guest facilities in, so hopefully the guests appreciate it. Now, we've done the rustic theme, so we've unlocked the pieces. Have we got anything else we need that we haven't got? It says we haven't done habitats for blueprints, and same with, I think, shelters and climbing and stuff. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the mechanic, change what they're doing, and put them on shelters and climbing and see what we can unlock here. Because it'd be good if we can get some blueprints for stuff. We can use them in the habitats. And how's our vet research doing? We've already completed it. We've crushed it for the Arctic fox. So they are maxed out on everything. Perfect. That will also improve our education as well. Now, let's put them on the timber wolf so we can start getting some stuff done. And we can probably put the food up, the quality of the food up for the Arctic fox now as well. So grade 3, it's just the timber wolves that are on grade 1, but to be honest, we can barely afford grade 1. Oh, and there they are. I honestly can't believe we've got such cute little Wolverine cubs slash kits. They're kits, aren't they? They're so adorable. Oh, what a welcome addition to the zoo with their mama. Wow, the game is beautiful, isn't it? It's so nice. Very Christmassy vibes. Now we've got a bit more money, let's also just decorate up this staff area. We're going to go for a very similar style to what we've got over here. So to be honest, we can... It's probably easier to do it fresh than to copy and paste it, but I'm going to do a very similar style with the Arctic wood pieces and the logs and just make this area kind of fit in with everything else we have. Firstly, I just blocked out with the Arctic wood pieces where all of the buildings are, and then I used the wooden roof pieces to create a kind of an interesting roof that's all joined together because I was in the mood to make different types of roofs. Then I waited for daytime because it was quite dark to build, and I added some wooden logs for support beams and to create that kind of log cabin aesthetic. So I just put them on every corner of the building and then horizontal logs on all of the floors under the windowsills and then again higher up, but making sure not to block any doors off with the wooden logs. Then it was time to add the signs in, and seeing as there's only one place to put them, I put both signs in the same spot just next to each other, showing that it's a workshop and a staff room at the same time. Then I added a bunch of festive decorations to bring it in line with everything else and put some Christmas lights on it because they really bring it to life. Okay, I feel like that's decorated up enough. And we've got our very nice security staff room. And our, I'm just going to call it staff room. And then this one is going to be our vendor staff room as well, just so I remember. Very nice. Okay, cool. They're all renamed. And this can just be our workshop as well. We're probably not going to have more than one, so that's just the workshop. Well, I feel like that's shaped up quite well. We've got a bunch of new shops and eating areas. We've completely revamped our staff rooms, and now we've got specialized ones for different types of staff. And crucially, we've got baby little Wolverines. Look at these little scamps climbing down the tree. Oh, I love the little animal talks that go on. Look at them with our reindeer. Reindeer are such beautiful animals as well. Well, our zoo is doing pretty well, I think. We're still making money, which is good. We like that. Green numbers are good. And our train system is working fairly well, I think. Our little Polar Express is doing quite a good job. Have we actually called it that? Yeah, we have. Okay, cool. I was going to say, I thought we called it the Polar Express, but you got to make sure you've actually named it. Now, I did wonder about redoing this area, because what I was thinking was we could potentially have the train go down and make this bridge not quite so high, because it is just incredibly high, isn't it, really? But that would also mean moving where this connects, because the station is far too close to then dip down enough. Either that, or the path goes down and the train goes over again, which is also an opportunity here that we could do that with these. I'm kind of hesitant to change the tracks again. But I do think it might be a little bit better to have the tracks not be quite so high. I just find them a bit like crazy high. So I think I might just do a very quick time lapse where I just kind of sink these paths down very slightly, just so that they ramp down and then ramp back up. And it means that these can be sunk down a little bit and the trains don't have to go quite so high over everything. So here I used the terrain stamp tool to go down about 4 meters, and then I made the path a little bit wider than 12 meters at 14 meters, just as a little bit of wiggle room on either side for the hole that we're digging out. And then I could just ramp down with the paths, and I wanted to keep these at ramps and not stairs, so they're a little bit more accessible for all of our guests, which isn't a mechanic in the game, but I think it's something we should still consider anyway to make it a bit more realistic. And then all I needed to do was add some extra Christmas lights to our little footpath and adjust the train track so it's not quite as high and now goes a little bit more of a believable height. So the guests can still see all of our animals, but they're not high in the sky. And I just had to repeat this on the other little footpath section we have. So again, digging out a tunnel the same size and then putting the ramps down. And in this one, there's not quite enough space to use the ramps, so I did use the stairs, but it's not really an essential cut through anyway. It's just a small cut through the zoo. So there's plenty of ways around if the guests weren't able to use stairs. Okay, that is a pretty huge change, but I am actually quite happy with it because it means that our guests can still go under, and they're demonstrating it perfectly now. Hopefully they can walk the whole way through. But the tracks don't look crazy high, and the train should just be kind of like at eye line, which is what I wanted, rather than like very high in the sky. And yeah, they can clear it perfectly. They think the tickets are underpriced as well. That's probably because it's such an amazing zoo. Right, we do need to reopen this though, so let's open that up and get some sales again, because everyone's pretty left in a huff because the train's cancelled. Now that should help things out, and it means that like it should be much easier to go across here. I'm gonna do this ramp as well, but I'm not gonna do it now. I'm gonna leave it for another video because we just had a big time lapse of train track editing, and I want to get another habitat in here in this space. Now we've adjusted this track too. I think it'd be a good idea to get something in here. And the animal I want to get in is the North American beaver, because I think these guys look adorable. So I'd love to get them in the zoo. Now, we do need to look at the species status. You can have up to 2 to 8 and up to 8 males and 8 females. I think it's because, yeah, they live in family groups. So it's a mated dominant pair, and then it's their offspring, basically. So I think we'll just get 1 male and 1 female. And if we've got, oh wait, was it up to 8? So let's say we've got like 6 adults and then another 6 babies, because if they can have a maximum, well, let's say 8 adults and maybe 8 babies, like this is absolute maximum size. There'd be 1,000 square meters of land we need, and then about 1,000 square meters of water put together. Deep water is going to be easier than the water resistant. But the interesting thing for us is we need to use non-wooden, because I think they'll be attracted to it. So, oh, we've got a facility without power. Ah, yeah, okay, I'll do this with this in a second. So I think we're going to have to use like our snow or icy kind of structures, like what we've done here for the beavers as well, because a little barrier like that isn't going to work. And the reason we're running out of power is because all of our power sources are having an issue, because our mechanic's been doing research for about 4 years. Bless him. Let's see what he's doing right now. I think he's cracking through this. He's almost done. So I'm tempted just to let him finish the shelters and climbing, because we've almost got it. And then when we've done that, we'll take him off and let him actually repair everything, because there's a lot to repair. What else have we got? It looks like we've got a challenge reward as well. Zoo reputation, we've got 3 stars. Wow, and counting, 3.1. So we get a bit of money from that. That's great. And look, our train chugging through. That's much better. I am much happier with it being at that level. It doesn't seem as crazy high anymore. And I will, yeah, adjust this so just the train dips down, and perhaps the track could go a bit further. Like the path could connect a little bit further up, for example. If the path was like, I'm going to leave it out so I remember. So we'll just leave this so to remember, and then the train could can continue on the outside of that path if we have it from here. So there's a bit more space here. I think we can get the beaver habitat in here, and then probably another habitat in next to it. Now, what do the beavers think about trains? How are they feeling? They're neutral with humans, and guests can even enter the habitat. So, to be fair, we could have them enter. I don't know whether that's really necessary, but it could be a fun little idea. What about how do our reindeer? See, they're confident with humans. That's the thing. If they're neutral with humans, I'm kind of less inclined to have them interact. What else have we got? How do chickens feel? Yeah, chickens are confident. Pigs are confident. It's really like, if they're confident, I'll do it. If they're not confident around humans, I don't want to freak them out, because they may say that they're okay, but they're actually not. And also, yeah, I imagine you're confident, but guests would flee from a moose. I just saw that the moose was confident. It's like, no. Guests should not be there with moose, but they're not supposed to be. Right, okay. Let's actually have a look at getting these in here. So it's 1,000. We need like 2,000. It's not very tall. It's only 1.5 meters. So I think we can use our little gate here and see how that does. This is only 1 meter, but seeing as we're going to change the fencing above it probably as well, I don't think they'll be able to get out. We can check. And if we need to, we can always put the big gate in as well. We should probably use the glass habitat gates, actually, the small metal gate for this, because if they're not supposed to have wood, we shouldn't give them wood. And thankfully, we're not putting guests in here, because the guest gates are wooden as well, so that wouldn't work out very well, would it? Right, let's also check on our mechanics. He's probably done the research now while I've been blabbering. There we go. Absolutely fine. Done. Let's take you off of that. There's no power to anything. Hilarious. Let's fix this then. Request you urgently there. You're already here. What's your name? This is Quinn. Okay, walk past each other. That was weird. Okay, if you fix this, and then we'll plop him down next to the other power sources that need it, which is basically all of them, because they're all out of juice. It doesn't take him long, though, to repair, usually. There we go. Done there. Let's go over to here. You can fix this one. Then we can move you over to... Where's the next one? I swear there's a wind turbine. Yeah, over here. Oh, that's not even connected anymore. That's going to be a problem. Let's put you here. Pause the game and connect this up. And I think that's all of the power sources. So I'm going to put them with the Wolverine male. That's what he wanted to do. So inspecting Wolverine male, I'll just put you outside and you can do that. Perfect. Cool. Ah, the water here needs fixing actually as well. Well, we'll let him inspect this and then we'll put him on the water because we don't want our animals to get sick because we haven't kept our water treatment facility in good nick. Yeah, you're urgently requested for that. Fine. I think that's the only one though. That's the only water treatment facility we have because it serves all of them. And that's actually a really good point. Our beaver habitat is just going to be short on that facility because they're going to want a lot of water. So annoyingly, that's not quite going to reach because the habitat's going to be over here. And we're going to have another facility for water treatment. What I'm kind of thinking is maybe we just add it on to the back here. It seems like a fairly logical place to go. We just have it be in here. It does somewhat ruin the view from the mechanics workshop. That's the only thing. Maybe if we put them on this side, that would work as well. Because then we can have both the water treatment and the water temperature regulator. Because we should really have both of these in all of them, actually, thinking about it. Do we not have the water temperature regulator over here? I don't think we do. And that should be in there. Just to make sure it stays at a reasonable temperature for our animals. Yeah, I think we should add that in. I'm probably going to have to pause the game and break this barrier here. Just because it's not going to like me putting something so close to the habitat barrier. Don't know why. Very annoying. But hey ho. It works. It's in now. Barrier's fixed. The game will stop freaking out. And I think we just need to extend this roof a little bit to cover the whole area. Okay, I think that works fairly well. We've added the water temperature regulator into this as well, and I think the water should probably be maintained at like 10 degrees or something. Nothing too warm, or maybe even 5, just to kind of prevent it freezing. What is that here? Temperature's 13. Because what do you guys like? Oh my goodness, we've got our little baby Arctic foxes out. Look at them. Let's have a look at them in the Zoopedia. I think their temperature's not too bad. Minus 50 to 28. They're very chill. But let's just keep it at like 5 degrees, the water, because then it'll stop it freezing over and we don't have to worry about that. Because that is what you'd really worry about in real life, is that the water would freeze and stop being water effectively. It'd just be ice. So we've added a little attachment on the back here. We can now delete this path, actually. We don't need that. We do need one on the other side, though. Let's just add this in. Like that, and then we can add a little hut on the outside here. There we go. That's better. I like that. And this should be a staff path. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, I've connected that up with the staff path. Perfect. So we've got a little staff building here that now has the mechanic workshop, a staff room, which I think is the staff room for, yeah, like most of our staff. Like the keepers and everyone, which may end up needing to change, or we'll get multiple of them in the future so that there's enough space. And then we've got our water treatment and our water temperature regulator. Look at this. This is adorable. Got a little talk at midnight for some reason on our Arctic foxes, and they've thrown food in and everything. Look at them gonna eat it. That's adorable. What a great view. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Right, without further ado, let's start on this beaver habitat because we've got the water treatment in. Now we've got water here. So this is temperature. This is cleanliness. Plenty of space for these habitats in here if we put a couple in. Now, let's add it in. I'm going to start with the small habitat gate and see how we go. And I'm going to want this to be on the side where the keepers come from, ideally. So if we could put a little cut-through path in here, that would be pretty good for us. Just thinking, can we put this in across the tracks, just like the keepers to cross the track? I don't know why I was thinking that I have to go under the train tracks. I can just start the habitat over here and the train can go over some of the habitat. I don't know what I was thinking there. Okay, right. Well, I'm just going to build the habitat in here. So let's install the habitat gate at the back. Maybe we'll embed it in very slightly to like there, just because of the wood we have here. Like, I don't want them to get their little paws on this wood. So let's put in a 4-meter multiple habitat here. So I'm going to make them all multiples of 4, probably like 16 meters or so. It's good there. Yeah, there we go. And then just make sure there's enough space, basically, because if we use multiples of 4, it means that we can then use the pieces, the construction pieces, and align our grid like perfectly with them. So hopefully this is a good shout here. I think this is going to be just too close to the path, which is slightly annoying because this is quite far away. It might just be that this side is slightly further away, or we leave a bit of space here and we have a talk. I actually like that more. Let's carry this on here, and then we'll have a talk for the beavers on the other side. Right, I'm going to plot out this area in a time lapse, just so we know where we want to build and how big it is. Okay, that is 2,000 meters squared. That's kind of perfect for a largest case scenario for habitat. I think we can work with that. And then we just need to build in a bit of water into this. So let's push down probably, where do we want our water to be? It wouldn't be a bad idea to have the water underneath this area too, because it's probably less used by them for running anyway. And it will mean that they're slightly further away from the train as well if they're swimming underneath. Let's do a nice swimming area for them. And this is going to be fairly deep as well because we want them to have the deep swimming. So this could even be the really deep area down here. That seems quite substantial. Let's see how that looks. So this is 873 meters squared. And that leaves 1,400. It could be slightly bigger. We'll carry on. Okay, that's probably good. 982 and 1296. That seems pretty good. The water depth, that has a 0 centimeters, so I think that's wrong. Average water depth, 1. Yeah, but it will have some areas that are deeper than that. So if we, do we want to customize it? We've got clean water. That's probably okay. You can put it on like completely clear, like transparency all the way up. But I think that's probably okay for now. And it should be 5 degrees, or we need to change this water temperature regulator to be 5 degrees as well. And I think this is a decent area for them. Okay, let's build in our fencing. Now, we don't need tall barriers, so we're going to do something slightly different to the Wolverine ones we had, because they can climb. So what we're going to do is put in some ice barriers, probably. Let's filter by theme Arctic, and we want just the wall pieces. Now, we've got snow or ice. The snow blocks could look quite cute. We haven't used them yet. Maybe we should use the snow blocks. Just have like a 2-meter high wall made of snow blocks. Because I can't think of anything that doesn't use the wooden pieces that will look good. Or we use the ice, actually. We could make a fence out of ice pieces. No, I think it would look nicer if we just have these like sunk in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the gate piece as our one we get our grid from. So let's put this centrally. I think that is about central. Let's put it there. And now this is what all of this locks onto for the grid. So that should be pretty well aligned there. Yeah, okay, cool. What we need to do is just make a grid the correct height. So it doesn't actually have to be this height. It needs to be 1.5 meters high. So let's put the grid height at 0. And we're going to have to just sink it down. I think that is 1. So let's have it like here. This should be the right height. Now, I'm going to make 2 different wall pieces. We could use the arch or we could use a square. Let's use the arch pieces. And what we're going to make is a windowed piece and a normal piece. I think most guests will be able to see over them anyway. But for some of the kids, they're not going to be able to see over the fence as easily. And this will provide a glass bottom so they can see through effectively. And then once we've got 2 different ones, we can then duplicate the solid and the see-through wall pieces around the whole thing. And hey presto, we have an environment. So let's get started. For the solid fencing, I wanted to make something that had the Beaver sticker on it. So I used the Zoopedia frame and a wooden board from the Arctic pack. And I thought that made a nice like wooden backing to the Beaver sticker and really makes it pop. And also it's wood, which is kind of their thing. And I did make a third piece of wall that doesn't have the beaver on it, which we can use for our habitat boards. And then for the see-through barrier, I did a simple arch filled with glass so that the children can see under the archway if they're not quite tall enough yet. So now we've got our 3 different ones. I'm going to use these to educate our guests because these are education screens. I'm going to use this one just where the guests can't really see the habitat anyway. Or as like maybe the wall lens because I want them to see the little beaver drawing. I think it's quite cute. And then this is the see-through one where there's good viewing areas. So we'll put them in there. And obviously a lot of guests are just going to look over the top of all of these anyway. But there's better viewing over here because we haven't got the higher sides on them. Like this has got a higher peak in the middle. So we're going to put them in. I am going to move these. So if we keep the grid, we can just grab all of them and adjust where they go. I want to just move them off of, like out of the way, but still aligned to the grid. So I've just edited in the group. If you move them without going into the group, you'll change where the grid is. And that's not what we want. And now we can very easily just grab a piece we want, like this piece, and place it into here where our guests are going to see the beavers. So this area is going to be for education. So actually they're not going to see them there. But on this side, they are going to be looking at them here. So let's put a few of these in. And this is a perfect example of why you need to make sure everything's in the group properly, because I haven't done that. And now my glass, unfortunately, I have to go in and place again. This is why I did it and then duplicated it around the whole thing, so I didn't have to do things like this. But it's not the end of the world. It just means we have to go through now. And wherever we've got these panels here that guests are supposed to see through, we need to just firstly add it to the group. This is what I failed to do before, is add to the group, then put the glass in. And if we had done that, it would then duplicate across, but I forgot to do that. So now I'm gonna have to go through and add glass to each of these manually, which is much more of a pain than it should be. Okay, that's done. Now we just need to, on the entrance here, add in something for the gate, because obviously the gate looks a bit rubbish as it is. So let's filter by the theme here. Probably pause the game and put in, I imagine it's probably not going to take more than just some stone, like some snow blocks in here. I think that'll probably look better than anything else, because we want to leave the gate kind of how it is. Okay, hopefully they can't jump over this little gate here. If they can, we'll swap this out with the larger one. But we're going to call this, I think it's the only beaver in the game. I'm just going to call it Beaver. I'm pretty sure it's North American beaver, but there's only one of them. So where's N? North American. Where are you? If we filter by Taiga and Tundra, that reduces the animals quite considerably. North American beaver right here, yeah. And these guys, yeah, live in their family group. Least concern. And if we've got 8 adults, which is, remember, like a crazy amount. That means they've got 6 adult, like, babies in the family, plus the 2 grown-ups, and then 8 babies as well. That would be then. I think we'd be releasing them to the wild before then. So the requirements and stuff aren't as high as these are going to be. Hopefully that's enough. Let's also look at actually getting some beavers, because they are kind of essential for a North American beaver habitat. And let's sort them by appeal. So we want to get the best ones we can. We could, I think we'll probably get them from Frontier Zoo. And that's actually reminded me, we need to check what age they live to. So they live to 15. They can breed until death and from 2 years. So they have 1 to 5 babies as well every time they breed. So that's quite a variance. 1 to 5 is quite a big difference. I think females-wise, I'm tempted to go for the one that's got more rounded traits rather than one that's small and more long-lived. Let's go for the more well-rounded female. And then the male, I think this one is going to be the best here. So let's grab him. And then we can send both of them into quarantine. So let's grab them, send to zoo, and send them to our quarantine building over here. We may want to get more quarantine buildings as we expand, just in case we get disease outbreaks or something. But for now, that's probably fine. And we do want to add it into our work zone as well. So let's click staff, work zones, and zoo. I think this is what all the keepers are on right now. We need to add these in for our mechanics as well, and the water temperature regulator over there. Anything new needs to be added in. Oh, I think our trains need to be added in because maybe we didn't add that in before. I was going to say, is it every time we move the tracks? But this one seems fine, so I'm not sure it is. And our shops have got the correct... This is the one for them, isn't it? This has the staff PR courses. Yeah, this is for our vendors to use. This is such a cool office as well. Oh, it does have some lights in it. I think I might just go through and take out the lights that are inside. There we go. That's a bit better, isn't it? And that, yeah, that seems to work. And then our other staff rooms are over here. We've got our security one and our other staff one. Let's just check that we put the right ones on the work zones as well. So security just has this staff room. And what about everyone else? The zoo work zone has just this staff room. Okay, cool. Is everyone on the right one? Zoo. They're in the rec room. Perfect. Staff PR course. That's not correct. You shouldn't be doing the... I thought the staff PR course was for these guys. Yeah, you're in the wrong place. Oh, hold on a second. The zoo doesn't have this one in it. Shops does have this one in it. And security only has this one. Ah, security's got both. I'm going to take security off of that one. Right, and then we just need to make sure that the people working in the zoo do not have that enabled. And you are unassigned. Oh, I think they were educators, weren't they? That's why they're unassigned. We need to put you onto zoo. And then you guys need to go into shops. That might have been the issue there. It's just that you're on the staff PR course. That's really weird. One of our keepers. It's not the end of the world. I think maybe they did that before we corrected it. That could be the issue. But that's the current perk that they're running with. Yeah, and I did put them incorrectly, so fair enough. Let's hope that that works out and makes sense. I am going to train up everyone, actually, I think. Let's just train up all of our staff to the next level. Our keepers, our educators are struggling. The keepers might be okay. How many habitats they got, though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We are getting to the point where maybe we want another keeper, but I think with the cost of the wolves and everything as well, let's keep it at 2 keepers for now, and we'll see how we go. I'm going to put the ticket price up, though, because the guests said that they were loving it. So let's just make it slightly more. And the litter's disgusting. Okay, what's wrong with the litter? There's so many things to check at all times. We don't have that much litter, do we? There's only a tiny bit of litter. Oh, that bin has been vandalized, though. That's not good. Let's, and these are quite full. How many caretakers do we actually have? Because caretakers, we could get another one. Yeah, there's only one. Yeah, I definitely think we should have another caretaker now. Let's add another caretaker in, sort those bins out. And you need to go on the zoo work zone. That will massively help out. Well done. Welcome to the team. Oh, I like your hair. Vibrant. Okay, you've passed quarantine as well. Let's move you into the habitat. You can go into here, and then we should be able to set these up. Can we do this yet? No, we have to wait for them to be in there. But they passed quarantine, so the staff can now move them into the habitat, which is exactly what we want. That is the wrong type of path there. That's hilarious. Just correct that. And everyone can use these as well, which is good. We want our guests to be able to navigate this. And if this is just a shortcut as well. They don't have to go that way. So if they can't use the stairs, they can go a longer way around. I mean, this is fully ramped around here. It's just that there's not enough space here other than doing stairs. Because I do normally like to do the ramps. But it is what it is. And we're about to have a fox mature. That's good. Our baby foxes are growing up. They grow up quickly. 1 year. That's crazy. Right. The beavers are here. Oh, this is a bit of a weird terrain, isn't it? Oh, it's not that weird, actually. It's just sloping into the water. We have a beaver! Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. And we have 2 beavers. Oh, is this the male? Yeah, you seem a bit bigger. Straight into the water. So, they've got definitely enough of everything. That's plenty of everything for them. Now, they do want hard shelter. I don't know whether they're burrow animals. I get the feeling they would be. So let's just filter by North American beaver. And we can see whether they use burrows or not. It doesn't seem like they do use burrows. So no. They use the arboreal feeding platform as well. That's interesting. Okay, and then they have shelters that they'll use. So again, we can't use the wood. We could give them a metal shelter. I think we should probably use the snow pieces, though. It makes more sense to use them. And give them a little shelter in here. Look at them swimming as well. That's so cool. You can see them swimming. Oh, the little hands are tucked in. That's adorable. Cool. Well, I think that's good. Like a good lake size for them. They've got like a small lake here for them. Oh my goodness, all these foxes are giving all the alerts that you're going to grow up. You're not growing up yet, though. So, until you do, I'm not interested. You have to actually grow up for me to care. Oh, what we haven't done is checked on habitat. Can they jump out here? No, they can't. Okay, so they're fully contained in there. That's perfect. We just need to make the terrain what they need. I think I might edit the terrain slightly to make it a bit more interesting as well. Why don't we raise up here and have a little hill, and that can be where their kind of nesting area is. And that's a good spot for them to see, like the guests to see them as well for the education talks. I'm not going to do anything crazy with the habitat though, but I do just want a little bit of a hill here. So we can then flatten the foundation. Okay, let's have this and build them a small nest area. For the shelter, I just wanted to build a snowy structure that had glass on all one side. So when they're doing the education talks, they can look in and see the beavers sleeping, which I thought would be really cool. And I made it quite big because I wanted to give them a fairly big den in case they've got a bigger family in the future. And for the roof, I didn't use the wooden pieces I would normally use because I didn't want to put any wood in the habitat, even though they probably can't reach it at that height. But I used the asphalt roof, and it's going to be covered in snow anyway, so you're not really going to see. And of course, we had to add some festive Christmas lights to it as well. And I didn't put these too low because I didn't want the beavers to manage to get them. But they can't really reach very high, so on one side, we can still have a lot of fairy lights going down. Oh my goodness, it's gotten dark, but that is pretty reasonable, I think. I'm just going to tuck these underneath the ends now. Now we've got the roof in. I think they'll look a bit better like that, and they are tucked in on this side. We could put a little eave on, actually, for the asphalt roof. Obviously, we couldn't use the the wooden roofs that we would normally use, so we have to use these pieces. But they might work a bit better, actually, to have a little eave over the edge. There we go. That looks a bit better, I think. And we have a little hut for them there. Now, where are our beavers? There they are. They're just swimming around, living their lives. That should be all the hard shelter they need. Perfect. I assume they can traverse this whole area. They can. And it gives them, yeah, a bit more of a protected area. I think I may even, to make it not open on all of the sides, I may just make this a wall on both sides as well. Because I think that might be a bit more closed off for them. And that way they've just got one entrance and then they're in. And it could be smaller, honestly. I think I might make this like here. Because I'm assuming they can still get in and out through that. The only thing is our keepers may not be able to. So we'll just put a door in for them as well. But yeah, they can access that. So let's adjust this and duplicate this over here. And then we just need our snow blocks. There we go, and then we've just got a door there, so our staff can come in and out, because I don't think we'll make them crawl through here. But this should be nice and warm for them now as well, so they've got a nice like sealed bedding area. And it's a reasonable space for them to be if they just want to get out of the cold. They don't have to be when they're sleeping, but they can just kind of shelter in there whenever they want. Now, it's not the right terrain for them, so they want more short grass and... Ooh, okay, it's just the fact that it's snow everywhere. They actually want some short grass at all times. So if we paint some short grass in, probably around here, we can then put the heaters in around here, and they should maintain it fairly well. So let's put this up to 100% actually. We can blend it after, but we want this to all be short grass. And then we can kind of taper it out here. And this will be long on this side. Right, now if we put some heaters in, which are probably our best way of doing this, other than we could build another structure. Let's try and do it naturally. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab most of this structure here. In fact, I can just grab all of it and duplicate it. And we can put another one like over somewhere else. Maybe here. I want them to have an area where they can basically get natural shelter. I think this might be a decent shout over here. If we exit the group, we can probably place this like here. And then I'm going to take out these and have it be more like columns down rather than solid walls. Because it doesn't really need to be. And they also don't need any of the bedding. There we go. I think that kind of works. We've got the posts from this in the ground as well. Although, it would be ideal if we just had a singular post rather than these. Because that's actually not far off the ground. I kind of want it to just be open like this. It's just that they're not quite in the ground. So what I think I might do is just take out the water and just raise it up here so that it's touching here. Then when we put the water back in, that should be pretty good. Alright, I think that's pretty reasonable. It's like a little structure over here that should give some natural short grass. So if we make this area over here short grass as well, even when it's not snowing, it won't snow in here. Like you can see they've got short grass there. So hopefully that's enough for the beavers. Where are they? You nestling in here. Let's see if we can go inside. What do you think now? That is enough. That's enough short grass. They just want a little bit of soil as well. Can we give them that? No, not the soil. What about the soil here? Still doesn't count because it's underwater. Also notice that the terrain just needs slightly picking up here. Just on the corners. There we go. They want short grass though. This is the issue. They want short grass and they want soil. So we can kind of get them there with the short grass in this area. If we combine our efforts over here. But they're not going to have enough soil if we do that. So that is now enough short grass everywhere. But they're going to need a bit of soil. So I kind of think maybe we give them a little runner. Like make it a bit of an interesting little trail across here. Let's build a short thing. Maybe like this high. Something like that. And if we put a roof on it, I reckon we can make a fun little place for them to run. That is enough soil. Can we just get it to be 1% more short grass? Okay, back a tiny bit. I think we're playing with the same percentage point here. We're gonna make this work because we're so close. I think that is all we need to do is put that in there as a little end. And we could even give the end like solid sides. To be fair, it doesn't need to be this at the end. And then we could just align this building back so that it matches up with what the running, like, I don't know what it's called other than like a runner. It's like a little running track for them. We can align it up with the running track a bit. I think that'll look so much better. I think that's pretty reasonable. Hopefully that's enough. Have we added enough for them? My goodness. It's been a while coming. Okay, let's change more short grass over here. There we go. We just needed a little bit for the entrance for the keepers, and we've managed to make it so they're happy with the train without using any heaters or anything. I think that's pretty okay. And I've just realized something that's going to make me want to scream, is we don't have any trees in here yet, and trees provide cover, which probably would have done that for us. A little bit anyway. So I do like, though, that they've got a bit of a sheltered walkway here. They can run along like this through here. So that's not so bad. And it doesn't obscure the guest view at all because they can still see through perfectly fine. And they can see below as well, like absolutely fine. There's no obstruction there. So I don't think that's bad at all. Now let's give these poor animals some enrichment as well. They want a beaver pool. We've got to whack that in. That should probably be front and center, like over here somewhere. What we could do potentially is pause the game, take the water out, and make a little area for it here. Let's do that. I can barely see. Right, there we go. Let's put this in here because I think it makes sense to go in like that. That looks a bit better. How much does that influence their lake to give them a bit more space? I feel like they want the beaver pool, so I know it's going to eat into their lake space, but I don't think they're going to care that much. They've still got loads of lake space, more than they need. That's probably fine for them. And it does give them a very cool beaver pool. Let's do that. And then other enrichment, they're gonna want feeding as well. They haven't even had food in here. Poor things. Let's give them a food platform like there maybe. And then underwater feeder as well. Yeah, we'll do an underwater feeder in their deep zone. Down here, just so they can really get some enrichment and swim around and eat the food from there. They should be able to drink the water, so not an issue. Then we can have a slow feeder over here maybe. Oh, we've got a lot of food over here. Maybe we have a slow feeder down this end and a melon feeder over here. And then we should give them some toys. Let's give them a colorful ball. Something over here, maybe. Let's give them a colorful ball there. Submarine boy is pretty cool. Underwater. And a curio ball. Not all of them have to be visible. We can just give them things that they'll enjoy. So let's put a curio ball there. And maybe another small ball down here. So they have a couple of balls to play with. Oh, we can do it in this zone, actually. There's nothing in here. Let's put a ball in there. How do they feel about that? Much happier, 100% happiness. They just don't like the plants, and that's fair enough because they've not really got any. And I'm not going to worry about this because we're going to add more in anyway. Right, so they want plants. Let's do it from Taiga because the other ones I don't think are really going to survive here. And give them the plants that they want. Okay, I feel like that's pretty good. They've got a fair amount of stuff in here. They're happy with everything now, which is perfect. And they're really, really cute. Oh. I am tempted to name them. Seeing as it's just the two of them as well, and they're super cute and furry and like cuddly and everything. I think let's call them. Let's call the male here not Sans. Let's call him Santa. Let's call the female we should call her Mrs. Claus, really, shouldn't we? I don't actually know what her first name is. Do any of you know? Could you say in the comments? I'm not sure she's actually got a first name. That's also like Klaus. I don't know if I'm spelling that right. How do you spell Santa Claus? Yeah, I think that is how you spell Mrs. Claus. So we've got Santa. I'm going to call him Santa Claus as well for his full name. Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus. And Oh, I tell you what's even cuter, actually. Instead of calling him Santa, let's call him Mr. He's going to be Mr. Claus and she's going to be Mrs. Claus. And everyone can just call them Mr. and Mrs. for short. I think that's quite sweet. They've got a cute little, it's quite a shallow area here. And then it dives down into a deep area over here. After, like, with this little narrowed passage with the rocks. I feel like it ends up quite reasonable. And this is, like, kind of a little beaver pool anyway. But they have a very, very small beaver pool if they want to play in front of everyone. They can go splash around in there. Or they can kind of run through here, apart from we've made some obstructions for them to make it more interesting. Let's maybe shuffle these outside, just so they're not all completely in the way. And I do like just putting these in. They're quite nice little bushes, actually, these ones. I am hesitant about the door. That's the only thing. Let's also put some over here. Yeah, I'm hesitant about the door because it does seem to light up this one. I don't know if there's another door that's a bit better for us and what we want it to do. It may be that there is. Planet Zoo single door might be better. We'll have to see at night whether it lights up or not. And speaking of lights, how's the power situation? Not the best. Oh, these can all be deleted now as well. So let's go into the group and just delete these. We've finished making it. Get a bit of money back. And we could probably do with another wind turbine over here just for power's sake. Probably like there. And let's add that into our work zones as well. Hopefully, we may need another mechanic. And this actually probably is a very good time to hire another mechanic. Especially if we want to do a bit of mechanic research here and there. It's probably a good idea. Let's put them on zoo as well. And everyone seems to be doing pretty well. The educators have a high workload. And the caretaker, that's because they kind of suck at their job. But I think everyone's kind of doing okay. Some of the vendors are having a high workload, but most of them are pretty efficient. So I think it's not too bad. Oh, we need bins. I'm going to pause the game. We need to put bins and donation bins in before our park is overrun with litter and we miss out on too much cash. Now we're going to put some educators in here. So let's also do that. We can just flip this round. Oh, the guests need to be able to access it though, don't they? That's not something I thought about. Maybe we just take a little space out of the path here and make it so they can access it. That might be a good shout. There we go. That looks good to me. Let's put that tree there. And we could probably bin off that tree, honestly. And that is a little connection point. So now they can walk all the way around. It's a bit ugly on the back, but we can always sort that out in the future. And in fact, we could put a beaver just so people know what it is. Okay, I think that looks pretty cool with them there. We may need to move the people. They've disappeared, don't worry. We can put them in there and add in our talk point right in the middle. They can't throw food in, but they can talk about the beavers, which is pretty cool. Let's add the North American beaver. What is our last talk? I think it's... Is it this one here? You were in September, and then it went back to January. I think it's the Timberwolf one that started again. Yeah, December... So if you're starting in December, we need to leave a couple of months, don't we? And actually March is good. Yeah, March. We'll keep you on March and just add you into the work zone. So this is in zoo work zone. Okay, and we could put like some little plants or something in there, but I think this works pretty well. Now we can put our education on from North American Beaver, teach our guests about them. Hopefully they'll start donating. There's not many places to teach them, so I'm hoping that guests are also gonna go to the talk here. And that's pretty cool, I think. That looks pretty good. It's a fun little habitat for the beavers, isn't it? And the train even goes through it, so what more could you ask for? Now these little guys are in here, I think let's learn a little bit more about the North American beaver. The North American beaver is a large species of rodent that lives in the temperate woodland and riverine areas of the USA and Canada. The North American beaver has a double coat, meaning that its fur has a surface layer of long, coarse hairs and an undercoat of shorter, finer hairs. This coat gives the beaver's fur a coarse appearance. The beaver may be brown, red, or tan in appearance and have small eyes and ears, a black nose high on the snout, and large, pronounced front teeth. North American beavers have a head-to-body length of 74 to 90 centimeters and a tail length of 20 to 35 centimeters. They weigh between 11 and 32 kilos. North American beavers are great swimmers and can remain underwater for up to 15 minutes. They can also recognize their relatives even if they're born several years apart and have never previously met. North American beavers may slap their tail on the surface of water repeatedly in response to danger, and the beavers are known to store food branches underwater near their lodge so that they can have food throughout the winter. The North American beaver secretes an oil called castoreum, which it uses to waterproof its fur, and it can be used in perfume and food production. The beaver lives in family groups of a mated dominant pair, their young adult offspring, and a litter of kits from that year. The male and female beavers are monogamous and will usually mate between December and March each year, although mating peaks do occur in January and February. In preparation for the mating season, the male and female beavers build lodges. A lodge is a mound of woody material that's found in water. The entrance to the lodge is usually underwater, and the center of the lodge is hollow and above water. During the mating season, the male beaver remains very close to the female. They smell the female's urine to monitor when they're fertile, and beavers mate in the water. The male circles the female before climbing on top of her and copulating. The female may be submerged for much of the process. After a gestation period of approximately 3 months, the female gives birth to 1 to 4 kits in the central part of the lodge. Kits begin swimming a few days after birth and begin eating solid food by 2 weeks old. They're fully weaned by 3 months old. Whilst reaching sexual maturity at around 2 years old, the kits are unlikely to reproduce for the first time until they're 3 years old. Kits are likely to leave or be chased away from their natal group by their parents when they're between 20 months and 2 years old, although some beavers have been known to stay with their natal group until they're 4. Dispersing young adult beavers will move several kilometers away from their parents' lodge and search for an unattached, unrelated beaver of the opposite sex. The 2 beavers will then build their own lodge and start their own family. How cute is that? Thankfully, the North American beaver is not endangered and is classified as a least concerned species with an estimated population in the wild between 10 and 15 million. So these guys are thankfully doing very well, and they're an adorable addition to our zoo. Look at our North American beaver here with the train going past. I really like this little habitat. I think they're very cute. And oh look, they're both here. Just splashing around. Hopefully they start their family group up and we can get a little family of beavers nestled in here. Now, we do have a bit of space next to them here, and I do want to utilize this as much as we can. And I've kind of been thinking about master planning this area. I feel like we've got the reindeer over here. I want to continue that with some more habitats this way, like maybe American bison and moose and things like that. And then we've kind of got a few canines here. We've got the Arctic fox and the timber wolves. I'd like to get some more canids even around here and kind of break up our zoo a little bit by species, because it's going to be difficult to differentiate them by like where they live, because most of these animals live in the northern areas of every continent. It's literally like all of them put together basically. So you can't just say, oh yeah, the Wolverines are in insert place like North America, because they're actually in Europe and Asia as well. It's just they're at the top. So it's going to be very complicated to divide them all up by continent. So I think it makes sense to plan the zoo out by kind of species families anyway. So I'm thinking of having more of, as I said, yeah, those over there. We can have the more canines over here. We've got a few random ones sprinkled in, but I think we can get some bears, get some cats in there. It would be good and kind of divide it that way. And one of the few that doesn't fit in very well with the animals in the game is one that I think could fit in perfectly next to the beavers that also are very on their own. And that is the Japanese macaques. Look at them. They're awesome. They're like so moody. So I think they'd be really cool. And I don't think they need that much space, at least not for a big group of them. Now, if you look at their species data, it's 8 to 50, which is crazy. And it's a matriarchal group with a single alpha male, which I think means that basically, yeah, that they're extremely social animals living in groups of up to 100. They're primarily made of related females and their offspring, but also include a small number of unrelated males that females have accepted into the group. So one of the males will be an alpha and several will be beta males. So I think really, it's only going to be one alpha male that actually breeds. We can probably get a few males and a few females, get them up to 8, and they should be happy with like a couple of beta males. Maybe we get like 3 males and 5 females just to kick it off. And then at that point, we just leave them where they are. So that should be fine, I believe. Population in the wild is 120,000, so they are a least concerned species, but we can definitely learn more about them in the zoo. And we can, while we make the habitat, we can fix this area. I want to kind of tunnel this under, like we left this bit before to do. So this bridge doesn't have to be massive and ugly. The train can go underground and the bridge can go over here, like more on ground level or very low if it is a bridge. So I think let's check the area they're gonna need. So let's say we're not gonna have 50. If we have 8, maybe we let the group be like 20. Though that does seem high. But let's say it's 20 and 10 babies. They basically need 444 meters squared. And then inside that, they need 212 meters of climbing. I think they're pretty easy to satisfy. We just need to make sure the fences are 2 meters tall and climb proof. So we can easily do that. I think if we just plot out the area, if we go to barriers, we can use the small habitat gate, I imagine, again. And ideally, we want to hook this up like in here. That's our only issue. Is we don't really want our keepers to have to walk all the way around. It'd be great if they could just access it through here, through like a cut through like we did here. So it may be that we can make that work. I think what we're going to do is we're going to move the train station up a bit so that it can hook in kind of where this path is here. And that should help us out massively. So this is going to be big changes. Let's get time-lapsing this. So first, I just needed to clear the old train tracks out of the way and then dig down with terrain stamp tools and put in a new track that's going underground in a tunnel. Then I needed to place a new entrance and exit and hook it up with a queue for the entrance and a path out for the exit, and then just realign the shelter we'd made so that it kind of works with the new entrance and exit. And I did think about looping the queue, but I kind of figured it's not that long anyway. And unfortunately, we're not that busy where we need to queue them snaked around. So I feel like what I went with in the end is absolutely fine. Okay, I feel like that's a massive improvement to the train there. And it means we can go over here, which means we can hook up our barrier. And this will work quite well. So if we put the small wooden habitat gate in here, it literally just aligns straight away. We can put this maybe here. And this should hook up really well to then make a full habitat out of this. I'm liking the look of this. Right, we can build this in 4 meters to keep it aligned to a construction grid, and then we can just use any construction pieces and they'll be nice and in line for our full build. I think I am going to leave a little gap between them. In fact, I may not build any closer on this side to the beaver habitat and give it like a decent space between them. And then I'm just going to build out in multiples of 8 meters squared, like where we want our actual habitat to be. Okay, this habitat is 1,024 meters squared. That's definitely bigger than 440, and that'll do them perfectly. Like, that is definitely fine for them. We do want to have it cross over, actually, the path. So maybe we shrink it very slightly, just by taking the end off here. And then we could have our path cross as well here. Because, yeah, they really don't need much space, do they? I mean, if there were 20 adults, wasn't it? And 10 babies. What if there's like 20 adults and 20 babies? It's still less than 500. Even if we're at 30 adults, it's only just like 550. So yeah, I'm really overdoing the habitat here. Maybe this is actually a better size here. Let's see what this looks like. 736, that might actually be a bit more realistic for what they need. So I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We've got a bit of space here anyway if we need it. Let's build the path across for all of our guests to get across. And then we can see what space we have, because I want them to be able to cross here ideally. Or I have a different idea. Instead of putting the barrier here, let's have everyone cross here. That makes more sense. And put the habitat on this side. Yeah, that makes actually a lot more sense. So I'm going to swap this over. I know it's a bit odd what I'm doing, but I'm trying to see what actually really works. And I feel like this is going to be better. I think that's a bit better, isn't it? That's a more realistic bridge height as well. It's just like a couple of ramps, like a slightly longer ramp. It's still very accessible. And then there's a cut through much closer. Like it doesn't feel like guests have to walk really far around. That's much better positioned for the guests to get through there. So I like that. And we can have our habitat just on this side of the path instead of the other one. And they don't need their own bridge. I'm just realizing we can just put it in here. That's really not difficult. We could just add the actual habitat start in here. And then it can be nice and close to the guests as well, so they can actually see everything. And I realized where I put the gate, it didn't really align very well to be close to the guests. So I wanted the barrier to be a bit closer to the guests so they can see the animals more easily. And therefore I just needed to move the whole thing. So I adjusted where the barrier was so that it starts a lot closer to our guests. And basically just moved the gate a little bit further away from the bridge. And also for realism, I wanted to put some wooden areas in. So where we've dug out for the tunnel to go, obviously the wall needs to be supported. Otherwise the soil will just collapse in. So I wanted to put something realistic there. And I just used the Arctic wood that we're using everywhere else because it seemed like it fit the theme quite well. Okay, I feel like that looks much neater with the wood holding that back now. And we have our habitat in here. What do we think that is? Is it going to be fine? Of course it is. It's 1,000 meters squared. That is huge. I'd rather give them way more space though than not enough. So I feel like this is definitely still better than the alternative. And it does provide a good little cut through here with the train to go under. I feel like that's much better. Oh, this one could go as well. We don't need this anymore. The old remnants of where I tried to put a path in. The path could shuffle over here. No, it doesn't need to. It's fine here, isn't it? And it goes and meets up absolutely fine with the rest of it. I think we can keep it to 3 meters. It can just have a slight bend here. And we could even put some facilities in here or something. But this is the way to get on the train, and then it loops back around. Now, this can be opened. We are currently playing, but it can be opened, and then they can use it. Just take the grass out. It looks a bit more normal. And the Polar Express is back in action. We've got Station 1 and Station 2 open. I think this is working fairly well. And I don't think it's too far away from this kind of guest hub for them to reach. Now, we do want a couple more bins everywhere, so let's just put some more of these in. Maybe on the bridge to have a set of bins. As ugly as it is, it annoys me, but... Well, let's not have them on the bridge. Let's have them on either side, because I feel like you wouldn't want bins on the bridge for like a health and safety thing of if... You don't want litter falling on the train, do you? So that should hopefully cover them off a bit better. And then we can have some bins on the corner here. And we've got to put some bins along. Oh, they're there. Cool. Okay. And the guests don't really need to go round here. We will obviously connect it round at some point again, but I think this works fairly well. I think I prefer the train going underground than over, but they've got a bit of a mix. Like, that seems pretty cool. And then they go over to see all the habitats. They go over the path here. I mean, it's quite a wacky ride, but I'm all for it. I think that's quite fun. Look at them getting ready to go. That would be my face entirely as well. Just grinning with vacant eyes. That's my default state. And it looks like we got a challenge reward. No, we've got new ones though. So adopt and place 2 different habitat species. That is going to be completed when we do this because it's a new one. And release a Wolverine into the wild. We are working on it still. And to get a yearly profit, we are close, but we're not there yet. We are still making money. We're still in profit. Showing our money's going down, but now it's going up. Like, we are making money. But our main expenses, I think, are animal feeding. Because, like, Timberwolves are just so expensive. Speaking of, we do need to just check our research. Because we probably finished something. Yeah, we finished our research on the Timberwolves. I do want to give them better food quality. I'm just not sure we can afford it. Let's put our vet to research the North American beaver. And check the mechanic research. I think we're okay here. We were going for, like, shelters and stuff, weren't we? That is cool, the shelters and climbing blueprints, I have to say. And to get more, Wow, look at all these. There's so many different themes to get pieces for. It's incredible. I think we leave our mechanics to do their job a little bit. Oh, look, the train's coming in. That is cool. Okay, right. We're making money still. How do our guests feel? The education's low, the happiness is decent, and everything else is high. Okay. What are our guests thinking? That's the main thing. The zoo is small, and the litter's disgusting. Right, you need more places to go. They still think the Polar Express is great value as well, and the ticket price is good. Right, well, let's put the ticket price to 15, or let's say 16 and 8. It's still quite cheap to get in here. Let's also adjust the Polar Express prices up very slightly. That could be 8 as well. And are you making money yet? Finance statistics. No, it still doesn't make money, but it doesn't cost as much as it did. That's the income out of the cost. So we make like a third back of the cost of it. Oh my goodness. Okay, right. Anyway, let's continue. We need to get our next habitat in here. Let's get the macaques habitat built. You can see the outline we have here. What I'm going to do is design up 3 different areas. We're going to use 2-meter wall pieces. And I want these to align to the grid. So if I place one of them fairly reasonably, like this one here, I should have the grid. This is the correct height as well. And I want one of them that is a solid piece that's not going to have anything on it. That we'll probably use on like corners and stuff. Then we'll have another solid piece that's going to do education. And then we want an open one, just like we did with the beavers, where the guests can see through. And I think we're going to do the same thing, actually, as we did with the beavers, and have these on like use an archway and put glass in here. And that way, if like you're smaller and you can't see over 2 meters, you have a good view in. In fact, I think most people are smaller than 2 meters. Like one meter is one thing. I think this fence was lower, wasn't it? Like, but 2 meters is quite high. That's quite tall. But anyway, they can see through here, and they've got a good view through the glass. You know, I think we're missing scenery pieces for these guys from East Asia. So what I'm going to do is, I think they'd have some specific ones for them. I'm going to put our best mechanic to research the East Asia theme. And I'm actually going to find them. It's Quinn. Let's find Quinn. I'm going to plop you. Oh, you're doing a job right now. Let's fast forward so you can finish your job. I think he's just leaving. Yeah, okay. Now you're leaving. We should be able to pick you up. Doors are closed. I've got you. And I'm going to drop you where the mechanic research is done, which I believe is here in the workshop. And you can start researching that theme while we build everything else. And hopefully, by the end, we'll have the pieces we need to add some monkey stuff to it. Because I believe they'll have their own little sign or something. A lot of the animals do, like these, which are quite cool. If we don't, we don't. But we have a whole scenery section that we're missing. And this path is wrong as well. There we go. That's better. And there's one there as well. Okay, the other one's doing maintenance, which is good. Right. Let's get back to decorating these up while they do that research. Because they should be now plowing away. Cool. So I started by putting some glass in the see-through barrier before I realized that we're using climbable materials because we're using wood. So we need to swap these out for the same that we did with the beaver. I'm going to use the snow blocks, and then they're kind of in theme together, so I feel like it works. Then I played around with a number of different boards and wooden pieces that could look nice as decoration, and I really just had to toy around and see what I liked. And in the end, I liked the same ones that we did for the beavers, and obviously hoping that we get some interesting Japanese macaque artwork to go in the middle on the solid wall piece, where it doesn't have an education board. Eventually, I decided to add some very festive decorations with like the wreaths and the logs that are all decorated up. And I feel like this brought it to life so much, and I really like it. Okay, I think they look pretty cute. Let's see where our mechanic research is at. Oh, it's almost done as well. Okay. Well, let's check up on them. Where are they? In here. Work hard at work. Poor Quinn. Working to a deadline. He's worked overnight and everything. Is that done? There we go. We're done. Cool. My goodness. Right, research complete. We've got 265 items. Wow. Okay, that's pretty cool. Well done. You can stop that research actually now. We don't need to carry on. Go maintain things. Thank you, Quinn. Well done. Now we should have even more. If we filter by the theme East Asia. Wow, look at all these pieces we have. We could have used these in previous series. I'm such an idiot for not knowing that. Oh, well. Look at the beautiful pangolin. That's pandas. Oh, my goodness. I think these are our Japanese macaques. And red panda as well. Wow. These are beautiful. Oh, there's a sculpture of a giant panda. And Japanese macaques. That's incredible. Wow. There's so many pieces here. They are beautiful. I think we should go for one maybe like this in the middle or something here would work nicely for the macaques. That is so pretty. And it fits in well with what we have already. Isn't that beautiful? To tell everyone that they're the macaques. All right, now we've got our 3 areas. Oh, I tell you what I need to do. I need to make sure that these are all together. So if I multi-select, We want to merge all of this into one group. I've not done that consistently, but now it is all merged. So now we can grab everything and just move it out of the way here. And it'll keep the grid because I've moved it within the group. And now what we can do is just duplicate these into the habitat nice and easily. So I'm going to put the solid ones on the corners and where the guests can't really see. Like, it makes sense to have them like here. And on the back side as well. There we go. That looks pretty cool. Oh, I wish I just centered these slightly better. These screens. That's better. And the same with this. I'm going to have to do it to all of them now. This is why you want to do it. Make sure they're perfect and then duplicate everything. Otherwise, you end up going back a million times and changing it. Thankfully, there's only 3 of these. It's not the end of the world. Right, they're done. Let's add a few snow blocks in here to patch up this gate because they'll definitely be able to get out of this. Arctic, and we want it to be the walls. Where are my snowy blocks? Actually, I think it's in all of them to get the ones that aren't grid bound because we just need a few like these. Okay, that seems good. They can get in and out of there. And it's just a little gap. Apparently this is fine as well. The animals shouldn't be able to get out of there. So let's, without further ado, get some. Right, where are they? Japanese, macaque. And we've got a few available. Cool. I might just grab all of these because they're the 4 that are available. Let's check with Frontier. They need to be a minimum group size of 8, don't they? And how long do they live? They live to 30 and they can breed until 20. That's interesting. From 4 to 20. They only have 1 baby as well when they breed. Cool. Okay, good to know. That's not very many, but I guess kind of like humans, we usually just have 1. So let's grab them. These are all a good age. And none of them have any like genetic issues where I'd be particularly worried about it. Apart from that immunity, but that's not that bad. If it was 0, I'd say, but other than that, it's fine. If we refresh, can we get any more? No. Okay, well, 4's good to start. Let's send them into quarantine over here. And they can move them in. And we'll see if we can get another 4 in there. Kind of however we can. I guess we're not choosy now, are we? We'll take anything we can get. Right, let's put some bins maybe here instead. Maybe in front of like the solid one. We can leave that education open a little bit more. And then we do want to put in our donation bins as well. So if we've got the red and the green, let's put a red here and a green here. And then we'll do the same on this side. Hopefully they get some returns from us with donations as well. And we could build this out on this side, to be fair. Like, there's no reason the path can't wrap round. I don't want it to be staff path the whole way around, though. But this seems like it works pretty well. Can we build it even closer? We can. There we go. That seems pretty good to me. And it looks like our Arctic fox is about to have offspring. Oh my goodness, have they all grown up? All the babies are young adults now. That's amazing. You are... Yeah, cool. You're the mum. That's good. I think... Are you waiting for the nest to clear? Like, whatever you call it. The den to clear? Because you need to have the babies in the den, don't you? Offspring imminent. Well, go inside. You can't just hang out with your entire family. Look at them all. Oh my goodness. Look at them all. Let's double check what they're like as well. This is the mum here. She's the alpha female. Yeah, so I think it's just going to be alpha males and alpha females that breed, which makes a lot of sense. She's got offspring imminent. I'm assuming you're just waiting for you guys to go in, and then she'll follow. But we need to check when we need to get rid of the babies as well. Like, when do we release them into the wild? Because I feel like if we look at the Zoopedia, it says you remain with the mum 3 to 4 weeks old. Arctic foxes reach maturity by 10 years old, and then you leave the pack, or when there's a new litter. Okay, often one adult female stays behind and helps take care of the cubs. That's cute. That's really cute. But yeah, I think we need to release all the babies into the wild, and she may have gone inside to have her babies. Is that you there, smiling at us? I don't think it is. No, I can't see any more. Where are you? You're still here. Well, seeing as you're imminently having babies, I think when she does have her babies, we release the other ones into the wild. And that is how it's supposed to be, isn't it? Just leave the two alphas together. Because you don't need help raising them. You've got the male there as well. So between you, you can definitely do a good job like you just did here. Oh my goodness, our Mrs. Claus is about to have a baby. North American Beaver. Oh no, you just got pregnant. Due April. Oh yeah. Due April 2022. My goodness. You've passed quarantine. Where are you going to have your baby? You don't have a den. You going to go into the bed? We haven't seen a baby beaver yet, so I'm kind of thinking we should focus on this birth, not the foxes. Oh, she could be giving birth now. Just sitting in the rain. Don't mind me. Da, 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 da. No, that wasn't you giving birth. That was just you having a rest because you've climbed out up the bank. You are going into the bedding area. Fair enough. Don't mind the audience for your birth. Slightly intense environment to give birth in. Yeah, I think she's going to nestle down and then have the babies in here. How far in do you need to walk? Like, if you picked one specific patch that you're going to give birth on the other side. If she walks all the way through, I'm going to be fuming. Yeah, she's going to this one on the end. You actually picked that one on the other side. Hilarious. Are you having babies? Yeah. You're nuzzling down. I don't know if she's just sleeping. Kind of seems like she's sleeping. Oh, they're here. Oh my goodness. You're adorable. What happened to you? You ran. Look at you. Their little chubby faces. Absolutely adorable. Oh. Straight into the water. They're so cute. Well, we've got baby beavers. What more could you want from a zoo? And is this the whole pack asleep in here? Do we have babies? I don't think she's had them. The alpha's sleeping outside. Capacity's at 90%. Yeah, I don't think she's having the babies. I think we might clear them out. I'm gonna get rid of them because I don't know whether that's causing them to not give birth or what. Let's actually check on our keeper gate because that is how you select the habitat easily. She's our alpha female. She's still got offspring imminent. Yeah, I think the other babies need to go. Bless them. So let's grab them from in here. We know that this is the alpha male. We actually really need to rename them. At least the parents. So can you guys suggest names for these in the comments and I will rename them. Apologies if you've done that already, but we will definitely rename them this time. Seeing as we're keeping the alpha male and female and we're just going to release their babies into the wild. Let's release this pack of 5 foxes. That's adorable. Into the wild. 396 credits. That's really good. Cool. And now I wonder if I hit play, will she give birth? Now there's space in the burrow. We did wait a very long time last time though, so I'm kind of tempted to leave her and just let her give birth in her own time. Now let's check the market again for the macaques, because yes, there's more, there's more. 3 females is perfect. They're good as well. They're good females. Can we refresh the list? We got 7. They did want 8, didn't they? I think let's send these guys to the quarantine. We'll put them through. You can get 8 in quarantine at once. So quarantine's kind of just limbo. So it's a void where they can sit comfortably. How is our caretaker doing as well? Because I can see litter on the floor and I don't like that. Let's train everyone up. Caretakers, you say you're doing a good job, but I don't think you are, because people were complaining about it as well. I think they're not now. Okay, good. That's good. Okay, fine. Average time in zoo, 14 minutes. And they spend about $50. That's not bad. Spend a lot more on donations than anything else. We don't have any ATMs, though, to be fair. So that could be holding us back. We might just need to slot a few ATMs in here and there. I think they're in here. Have I scrolled past them? Yeah, they're right there. Let's put a few ATMs in where the guest facilities are here. Maybe like on the insides here would make a good shout. And let's recolor them to be obviously red and green. We've got to have a more festive red and green, don't we? Yeah, immediately being used. Okay, cool. 2's probably enough, honestly, in each area. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put one there. I'm going to move this one to be here. And that's probably enough for them. Because they're not, like, that highly used generally, I don't think. And the same over here. We're going to have an ATM here. People are flocking to them. Okay, maybe they do need more. Right, let's move the green one over here as well. We can have one there and one here. And that makes a little more sense. I got some ATMs. And finally, if we put some down here, I feel like we're padding out our zoo quite well with them at that point. Up there, and down here. There we go. Another opportunity to get money out before you spend it. Do they need any buy? I don't think they're going to need it for the train, because the train is so cheap. Although now it's $8. It's not actually that cheap, is it? It used to be like $1. That's what I'm thinking of. Right, they're getting the warning for the macaques, so let's get them in here. We got loads now. Right, how many do we have? Animal storage. Oh, no, they're not in animal storage, are they? They're in quarantine. We've got... I'm going to have to check on the building. I want to see how many males and females. We've got 5 females and 2 males. I'm kind of thinking let's get another male. Ooh, I'm going to pause. Animals escaped. Where? Oh. I don't think you have escaped, my friend. The barrier needs slightly adjusting. That's fine. Let's redo this barrier. Yeah, fair enough. It's like right up against the edge. There we go. That should be fixed now. Let's emergency capture him and then it'll be fixed. Yeah, there we go. He's fine. Right. I'm kind of tempted to get a male. I think let's get the best male here, which looks to be appeal-wise. It's this one. Maybe we go for the appeal. And we can have 2 beta males and 1 alpha male. I don't think that's too bad. Let's send you to quarantine as well. And then when you're through quarantine, we'll move all of them into the habitat, which we've nicely prepared here. And how big is this again? 1,000 square meters. Yeah, this would be great for them. They are going to need some water and stuff as well. Our water is obviously definitely going to reach because it's like right there. But yeah, we can put something in for them. Maybe put a little pool in that they can sit and bathe in. I like the idea of that. It's like their little picture here. I swear there's one that has them. Oh, where are they? Japanese macaque. Oh, I thought they were like bathing. I swear I've seen Planet Zoo, one of them, like kind of chilling. It looks cool. That could be good. You have the little, like, bath area for them here. They can also drink from. That seems good. And all of them are past quarantine. So let's grab our 5 females and 3 males and move them into Habitat 18, which is going to be renamed to Japanese Macaque. I can't spell that. I think it's that. Let's double check. Oh, it's literally right there for me. Yeah, I think I did spell it right. Japanese Macaque. Yeah, cool. Right, they're going to be moved in. Let's wait for their arrival. Here's the first one, already here. Oh, look at them! Look at their faces! Oh, they immediately run away. Let's see if I can follow them on the camera. They are awesome. Can you break out? That's what I'm immediately concerned about, though. I'm going to pause. I want to go into heat maps, habitat, and select them. If I hit play, it looks like they can't break out. That's brilliant. Right, well, we do need to add this into the work zone. So let's add this into the zoo work zone alongside our ATMs that we've just put in. And I realized I messed this up, I think. So this is the work zone for everyone. We don't want security to use this one. We just want them to use this one here. And the green just means that it's in this work zone. Blue means it's in this work zone and another one. I thought it was meaning that green it was in and blue it was out. And I don't know why I thought that. Because we don't want security to use this one. We want them to use this one that's designed for them. So if we turn off our heat map now, you can see this is going to be the securities one. And we could change the color of the door, to be fair, to make that a bit clearer. Could have that be like a blue door. This one could be pink for all of them. And then this one could be maybe like green for the vendors or orange. Maybe we have it be, well, the vendors aren't orange. Let's have this be green. And then we can change the color of this sign to be the same green as well. I think that works okay. Right, we got protesters. Oh yeah, because it's not right for them, is it, at all? Okay, we can correct this. They want snow. That's interesting. That's going to be a slight challenge if it doesn't snow. But we can make it so that they're happy otherwise. They don't really want... They're happy with 100% rock. We could just make it all rock, to be honest. If that's kind of what they want, I'm tempted to do that. Or at least have like 100% rock and then a little bit of other stuff. Because that meets all of their requirements. Like, they need 0 to whatever this is, %. And that's probably okay. We could put a little bit of, like, we'll obviously mix up the rough and the smooth rock to give some texture around here. And we can play with the terrain heights as well. Otherwise, it's a little bit dull for them. But I don't want to make them too high or they'll start jumping out, knowing the monkeys. That's probably enough. Let's just double check. Can you get out? No, they can't. Cool. You can't jump out? No. Brilliant. Now we do need to consider, yeah, the snow's going to be an issue, but we can give them some hard shelter and climbing area. And I'm going to do 2 in 1 there. I'm going to filter by, not by theme, by species. And select the Japanese macaque. And then if we look... Oh my goodness, no way. We've got new shelters. These are adorable. Whoa. The little like, what? Oh, I can't believe we've not had these before. That's amazing. Oh, we should have definitely been getting these. They've also got little climbing frames. I always make them myself, but I do like these. We could make something with these. They're like kind of slightly pre-built ones that you could put together. I really like that. What I was going to suggest is we make some large shelters like this. But maybe we can embed some of these in, because these are quite cute. And they do fit in our theme fairly well. Yeah, I think I might try and incorporate some of these together into a structure. And then they've got little places where they can sit and chill and be sheltered. Firstly, I just wanted to place out a bunch of these shelters and make sure that the monkeys have enough shelter overall that they're happy. And also play with the heights so it's a bit more interesting for them to go between them. And then I thought maybe we could join some of them together with like a wooden walking bridge area. So I used one of the other shelters to create a bit of a walking bridge between the 2 sides of the shelter. And it also wasn't really feeling the roofs that they had on there. They were fine, but I thought it'd be nicer if we made our own out of wooden logs, and then it's all wooden logs for the whole structure, and it kind of like gels together a bit better. Then I increased the height on our bridge to give it a bit more interest, and decided to add in a bunch of little climbing frames around everywhere, which are just super cute. Okay, I feel like that's fairly cool. We do just want to add a little bit of bedding into this one, so I feel like they can actually use it. And I'm going to pause the game for that because I don't want it to go too far forward, and I want to see if they can escape from here, or if they're actually contained or not. There we go. I feel like that's quite a cool amount of climbing for them. I do just want to check that they can't escape, and it looks like they can. Okay, you can escape at every single point. Brilliant. Do we just raise the walls up slightly? That is the question. Or do we try and push these away from the edges? Because I do like how it is. Like, I like how it's set up, and I feel like this is an awkward wall height for everyone to see. So what I'm actually thinking, as crazy as it is I might actually just move everything up. It's going to involve a lot of editing this. In fact, we could just take out all of it. Yeah, I think we're going to delete the whole barrier around the outside and add in a new one. Because we get so much back. Like, it's just so much simpler. Now we actually have these here. I think it'll be easier. Let's make these taller. Because I don't want it to be a challenge to for them to get out or not. Right, let's change the grid height to be 2 meters. We want them maybe to just be 4 meters high. And this can, by all means, be what we have on the ground floor. I don't know whether 4 meters is necessary. Like, 4 meters seems excessively tall. But maybe if we have it be like 3 meters high, that would be a bit more of a balance for it. Because that way, all this stuff would be on the ground. Like, we don't need to extend everything that much. It's just like a little bit further down. Yeah, I think that would be better. I'm going to change the glass panels in here to be a much bigger one. Okay, let's see about now. Okay, so it's not fixed it, but I think it's just that they're able to jump on here from places. So we just, it's probably one area and then they can walk the whole way along. And I have a feeling it's going to be these roofs here. Like, this may just be too close, this section. We may have to change this one. How does that work? Yes, it was just that, and then they could walk the whole way around. Perfect. So they can't get out now. I did think it was a little bit close, to be fair. Okay, definitely they can't. Let's just choose another one. Yeah, they can't get out. Perfect. Okay, now they should have plenty of climbing enrichment. They do. They've got 1,000 square meters, 322 of climbing. They don't have the snow they want, but they will soon. And then they just want good plant coverage and enrichment. Now, enrichment we can put in for them. Let's grab our enrichment items and food and water. If we put the feeding platform there, I feel like our keepers will be able to access it and they'll be able to eat on like a raised area, which is pretty cool. And then that's their food done. Then we just need the enrichment. So let's give them some stuff to play with. We want to put these kind of where the guests are going to be able to see them as well. We can have a couple of spiky fruit ones. Got to give them a keyboard, don't we? So they can cause absolute mayhem. And we can give them a mirror mobile to play with. Maybe a couple of balls. And then maybe a fixed roller feeder over here. Maybe a couple of them, actually. Can be the fixed roller zone over here. And a suspended forager. Oh, that's cool. Do they have a pit? They do have a forage box. I love these. I don't know if we're going to be able to fit them in. Could probably put it in here if I delete these, actually. Yeah, that went. Yes, it's the right color. Okay, let's put that there. Got a nice forage box in for them. I love the forage boxes. Okay, and then we'll get some fixed roller feeders over here, and that's probably good for them. Something like that works, doesn't it? Oh, the ball did not like the terrain here at all. Let's just smooth that out slightly. There we go. They got plenty of everything. They got places to sleep. They've got all of the enrichment they could possibly want, I imagine. Yeah, 100% enrichment. They're not happy with the plants. That's what we can improve. So let's grab some Asia Taiga plants and just put a few in for them. They want a reasonable amount of coverage. Not loads, but a reasonable amount. And I'm also going to turn this into... Oh, look, they pushed it into the water. I'm going to turn this into a bit of like a little bath area with some rocks around the outside, because I think that would be quite cute. Okay, I feel like 47% is very good for them. They've got 100% of the space they need. It's taken away slightly, but they still have about triple the space that they need and way more climbing. Can they get out now? Yes, they can. So they can now jump out from here since I put the trees in. I'm assuming that's this tree that's making that possible. Because they can climb the trees. Yeah, okay, fine. They can't get out now. That's what we like. And this is going to be a heated little pool for them, which is pretty cool. I don't think it's that deep. Oh, it's reasonably deep, actually. Maybe it shouldn't be that deep. I don't know how deep they'd want it to be, because I assume they don't swim. This is better, so they can kind of sit in it and paddle. As long as, like, I need one of them in there to really show off the depth of it. But I think that's probably about right, so they can actually sit and paddle if they want. It's really not going to be deep at all, and in fact, I'm just going to do one more raising up just to get it. Yeah, I think that was one too many. There we go. That seems pretty good. It's enough water that they can drink from, and they can paddle around, but they can't swim. Because I don't think these guys swim anyway. So they're not going to want to. And they should now be able to access all of it. It's 103% rock. However, we've done that. Many guesting tickets are underpriced. Let's do that. So we're going to have it be 18. Oh, you know what? Let's just make it 20 and 10. We'll just jump the prices. Our most appealing species is still the Arctic fox. That's pretty crazy. But I'm loving these guys as an addition. Look at them. Aren't they cool? Are they so cool? Well, I hope they like their habitat. Now these guys are in here, let's learn a little bit more about them. The Japanese macaque is a species of monkey endemic to the islands of Japan, and it lives in a variety of environments, including the subarctic forests of Japan's northern regions, and is therefore known as the snow monkey. It has a thick beige fur coat, white belly and pink face, with males measuring an average of 57 centimeters long and weighing in at 11 kilos, and females slightly smaller, averaging 52 centimeters long and weighing in at 8 kilos. Japanese macaques are well adapted to the cold and are capable of withstanding temperatures of minus 20 degrees C, which is very impressive. Female Japanese macaques become good friends by grooming each other, and the macaques have also been seen washing sand and dirt off sweet potatoes prior to eating them. Japanese macaques enjoy warming up in hot springs in cold winters, something they've learned from watching humans, so maybe we should turn up the heat in our little bath we've made them. And some of the Japanese macaques play with stones, and with primates this is often a precursor to learning to use tools, so they might be more intelligent than we think they are. Japanese macaques are extremely social animals, living in groups that can include up to 100 individuals. These are primarily made up of related females and their offspring, but also include a smaller number of unrelated males that females have accepted into their group. One of these males will be an alpha, and several of them will be beta males. The species is matrilineal, so the females in the group are the dominant ones, and they have very close bonds with each other. During the mating season, a male and female macaque enter several couple-like relationships called a courtship. Each lasts for a few days, during which they'll eat, sleep, and travel together. Ultimately, the process results in the female deciding whether she wants to mate with the male or not. Females are more likely to stay with dominant males for longer than a beta male, as they're better at guarding their mates. A macaque pregnancy lasts 4.5 months, and the mother gives birth to a single baby, which they remain close by until it's between the ages of 3 and 4 years old. After this point, they begin to distance themselves, and the females still remain with their mother's group, while the males then leave to join an unrelated group. Thankfully, the Japanese macaque species is not endangered and is surviving well in the wild, with a rough estimation of 120,000 in the wild. And this is so good that when the numbers get too high, macaques are actually culled in Japan to prevent the damage to crops and trees. So they're definitely breeding well, and hopefully they are a species that we can actually consider to be least concern. I love our little Japanese macaque habitat. I feel like it's so cute, and I love that they have this little pool here. I do think that as much as I'm a fan of this, I want to make it look a bit more lively. So I think I'm going to add in a tiny little waterfall from the construction pieces. And, oh my goodness, that looks large. I'm just going to sink this down. So basically it looks like we've got it's like a little bit more of a running stream into it that I think will look a little bit more natural. And now we just need to cover this with rocks that are from the right area. So they're from the Taiga biome. We've got the rocks here. It's the Taiga rocks. We just need to use a few of these to cover up these areas here where you can see the waterfall still. And to be honest, they don't need to be big rocks either. Something like this is fine. I feel like that's pretty good. And I want to make it warmer. So the only people that use this water, where is our little heater? It's in here. The only people that use this, I believe, are the beavers and these guys. Does it? Oh no, it does hit the Arctic fox. Okay, maybe we leave it as it is then. It doesn't need to be steaming. But it's 5 degrees, which is definitely warmer. I mean, it could be warmer than that, to be honest. What temperature do the Arctic foxes like their water to be? Where are you guys? Let's have a look at them. Because if everyone wants it to be warmer, we can put it warmer. No, minus 50 to oh yeah, to 28. Yeah, oh god, they're happy with anything. They're happy with literally anything. What about our beavers? I think the beavers are happy as well with much warmer. To 38 degrees. So actually, it might be better to get it a little bit warmer. And where else was the water? I don't think that will clip this one. I'm pretty sure this heater doesn't have enough radius to catch this. It does catch the Wolverines one, though. So we need to check on our Wolverines, too, to see what they say. And it is going to be interesting, because I wonder... There's going to be 2 water heaters at that point on this water area. And I don't know which one's going to take priority. I guess the one that's heating it to be warmer will win. Look at our little babies. We've got Sven and Johannes. So cute. Okay, where are you, what do you like? 28 as well. Okay, they're happy with much warmer. So I think the temperature could be a bit warmer here. Let's put this up to be like 15 degrees or even 20 degrees. 20 degrees might be nice for them. It's a bit of like a change from the minus 20 that's probably outside. I'm also going to just call a mechanic. And we can pick you up and put you outside. Don't you worry. The power of our god powers here. We'll just pick you up and put you down there. But I think that might be nicer. And then it's like it's a bit more of a bath area, isn't it? If it's a bit warmer. So now, yeah, the temperature's 20 degrees. We can actually change this as well to look like warmer. You can have like full-on mist coming out of it. And bubbles. Oh my goodness, is that just... That is hot. It doesn't have to be like that. But it would be warm, to be honest, because it would have... it like, compared to the outside, it would be warmer than that. I'm going to turn the bubbles off. But I think the mist could definitely be, like... could be present. Let's have it on 0.5 mist. I think it looks quite cool. And they can go and enjoy that for a bit of a warm up. Because when you look at the temperature too, like, that is very different to the rest of their habitat. So if they want to get warmer, they can walk through here. And you'll see, I think their color will change. Yeah, it's getting like a lighter blue the longer they're in the water. That's so cool, isn't it? So he's just warming up. Right, let's turn this off and we can see them. I think that's really cute. Oh, I love it. I love these little things. I love how they're all investigating it as well now. Now it's changed and this is like an area of interest for them because it's much warmer. We could do the same with the beavers and have it be slightly warmer. But theirs is a lake, so I feel like it looks a bit more odd to do that. It makes a lot more sense when it's shallow to have it kind of steaming a bit more. Anyway, I'll let it go. We also have a challenge reward for adopting the monkeys. We can claim this. And they're actually not monkeys, are they? Are they apes? Macaques. I think macaques might be apes. I'm not sure. It's to do with a tail. You can let me know in the comments, because I'm sure one of you knows in the comments. But they're either monkeys or apes, and I can't remember which one they fall into. They're going to need some education, though, because you can see my education's lacking on them. Let's get some facilities in there and put in some media devices and education. We want an animal talk point, and actually, I think we've already got them... Were we recoloring these? I don't think we were. I'm trying to think whether the early ones... No, I don't think we recolored any of them. But let's put an education point in right here. It seems like front and center. It's the logical place to put one. Obviously, it's not going to talk about the Wolverines. We're going to talk about the Japanese macaques. And I don't know when the talk needs to be. When is our beaver talk? Okay, March. Okay, so actually June is correct, because it'd be March. We want to leave April and May free, and then June is the next month. So these guys are absolutely fine to be in June. They can't throw food to suitable ground. Yeah, you're going to struggle with that wherever I put you, though. If I put you there? Yes, okay, you can, because I can land in this spot. Fine, we'll put it there then, slightly off center. I'm going to rename this as well to Japanese macaque. Ooh, spelt correctly, hopefully. And when we're doing... I think we should organize our educators now as well, because I think our educators are a little overworked. Yeah, they are. Let's hire another one. and then sort out the work zones with it. So you're going to go into the zoo work zone. The zoo work zone is going to get a new addition. And I think you guys were also saying that the vets were out of the work zone, but I don't think they are, because this is our vet surgery. They're absolutely fine. It's just the big vendor staff room and the security staff room that's out of this work zone. But I think we may need a new one anyway for educators. So I'm going to start to divide up our zoo. Now we're getting a bit more space. It makes more sense to have a couple of work zones for different things. So let's do new work zone. This is just going to be for our educators. They're going to use this staff room. And they're going to have these habitats, I think makes sense, don't they? For now, let's do this one, this one, this one, and this one, I think, are in a set. I'm trying to remember how we did it. I know we start with the reindeers in December. And then I believe they come here for March, here for June. And then where's the Arctic Fox one? Is that on this side? September, and then it's back to December, so they can cut back through. Okay, that is one work zone, so that works out fine. Let's work zone 4. We're going to call education, and I do want to split this up by species, but for now we're just going to have entrance, and then in the future we can get educators that work on like certain types of species. Like all the canids can be in one together, and like all the felids can be in another one together, and it'll be cool because it can be like they're specialists in their areas. That's what I'm going for anyway. But for now, we've got education entrance, which are those 4, and the staff room for them to rest in. Then we're going to need a new work zone, which again is our staff room. That is going to get overcrowded as anything. We're going to need more of them, I think. And this is going to have this, what basically the other ones. This one, and the wolves. And I believe that is all of them so far. So that's fine there. And this is going to be education. I'm just going to call it middle for now, because they're a bit further in. And yeah, we will change it because we've got some nice division. I just want to add in a few more species before we properly divide it up by species, because I feel like we haven't got the numbers yet. But for now, this will work. And we can assign our educators there. So let's have a look at our educators. If one of you works on education entrance, one of you works on education middle, and then the new one just works on the zoo, that should be fine. And we can see how these guys do without the help. But basically, the zoo will do anything, so they can just fill in the gaps. And if they don't have anything to do, they'll walk around and teach our guests about generic animal stuff. So we'll still get a bonus for our education. Now, looking at our money, we are earning good money. I do think our food costs are very high for the Timberwolves, but we do have the improved food quality, and I think it's worth us going for that to get better animal welfare. If we can give anyone else better food quality, we will, but I don't think we can. Let's get our vet to research the beavers. And done. We obviously set them off to do that. Let's get our vet to research the macaques then. And then now we've unlocked it, let's put the beavers food up to grade 3 as well. They're so cheap. My goodness. And this will massively improve like the welfare of our animals there. Got to have grade 3 because I love that it gives you the better food quality when you see it as well. And look at these little guys. They deserve the best, don't they? They deserve everything in the world. Their little feet kicking around. Oh, these are babies as well. Yeah, it's a juvenile just swimming in place. That is the equivalent to like walking on the spot. Apparently our habitat cleanliness is a disease risk here as well. How are our keepers finding things? That may be something we need to sort out as well. No, it says that they're happy. Are you in the work zone? Yeah, they are. We've only got 2 keepers. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 habitats. I feel like it could be time. Again, we're doing well. Let's add in another keeper. Like, I'd rather be on top of it than fall behind, you know? And let's put you into the zoo. You're going to the rec room, which is exactly what we want. Everyone's getting the right perks. This is good. And our security guard's getting the security perk. And the caretakers... Okay, you're in the... Oh, these are the caretakers. Yes, you're getting the correct one. The vendor, that's incorrect. But that's because they're not assigned to shops. I've not assigned them properly. So they're just going to any staff zone. Fine. Yeah, all of these need to actually be assigned to the same work zone. This has not gone well. I've just left them as they were. And now they should get the PR course, which will be basically give improved guest happiness. I'm also just going to hire another vendor just to work across all of them too. Add a few more people into the team. So, like, if someone's taking a break, there should be someone to replace them. That's the idea. And I think money-wise, we're fine. I do want to get another money-making animal in here, though. So something that brings in a lot of appeal without too high feeding costs. And I think the perfect animal for that is the Formosan black bear. Look at these. So these are a subspecies of the Asiatic, I think that's how you say it, black bear that's endemic to Taiwan. So they're very cool, and they do live in the Taiga, which is what we want. So they're happy with -7 to 42 degrees, but they can climb. So we need to have some properly, like, grade 4 climb proof, taller than 2 meters. 2 meters isn't bad. That's basically what we have here would be perfect for them. We just need to get something over here. And I'm also, now we know that we can get, like, the animal pictures, which I love. I'm also looking to see if we've got any bears, and I don't think there are any. So we must not have unlocked this with our mechanics research. Let's have a look. I'm sure there's a theme. We've got East Asia. And we've got the India theme, North Indonesia. I'm trying to think, is there one that we're missing that might be in the pack that, like, had their pieces as well? This festival. I don't know where this one was. But I am actually just tempted to get them to research these. We've got Fiesta and Festival. I feel like Fiesta, based on these, is probably South America. Whereas we're going to want more Asia. I think yeah, Oceania's not right either. Let's get our mechanic to research the Festival theme, because I have no idea where this one is from. We can get our not as good mechanic on it as well, to be honest. We've only got one workshop, so we can only do one bit of mechanic research at a time, and that's absolutely fine for us. Oh, we've got protesters. What's wrong? You've not had any food. Are you not being fed? I feel like there's probably food here. There's literally food right here. I'm going to move you. Eat something. It's the easiest way to get full and have nourishment is just to actually eat something. Here we go, here we go. If I close this, can we watch you sit down and eat some fruit? No, you're going to ignore it? Okay. I think I'm understanding why you have no nourishment. Hungry and thirsty. Come on, come on. Recognize the food. You know that you're hungry. You're making us look bad. You literally looked at it. Come on, come on. You're going to socialize instead. Okay. They've also got a massive feeding platform over here, but I guess that doesn't have food on it right now. I can call the keeper. Maybe the keeper will be able to fix this for us. Where is our entrance? It's over here. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, you're really far away. We've got really good cut-throughs, though, and I have to say, because it looks like they're really far away, but actually, they can go across there. I'm going to pick them up when the second this gate closes, and I can. There we go. Let's move you, because it's faster than running. Just put you outside, and you can check on everyone. Basically, walk in and go, oh, we need food, and then I'll move you to the keeper hut so you can give them their food. I think they need feeding, because they're hungry. Yeah. Wow, you can see all this stuff. That's cool. They're a master. You gonna feed them? Yeah, I think so. They're starving. I'm gonna rush to a keeper hut. Yep, you should. In fact, I will help you out. Keeper hut is down here. They could probably do with another keeper hut, actually, over in the top area. But for now, I'll just fast track them like this. Let's make some Japanese macaque food. We never follow the keepers for this, but I'm here for it. Oh, what is that? That's an interesting food. Well, hopefully they get some banana as well, because that looks like a good time for them. They're only on grade 1 food quality, though, so I doubt it. It might just be like the mealworms or whatever that is that they've got. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Let's pick you up and put you over here. And in you go. Let's go feed everyone. Dinner time, everyone. Start with the forage box. Everyone's going to run over. We've got quite a lot of enrichment in here, to be fair. And I think they prioritize the enrichment first, and then the rest they put in the arboreal feeding platform, because it's just like, doesn't give them enrichment. But yeah, I think he's doing the roller feeders now. And then he'll probably come back for the fruit spikes. But these guys, where are you going? Oh no, he just put the rest into the roller feeder. Okay, I don't know how they prioritize it then, because they put a lot of food over here. Hopefully this gives all of them the push they need though. Yeah, okay, cool. They're going for the food. They're descending from every direction to eat. Come on, have a sit down and grab a snack. You know you want to. There's so many of them, I love it. And they can just pick through the little forage box to find what they need. Very cute. Okay, cool. We fixed the crisis here. They're being fed. The monkeys are being fed. Don't worry. And we've got food profits from our shops. Cool, let's claim that. Bit of extra cash. Now we need to release a Wolverine into the wild when they grow up. And we need to breed a new habitat animal. That's easy. We can definitely do that. We've got loads of breeding going on. Right, but anyway. As I was saying, the Formosan black bear would be great for our probably high appeal, low feeding costs, because there's only going to be a couple of them, I imagine. Yeah, it's one male, one female. Awesome. So if you've got 2 adults, how do they live? With the exception of a mother and her cubs, they're solitary and they only interact to mate. Fine. We're going to have the same situation as we've got here. I think we could probably do a very similar setup in this space, where we create habitat for like the male or the female, and then we've got the female and her cubs in a slightly bigger one and the male in another one. So if it's just the male needs effectively 1,000 square meters. And if it's the female, well, she's gonna have to be able to have 2 adults when it's just them, which is just over 1,000 square meters, to be honest. That's not much of an increase. Or she's gonna have cubs and they have 0 to 3. So let's say she's got 3 cubs. That's 160. I think that's higher than 2 adults, wasn't it? Yeah, 160. Yeah. Okay, so 200 for the female and 1,000 for the male. That's 2 very similar habitats, honestly. Let's put in the barriers. We're going to go for a... We could go for a small habitat gate, actually. Because what did we do over here? I think we put a small one in. But actually, I don't really like this. Now that we've changed it, I would rather have this be the right height up here. Because it seems a bit odd. So I'm going to raise these up. And it would be better to have the door. I'm also just going to offset them slightly so that they don't flicker like that. There we go. This would be better as a full door, wouldn't it? If we're honest. Let's pause the game. I don't know if this is going to break it or not, but I'm going to remove the barrier. Yeah, and they've all escaped. And then add in a proper door here. In fact, we could put in the glass gate. Well, they can climb all of them the same, can't they? And then this is... They're all going to get boxed up. This is the Japanese macaque habitat. No, you've not escaped. Just unbox. Just unbox. It's all fine. And I believe if I click on them... Not cleanliness, traversable area, you're all fine. Oh, I need to just put it back into the work zone. Fine. Zoo. There you go. Don't you worry. It's all fine. Oh, and I can put it in security as well. I was like, why is it only in one work zone? But that's why. Basically, security just has everything. Because they'll patrol up to wherever the boundaries that you put in. So we've got good boundaries there. Right. Let's add in 2 habitats over here. Have we got a new challenge reward? No, it's the same ones. Let's put in a full barrier. I'm going to select the same wooden habitat gate. And thinking about where our keeper huts and stuff are, that is very close. So I think we can probably still be using that one. Let's let's put a habitat in here. I'm going to leave a little bit of space between them. We can put some trees in or something. And then start this habitat right where the bins are here. And I'm going to build this out with null barriers just to get a good size. I don't want it to be 9 meters though. I'm going to make it so it's multiples of 4. And that way the construction pieces snap really well to it. Okay, 1,076. This is definitely good for our male. We've got the Wolverine male here. We can have the Formosan bear male here. And then we can have the female in here. And again, we can put the habitat gates. We could even branch off of it and have it be one area. And that way it would be a bit better for when we move the animals together. I guess with the Wolverines, we've got to manually move them. But if I remove this section here, we can have it stay at 90 degrees. And this can be the start of our female's habitat. Okay, this is 1-3-3-2, and I think that's a more interesting shape. I don't know why it didn't quite align up. I don't know if I've messed anything up, but I think I haven't. Like, it all seems fine. And they're both on 4-meter grids, which is perfect. So I can change all of these to be null barrier, and they'll all disappear. And then we can get working on a barrier for them. And in this area, we have got the ice. So I'm tempted to carry that on and have this area be more icy. So let's look at our ice pieces. I wonder if our mechanics finished the mechanic research as well. Ooh, almost. Yeah, they're almost done. Okay, so I'll leave them to do it while we make the ice pieces. If we filter the theme to Arctic, we can then get the nice ice piece walls, which is what we want. They're in here. And I think if we make a 2 meters is a bit of an awkward height. Because we're going to have the same thing, especially with climbing, as we had with the monkeys. I might make it 3 meters high, because I feel like it will look a bit better. How tall are these? I think these are 3 meters high as well. I think this is the thing that messed up our grid, because that's not quite 4 meters, but that's fine. We can resolve that at the end. We'll just shuffle it outwards, and then we'll put something at the back that encompasses it. It doesn't have to be 4 meters. It's just it makes your life a bit easier generally. But obviously, they could be slightly asymmetric. They don't have to be 100% aligned to the grid. Right, a 4-meter wall, sorry, would be this high. I think 3 meters. Let's make up a 3-meter wall. And if we put this aligned with that post here, we should see exactly what that is. And it'll align it to our grid for us. I don't think that's quite aligned. I think that's better. Yeah. So that's 2 meters. If I then change the grid height to 1, we should be able to place this on top. I think that's the same height, you know? I think that'll be good. Let's make a few 3-meter wall pieces. We might as well use the arches because they're quite nice for the transparent pieces. And what we're going to do is what we've done before. Well, basically, we're going to design up 2 of these kind of straight wall pieces. One of them that has education on it and one of them that doesn't. And then we're going to have a transparent wall piece. And then we can just duplicate these all the way around. And we've actually done this over here if I exit the group. And we need to delete them. You can see they're all in the same group. Because it just makes it so much easier to design up a few pieces and duplicate them. Then go the whole way around and then have to decorate each piece individually. It takes ages. This is a much faster way of doing it. You just need to edit them in the group. So you need to hit R. If you click on them, you hit R and then you enter the group. And now you're editing in the group. All right, let's have a look at our mechanic pieces. Yes, we've got the festival theme. I wonder what this is unlocked for us. Okay, I'm going to stop them researching any more on that and also put them on the fiesta theme because we might as well get as many as we can, right? Because if you do the first level, it unlocks the pieces and then the rest of them are blueprints. And we don't need the blueprints as much as we just want the pieces to decorate our zoos with. I don't think the Twilight pack has it either. So let's go in construction. Let's type in bear and see what comes up. Yeah, we've not had any more from that. I guess if we filter by theme, what does the festival give us? Yeah, there's macaques. If we align to surface, there's like macaques and others. Yeah, it's not the same ones. That's fine though. These are cool, I have to say. They're very, very cool. And you still have some houses, but it's not quite what we're looking for. That's fine though, because if we go to bear, there's still some bears that are very similar. We've got a sculpture of a bear here, and we do have, this is the sloth bear, and this is the sun bear, and this is the spectacled bear, which all look very similar. And we've got grizzly bears here. This could be bear. This could be perfect, actually. The New World one. If we just can we change the colors? Because this might be a slam dunk for us. No, we can't change the colors. But I don't think it's bad. I have to say, just having a bear there isn't the worst thing. But if we're going to go for these black bears, I feel like we've got to have them correctly done. I mean, they look so similar to the sun bear there. I'm actually wondering whether we just use this because it's not really a sun bear. It's like, it's so abstract. I think they look the same. I think we might just use the sun bear decorations. Obviously, then with their really long tongue out, we don't need, but we could just have this here. And that is definitely the black bear. Like, they look identical based on this drawing. So I think we might have that, and this is our decoration. And my plan here with the trees is when we duplicate them, the trees will copy across. So that should look fairly good. Okay, I think that's better. And then what I'm going to do is grab, if we go into the group, I'll grab all of these. I'm actually going to delete this archway, grab these, duplicate them just to get the tree in exactly the right position. And then we can just take these sections out and put in the ice again in the same spot. There we go, that's better. I feel like that works quite well. And then we can grab all of these if we go into the menu. Oh, about to have baby macaques, that's cool. Let's duplicate, no, not duplicate, sorry. Let's grab all of these, and you need to be inside the group for this. This is key. And then move them. And the reason you need to be inside the group is it locks the grid. It stays in the grid that we place, which is why we aligned them up to our fences to get all the grid. And now what we can do is we can grab these and duplicate them across. And I'm going to do these like solid pieces on the corners wherever I can. And then the other ones, yeah, it's actually the gate that's a bit out of line. That's a bit annoying, but it's fine because it aligns everywhere else. We may just need to adjust where our habitat gate is at the end. But basically, the corner pieces are going to have these, and everywhere else I'm going to put a mix of these Zupedia frame ones, which don't actually have them in there. So before I do that, let's place them in. Let's put a little board in. Habitat education board, we want to align surface and whack this board in like that. And then we've got habitat education board in there. And then we can duplicate all of these across and teach our guests with these ones, have these on the corners and any faces facing away from the guests. And obviously our viewing areas are going to be the priority for where the guests are going to see all of them. So let's put these in now. Okay, that was quite an endeavor, but I feel like we've got it here. And that's quite a cool little chunk of land we have. So we've got multiple habitat gates. Yeah, I know, but you should be separated, yeah. I think there might be a gap in the barrier. That's what I'm wondering. Let's follow this round. Because if this is complete... Yeah, it's not complete, that's why. Fine. We just need this to be completed up here. There we go. And now it should be 2 separate habitats. High amounts of litter. That's not good. Yeah, habitat 23. So this is going to be Formosan black bear male. And Formosan black bear female. And this is going to be the one where obviously this is the bigger habitat. Size-wise, it's 1280. This one is 1132. So they've both got more space than they need, basically. It's also taller than it needs to be, which is good. And when we put the sides in, I think we're just going to put some ice blocks in like this for the habitat gates, because it doesn't really need more than that. It just needs to blend in a little bit. And I feel like these do a pretty decent job of that, just blending it across. Ah, and this is why we didn't have it on the edge last time. Yes, I'm remembering this now. I tell you what, we're going to have the same problem here, though, with the glass. I think I'm going to put this here, and we may just very slightly... it's not going to reach. Can I make my peace with this? I tell you what I can do, is I can put in an ice column on the corners to hide all manner of mistakes. Even if we take the top off of it. I think that looks okay. And then everything else lines up quite nicely. Now, we've got a couple of areas where the trees are sticking in. I think I'm just going to remove those trees, because they're a bit unnecessary. But by having the trees go across, you kind of get them in the middle. If that makes sense, like you're having them leaning halfway out, you then get them in the middle of the overall design when you put the pieces together. And that's what I was going for. I don't want any decorations to be sticking into the habitat, though, because I feel like that's enrichment that we didn't want and the bears didn't really ask for. Everything else, though, is fine. If it sticks out, that's absolutely fine. And we could even then probably find a way to duplicate the trees across and have these areas look a bit more interesting here as well. There we go. That's cool. I like that. And this one can just go. Lost in the wall. And obviously this one on the inside is just a plain ice wall, because both bears actually use that. And this is where we could put a door in here, which I think would be quite cool to do. So let's put what looks like a door. We can have an archway here. Put this on grid height 1. And then when they're breeding, all we have to do is raise up this door, and hey presto, they can get out. So let's have a nice like metal. In fact, if I take off metal, can I filter by material metal? That's probably better. And I'm looking for anything that could be used as kind of like a pulled up door and then slammed shut. Okay, I feel like that's kind of cool. It looks like a mechanism that would draw up the door, and they'd be able to fit underneath it and go through into the other side. So I feel like that kind of works. We've got a new objective as well, to adopt and place 2 different habitat species. We've had that many times, and I think it's probably time we do it. So let's actually have a look at the black bears. I can't spell them apparently. Formosan. Yeah, I'm definitely not spelling that right before. I'm gonna have to change that. And we've got a few, so let's sort them by appeal. I think, let's have a look at how old they are. They live to 31 and they can breed until death from 5. So honestly, any of these age-wise are going to be absolutely fine. Like 17, 5, any of these are good. I'd rather buy them for cash if possible. There are some decent ones. We can change that to filter to just be the cash listings and we can see what's available. There you go. We've got 2 of each. That female is pretty good. I'm going to grab her. And then out of the males, this is the better male. So let's grab him. So then we can grab both of them and send them to our quarantine building here. And they can go through quarantine and soon be allowed into the habitat, which I think is quite cute. It's definitely going to help us out money-wise as well, having some more bears in here, because I think they're quite interesting. Let's add... Oh, yeah, there's loads of litter around here. Let's add some more bins in. Everywhere, basically. Yeah, there's high amounts of litter. There is a lot of litter, to be fair. And what about over here? There's a lot of litter here, too. There are not enough bins? Yeah, they're just overflowing. I suppose they're eating more over here, aren't they? So it might need a few more bins. Where are the bins? Oh, they are right there. And there's more there. Kind of tempted to put some on this side here, too. Seeing as we're getting a lot of rubbish. But we can't just stack the place full of bins and nothing else, you know? Like, there needs to be people actually cleaning it up. So maybe we need more caretakers. I think another caretaker wouldn't hurt. And let's put them by all this mess over here so they can clear that up. Caretakers are here. Let's assign you to zoo. And then we are going to grab all of our other staff and train them up. And they should be able to... Yeah, look, they're getting straight on it. Now, how are they doing in quarantine? They're still going through. Fine. That's not a problem. Oh, and you've just passed. There we go. Let's move you into the habitat. And the female... They're going to go in together because at the minute, there's no need for the actual male to have their own habitat. They might... When they're pregnant, then we'll move the male out. But we want them to breed. Or what we could do, perhaps for animal ethics, is I'm going to move them into their own habitats until they adjust. And then when they've been in there a little bit, then we'll introduce them together. Because it's been quite a big change for them already. So let's move the male into this habitat. And then, yeah, that seems a lot better as far as animal ethics too. Because you wouldn't just move them straight in to breed, would you? Like, they've just moved home and everything. You want them to be happy where they are first. And then start introducing them to a mate. The inspector's coming in 6 months. That's all good. And I think this is our bear here. Very cool. I'm going to pause the game as well because there are no bins here. That is not going to be good for us. Let's put a set of bins. Maybe like here. It's our female. She's coming in. I wonder how big they are. I don't think they're that big, the black bears. Yeah, no, they're tiny. Oh, that's why they don't need that much space. Adorable. Okay, well, let's pause because this isn't going to be correct. And we need to assign them. Okay, it's all freaking out. We need to put these habitats in our zoo work zone. And I'm going to put them in security as well. I'm not going to hook up the education until we've got a bit more in this area. And I'm also going to delete these. So we don't need more educators or anything right now. Because I do want to do that, but just not right now. We just kind of rejigged it already. Let's not rejig it again. Now, you're not happy. Can you escape? That's actually the most important thing. No, you can't escape. And our other one's arriving. So let's just look at them arrive too. This is our male. Ooh, look at them. I think they're slightly... Are they bigger or smaller? I think they might be slightly bigger than the female. But anyway, let's make sure they've got the right habitats. They're going to need more short grass, less long grass, and more soil. And the fact is they need short grass. So even if it's snowing, they need an area of short grass. So let's make sure they've got some kind of climbing area that also provides shelter for them. Because that'll also give them the hard shelter as well. Now, terrain-wise, I am tempted to give them... They want climbing area. I think it might be cool in this habitat if we have a couple of like hills in the middle that are joined with a climbing area. That could be fun. Yeah, it looks like that's all fine. And here, I actually want to sink down the habitat to give a bit more depth, but going down probably around here in the middle. I think that's a bit more interesting for them, isn't it? Can you escape from your little hill? No, all good. You can't get out. Now we can properly focus on the terrain makeup. Let's paint it in so it's what they want. Oh, and it's more soil. It's not more long grass, more short grass. They need less short grass and more soil. That's they do have a requirement for short grass, but I think now we've put so much in, they don't need any more than that. There we go. That seems pretty good for them. Let's add in some water too. Do they have water treatment in this area? There's no water treatment at all. So they're going to need a new water treatment building. I'm going to put one on this side because we're going to have more habitats over here. And I'm not going to decorate it up because I don't know where it's going to live yet. But I'm going to have it like, let's say like here, over this way would be ideal. And a water temperature regulator as well. And we can just hook these up with staff paths. And our guests shouldn't be able to access this. But now it doesn't really matter how it looks either, because I just don't want the negative impact of it to reach our guests, and I think it can there. Oh, and it's going to need power too, obviously. Let's put some power in. Got a little energy station over here. We're going to have energy and water. So these are the areas that are connected for water and cleanliness and temperature. So basically we just need to have a small water area, small drinking area down here, which actually we can very easily do with the little sunken area. We just need to raise up a small section over here. Oh no, not like that. That's way too big. That should be good for both of them. They don't need much water area. So I think they'll be happy with that. Terrain wise, oh, okay, yeah, no, we've taken too much out with the water. Gonna just literally give them a small drinking area. Yeah, I think that's good for them. 1163 seems good. I'm pretty sure that's what it was if there's a mother and their cubs. So that's pretty perfect, honestly. And if we really needed to, there's a bit more space here to expand the fences out. So we could do that in the future. But I don't think it's necessary right now. Okay, let's build them some hard shelter / climbing. And I believe we even actually have some in habitat. If we filter by species, the Formosan black bear. On enrichment. Yeah, we've got large climbing frames and stuff already. That's cool. So this is what I was thinking, is we can have areas like this. That would be kind of perfect here, honestly. So I'm going to put these kind of areas in that are like integrated with rocks as well, because that will look very cool. And I'm going to edit them so that we can create some like bedding areas in here too and things like that, because I think that'll be quite interesting. Okay, let's see how that looks for them. Are you happy with that? Yes, you've got 141 square meters of climbing and 1090 meters of walking. Now, that isn't quite enough if they've got extra babies. And I think it's because they've got a lot of rocks here. We can give them more climbing areas if they can get onto like this. So let's do that as well. Let's build like some more ramps in here. And then if they can access this area, that will give them even more area to like walk on. So I think what I could even do is just lower this down. So it's not quite so high. Okay, where are you? Let's click on the bear. Now you can access this area. They've got 1196. Perfect. So now they can walk on top of here. That's kind of what you need, is if you give them the ability to walk across the top of them, they're much, like, it counts as area for them to walk on, obviously, because it is. So let's do that. They're happy with that. Let's give them their enrichment as well, not just their climbing enrichment. And I want to give them some food enrichment kind of near where the guests are actually going to see them. So let's have a frozen block of fish and a frozen block of fruit over here. This is the cold section. And we can have a bobbin drum, sure. Let's have one over there. A fire hose ball, that's pretty cool. And a fixed roller feeder, that's really cool. Where do we want that? Maybe over here, actually. To have a fixed roller feeder like that. That would actually kind of be cooler here. So I think I might swap these around. Maybe put like the fruit over here and the fish, because they're a bit easier to fit into these areas while still being able to see them. And then we can put the fixed roller feeder in here. I hate that it like warps the terrain. That annoys me so much, but it's fine. It's fine. And a tree forager. Oh my goodness, that's cool. Well, maybe we put that up the top here, if that's not going to impact it too much. Yeah, that's not too bad. Let's have it like that. And then we can also get in some more toys. So they've got a couple of toys, actually, haven't they? Maybe we give them a gift box as well. And that's like another toy they can use. How is that? How do you feel about that? Your enrichment 100%, perfect. And obviously when there's more of them in here, we'll have to check that as well. But they can swim as well, these bears, but it doesn't look like they actually want to. They're more about climbing, so I'm not that bothered to give them a swimming area if they don't really need it. You need all the same treatment, basically. Right, let's give this one the other climbing frame, because this is quite cool. We can have, this is very tall as well. We could even have it like here. I think that's really good spot for it. And then we can have another climbing frame. To be honest, I might put this in and change it all around so that it looks more different, but this would be cool here as well. Can he get out of that? No, they can't, and they can walk across all of it, so they're more than happy with the area. That's actually, I think, what I should have done here. I think I might switch out some of the stuff here, because I've kind of made these little areas, but it would have been better just to put a big one in. And I think I'm going to change that now. It's always good to, like, iterate when you're designing them anyway, because you want to, like, especially, I like using these. It saves so much time to use the kind of, almost, like, the pre-built ones, and then make them your own and have fun like redesigning sections of them, because it is a lot of fun to do, and it's not that difficult just to do something like this where you're replacing a small shelter with another one, or, you know, like building on a climbing enrichment by giving it a shelter attached to it. I think I might get rid of these areas of bedding as well. I feel like that's going to give them a lot more walkable area to use. Let's just double check it. Yeah, 1, 2, 8, 4. We're already much better because they can properly walk on all of this. So we're just like stacking it higher, which I think is cool. It gives them more space, which is what we want. And facilities broken down. Oh my goodness. Vet hasn't attended the habitat. Yeah, okay, fine. Our vet research will take you off if you're still doing it. Oh, it's because there's so much to do for the macaques. Oh my goodness, I'm going to stop them there. We need our vet to visit our animals. We definitely do. So we will get on that. And then these have just broken down. Fine. I'm not even sure they're in a work zone. That might be why. Let's just quickly add them in. And then we'll get back to finishing. Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, they are. It's maybe because I'm... Oh, I think I left our mechanic on research as well. Yeah, I did. Fine. Well, we've done the Fiesta theme. That's good. They're almost halfway through it. And again... But let's get ATM, assign you, fine. And yeah, it's just alerts that our vet and our mechanics are basically doing research instead of looking after the zoo. So we'll get them back on track now. It's a beautiful morning in the zoo. Let's finish up adding in. Do you want more climbing? Kind of not, no. I think they're happy as they are. So really, we just need to get some nature in for these guys, get some plant coverage in. And for that, we need Asian Taiga plants. So there's not that many, but we'll get a number in. And we can randomly rotate all of these. Let's have a little montage of placing plants. Right, and now I'm gonna have to double check, can you get out? No, you can't walk anywhere either. I think these are too close to them. You need space to walk around. I don't want to destroy all of their traversable area. There we go, you're back. Okay, you've still got enough space, and that is definitely enough plant coverage for them. They can climb the trees as well, and they can't break out. That's perfect. Okay, they're also not going to be in here that much because they are going to be in here too. And you are messing around with your box, and I love it. Got that lovely gift box. Enjoying it. It's probably the cheapest thing we've got for them. Right, and let's get some plots in for you too. Okay, I feel like that's a bit better in here because I don't think the Siberian pea shrubs are as large. Yeah, so hopefully they've got more space to walk around. Oh, no, 904. They were better before. Oh, okay. Well, let's maybe just put a bit more area in for these guys. We can always just add another platform or something. I think it's more the trees that reduce their area, to be honest, because they can't actually walk where they are. Like, this whole Himalayan birch here kills a lot of space for them to walk in that area. So I think it might be better that we rejig some of this so they have more space to walk around. Or alternatively, I think it might even be better just to pause it, grab these bits of fencing and just move them further forward. All right, let's check out our bear now. How are they feeling? They're plant-wise, they're super happy. That's good. What about the terrain? Yes, size-wise, they're happy now. 982 is perfect for them. They just need a bit more soil and a bit less short grass. We can easily do that. And we can deal, we may like put heaters in or something as well when the snow comes. We'll have to just deal with that when the snow actually comes. It's quite hard to know without seeing it. And you can't escape either. And you're happy with everything. So you've got 1192, that's perfect. And you have 982. I think they're both pretty perfect for them, honestly. These guys just need some enrichment. This the male on their own needs some enrichment. So let's put a few things in for them. They can have the pin, they can have some fruit here, which gives everyone a reason to come up this end as well. And then we'll have the fixed roller feeder down this end somewhere. Ooh, they're not going to see very much, actually. We may just put it in, but in a less visible spot, because the male's habitat isn't as visible. Maybe even we just have it here, and we move the bobby pin further back. Because we don't, like, they can bring their toys wherever they want. They can play with them wherever. We'll give them a fire hose ball as well. We'll give them, like, the same toys as the other one, and a gift box. And we gave them the tree forager as well, didn't we? This we could maybe, can we fit that in there? It'd be cool if we could. Yeah, we got that in there. Cool, that's good. That's a pretty cool view for that. They should be very happy with all this. There's so many trees, my goodness. They're 100% happy. Please suggest names for these in the comments as well, and we will rename them, obviously. We've got to have a couple of names. 2 black bears that are absolutely beautiful. Look at them drinking. And this is clean, like, temperate water, like, a good temperature for it. In fact, we probably need to adjust the temperature. What do they want from their temperature requirements? If we go to Zoopedia, it'll tell us. -7 to 42. Okay, so they'd actually be happy with the same, to have it a bit warmer. 20 degrees might be fine, because it gives them an area to heat up if they're a bit chilly. Yeah, like that. They can walk through the water and it's warm. That's probably quite nice for them, to be honest. Alright, well, let's put some donation bins in for them before we forget, because that would be tragic if we're not earning any money. Let's get a green one and a red one. We can also have more donation bins around here. I've not been doing that. And it started to snow. Oh my goodness. Wonderful. That is very festive indeed. I want to grab the bin. Right. Now a red donation bin there and a green. And then the back they can't see. And down here they've got them. Cool. So let's put in red here. We'll put a green in there. We'll have another red. Another green. Maybe a red over here. And then a green and another red. Just alternating them basically, so we can get them all in. Have another red there. All the way around the outside. And then if we grab our green ones, we can have red and green over here. Red, green. In fact, I may put the green one a bit further up. I may put it like here. Red and green. Red and green. Red and green. Red and green. That seems pretty good. That's a lot of places to donate. So hopefully they do. And I can't believe it's snowing. How beautiful. We just made a whole new area for all these. I love that we have an adjoining habitat as well. And we can lift that up and then they can breed. That seems pretty cool. Now these beautiful animals are in here, let's learn a little bit more about them. The Formosan black bear is a subspecies of the Asiatic black bear that's endemic to Taiwan. They have a stocky build with black fur, rounded ears, and a long straight snout. Plus, their most characteristic and distinct visual feature, which is a V-shaped white patch on their chest. The Formosan black bears are sexually dimorphic, and in this case, the males are much larger than the females. The males weigh on average around 135 kilos and measure around 1.7 meters tall, while the females weigh around 70 kilos and measure around 1.35 meters tall. Formosan black bears are also known as moon bears due to the crescent-shaped white patch on their chests. And unlike the other black bear subspecies, they don't hibernate in the winter. The movement of black bears can appear clumsy and slow, but they can run at 25 miles an hour when they want to, and they're also good swimmers and can catch fish. Formosan black bears are great climbers and may spend up to half of their time in trees, which is a really good thing that we put in a lot of climbing enrichment for them. And they love climbing so much that pregnant females often make their dens in hollowed trees. The Formosan black bear appears in Taiwanese folklore, and the story goes that the bear and the Formosan leopard, which is now extinct, were once white, and the two animals decided to paint each other's coats. The bear took great care in painting the leopard's spots, but the leopard was lazy and painted the bear all black except for a moon-shaped white patch on its chest. The bear was angry when they saw what the leopard had done and chased them. The leopard begged the bear to let them live, and if they did, the leopard would share their kills with the bear. The bear agreed, and to this day, native hunters believe that leopards don't eat the meat from their kills to honor this deal, and some leave food behind for the scavenging black bear. Isn't that really cool? With the exception of a mother and her cubs, Formosan black bears are solitary and interact only to mate. And during the mating season, the males track the females who move through their large territory by the scent of their urine. When they meet, they have a brief courtship before mating and going their separate ways. The female is pregnant for 6 to 7 months and will, during the late weeks of her pregnancy, locate a den in a rock crevice or a hollow tree. This is where she gives birth to between 1 to 3 cubs, who stay with their mother for 2 years. At this point, she's likely to mate again, while her initial cubs leave and attempt to establish their own territories. Unfortunately, the species is endangered, and their numbers are in decline, primarily due to the degradation of their habitat that's brought by commercial logging and the encroachment of human development in their home forests. They're also victims of commercial poaching, which is an effect compounded by the logging because it gives poachers easy access to areas in which the bears live. Taiwan takes a lot of pride in its bear population, and the nation is working to protect them. Many have been tagged with radio collars in order to track them and get an idea of the threats that they're facing. This also assists in determining the population size, locating areas that poachers' traps have been set, and mapping the home ranges of the bears to locate and protect the dens of the mothers that have new cubs. Although the number of Formosan black bears in the wild is not yet known, Taiwanese groups continue to carry out this research and to improve the protected measures in place. So hopefully these measures are effective and we don't have to worry about them in the future. But right now, the Formosan black bears aren't in a great place. And look at our Formosan black bears in here. Well, at least the females in here, just enjoying themselves. I think now it's started to snow out of the blue. I think their terrain's probably off. So let's just check this. Yeah, it is. It's like 27% because they don't want that much snow. They need less snow. So I think the easiest way to achieve this is just to put some heaters in that will maintain it at a temperature that they're more happy with. And that will melt the snow for them because the actual terrain is correct for them. It's just the temperature. And if they want a small amount, basically we're building them an indoor habitat, which isn't what we've done. So we're going to heat this one and it's to 42 degrees. So they're definitely comfortable with a bit of heat. Let's get, not in facilities, in habitat, we can go heaters and coolers and get a heater in here. I think, obviously the water is heated. It makes sense to have these areas heated as well. I think I'm going to put a heater on the roof of this one. If we align to surface, should easily be able to attach a heater in here. And that should do the job. I'm just going to make sure it's kind of centered where this column is. Should be about right. And that one, 30 degrees isn't a bad shout, actually. Yeah, that could be about right for them. We can have a look at the temperature, and this will start to heat up. It's definitely not central, though. Oh, I think it's randomly rotated as well, right? I'm going to undo that and place another one that's not completely skewed. Okay. That should start working, and I'm going to make another one and put it in here. And again, we're going to have it on we're going to have it on 30 and range 20. I think that should be enough. So let's have a look. Ooh, we're about to have a Wolverine mature as well. That's great because one of our challenges is to release a Wolverine into the wild. So we can actually do that. And we've just had our inspector's report. And they're not happy with education, but actually we're doing pretty well. Other than that, other than the education, we're doing really well. So we can definitely take that as a win. And we just need to boost our education. Right, let's, yeah, this is looking better already. Where are our bears? If I click H, We'll get the heat maps up, and then it's easier to find the animals. Right, here you are. That's looking good. The snow just needs to disappear, so the more that melts, the better, really. But the rest of it is all good for them. And they're fine to have some snow. It's slowly disappearing, so I think that's definitely fine. We'll check on them in a second. Let's put some heaters in for the other bear, though. The male that we've got in here. Okay, let's have a look at them. These habitats are looking much warmer now for them. They'll slowly keep heating up. And how is yours looking? You're happy. Perfect. Okay, so there's the correct amount of snow for you. And the same over here. They're super happy. That's good. Right, let's go check out our Wolverines. Because if we've got babies, that's definitely good news. I think this is the bear's habitat. And then this is the male. So the babies must be in here. Where's your brother, Sven? Let's have a quick look. Ah, here he is. Johannes is still a juvenile. I mean, he's not really about to mature, is he? Sven's about to mature as well. Really? I mean, they don't look it. And look at Jean, your mother. Having a great time with her little pups. They're so cute. Oh, look at them. Little family together. When they do mature, we're going to release them into the wild, because that's what would happen as well when they grow up. And then we can put the male back in here to breed. And actually, we could put the male bear in with the female, I think, now. I feel like they've adjusted enough so that they can actually live together. Look at them. You're just chilling. You're enjoying it here, aren't you? Let's give it a go. Let's move you in to here. And we're going to basically say that we've lifted up this this gate that separates them. And we've let them in. So they've actually got double the amount of space as well. Because they could use both of these areas. But this is still sufficient for them. And we need to put the boards on. Oh my goodness. Let's whack these boards on. I'm going to make sure they have power as well. That's one thing we need to do. And there's not a lot of education around here. Let's double check our electricity. Yeah, we could do with some power a bit closer, couldn't we? Same here. This is actually quite a good spot for it, but we need this one to move. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to slightly adjust this habitat, I think. Pull this path back a little. Okay, this is definitely bigger now, so they've got a bit of extra space as well. How do they feel? The female. Let's just double check how they're feeling. I don't know where they are. Oh, they're here. Okay, they're happy. And this is the male, actually. He's in here. Cool. So the space has gone up quite a bit as well. That's definitely worth doing. And now we've got a bit more space here. I think that's a bit better. Let's put this board on as well. Although we could switch these around, maybe. I think that might be better, you know? That's better. There we go. And what we can do to boost our education, seeing as... Oh, they've matured. Right, we'll do education in a second. Let's tend to our Wolverines. Yeah, you've matured. Perfect. Okay, so Sven's grown up. Johannes apparently has grown up as well, although his body hasn't done that. Right, let's send you to the... To be honest, we could just release you directly into the wild. Let's put you in the trade center, though. We'll box them up. We've got 2 adults in here. Now, if we go to our animal trading and select animal storage, we've got both of our adults here. We can release them into the wild for 188, and that will give us our challenge reward here of, where is it? Release 1 Wolverine into the wild. Perfect. Let's do it. This has been a long time coming. Perfect. They're in. I love it. Well, they're gone, I should say. Right, let's get our male, Logan. Let's move him back in with the female. He's just been fed as well. What a waste of food. Let's move him in with the Wolverine female, and they can start breeding as well. And we need to turn this... Oh, it is. It hasn't got power. Fine. Yeah, these don't have power over here. So we do need to sort that out. Firstly, I'm going to do power, and then we'll sort out our education, I think. because that seems like a better order of doing things. Now, water is actually placed in quite a good spot over here, so I'm tempted to leave that there. But I do want to adjust where the power is, so it's a bit more encompassing of everything else. And actually, being at the end of this path here is kind of ideal, because it can get everything over here. I think that's a bit better. We're going to stick with that. Also, just going to make sure everything's in our work zones, because I don't think they are. And then I wanted to add a little bit more interest to our wind turbine, so I just built a very simple wooden structure out of the Arctic wood pieces, making 4 fence posts joined together with like a wooden fence in between them, and I think it looks quite cute. I think that looks a little bit better, doesn't it? Just to have a bit of something extra. Now, I'm just going to copy this without the wind turbine on it. I can exit the group, and I can just attach this to our other power over here. Okay, that's better. We got a bit of power here. In fact, I can shrink it down slightly. There we go. That's better. Now we've got some decoration on our power. That's looking so much better. And all of these education boards will be on, which is exactly what we want. We do need more education. I'm wondering whether I do that now. I think I'm going to do the next habitat and then I'm going to overhaul education, because I want to get a new work zone set up that's like just all of our bears. And then we can have like a bear one. We can have a canine one. Like, it'd be better to do it grouped by species, I think. But we need a few more species to actually achieve that. So that way we can get like specialists of different staff types, but for now I think it's probably okay. And also, I don't know why the path isn't just going through here. It makes a lot of sense to just continue our path like that. That seems absolutely fine like that, so let's do that. We just need to move our bins now to be where they should be. And it says our foxes are about to mature as well. My goodness, does that mean we're going to have to get rid of all of them if they all grow up? We get another round of foxes. That'd be crazy. My goodness. Right, well, we're not going to focus on this. We want to get our next animal into the zoo. And that is going to be the red panda. These guys are adorable and they're endangered, so they're definitely a good shout for this zoo. And if we look at the species data, it's just 1 male and 1 female. They're solitary and territorial, with males having larger territories than females, and in nature, they only interact for the mating season. So, oh, also, that's so adorable. They're both hunted by snow leopards and martens in the wild, so they're likely to have places to isolate themselves and hide. We can definitely give them hiding places. So basically, we're going to need to make a couple of habitats, again, like with the bears here, because they have 2 separate habitats, and then they only get together to mate. So I think if we have 2 adjoining habitats, like we've got here, we can put another similar door through so they can access the mating, access the other habitat for mating, and then we can close it off when it's not mating season. And that'll work fairly well, I think. And we could even put it so that this is in the middle of them. I think that could work. We just don't want to have our guests too near them. But the animals don't mind being near the water temperature regulator and water treatment facility. And I don't know why they would, because they're literally fine. I don't know why the guests have such an issue with us cleaning and heating the water in our habitats. Anyway, we're going to put in the barriers for this just to make sure we've got the right area. So, what do they need? If there's 1 adult, which is the male's habitat, they need 220 meters squared. If there's... It said that the females need more, but I'm assuming this is going off the male's habitat then. How many babies do they have? So they have a litter of 1 to 3 cubs, and then they stay with them until they breed next year, so that's pretty normal. Okay, so we're going to need, let's say there's 3 babies and 1 mother. They're going to need 235. Oh my goodness, that's barely any extra. They're so tiny, and if there's 2 adults together, it's 230. So really, it's 220 and 235 are the metrics we need. Oh, we're about to have baby macaques. No way. Okay, well, we will pause for this. A midnight breeding. Or birthing. A midnight birthing. We haven't had macaque babies yet, so I'm super excited for this. We're starting our first family here. There they are. Oh my goodness. Almost stepped on by the keeper. They're adorable. Oh, look at them. Look at the one coming down to see them as well. Climbing down the posts. They are amazing. They're so small. Well, this is very cool. Look at all of them coming to see them. You're going to interact with their mum? No, you're going to walk past each other. Fair enough. Well, let's set out these habitat areas. It needs to be 2 meters and grade 2 and climb proof. So I think really the ice stuff we've been going with so far is, again, perfect. We can have that at 3 meters. But let's put in a singular gate. Now, this is going to be too far from the keeper hut. The keeper hut is over here. We're going to need to put an end to the just using this one keeper hut. I think it makes sense to have another keeper hut in this area here, and maybe even another staff building. I think that could make a lot of sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a new staff facilities. I'm going to turn all of the blueprints off and have a large keeper hut we could put in. Do we have that? We do. We've got the money as well. Let's do a large keeper hut in here and a large staff room. The main one I want to get in it is actually a large staff room. So let's put that in first because they've got the negative impact area. And we don't want it to touch the guests. Ooh, okay. I didn't realize that this power had a negative impact area. I thought the guests were fine with it because it's like green power. And interestingly, because this isn't attached, this isn't like in the group, it's that's really interesting. It's not counting towards its score. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab both of these, and I can't merge them. That's so annoying. It's because they've got grid-based objects. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these out, and then I should be fine. And now if I put these back in for editing group 57, this should work. Let's fingers crossed here. I can then grab these 2 groups and merge them together. There we go. And now the negative impact radius should be smaller. It should be anyway. Maybe it's because we've got more. Oh, it's because they've got stuff here. They need like trees and things around. Fine. Well, let's put a few plants by them. I don't want to put anything tall, otherwise they wouldn't work. Like if we put massive trees there, that's not very realistic, is it? Okay, I think we may have to set these back slightly. Thankfully, they'll still cover everything here. So that's gonna work. Let's do that. There we go. Negative impact, very small. Negative impact, covered. We can do this. We can definitely do this. Okay, this should work. We just need to basically reduce the negative impact area by adding some decorations to it. So we can do that. Let's decorate these up. And I'm thinking here, if I pause it, we're creating kind of a wind tunnel here, which hopefully will help the wind turbine. That's the goal anyways. We make a bit of a wind tunnel. The wind should push through here and power it because we've got these 2 buildings on either side of it. So that's the goal. If that works, I don't know, but we're gonna make it. And this one, we're going to have the perks. Before I forget, we're going to make this the rec room. So this is going to be a general staff room as well, because at the minute, we've only got 1 general staff room, and it is it the one here? I think so. Yeah. So this is our general staff room here, which is obviously very small, and there's a lot of staff using it. So now there should be another one over here, which is a better place for all of these stuff over here, and they can like spread themselves out a little bit. And this is much more convenient for the keeper hut for all the other accessing the other areas. I think I may even add a path in here. for our keepers to use? Or would it be better to be on the other side? They're not going to get around as easy. I think it's better that they have a little access route here. And they can come in through here or through here. Yeah, that seems good to me. All right, let's decorate this area up. After adding a base layer of wooden walls to both buildings, I wanted to give the keeper hut an interesting roof on this one. So I thought, let's try a green roof that we've not done before, and let's try it in a difficult shape, because that'll make it fun. So I started building a circular roof that is kind of inset from a triangular roof. And if you get the circular mulch pieces, you can duplicate them round and kind of have like smaller concentric circles to fill in the roof with mulch that we can then put plants on top of to create our green roof. And then after adding a trim to the roof of both buildings and putting in the relevant signs for both buildings, I thought let's make the buildings a little bit more interesting with the wooden trellis pieces, which really add like a layer of depth and texture to the buildings. So I put these in a kind of symmetrical pattern. And then also we've got to add in a bunch of Arctic decorations, don't we, to make it as festive as possible. I feel like they look pretty decent, don't they? They've got a little bit of something, and we haven't done a green roof yet, and I thought this was a bit of a different roof style to have it kind of coming out like this. And we still get the pitched roof, so if it snows or whatever, it shouldn't cause some structural damage here. But we have the snowy roof here. I don't know if that would be an absolute disaster in the snow, probably. But we're going to leave it, and we have our nice wind tunnel, so hopefully the wind turbine still works and still generates power for us. Now let's add these into our work zones. These can both go into the zoo work zone because it's for our like general staff. And our educators, do they have their own staff room? I'm wondering if they have their own perk. If we go to the perks here. Learning resources, nah. Training day, happiness. No, I don't think so. It's just being overworked, resilience. And this is, they recover energy slightly faster. So basically they don't need to be in there as long. I think the only other one is staff PR course, but it's vendors. So I think, yeah, the educators are going to be in here as well. Let's add this into our education work zones as well. And that way, it should be able to be used by all the keepers and all the educators. And isn't it cute? Look at this room. How adorable is that? And we've got a massive keeper hut here. So if you want to make like multiple meals, you can. You can do whatever you want, basically. I think we've got like 3 food stations or something. Or is that another one here? There's loads. There's plenty of ample space, I would say. It's ample space. And you even have aircon. So what more could you ask for in the Tundra? These guys look a little bit boring, but we're going to leave them for now. We'll sort them out another time. Let's start our barriers off for our habitat, because that's what we want to get done, isn't it? Let's build ourselves a small red panda habitat. Now we've got our new keeper huts. We know where we want the habitat to start, and really want it to start as close as possible to our keeper hut area here. I'm thinking, yeah, let's have one over here. I think one will fit here perfectly well. And we can build it out in multiples of 4. It doesn't have to be a crazy shape or anything. I think this would be pretty reasonable, just like this. Okay, it's 960. So actually both red pandas could go in here. You know what we could do? To make them more interesting. is we could put a little guest area in the middle. I think that might be something we do. I know that we need to be mindful that the red pandas are a little bit scared of people. So a little bit cautious around people, I should say. So we don't want to have them able to see them with no space for them to like escape or anything. But I think this will be okay. I think that's better. We've got a little area in here that connects up. I think this will work. I want to just double check the areas, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be what they need. Ideally, we don't have them on the end, if you remember. Like, it's better for the path-like structure if we don't have the habitat gates right on the end. So I'm going to try and put them like in the middle here. It's annoying though because all the guidelines go away. I think that is about the middle there. And these areas should both now be 352, that's fine, and 416. So we could have the female there and the male here. And they should have good viewing into these. These are plenty big enough for them. We can have a little door there. I think this will work. I think this should be good. So let's put these into null barriers, all of them. We've got some wooden fencing here. And then I think let's decorate up some wall pieces. And we want them to be similar to these wall pieces here, probably. But we're going to use some red panda decorations. And to do that, we're going to do what we've been doing so far, which is find the wall pieces. We're going to build a line to this grid. So I'm going to get a 2-meter wall piece and align it to this 4-meter grid here. Might be easier this way because the fencing on the barrier, on the path is kind of getting in the way. But as long as this is lined up, these will then snap to this grid. And I think that's good enough for a snap. So now we can make a few of them. I'm going to have 2 solid wall pieces and a see-through one. This isn't going to be where they are in the end, don't worry. I'm going to use the archway because I think it's a bit prettier than the squared one. Where is it? Arch here. And I'm going to sink the archway down. That's 1 meter down, which should be 3 meters high. And I want this to be on the barrier there. And then we can just make these 3 meters like this. And then we're going to have one that we make like decorative. It's going to have education on it. One that's purely decorative that's facing away from the guests. And then we're going to have the transparent ones. Obviously, they're going to put some glass in here and you can look through and see our red pandas. That is the goal. Right, let's do it. Okay, so we've got our 4 pieces here. I was going to do 3, but I did 4 because I thought this is pretty basic. This being on the right means that it's going to be in the middle when we duplicate them all because it's like halfway into the next wall piece. So this will be on the left-hand side of the next one, if that makes sense. And then these are so adorable. I had to put a couple of different ones in. So we're going to have 2 like normal wall pieces where the guests can't see or like on the corners or something. And that's where they're going to be. And obviously these are our see-through ones. They're going to do most of the viewing. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the group again to edit. And this is crucial. I'm going to move all of these pieces over to here, out the way. And the reason I have to stay in the group is if I don't, we'll lose the grid that we've just aligned all these to. And now I'm just going to put these next to each other. They're nice and easy to grab. And then we can just grab them and duplicate them into the habitat for ample viewing. Now, I think it makes most sense just to have the viewing be in this section here. The whole area here can just be viewing for the red pandas. And then the rest of it can be learning about them or decorative. Okay. We don't have the doors, obviously, but we do need to fill them in with the ice pieces. So if we just put in ice, it'll probably come up. And then we can select these ones, probably. Let's align this in. If we offset it slightly, it won't flicker. So this is like slightly indented, and that's absolutely fine. So if we have it exactly the same as this wall piece, they'll both like flicker on top of one another, and we don't really want that. But this is much easier just to put these in, add the doors in basically to this build. And there we go. Doesn't that look all right? I think that looks pretty cool. And now if we turn these... Oh, we don't have the animals yet, but we can put the education boards there to be educating them on the red pandas. We could even have this middle one be the same. And I think actually I'm going to do that. This is why you want to make your decisions before you finish up. But it's fine. I'm going to grab the pieces that we've got here. And it's slightly more difficult when they're all together. But there's not too many pieces here. So I think this will be absolutely fine. Yeah. We just need to select this in here. And obviously now it doesn't like it. So... You know what? I'm just going to build another one because I think it's easier just to put it in here. I think that's a bit better. And then they got some education at the end as well. Now, we do need some donation bins. So let's put a green donation bin in. I mean, they're not going to donate there. Let's put a green donation bin in just on this side. And then a red one on the other side. And it's like left or right. Who's going to earn more money? Then I think that's pretty cute for now. This will work. We could even, actually. I've just realized we haven't done this at all. We could put like a little 1 meter fencing over the door, couldn't we? We put this to 1 meter. Why have I not been doing this? Oh, it doesn't quite lock in, but I think that looks a bit better, actually. Yeah, I'm going to do that. And the same on the doors we've got for the black bear habitats, because it looks odd to have a little gap. So I think I'm going to add this into this group, if it'll let me. That's better, isn't it? Yeah, I think that looks so much better. And the door's kind of like filled in properly. Yeah, that's definitely better. And we could even have a little garland now. It makes sense to have these over the tops of the door frame now, which makes the doors look much more interesting than they were. And we need to put our little post in. That's much better. Cool. I like this. Right, now let's get our red pandas. We haven't actually got any yet. So let's hope we have some. Red panda. We have loads available. I'm going to sort them not by price. I'm going to filter the price to be cash listings only and then filter them by appeal. Oh, we don't have any for cash. Okay, fine. I'm going to take the cash listings off then. What do we have here? In fact, let's check how old they need to be. So they live to 10 years. That's why I wanted to check that. There's some that are 10. They're going to die anytime now. They can breed from 1.5 until 15. But their life expectancy is only 10 years. Right, we need to get them young if we can. Maybe we look at the younger ones here. These are doable, actually. They're from Frontier, so they're not going to be related. That's a much better one. Yeah, I'd rather get them from Frontier if possible. And there's only a few from Frontier. So let's grab this one. That seems pretty good. And then we're just going to look for males. We've got a few available. That's not bad at all. This is definitely the best one. You know what? We've got the credits. Let's grab this male. They're both a similar age that way as well. They're both like 3-ish, I think. Yeah, 4.3 and 3.5. That seems a good age. Let's grab our female and send them to the slightly larger habitat, I guess. I know the males have the larger habitats though, don't they? Well, I'm just thinking when they've got the cubs, they're going to need more space actually. So let's put the female in the larger habitat and then the male in the smaller one, because otherwise we'd have to switch them around. And I feel like that's more disruptive than them having their own space and then for a couple of months living somewhere else and then going back to their own space. That seems better, doesn't it? And then this can be our red panda female. And this can be our red panda male. Now let's add them into the work zones, and they should be good. Also just going to have a quick look at our guest thoughts. Everyone's pretty happy. The ticket price is good, the zoo is spacious, and they like the toilets. There's lots of damaged stuff. Oh, there is. Okay, let's replace all of these damaged items. We could put in some cameras if we wanted. You know what? I'm going to put the ticket price up to 22... Well, 24 and 12, I think. I was about to get more animals as well. That seems a bit better. And now if I play, our animals should move into... oh, have I put them in quarantine? No, I've just grabbed them. Right. Yes, I have put them in quarantine. Oh, I didn't put them in quarantine. I'm going to cancel. I don't want to put them in the habitat. I want to put them through quarantine first. Oh my goodness, it's like a ritual and I've not done it. Oh, you've already got them. No, we're going to have to take them out. Because what if they're sick or injured? They need to go through quarantine first. This is why we have it. Oh, no. Please stop, caretaker. Why? Why must you do this? You're not an expert. Oh, we can actually train up the staff. I need to do that periodically. Let's train everyone up. Go on. Have a bit of training. It's okay. We'll just move them back into quarantine as soon as they enter the habitat. And the good news about this being slightly taller is we should be able to put some climbing enrichment and like raise the terrain up a little bit as well in places without them being able to like jump out, which, you know, obviously wouldn't be ideal. So our female's just left. Let's have a quick look at her. We've got to have a quick look, haven't we? Oh, look at them. They're adorable. But you do have to go to quarantine. I'm sorry. Please go to quarantine. As adorable as you are, you're going to have to be boxed up. I apologize. I'm just going to check that you're right, and then we're going to put you in the habitat. Can I select that to be red panda now? I can. Perfect. Let's do that. You're going to teach everyone about the red panda. Habitat cleanliness is a disease risk for the macaques. Right, well, let's call them. They need quite a lot of maintenance, the macaques. They're quite disruptive. I was going to say, what is that? It's the train. I was like, something's on fire. No. It's all good. It's all macaques. Did I not activate these boards? Oh my goodness. They've just been staring at blank boards this whole time. Well, let's put them on. Make sure our boards are functioning because they are powered. That is so silly. Right. Well, now we're teaching our guests about our animals. That's one step to getting better education, isn't it? Right, let's get them out of quarantine. So we've had the male has finished their quarantine and the female's probably about to go in. So let's put our male into the red panda male habitat. We do need to close this area off with a little bit of an ice wall here. So let's just put some ice blocks in there for now. Oh, actually, I don't want to use these. I want to use like the 2 meters and then the 1 meter wall there. That's better. Right there. And that should seal the habitat in. You just need to double check that they can't get out. I think the barriers are fine, but I think they're just too close on this side. I'm going to delete these barriers and just make sure they are on the inside track because that is what we want. So on the outside is what I mean. Because we don't want it to be if they cross the threshold of it, it will be like, oh no, they've escaped, and they haven't, obviously. Right, I think that's fine, and I think these are on the outside there, so it should be okay. Let's just check that they're happy. You should be able to be unboxed now. And has it renamed the... No, cool. It hasn't. We don't need to rename the habitat. It's all good. We fixed it. You're super unhappy. That was social. What's wrong with your social? Space. Oh, yeah, you don't have climbing space. Fine. So they've got 317. That's more than enough for the 220 that they need. And you need some climbing area. So we also need to have less long grass and more soil. we can very easily do that. We can also put a small water area in for them just to drink from. And I think it makes sense. I'm trying to think what we want. Let's have a small raised hill here. And what we can do is you can put some hiding areas into the hill as well. But included in that, we can have a little pocket there that has some water in it. I think that's a good start as far as terrain altering. And it's calculating everything. Yeah, you're actually happy with that, the makeup of it all. So that's pretty good. We don't have to change too much. We could give them a little bit more short grass rather than long grass. I'm just going to kind of phase in a bit of short grass instead of long. And that's probably a bit better for them. But generally, they're fairly happy, and you can see them. Now, I don't like it's nighttime. It's kind of annoying. Let's grab our female. Oh, this is our male's attractive protesters already. Well, that's quick. Okay, let's put the female in their habitat. And let's sort out the male. Now, they're going to need some climbing enrichment. You know what we could do? If in our mechanic research, I think we can get more, like, pre-built climbing stuff as well. Shelters and climbing. Yeah, let's get our good one going on this. Where is it? Shelters and climbing. Let's have our better mechanic research this. And I'm going to find them. We need Quinn. Where are you, Quinn? Right, I'm going to grab you and move you to the workshop. And you can start work. What are you doing? Nope. You're doing an inspection. You're needed to do research. Please listen to your instructions. You're supposed to be working on shelters and climbing. There we go, conducting research. I don't think it'll take them very long either, so we can do that and give them some climbing, basically. And then we'll have even more pre-built structures, because it's fun to work with them. I like using them as a starting point and then going from there. Oh my goodness, what have they got as their mat? That's so adorable. They've got a little, like, animal mat for their feet. Very cute. And they are starting work. Yeah, they're already there. So I think we'll be fine. What about our vet research? How are we doing on that? I think we've taken a pause to look after our animals. Let's finish up the Japanese macaque research. We only have one vet. Maybe it's time we get a second vet. They are expensive. That's the only thing. But I feel like, yeah, we've got the finances to cover it. Let's get another vet. And in fact, we could get our new vet doing that rather than trying to get our new vet to do the rounds. I feel like it's a bit less fair. Okay, you're attractive protesters as well. That's so good. Let's pause. It's because they're on zero welfare. We can give them other stuff that'll make it better for them. They just don't have the right habitat. They don't have the right social because they don't have enough space. That's fine. Enrichment, though, they can definitely have in here. Although, do we want to wait for the... I feel like we kind of want to wait and put enrichment in after. Yeah, it kind of does revolve around the... Oh, no. We've got protesters. It does revolve around that. Now, let's give them the right terrain makeup and the left habitat here. We're going to need more short grass. I do want to do something similar. I think I might give them a similar kind of mound. And then embed the water into this one as well. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. Right. We've attracted protesters. Do we actually have protesters here? We do! Oh, no! Oh, I'm sorry. Don't worry. We're going to do them right. We're not attacking our animals. We're looking after them well. We're just trying to get some better shelters and climbing for them. To be fair, they might already have some. Let's just filter by the species red panda. And obviously we can make our own from scratch, but I do like using the ones they have and just editing them because they do such a good job with the pre-built stuff. Right, red panda. I mean, we actually have loads, to be fair. Let's give them a little bit of climbing, and then they've got enough that the protesters will go away as well. And actually, these are pretty cool. How much do you even need? I don't think they need very much. Oh, they do. They need quite a lot. Fine. Let's, I take that back completely. Let's give them some of these. And I actually want to give them some shelters as well and embed them into it. Now, we can give them, like, these shelters, which are adorable. And you know what? I think we will. These are absolutely beautiful, and I love them. I do wish they were made out of different wood, though, to be honest. But I like the design. So let's put them here. I feel like the slats would not be great in the Taiga. Or the Tundra, sorry, where we are. So that's not going to fly. But other than that, this is very cool. Let's just make some small modifications. I quite like that. I feel like that shelter's a bit more interesting anyway. And I've just realized some of these posts don't go all the way into ground, but that can be easily rectified. Just need to duplicate another one, and there we go. They're perfect now. Yeah, that's definitely much better. I like that. Cool. Okay, well, let's put one of these in for our other red panda as well. It's got 2 spaces to sleep as well, so that works for both of them. And we can have this one angled this way, actually. I think that might work a little better. I'm trying to think which way is best, actually. Because they don't really need the water area as much. They just need to be able to access it. That's literally all they need from it. I think this might be better for their bedding. And that just needs to extend very slightly down. That's better. Yeah, that works. Okay, cool. How do you feel now? Let's pause. Let's pause. Have you got the hard shelter you need? Yes, you're happy. You actually have the climbing you need as well. What about you? Can you not access it? Where is it? Habitat, traversable area. They can't access it, apparently. Why is that? The other one's absolutely fine accessing it. Yeah, they can access it absolutely fine. Why can't you? You're struggling to walk on the planks for some reason. Let's recalculate that, my friend. There we go. Now you can. Cool, cool. That's what I thought. Right, now we could... Oh, it'd be good if we could access it through here as well, if they could get out another way. But at least they can climb up there, and they can still get some water there as well. There's still, like, water for them to drink down here, which should be enough for them. Now, let's just put this in so they stop and go away. Right. Now you've got enough climbing area as well. You guys can all go home. It's all good. They're actually really high welfare. Thank you. Thank you for your interest. Go home. They're fine. Right, let's put in some stuff for them. In fact, our mechanic may even be done with the new ones. Oh, no, they're not. Right, let's put them in anyway. Let's put in some that we already have. Enrichment items. We've got a few different ones to choose from. I do want to give them as many as possible. This is the lemur climbing frame. I feel like they would be happier more with these ones here. I know they like being up high, though. And the lemur one is really high. Maybe we do give them that. There's space anyway, isn't there? You know what? Let's do it. Let's give them the really tall ones in the back as well. And I feel like this just needs to sink into the ground. I mean, actually, that's not bad. Let's have that there. And then all of these we can just edit to make sure that they go into the ground, these posts. Okay, that should be plenty of climbing. Look how tall that is up there. That's crazy. Where are our little red pandas? What's your climbing area like now? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. 134 out of 40 and 122 out of 40 should definitely serve them absolutely fine. Now, let's put in the other bits they need. They're going to need food. They're going to need enrichment. Let's put both of them in. For food, they're going to need an arboreal feeding platform. I think a 3-meter one is fine for both of them. So let's just put that in, maybe even in here. I think if we put this here, we can then move this in. And that works quite well. And we can just delete this lower level one. Maybe move this one up. Like that. I think that's pretty cool. And in fact, I'm going to delete this and put the same one over here. All right, there we go. It'll go there. That's fine. They got some food. And all the protesters have gone, which is good. Right, let's give them some more enrichment, though. They're going to need some toys and things. So let's give them a colorful ball. We've got to have a colorful ball, right? A gift box. A forage box. That would be ideal. Although it is very large for this habitat. So maybe it's not going to fit in here. They've got plenty of other foraging, though. We've got the tree forager right here. I'd like to get the tree forager in close to the guests so they can see them. And the wind chimes are cute as well. We've got the cardboard box back here. Let's put the wind chimes over here. And maybe a scratching post would be good. That's probably good for them. We could even give them a dog ball for another bit of food enrichment. Right, let's do the same over here. Dog ball. We're going to go color, rubbing post. Colorful ball. A gift box at the back. A tree forager. Maybe in here. And some wind chimes at the back too. I think that is all the same. Yeah, that seems like they have all the same enrichment. And it's going to be loads for them. It's literally tons of enrichment. So they should be perfectly happy with that. They just want some plants. Let's get some Asian tiger plants in here. Stat. And we can put plenty of trees in here for them. And they'll be super happy. Okay, my goodness. Let's check if they can get out now, because we just put a lot of trees in, and I feel like, yeah, they can climb out. So this one can. How are you getting out? What we need to do is find the jump point where they jump to the side. I think, because these are all walkable. Or it's like here. I think they might be able to walk out here. Yeah, now they can't. Okay, fine. Oh, they still can. Where else have we got? Is it this one? They can just like drop down. No, actually, no, it can't be this one because it's just this side. Tell you what, if we delete this tree, what happens? Yeah, it's that tree. Fine. Can we put this tree in so that you can't break out? Because we don't want you to go running off. Let's be honest. No, okay, that's fine. You can't get out now. That's good. I want them to be able to climb the trees as well, because it gives them more climbing area. I just don't want them to escape. Where are you, our little male? There you are. How do you feel about the plants? You love them. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of things on screen. All right, let's turn this off. You love them. You can navigate the whole area perfectly. You have loads of space. That is perfect for you, isn't it? Amazing. Well, I'm super glad you like it in here. Little one. We're going to need names for these guys, so please do suggest them in the comments. Where's our female? Oh, we haven't actually made their little hiding areas yet. We need to do that as well. Our female has perfect area and climbing area. She's happy with the nature as well. Similar amount of nature, and she also needs a name. Now, let's put in a few rocks and things and make a couple of hiding areas for them, because I think that'd be pretty cool. Okay, I feel like they're quite cool. They give them a little bit of like hiding area. I just want to make sure they can actually access them. We haven't blocked off some space for them. Oh, it does look like they can get out as well. I'm wondering where that's from. Is it from this tree? Let's just delete the tree and see. Yeah. No, it's not. Okay, it's not that tree. Is it this one? No. Okay. How are you getting out then? Is it from the climbing enrichment? It says they can walk to an escape point. I mean, nothing is close enough to walk from it other than these trees, I don't think. Unless they're going from that one. Or is it both of them? Hold on. We will get there eventually. There we go. Okay, so it is them. If I add that tree back in, they can't escape. Right, it's this tree here that's causing all the problems. I think let's get rid of this Himalayan pine and give them something else. Because we've taken out a couple of trees from here now. Let's give them a broken Himalaya pine, actually. And then we can give them something else. Maybe like a different Himalaya pine that's not as escapable. No, that one is. It's the Himalayan ones. They're very easy to get out from. What about a Scots pine there? There we go. Yeah, they love that one and they can't get out. And look at that tree we've given them. That's beautiful. Right. That seems pretty good for them. They've even got a little broken tree there. They can definitely use that. And look, the guests can come in here and learn about them. Isn't that cool? They can come in, they get a really good view of them, unless they're in their beds, which they're entitled to be in. And we give them a couple of hiding places in case they get scared. They can go and hide in these areas down like in these sections here, which I think are pretty cute. Now, we do need to probably put up some signs for security that say, shut up to the guests while they're shouting at each other. But one of these should be fine, I reckon, if we put it like here. Or we put them at the entrance and they might be able to cover a bit better. Yeah, I think annoyingly we're going to have like one here. Let's put one there. And let's put the other one in here. And that pretty much covers the area, doesn't it? And tell our guests to keep quiet if you're around the red pandas, because they don't like your noise. No, very cute. Very, very cute. I like that. And now these little cuties are in here, let's learn a little bit more about the red panda. The red panda is a small mammal that lives in the woodlands of the Himalayas and multiple areas of China. Despite its name, it's not closely related to the giant panda. However, it does share some of the characteristics, such as a diet that mainly consists of bamboo. With red fur, black legs, a ringed tail, and white ears and snout, the red panda averages between 50 and 64 centimeters from head to body and has a tail that's 28 to 59 centimeters long. They're excellent climbers and are good swimmers that enjoy living in a varied environment. The red panda is also known as the fire fox, and they have fur on the soles of their paws that help with scent marking and provide protection from the cold. Red pandas have a modified wrist bone that forms a sixth finger, and they use it for stripping bamboo. Pregnant red pandas will build nests in rock crevices and hollowed trees before they give birth to their cubs, so it's a good thing that we put a couple of rock crevices in for them. In 2005, a red panda called Babu escaped from Birmingham Nature Centre in the UK into the city centre, and he became a local celebrity and was named Brummie of the Year, the only non-human to ever win the award. Isn't that hilarious? Red pandas are solitary and territorial animals, with males having larger territories than females. In nature, the two only interact during the mating season. Both are also hunted by snow leopards and martens in the wild, and as a result, they like to have places to isolate themselves and hide in. After a male and female track one another down using scent marking, the female rolls on the ground to invite the male to mate with her. The pregnant female gives birth to a litter of 1 to 3 cubs around 4 to 5 months after, and they will stay with their mother until the next breeding season begins a year later. They then leave to establish their own territories. Unfortunately, the red panda is endangered, primarily due to deforestation that causes habitat loss. However, they are also poached for their fur and are vulnerable to inbreeding. Inbreeding depression is caused when the number of animals in a population vastly decreases, meaning the genetic pool is limited and the animals are more likely to mate with their relatives, resulting in weak offspring. To conserve the populations in the wild, many protected areas have been established around their territories, and in some areas, locals have launched ecotourism startups to encourage people to visit and see the red pandas, raising awareness and money for conservation efforts. So hopefully those efforts continue and we can bring these guys out of endangered status. And I've realized we've not put in our little breeding gate that we did on the other one. So let's make ourselves a small breeding gate here. We definitely want to do that, don't we? All right, I'm going to start fresh with this wall. So let's get our ice here. And I think I'm going to make this 2 pieces thick. If we add it to the grid here, we should be able to do that, yeah. And then we're going to have this one just rise up to here. If we put the grid height on 1 meter, we can do this. And now we just need to take these out and do the same thing, but with 1 meter. And put our archway in at the bottom. I'm pretty sure the red pandas would be fine getting through there. So let's put our metal wall panels in. And now we can just push this like between the layers. And it should be absolutely fine. I think this is going to be more realistic than the last one we did. So we're constantly improving. Right, let's have that there. And to be honest, we don't really need the mechanism much, but we can put a small mechanism in just to show that it definitely works. There we go. I think that works. And we've got a little door. Oh. Yeah, it would work. I think it's just slightly skewed here. I'm just going to add an extra one along the side because I've just realized I thought that the wall ended at that block, but it ends at the next ice block along. So it looks a little strange. It does. That's fine. It's going to end over here. So let's just fix that quickly. There we go. That's better. Now we've got a little breeding door to let them into the other side. Look at our little red pandas. Aren't they the cutest thing in the world? They're so sweet. I love them. And I really like this, like how we've done this habitat. I think it's a bit different having the like the space in the middle where they can walk between, because it gives them much better views inside the habitat. And I do like that. So it's like its own little area as well over here. You know what? We could have more of the red pandas statues around, but we do have a few on here, don't we? I think that's enough. They look cute. You can still see them. And it looks like we've got some failing water treatment over here. That's not great. Probably because our mechanic's been working on some mechanic research. And they finished it. Finally, we've got the next level of shelters and climbing. Right, you go on a break. Just please do your job. I know I've been distracting you, but please do it now. Right, let's train everyone up. Come on, everyone, get trained up. We've got to sort out our education, really, don't we? Now we've got more animals, we need to sort that out. And we've got high amounts of litter. Where is the litter coming from? I mean, I wouldn't call that high amounts. Oh, no. There are high amounts. Oh, my goodness. You dirty people. What is going on? Yeah, it's the lack of bins over here. Oh, no, there are bins. It's the lack of caretakers, I think. My goodness. Well, our caretakers don't earn that much money, bless them. Feel a bit bad. Maybe we get a couple more caretakers. Go on, we'll get 2 more. We'll get 1 over here and 1 over here. And we'll put them all on the zoo work zone, and they can work on that. That makes sense, doesn't it? Right, we've got the vet. We're going to put them on zoo as well. Now everyone's on the zoo work zone, and oh, wolves are howling away. They love it. I mean, it is the perfect time for them. Yep, let it out, my friend, let it out. I do wonder, we're not going to be able to get any seated talks for the red pandas, but we could get some seated talks for the bears here as well when we sort out our education. For now though, right, let's get the next animal in here and then we can sort our education out, because we've got a few oh, it's snowing. It's snowing. So if we're counting the Wolverines in this, we've kind of got like 3 different species here that could be grouped together with the specialist. And then we've got the Arctic fox and the timber wolves could be grouped together because they're like both canines. And then we've got the random ones. We've got the macaques and the beavers, and we're going to have penguins and stuff and seals, I'm sure. We can group them all together. And that could even be like a water. I mean, a lot of these are water-based, and plus monkeys because they don't fit in. Like, that could be a reasonable one. So I do want to get some more canines, and I also want to get some more, like, the reindeer, which I can't remember what they're called. Oh, look, they got a baby. Little Cupid. Well, if we look at the other ones we could put with the reindeer, there's quite a lot of animals here. We've got, like, the American bison. These would all survive in the taiga and the tundra. Like, we've got moose we could put in. We've got... Can any of these have interspecies enrichment as well? Because we could get a couple in here. The bighorn sheep and... the which are in here as well, and the American bison could be in a habitat together. That could be cool. You know what? Maybe we do that. Bighorn sheep. And they can also share with the moose. Who can the moose share with? Just the bighorn sheep. Okay. Hold on. Couldn't the bison share with more than one other? If I scroll up, where are you? American bison. Yeah, you've got a few you can share with. I don't know if any of these are really tiger animals, though. I don't think they are. I reckon we start things off with a bison habitat, and then we see if we want to add the sheep to it or have a sheep and moose habitat. Or we have them in both. We could actually have the bighorn sheep across the moose habitat as well. That would be good. I'm just realizing as well, I doubt the terrain is good for these guys now. Yeah, they want much less snow. Right, let's get them some heaters, and that will sort them out. Because if we put some heaters in their bedding area, then that's going to be perfect for them, isn't it? That will probably, like, because their place isn't even that big anyway, that should be enough for them to keep their whole habitat warm. And we can keep that at 30 degrees, to be honest, yeah. That seems reasonable. Let's put one in here. We don't want to random rotate, do we? Let's put that in about here. And these should warm up the areas massively. There we go. So we'll melt that snow away. And give them the habitat that they want. I can't see them now. Where are you? Oh, you're here. Are you happy? Yeah, you are. Okay, what temperature do you live at normally? 29. Oh, okay, so 30 is too hot. I'll tell you what, we'll make this 20. And that should probably be better. And again, if we make this 20 degrees, it's nice and cozy for them in there. And it will spread out, won't it? You know, like it's going to be 20 degrees in there, but it's not going to be 20 degrees next to it. I think that works. But yes, I want to move to this side of the zoo. And I think after we've expanded this way, we can then set up like one work zone for each area of the zoo properly. And if our educators don't have that much to do, they don't have that much to do. That's absolutely fine. But I want to get it in place anyway. Plus, we got a reward for releasing the Wolverine into the wild. We didn't even collect it. And we got one for breeding a new habitat animal. And we got one for adopting and placing 2 different habitat species. We're smashing these challenges. Got all the rewards here. Right, let's continue over here. If we want to make a bison habitat, that's not a bison. American bison. You guys live in groups of 3 to 15. So it's 1 male and then a bunch of females. And they live in herds with multiple social dynamics, which range in size from 15 to 400. Females live in interrelated groups with their offspring, while young males live in bachelor herds until they... Yeah, this is what I thought. Okay, so ideally we'll have families. But for now, I think let's get 2 females and a male, because that's the minimum size. When one of them has adult babies, we can then get rid of the others. And then we have our family herd, don't we? And we can kind of breed from there. That's what I'm going to say. If we reset these filters, American bison. Ooh, there aren't any right now. We're not going for them. And I haven't got any other filters on, do I? No, this is all of them. So we'll see if they come up while we build the habitat for them. I'm sure they will. Let's start construction over here. Anyway, if they Their habitat requirements are grade 3, taller than 1.25 meters. They're really small fences. We could just have a low fence like we've got here with the reindeer. And I like that. We can continue that kind of thing round. In fact, we could use the same fencing, because we did make this kind of modular like that. So you can duplicate them. And if we place a new one over here, we can obviously copy this later properly. But we've got a little modular fence piece. I think that works quite well. And then we were using these for the transparent barriers. Okay, well, we'll steal these barriers later. Right now, I want to lay out the area. So, what kind of area do they need? If we've got a group of, let's say we've got 15. 15 adults, a full herd, and 15 babies. We're at 2,355. Obviously, we're not going to need that for 3 adults, but let's call it 2,500. If we aim for 2,500, because once we put trees and shelter in, they're going to kind of lose their area a bit. But if we've got 2,500, they only need 600 for the 3 of them. And then if it's not quite big enough in the future, we can always just keep their herd size down. It doesn't have to be massive. We can use the small habitat gate as well, which is ideal. And I think I'd like to push the rail out and have it on this side here. Have like another crossing here, like we've got where we've sunk them under. I think that would be better. So let's actually look about building that. If I move this out of the way for now, I'm gonna have to mess up our train tracks again very slightly, which is going to involve closing our ride. Apologies everyone, I'm going to pause the game, and then if we grab the tracks here, we can delete them. So firstly, I just wanted to lay out the path area so we know where our tracks need to go for the train. And then I sunk a small area of land underground so we can have the rail go down under the ground and we can bridge over it with the paths, because I think that actually it looks a bit nicer than having it the other way around. And then I needed to bridge over 3 times of the path to keep our path width that we've got so far, and basically find spots where the track was low enough that the bridge could go over it without needing stairs, because I want to keep this zoo as accessible as possible. So I'd like to only use ramps and no longer than 2 spaces at a time, because I feel like that's too long of a ramp, effectively just to make it easier for the guests that have more accessibility needs. And then I realized that I'd based the grid on the wrong side. I wanted to base it on the side that was already attached to the rest of our zoo. So I just redid the path that I did and joined it up to the stairs that we'd built. And then I was thinking it might be cooler, instead of just have the path round and the stairs, maybe we should have a little like plaza area raised up that's a bit like a platform that guests can see the American bison from in the air, because while they're up there they might as well get a good view. So I started to build out this using the align to grid tools and basically building a little viewing platform with the path tools. Okay, I feel like that works. I'm going to just delete this on the end there. And we have ourselves a little path here. We can actually make this a bit wider here as well. If I go like that, and basically they just climb up, and then there's this viewing area, and we can have our bison habitat here, I thought. I think this will be enough space. We just need to make sure it's accessible for keepers, and obviously there are no keepers on this side, so we're going to have to put some more staff facilities. And I think we're going to do that over here. So let's put our habitat gate on this side. It can be nice and accessible. Let's have it like over here. Maybe we have it like here. And then we're gonna build out with 12 meters. Basically multiples of 4, but I feel like 12 is gonna be good for us. That's going to be right on the mark. I feel like that's okay. I feel like we can make this work. We've got an interesting shape here. We're about to have baby macaques again. This habitat is 2172. I feel like that's fine as long as we don't have a bigger herd. Like, we were aiming for 2500, weren't we? I feel like it's okay though. I don't think we really need. I mean, we can always move it out. We can have the path come in here. That's not an issue. Maybe we just do that. It's a bit easier, isn't it? That's a bit better. Right, how big is this? 2684. That's perfect, isn't it? They've got a much bigger area. Okay, we're happy with that. Let's also just edit this barrier so that it's got null barriers here instead of the wooden posts. And then we can put our own fencing in, so we're happy with it. If we look at our challenges, it looks like we've got more rewards as well. We've got breed new habitat animal and adopt and place 2 different habitat species. We can definitely do that. We've already done it. We just had baby macaques. Oh my goodness, where are your babies? There they are. Here's a new baby macaque. Oh, they're adorable. That was a very quick challenge. Already smashed it. That's hilarious. Okay, and then we'll have more keepers over here. For now, I'm just going to put probably another keeper hut and staff room. I mean, we could just grab what we've done over here. I think I might actually grab both of these buildings, like this whole area, because it's got a keeper hut and a large staff room and the wind turbine. I'm going to duplicate this whole thing and put one over here, because we're also going to need, we've got the power there. We could just put it here, and that might be better. I'm going to whack it here for now, and then I'm going to delete this power, because we need power over here, but we didn't really do anything with it. Right, now if we look at power, we just need to have it so it's about there. That's actually fine. Oh, it's got another power source over there, but that's fine. I feel like this is a good spot here. And then I've grabbed this power source, which I didn't mean to. We do need power down here, though, so we could just put one in over here as well. In fact, I'm going to delete that, and I'll grab one that's got decoration on it. Because we've got these decorated up wind turbines, like here. So let's grab this, duplicate this. Oh, why are you attached to everything? Right, okay. Let's grab this, edit the group. And then grab these, duplicate them, and exit the group. And then we can freely place just one wind turbine, which is what we want. Because I want to have education around the outside, so we're going to need that. What we really care about is the negative impact on guests. This needs to be further away. So it's like here. That'll cover everything, won't it? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We can always move it in the future if we need to, but that seems pretty good to me. Now let's whack these in our work zones. We're going to have zoo. Add all of these in. And security, we're going to add all of them except the staff room, because you don't want them resting in here. And that also gives everyone more staff rooms. So if they work here... Oh, actually, no, the PR people... Ooh, our vendors have got to walk all the way... Oh, that's not too far. They've got to walk to here to rest. That could be worse. We could always throw a small staff room in for them as well, actually. Maybe. But we'll do that in the future. For now, this will work. Let's put some staff paths in and hook this up. And over here as well, we're having a staff path. So it's very difficult to see. But this it's all aligned now properly. It's all hooked up. We've got a nice little keeper hut here and a staff room. So our keepers should be absolutely fine tending to our bison. Now, if we put in some barriers, what do we want? I think honestly, we're just going to want to copy these barriers we got for the reindeer, because I like this design, and it's very simple, and it doesn't have to be anything crazy. I don't think our guests can enter the habitat, though, with the American bison. I'd be surprised. Species data, yeah, guests flee from them. So, actually, it's probably better that we have a slightly different fence, because this is quite obscuring. It'd be better if we have more of what we've got. Where is it? Like here. If we make something more like that out of the wooden posts. but very low down so that guests can still see over it. I think that's what we're going to do. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I've made a little fence area here, but I want to check it's the right height, and I appreciate it's dark as well, so we may just need to play to go to daytime, but I think it's still visible here. If I put this down, this is where 1 meter is. So our guests should be able to see over 1 meter, but the fence needs to be slightly taller than 1 meter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this here at like the 1 meter line or just below it. Probably better more like here. And then I'm going to have a big gap, and then we're going to put one much higher like here. And I feel like that'll stop the bison getting out. I think our guests should still be able to see. That's what I'm hoping for. And I'm going to put like a post topper on the top as well. I feel like this should work fine. So let's go for it, and we can see if they break out or not. But I think this post will work absolutely fine. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fast forward through time till it's daytime, because I know it becomes light very quickly. And to be fair, we could have a little look at our zoo in the night. Look at everyone running around. Look at the lights up. We don't have as many lights. We need more like festive lights everywhere. And we're missing these heaters as well. We do need to put some more of them in. But we are, yeah, we're definitely getting into the lighter hours. So what we can do with this is we can effectively, if I put a 4 meter grid construction piece in, like what we just had actually, if I whack one of these in as well, I'm going to hit normal play. If I put one like here, now if I grab all of these in one group, merge it into one group. Right, now these are all in one group. I am actually going to move them and exit the group, and I'm going to replace them so that I make sure they're aligning exactly how I want them on the 4 meter grid. And I think I want them at the back of this because I don't want them to go forward anymore. So I'm going to want them like at the back, like here. And then you can see if I duplicate it, it spawns directly where I want it on the next one. So I'm going to put a few of these in. I'm going to put one over there just in case I need to copy it again from scratch. But then we should be able to put these fences along and have a nice border to our habitat here. And I think guests will be able to see through, but we will have to check it. Because there's a massive gap there. And this is why I wanted to have a spare one. Is while I'm duplicating it, if you misclick or whatever, you can easily grab another one. And then for the diagonals here, we're not going to be able to put in our normal one. We're going to have to move it on an angle, so that's absolutely fine. We just need to alter the angle of it and place them in here. And thankfully, we can do 45 degrees, so that does work. And we may just need to put a couple of aligning bits in where it doesn't quite line up. Honestly, I think it's just here where there's a bit of an issue, and that can be fixed with like a tree or something we could put in. I don't think this is a major issue, or even just these could be sunk a bit further back. And then what we can do is just delete all of these like little pieces we use just to get the grid lines, because we don't actually need them. We're just going to have the wooden posts. And I decided while I was here, let's fill in the hole we made for the tracks by just putting in some barriers with like wooden pieces so that the soil doesn't collapse in on our train. Okay, that looks good. I think that looks better anyway. We've got the track that goes down here. This is so weird here. But it does turn, and that's fine with me. And then we've got our fences here. I hope these are okay. Obviously, we have the other fences in between, which I don't massively like here. And I'm going to see if we can take them off. The only problem is we need the railing on the ground path. We're going to want it on some of them. That's the issue. So, or we just slightly grab the whole thing and shuffle it back, which might be better. Just so it's not like right on top of it. And that way there's like a distinction between, yeah, I think that's better. I think that is a bit better. Yeah, I think this works fine. I'm just gonna grab this one and slightly angle it in this way. And that way they're still contained like that. Cool. That looks pretty good to me. Let's test it out and see. We're going to actually need some bison though. Looks like we have plenty. Right. Let's sort the listings for cash because really that's better, isn't it? And we could get... Ooh, there's no boys. Are there any if we don't do cash? Yeah, there are some males. They're very expensive males. Or we can go for a albino one, which... has 0% fertility. Yeah, maybe we don't do that. Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. For now, we're going to get 3 females. I'm going to check them in the Zoopedia. It looks like they live to 26 and they can breed until 25 and from 5. So they need to be at least 5 years old and preferably a lot younger than 25 because that's when they stop breeding. It looks like most of these are about 10 years old. Let's grab these 2 females because they're a bit better. And then we'll wait for a male, I think. We could just get the... I'll tell you what, let's get a group of 3 and we'll get a male when we can. And that way we're not pressured to try and grab a male like ASAP. But yeah, if we filter by just male, there aren't many that we can get. So let's go to animal trading. We'll grab all 3 of these females and send them into quarantine. And as long as they got 3, they should be happy. And this is definitely fine for them. Right. This area is going to need fixing though, because this is very strange. There we go. That's better. Now it's aligned and this looks a bit less strange. So what we can do is we can just get smaller logs probably. Or even, yeah, we'll get smaller logs. I actually think that's fine like that. That looks a bit better. May raise this one up slightly, but I don't know how tall the people are. This might just need to go up very slightly to like here. And I think that's pretty reasonable. You can definitely get under there. Yeah, without ducking. You can go even lower than that, to be honest. We could go to like there. I'll tell you what, let's have it higher in case we get tall people working here. This seems good though. They can get in and out. Right, I think our animals passed quarantine, so let's grab them all. Well done for passing quarantine. I'm glad you're not injured or sick. And let's move you into habitat 28, which we're obviously going to rename to American Bison. Very cool. Now, we also need to put this into the work zone, which I don't think we've done. Oh, we have done it. Yes, we have already, haven't we? Cool. And we can also go into this group here for the fencing and just delete this little section. And I think we've got a bit of tree over here as well. Let's get rid of you. Cool, this is good. I hope they can't get out. And hopefully also the guests can see in. That's the other main thing. But they should be able to. This is a lot of viewing. If they can't see in, we'll have to replace the design somewhat. It may be that we have like a beam going really high like that one and then glass between them or something like that. I just want to have it so that it's as open as possible, basically. And they have this area here, which should be pretty cool for looking at the bison. And I may even bring in some of these posts here because I think the path looks a little bit odd here on the corners. So I'm going to just bring some of these in. Yeah, I think that's good. That works. And I think they're here. Oh my goodness, they are. Look at them. Look at them in the sun. What beautiful animals. American bison. Are you happy? Yeah. Oh, wait, can you escape? That's the main thing. No, they can't escape. Cool. That's what we like. And you've got plenty of space. 2396. That is plenty of area. Now, we can make this place more interesting for you. I don't want to make it too, like, hilly, because I feel like that won't work well for them with their hooves. They don't want to trip over or anything. But we can definitely make this area a little more interesting for them. And we're also going to need a small area of water for them to drink from. Oh, that's a lake right there. I think that's a bit more interesting for them, isn't it? And they've got a small water area there. Is that hit with any water treatment? No, there's not a single piece of water treatment this side of the zoo. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to grab a couple of water treatment areas. I'm going to see if we can put them into this building. And actually, that's a good reason to move the water slightly this way. Let's add these on the outside. And then adjust where this water is. I wish I could see a bit better. I think that's probably good enough. It definitely gets hit with the water. And that's probably enough for them to just drink with. So let's check their traversable area. Yeah, they can get everywhere. They're very happy. They can't go under here. That's why we're losing some area. Can we raise this up, though? Because I'd like them to be able to go under, ideally. I suppose they don't really need to, do they? It's there. There's a fence there anyway. That's kind of fine, because they can still use all this area. I think that's probably okay. And they don't actually need hard shelter. They're pretty chill. They want a little bit less snow, but that can easily be achieved with hard shelter. So this is an animal we can definitely cater for in that way. Let's filter by species American bison and see if we've got any pre-built habitat areas. I'm also just going to adjust the opening times of our zoo so it's a little bit... I think it's getting a bit darker a bit earlier. Let's close at 9. And now if we look in beds and shelters, we've got a few. Wow, we've got Arctic shelters. That's adorable. Oh my goodness. What are these? These are crazy. Whoa. Okay, I was not meaning them, but that's crazy. Got a log shelter. That's quite cool. These are very cool. And then like classic shelters. Yeah. Honestly, I think something like this would be ideal if we swap out some of the bricks for wood. This would be a great little shelter for them. And actually, this is the ideal spot. So I'm going to flatten off this area and just make it a bit more usable for them. Now, this is potentially going to mean they can jump out, so I'm going to have to be careful here. Have I made it jumpable? No, it's not that high. Okay, cool. Right, let's put this in, and then we're going to edit it so that it's wooden instead of, like, bricks. I think that's going to be better. Yeah, this is really cute. Let's just knock these out at the back as well, and then they can walk all the way through. And we just need to swap these out for wood, probably, and we'd be good. I quite like the rest of it. Okay, I feel like that's pretty good. Does that give them... I mean, they didn't really need any hard shelter, but that should give them enough. And it should mean that they have less snow. It's clearly not enough snow. But I do really like the building. I think that's quite cool. If we put some heaters in here, we'll be able to clear more snow. So let's put a heater in on the ceiling. And if we place it, we should then be able to move it from above and make sure it's pretty central. In fact, that is pretty central, I think. Let's make this 20 degrees. And I believe they like 20 degrees. Is that about right? Yeah, 16 to 4, minus 16 to 40. So 20 degrees is actually pretty great for them. That should get rid of the rest of the snow they need. Yeah, we're already at 72. And it's just clearing this little area here. That doesn't seem crazy at all to me. And I like that. We can put some bedding in for them as well. Let's put some large bed. I'm going to put these on random rotation and put a few large bedding items in. Maybe a couple of extra larges as well. That seems pretty cute. They've got plenty of bedding in there. Right, what else do these guys need? They need enrichment. And they're actually happy with the terrain now, so they just need some enrichment. Let's have a look at what they have. Enrichment items, a mud bath. That's awesome. We've got to put that in. Maybe we put this over here and they get a great view of that, the guests. I'm also going to turn random rotation off because I don't like that at all when it's on random stuff. Okay, then we're going to need a hanging graze feeder. I think let's put one feeder over here. And another hanging one here. And then if we have another form of feeder, maybe on the back, yeah, like a barrel feeder, that might be good. Is that going to roll? Yeah. Let's put it... I mean, it's supposed to roll, isn't it? Let's put it there. And we can also give them a graze ball feeder. That can go like here. That's also a ball, so that's going to go crazy. In fact, let's put it over here. And then we're going to need to put in some general food for them. So how about on this side, as the guests have like a really good platform here, maybe we move the mud bath a little bit. Have that there, and then we put some food in for them. Let's have a large feeding trough like here. And let's have another one over here. And just make sure the terrain is like smoothed out. I think that's really cute. Oh, it's adorable. Right, okay. We get some balls for them. Let's give them a large snowball and a skittle. Maybe. Oh, we got to give them the snowman skittle. It's a festive zoo. We've got to give them a snowman skittle, don't we? And is a block of ice a toy? I don't know. Maybe a large ball or something. They can have a little football. Cool. I like that. Oh, they've already pooped. My goodness, that's a lot of poo. And you are happy with everything. Your meal quality could be better, but yeah, we know that. We know already. Like, obviously, we haven't researched you yet. Speaking of animal research, we should have a little look at our vet research. Because we'll have finished the macaques, yeah, ages ago. Let's get our new vet working on the Formosan black bear and get some more stuff for them. We've already got a tiny bit for the bison. So actually, do we have food level 2? We do. Right, let's have a little look at our animal food. We've got food level 2 for them. Food level 1 for the bears. Food level 3. Oh my goodness, they are expensive. The Japanese macaques, 4,000 is on food. I thought the wolves were bad. I mean, I guess we can sustain that a bit. That is crazy expensive though. It's because there's so many of them probably. What we could maybe look to do now in the macaques is get rid of some of them because we want to have a family, don't we? So before they financially ruin us, let's just quickly take a look at these guys. Who are the babies? You. Who's your mum? Okay. You're fine. You can stay. And Yuki is the male. I'm going to put them on contraceptives because then I think they show up here. Yeah, as on contraceptives. So Yuki is also a male that's had a baby. I don't think... Oh, this is actually easier. Children, 2. You've had 2 children. So actually, you're the better male to keep. If we're going to have 1 male... Oh, let's check them in the Zoopedia again. I can't remember how many males and females are supposed to be. I think they're female dominant, actually. So they live in groups of up to 100. They're primarily made up of related females and their offspring, but also a small number of unrelated males that females have accepted into the group. So Small number. So there'll be one of them will be an alpha and several will be beta males. So we can keep the males. We just need to limit the females really then. Because if there are a group of related ones, I assume all of these females have had one baby. Stud book, parents. Yeah, it's a different set of parents. Ah, they've got a sibling. Okay, okay. There's one that's had 2 babies. This is ideal. I think what we need to do is wait for the babies to grow up. I'm going to put all the adults on contraceptives. And then when the babies have grown up, we're going to sort out this group and get rid of a lot of them. Because otherwise they're going to breed out of control. And we do not want that. It may even be that we put them on contraceptives and we let the ones breed that... Like, they can have more males in there, but the males that are in there are going to be on contraceptives. And that might work much better, to be fair. Because then they can have their beta males and everything, but their beta males aren't reproducing. Yeah, we got 4 babies and 12 adults. That's why. We have so many. 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, no, 4 babies and it's saying 6 males and 6 females. And of those, 4 of them are babies. Fine. It says 8 adults and 4 babies. That's so expensive, though. That's actually going to cripple us if we're not careful. 5 grand. Yeah, okay. We need to keep an eye on them. I guess they need a lot of food. That must be it. Because it can't be that their food is, like, more expensive than the wolves' food, surely. You'd think that the wolves would be more expensive to feed. Because you have to find, like, carcasses and stuff for them. I don't even know what the monkeys eat, but you'd think that would be closer to human food, which is very cheap for us to get hold of, because we eat it as well. I don't know. Right, well, now we put this in. They've got 2,000 square meters of land. Yeah, tickets are under price. To be honest, we could do with more money. So let's put these up to 28 and 14 and see what the guests think of that. They love it. They could do with some more food and drink. That's absolutely fine. We can sort that out for you. Don't you worry. We've got you covered. For now, though, these guys need a little bit. They don't want too much coverage, but they're going to want some plants from North America. So I think we should honor that. Honor that request and put some in for them. Okay, I think that's good for them. They've got 10% coverage, which is like kind of in the middle for them. And they seem pretty happy. Yeah, I think that works. And they've got 100% everything, so actually they're really good now, which is great. Now, one of our animals has attracted protesters. What is wrong with you? Well, drink, my friend. If you're dehydrated, there's an infinite water source here for you. Just actually use it. There's no way you can't access this area. Let's click on you. Oh, you can't. Oh. Well, that's not good, is it? Why can't you get there? Do I just need to sink this rock down or something? Or even remove it? And now can you get down there? I think they can a bit easier, yeah. Yeah, you must be able to walk in now from there. And if you're dehydrated, you can just drink. And this is water right here. So that'll actually hydrate you quite well. Of all the things in the world, water's pretty good for hydrating. And no, don't walk away. You need to drink. My goodness, let's call the keeper. I don't even know what the keeper can do. Well, you can jump like that. I mean, at that point, surely you're fine. Is the water too deep for them? But they'd stand at the edge and drink, and it's not too deep, because look at it, it's super shallow. I'll tell you what, I'm going to cancel the keeper. I'm going to call the vet to have a look at them, because the vet might be able to rehydrate them. At the minute, they're just kind of causing a nuisance to themselves. Running through all the gaps in the wood. Amazing. Anyway, we'll leave them to, they could do their own thing. They'll rehydrate soon. And we've made it a bit easier for them in the future. Now, we've got our bison in here. I like this. I think this is pretty cute. And if we can get a male, that would be ideal. Let's have a quick look again. Oh, the males are too expensive for us. Yeah, we can't get them. We'll get some in a bit, though. That's absolutely fine. And look at them for now. That's pretty cool. Now, we don't have any education or any bins or anything. So let's also put some litter bins and then some donation bins and some stands. Probably like we got here would be good. Just all along to teach our guests about the American bison. Okay, I think that's pretty cute. We've got plenty of education in there. We can now sort out our education for the entire zoo. So I think let's actually do that. Let's get our media devices and education, get an animal talk point. We can put one over here. Maybe we'll add some seating in the future. But for now, I'm just going to put the talk point in. And I want them to be able to throw food. So let's put them to be the American bison. We'll link seating in the future, as I said. And if we're going to have them, let's have them and the reindeer in the same one. So the reindeer in December. So actually it makes sense to leave January and February and have these guys again in March. This is going to be its own work zone. So let's go staff, work zone, new work zone. We're going to grab that. We're going to grab this one. Oh, they're fine for alpha status. That's not good. We've got a baby grown up. Oh my goodness. Just as we're talking about them. Where is our habitat gate for these guys? Yeah, Rudolph is fighting with Blitzen's grown up. Oh, no. Okay, well, Rudolph is definitely older. We're going to release Blitzen into the wild. Well done, buddy. Is anyone else related to you? Let's check your stud book. Children. Nah, they're all babies. Oh, it's cute. Bonded. Yeah, okay. That's fine. That's fine. It's just the one that's grown up. What was I saying? Oh, yes, these two are in the same one, so we're going to make a new work zone. We've got work zone 6, which has this in it. It's going to be the reindeer and the American bison, and we're going to call this education. I don't know what to call them, actually, because I like the deer, the bison, I'm just going to call them herbivores right now, because they are technically herbivores. Then we're going to edit this education we have here and take out these habitats. Or in fact, we could leave these in. I'm going to take out these two. And we're going to have an education point over here that is going to be education outsiders. Because they're the oddballs that we can't really put together. And to be fair, for now, because there's not that many here, I am actually going to put the canines in there as well. Because we might as well. An educator can definitely handle 4 stations. So let's have it start here though, and the other ones can fill in around them because this is their actual talk. The beavers are going to kick it off. Beavers are in December. Then the monkeys, when are you? Do you have a talk? Yeah, you do. It's here. The monkeys after December, they're going to be March. Then we're going to go and have the Arctic foxes in... Where is it? March. We'll leave April and May. And these guys are going to be June. And then we're back to the wolves in September. So July and August we leave free. And then back in September. And then we're back to December. So it's like a little circle that they walk in. I think that works fairly well. I think that's pretty good. Oh no, Cupid's about to mature as well. I think our baby's reindeer are growing up. Right, and then the next one we're going to have is we're going to make a new work zone. We're going to edit the education entrance, and this is going to take out these. And we're going to have the Wolverines, not the reindeer. We're going to have Wolverines, the bears, which don't even have a thing. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's going to have all of these. So we're going to have one talk here. probably in this habitat makes sense. Although, if we do it on this side, we could put some seating in. Yeah, we're going to do it here. Can you throw food for the bears if we have thingy here? It's blocked. What about if it's here? Yeah, you can throw food. Okay, cool. Because then we can link it to seating over here. You guys are... The Wolverines are probably going to start in December, aren't they? And to be honest, we only need one to tell them about Wolverines. We don't need 2 separate talks on Wolverines. Let's get rid of this one. That's a bit more, you know, out the way. Because sometimes there's no one in there as well. And this way we're always teaching our guests about them. So these guys start in December with the Wolverines. Then we come around here. And in March, yep, we're going to talk about the bears. And then we're going to do a beautiful little red panda one. Probably here is a good spot. Can you throw the food, though? Water obstructs the food. Okay, fine. What about now? Yeah, you can throw food. Okay, cool. And you are going to be in June. Now, we do need to rename these, obviously, because they're not going to work. We've got education. I'm going to call this one bears. I know they're not even, like, one of them is technically bears, but we know what they are. It's like the red panda, the Formosan bear, and the Wolverine. They're kind of all similar looking anyway. So now what we also need to do is make sure that in our new work zone, the herbivores, we put all our staff rooms in. So this is going to need this staff room. It's probably not going to need this staff room, but I'm going to put it in there anyway. And they've got both of these available to them. In fact, what is the point in having that one? Because it's just for the educators. They're going to be doing... Well, I guess if they're over here. Yeah, go on. I'll give them this staff room as well. And then they have the choice between the two. And we'll probably get fewer alerts. Like, oh, we can't find any. It's like, yeah, okay, give it 1 second. Or go to another one. The outsiders can use both of these. Yeah, that's absolutely fine because they're kind of going to go this way. And then the bears don't need this one either. Yep, they'll just use these two because they're all the way over there. That seems pretty good to me. The zoo work zone is going to grab these, the water treatment facilities. And security is going to grab them as well just to make sure they're patrolling the whole area. But I don't want to give them any buildings they don't really need. I'm going to give them the keep high. I just don't want to give them any staff buildings they don't need. Because I want to make sure they use this facility. And I do wonder, have we had any more crime? A tiny bit. We don't really have that much crime, to be honest. Oh, pickpocket victims. We did have quite a few, actually. I don't want to spend too much money, because you know what happens when we spend too much money? We'll start going down. Maybe we put the ticket price up to 30. 30, 15... And we make sure that we get some more shops in soon. And let's hire another security guard. Because at the minute, there's literally just one. And it feels a bit unfair for them to patrol the entire zoo. So you can do security. Everyone else should be on their work zones. And now we do need to get some educators. So we've got one educator doing education bears, one doing outsiders, and one doing herbivores. That should be good enough, to be honest. I don't think any of them are going to be busy apart from the outsiders one. There's probably got a full plate. The rest of them definitely have free time to just walk around and generally educate our guests, which is kind of what we're after. So that seems pretty good. Oh no, you're diseased. Quarantine, quickly, 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 quarantine. And let's call the keeper to this habitat if it's getting diseasey. I think it's because of the number of them, honestly. Oh no, let's quarantine you. You have to, like, quarantine them ASAP. Otherwise, yeah, they're spreading it now. But if we can get them all quarantined, we'll be okay. I'm going to delete those alerts. I think we may have contained it. I think we might be alright. How's our vet research doing? Got to level 1 on Formosan bear. Very good. Okay. You've been treated. I just don't know why why the babies are like starving. Because it seems like they can access everything. That's what's crazy. They can access the water and they can access all of the food. So they shouldn't really be starving unless it's a bit of a glitch. Is there no food in these areas? But I don't know why we're having this much of an issue because I'm pretty sure our keepers are like solidly, yeah, they're absolutely fine. They're happy. Yeah, when these babies grow up, it'll be much easier to organize. I don't know how long they take. I think they're just 2. Yeah, they just need 1 more year and they'll be gone. So that should be fine. You just need to eat, my friend. I don't know what to tell you. You need to actually eat. You have the ability. Ooh, this is a disease risk as well. It does look like we might need more keepers. I won't lie. I'm going to hire another keeper. Keeper can go on zoo. Let's put you by the Arctic fox habitat. Where is that? Here. Yeah, okay. We should have enough keepers. We've just got another keeper. Between the 4 of them, they can definitely manage these habitats. And at least no one's diseased anymore. It's literally just that they're a bit hungry. Oh, he says. Oh no, you're diseased. Don't you guys start. Oh, you've all grown up as well. Oh, I'm going to pause it before you all get sick as well. Because if you're grown up, we can get rid of all the babies. Yeah, you've got... Oh, no, you've got a full, like, litter in here. And then the next one. Right, we're going to get rid of all the young adults that might have stayed. Occasionally a female stays to help raise the young. It seems like they've all stayed this year. Going to release all of you guys into the wild. And you guys as well. Don't know why you didn't go then. Let's release you as well. Just as females. And then the male. Don't know why that one's not. Oh, it's infected. That's why. Okay, fine. Well, let's quarantine you then. And then the babies can, yeah, hopefully will get treated quickly. It's just one of them at the minute, and they have been quarantined. So the disease should be contained because the keepers are now cleaning as well. Hopefully that's all right. And then we just have the male and the female, and then all the babies. Cool. We've got a whole other litter. You guys are doing so well in here. Many babies. Look at you guys, just chilling after another successful day of breeding. Very cute. Well, despite the craziness with the macaques, I feel like our American bison are very chill and they've settled in nicely to this habitat. So let's learn a little bit more about them. The American plains bison is a large ungulate native to the USA and Canada. Bison are characterized by their large head, shoulder hump, and forequarters, all of which are covered in a shaggy coat. Their hindquarters are comparatively less muscled with a thinner coat, and the horns of both sexes are similar in size, but the males are much heavier due to having more muscle. The bison is the largest land animal in North America, and it can run at up to 35 miles an hour when charging at full speed, so stay out of their way. They've got poor eyesight, but they have excellent hearing and sense of smell, and the male calves born earlier in the breeding season are more likely to grow up to become the dominant bulls. Bison have been observed rubbing themselves against strong-smelling trees such as cedar and pine, believed to be a deterrent to biting insects. Bison live in herds with multiple social dynamics, which can range in size from 15 to 400 individuals. Females live in interrelated groups with their offspring, while young males live in bachelor herds until they reach full growth at around 6 years old, at which point they become a solitary dominant bull. During the mating season, bulls will attempt to join female groups and tend to the individual females, preventing other males from getting too close. A dominant bull is more likely to succeed in this task, consequently having better chances to mate with more females. The mother is pregnant for an average of 285 days, giving birth to a single calf. Female calves stay with their mother's herd for their entire lives, whereas males leave at between the ages of 2 and 3 and join a bachelor herd until they're old and strong enough to become a solitary dominant bull. So maybe we should think about getting a second habitat in the future if we've got any young males at around 2 or 3 and we want to keep them in the zoo until they're 6 before we release them into the wild to stay as ethical as we can. Thankfully, bison are not currently endangered, but they were hunted to near extinction in the 19th century, with the original pre-colonialization population of 50 million being reduced to just 1,000. The species was offered widespread protection in the early 20th century, and captive breeding programs, followed by reintroduction, brought the species back from the brink of dying out. Currently, the bison population is stable, but it is still threatened by habitat loss, as well as the risk of reduced genetic diversity due to their near extinction and subsequent artificial selection, which occurred through the domestication of the species. So historically, we haven't necessarily bred the strongest, we bred the ones that we wanted around, which are probably more domestic and easier to control. So we really need to make sure that the population we have is looked after and their genetic diversity is maintained as much as possible. Look at our American bison, aren't they adorable? I'm super happy with this habitat, and I would like to get a male in here at some point as well, because we've got the 3 females, but they do definitely need more. Oh, Japanese macaques are still having a little bit of an issue with their nutrition. I don't know why. The keeper's already here, so hopefully they'll go and feed them. But I don't think it's that much of an issue. I think they seem to just be bugging out a little bit. I put them all in quarantine, so hopefully when they go to quarantine, they'll fix that. Because we've got protesters right now. Like, that's not good. And we're about to have our reindeer mature. Lots happening at the same time. Where's Donna? Rudolph is an outsider. It's integrating. I think that's because their son grew up, so that's fine. They're supposed to be the alpha male. But if Donna is going to... Yeah, Cupid's just become an adult as well. And I think your parent is Rudolph here. So we're going to put Cupid on contraceptives. And we're going to do the same with Donna. We can put them on contraceptives anyway. And then they'll be on it when they mature, seeing as they're about to do it in a second. And that way, Rudolph is the adult male. We've got the 3 mothers and their babies here. Now, I believe, reindeer are in family herds. I'm just going to double check that, actually. Hold on. If I click on one of the reindeer, I can then click Zoopedia. And we can check them here. They live in breeding groups of related females. They're young and 1 unrelated dominant male. So, yeah, we need really 1 family. So, for that, we're going to need them to keep breeding, to be honest. We're going to need the 3 mums. Who's not had a baby? This is going to get savage quickly. So we've got Donna and Cupid. Who's your mum? Dasher is Cupid's mum. And Donna, who's your mum? Dancer. So Dasher and Dancer. So surprisingly, Vixen is the only one that's not had a baby. Just an interesting name for you. So yeah, you've had no... Oh, you had Blitzen, but they were released into the wild, weren't they? Yeah. Okay, fine. Well, you can stay with the group for now, and we'll release you with the others. So what I think we're going to do is when Donna grows up, because these guys live in herds of 3+, if we have Donna grow up, then we can choose either Donna and I think it's Dasher is their mum, or Cupid and Dancer, plus Rudolph will be a herd of 3. And we've got 1 family in here, and we can release the other 3 reindeer into the wild because they could reasonably be like a group of 3 in the wild. There could be 3 females. So even though that's not a mechanic in the game, I think it's nicer to do it that way because it seems more realistic. So let's let Rudolph reintegrate. I'm going to put all of the female... I'm going to put Vixen on contraceptives. And if they manage to get either Dancer or Dasher pregnant, that'll decide which one we have. But realistically, actually, we should look at their genetics, shouldn't we? And we haven't done this before, but we're going to do it now. So Dasher has pretty decent appeal. So you've got 1-1... Oh, so your overall is 1-3-4-1. I think that's... The rating might be how well we look after them, though. So species appeal is that. So their, like, genetic appeal is 1-1-2-5. What about if we look at... Was that Dasher or Dancer? 1-1-2-5 for Dancer. I think Dancer's not quite as good. I think Dasher is the better parent, really, as far as, like, genes overall. Dancer's a bit weaker. So if we breed down Dasher's line, which I think is Cupid... Yeah, Dasher. Okay, if we breed down Dasher and Cupid's line, they'll have higher genetic traits. Cool. Let's do that then. So Cupid's already here. We just need to wait for Donna to grow up. So let's just put everyone... I'll tell you what, I'm going to put Rudolph on contraceptives, and then no one else needs to be on them. That's the easier solution, isn't it? Let's take all the other females off. Okay, so I've just put Rudolph on contraceptives instead of everyone else, because I feel like if they're on contraceptives, no one's breeding, are they? And then what we can do is we can release Rudolph with the other females as well, and they can have their own herd, and then we can get a new male in here that's not related to anyone. Oh no, we've got a diseased... Oh, I think they've been cured. They're being taken to the vet now. It's because their habitat was really unclean because we had all those babies we didn't know about. We're taking such good care of our animals here. Oh, look at them. They're all curled up. Bless them. There's quite a bit of grass in your house, isn't there? I feel bad about this. It's not very sterile conditions, is it? I'll just remove this long grass if I can. I apologize for that. There we go. Nice and orderly again. Right, I think also we had one of the babies that was quarantined, so they couldn't be released from the Arctic foxes. We're just doing a little bit of organization. Right, let's get rid of this male. We need to release them into the wild. They should have gone with their siblings, but it's fine. We're going to say that we delayed that release until they were ready, because they're only a few seconds behind the others. And now let's refocus over here while we wait for Donna to mature, because we want to get more animals in this habitat, don't we? I think we want to get the bighorn sheep in here. You've passed quarantine. Very good. Okay, so they're passing quarantine now. Let's move you back into your habitat right as I try and move on. Let's have a look at what we need for the bighorn sheep. Bighorn sheep, you need groups of 3. So you get interspecies enrichment from sharing a habitat with the American bison. And you guys are saying maybe we should do a couple of habitats, like have them in the moose as well as the American bison, which I think is a really good idea. We can have them in both, and we could even have like the babies go into that one instead of releasing them to the wild or something like that. But right now we have no moose habitat, so they're definitely going into the American bison habitat. So if we look at the species data here, we can see we need 3 to 10. It's going to be 1 male and 9 females. And they live in groups in the wild with males in bachelor groups and females in groups with their young offspring. So basically it would be one family again of females. So we'll do the same as we've done with the reindeer. We'll get 2 females and 1 male to make it 3. And then when we've got babies, we'll get rid of all of the others, effectively get a new male in, and at least we've got a couple of related females that we can then breed with. And the males will fight for the right to mate, so we definitely only want 1 male in here. Okay, relation with humans is confident, but the guests will flee from them. I'm not surprised. Let's have a look at how many we need. So if there's 10 of them at a maximum, oh, how many babies do they have per mating event as well? 1 to 2. Okay, I'm going to say if there's 10 adults and 15 babies, this is obviously crazy for them. They wouldn't have that many. They need 1,380. I do think this habitat might need to get a little bit bigger just to accommodate them. And all I'm going to do for that is I'm going to move our path to over here. And then we can just shuffle it out a bit, because I think that's the least disruptive way to do it. Okay, we've just expanded the gate out and made the paths bigger. I'm going to pause it before these just literally go wild, because they can very easily escape now. And then we're just going to adjust this habitat to be in the correct place, which also means deleting this here. It's going to mess it up a little bit, but we're going to be fine, because we're going to reset everything in 1 second, and it shouldn't freak out too much. I'm also, actually, I think this is okay. I don't think they'll be able to get across that line. Even with that there, I think that's still just far enough across the line of where the fence is, where it's not going to count as a breakout if they're there. This aligns actually quite well. And then we need to put a gate in over here, where we have our posts here. I think that works fairly well. Yeah, that looks all right. And now we just need to move all this stuff out of the way. It's currently in our habitat. Okay, that took a lot of moving, but they're in here now, and we're going to get a bunch of alerts because I think we need to put it back into our work zone. So I'm going to put this back into education herbivores. Oh, it's already in there. I'm going to put it into zoo because that's where we have all of our habitats right now, and we do need to organize that. And whilst I'm here, the word I was looking for, which you guys helped me out with the comments in the last video, was ungulates. That's what I was trying to say. I couldn't remember the word, so I just went with herbivores. But that is what all of these animals are, like sheep, the bison, the moose, all of them fall into that category. And we have an important alert. Okay, it's not really important, is it? They've already left. Oh, okay, they're all complete on quarantine. Fine. Let's move you into this habitat, the macaque habitat. You guys are causing us a lot of problems, you macaques. You need to calm yourselves down. That's what I say. Right. Let's sort this area out. These have no pass to them, so no wonder they're broken. We're going to continue this grid if we can. There we go. Now they can actually be repaired. Let's get the mechanics on that, and let's find you. I'm going to move you, because that's really far to go. You can do both of them. They're getting on it. Right. This habitat is looking huge now. Where are our bison? You're over here. Just chilling. How's your space doing now? They've got a little too much snow now, but that's okay. If we build another shelter, which I think we're going to need, that's going to be perfect for them. So let's put another shelter. Maybe this is a better spot over here. We're going to put a talk in here. I might move their skittle as well to a new spot. Like maybe the skittle can go over there. And we're going to have another feeder over here, because we're going to have more animals in here. We're going to have sheep in here too. Now that, if we turn off the thing, we can actually see where it's going. That needs to be on the ground. And then I'm going to put some bedding in here that is suitable for them. So let's get some large, extra large bedding going with random rotation on. There we go. That's a nice bedding area for them. And that should give them, that should take away the snow that they don't want as well. Yeah, cool. Well, let's have a look at getting ourselves some of these sheep that we want. So they are Bighorn sheep. Oh my goodness, there's lots of them. Right, well, we're gonna filter. We just want to buy them with cash, ideally. Don't think they need credits. And there's actually 3 females and a male here. How long do they live for? Let's check them out on the Zoopedia. So they live until 12, and they can breed from 2 until death. Well, I don't think these are that old, are they? No, that's pretty decent. The one male isn't the best on longevity, but other than that, they're pretty good. So I think we're going to get him. And then we only need 2 of the females. This one has 0% longevity, so I'd rather not be breeding with that one. Let's get the other 2. And then we should have 2 females, 1 male. That is a group of 3. And that'll do our... That'll serve our needs perfectly. Let's put them into quarantine just to check they're not injured. They don't have any scrapes or bumps or diseases before they come into the zoo and mingle with our American bison, because that would be a little bit of a problem. And then we can just double check our power situation over here as well. I think we're actually, yeah, we're quite well covered. Cool. I do want to upgrade this section over here, and I also think we need another staff room for our vendors, because this vendor area over here is quite sad. There's only 2 shops, and there's a nice seating area that no one is using. So I think if we improve the requirements over here, that would be better. And we can give them a staff room that's nearby for the vendors. Because at the minute, they've only got this one all the way over here. And I feel like that's a bit of a shame that they don't have that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this. And I'm actually going to put it in next to our existing staff room here. And just move these out the way, our little water treatment areas. And we're just going to modify this building a little so that it's still serving everyone's needs well. And this still reaches them in their habitat, their water zone. So that's perfect, basically. Cool. All right, let's edit this building and make it a bit more fun, shall we? For this building, I just duplicated the design we had on the building to the left because it's basically identical, and we can make a very symmetrical building by just copying it over. And I feel like that kind of looks good on the ground level. And then for the roof, I wanted to do something a little bit different. So I wanted to give it kind of like a peak in the middle that makes the building look a bit more interesting when you look at it as a whole. And I really like having a little section that kind of is peaked in the middle and then the rest of it slopes away. For the water treatment and the water temperature regulator, I just wanted to put them in a little shed off to the side. It's like a little workman hut where they can go in and fix it and make any repairs they need to. And then, of course, we had to add in our festive decorations to everything just to bring it in line with the rest of the zoo. Okay, I think that looks quite cute. We've got a little shack on the side and then another thing here. In fact, we should put another ribbon. Where are our little beige ribbons? That's what I want. I want a ribbon up here. Or we could put a star up there. We should put a light or something, shouldn't we? There's an ice. It's quite tacky, but that is what the festive period is all about. Tacky lights. And I think that looks quite cute. Okay, we've got another staff from here. Now, this is just going to be... It's got the staff PR course, so it's just going to be for our vendors. Now, if I go to work zone, I can now go... Shops has everything, doesn't it? Yeah, that's all the vendors. So currently, that is all of these guys. I'm going to add this in as a work zone for them. I'm not going to put it in zoo because that's where our keepers and that's where our keepers are. I can give zoo this though. Yeah, they can have all the talk points because our educators are on their own one. I do feel like it might be better to split up the vendors a little bit, especially if we've got some over here. Like shops, maybe we say shops entrance, and then we have shops over here. Make a new work zone called shops middle or something, and that can just be these for now. And they have that. They have that staff from over here. Because otherwise, that's a lot of people going between. And I feel like these shops are close enough to this staff room, and so are these shops, that they can work together. But other than that, we definitely need more vendors over here. There's like no shops over here. I think we might put some shops over here as well. I'm not going to do that right now, though, because all of our sheep are past quarantine. Let's get them into the habitat. Where are you? American Bison here. Habitat 29. That needs to be renamed. So now this is going to be Bison and sheep. And whilst we're in a little bit of a work zone mode, I think it's about time we split up our keepers so that they're working a bit more efficiently. So let's have keepers that are going to specialize in the ungulates can have these work zones here. I'm going to put them in there. So as well as the habitats, I'm going to give them this keeper hut here. I don't think they need this staff room over here. It might be better that they just have this staff room. I feel like that's a bit closer generally. And it may be that we move the entrance of this habitat, like the keeper entrance. Because originally we put it over here because it made a lot of sense. This is where all our keeper stuff was. But I think that's too far away now. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to edit the barrier, remove the habitat gate, and we're going to put it over here instead. I think that's a bit better. Right, okay. That should fix the habitat. Now, if we click on it, we can put this as reindeer. Press play, and then we just need to edit it to put it back in the work zone. This is going to go in this work zone. This is going to be keeper ungulates. And then we can have a keeper that's a specialist in that area rather than having a bunch of keepers. So probably, seeing as there's only two, I'm going to train up our new keeper. They would probably be good for keeper ungulates because there's only two habitats in there. They've literally just got these two. So if we train them up as well, they might be ready. They might be like able to do that. And then we do need to add it into our zoo work zone for our vets because we've taken it out. And that'll make our mechanics and our vets happy. Right, let's do the same for the other habitats, though, very quickly. We're just going to go to work zone, make a new work zone, and all of these can be put into one. So red pandas, bears, and wolverines, that can be one work zone, and they can use this keeper hut, this staff room here, I believe. Staff room, and where have you got more here? Keeper hut and staff room here, I believe. Yeah. And that one's pink. That one's pink as well. The pink ones are for the keepers and everyone as well. So that should be a pretty good work zone. That's gonna need some more trained up keepers, I think. Keeper bears. And I think we're gonna put one of our experienced keepers on there. And they may need another keeper. I actually might throw another keeper onto that as well. It's like a new keeper can do that one. And then we've got two keepers left. We're going to have a new work zone. We're going to put the Arctic fox and the timber wolves in one. You're going to have this work zone. Ooh, they're kind of between them. Let's give them this building over here. because I think these are close to the wolves. That one is right there, and you can still use that keep hut. So you're kind of surrounded by buildings. They can have the middle and the right-hand side ones. This is going to be our canids. Keeper canids. And then finally, we're going to have beavers and macaques. And you can definitely use these that are right here. I don't think we need to give them the keeper hut down there because they're not going to use them, are they? Keeper others. Or outsiders, we call it, didn't we? Outsiders. There we go. And now there's education outsiders, education ungulates, education bears, and we put the canids in with the outsiders for education just for now. But I think it's worth splitting out the keepers properly into 4 different work zones. My goodness, how complicated. But I think it's going to run much more efficiently this way. And now we just need to put our actual keepers onto it. So we'll have 1 for the outsiders and 1 for the canids. And hopefully having 1 dedicated keeper for the monkeys and the beavers is enough that they can maintain it, because they're like a level 5 keeper. I feel like this should be okay. Let's also just train up everyone who's not been trained up, because we like to have maximum level staff. And we're going to have to split out our new vendors while we're here too. So we've got 2 shops. I think we just grab 3 of our vendors and throw them on the shop's middle work zone. We're stealing 3 away. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And how many shops do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to take these 2 out and take that staff room out of it. I think 7... They're going to need another couple of people. Let's hire another couple of vendors just to float around that work zone, because they'll definitely make us more money by being there. Okay, cool. So there's an extra vendor for these 2 shops. We're going to add more to this. Oh my goodness, dangerous animals escaped. Oh no, I haven't checked up on the Bighorn sheep. No, they're out. Okay, well, let's emergency capture you guys. Where's the other one? Here. Okay, so apparently you can get out. Let's check that out. Oh, just here. Why can you only get out here and nowhere else? Have I done something weird with the barriers or something? Or is the ground slightly raised up? Maybe. Right, we'll see what we're going to do. Yeah, this is slightly lower. This beam. I'm going to raise that up there, and then you shouldn't be able to get out. Let's see, if we click on you, if I exit that group, can we click on you here? Yeah, you can't get out now. So the fence is actually fine for the sheep. They can't break free. It does seem like they would be able to... Oh, it's quite high, though. If it says they can't break out, I guess they can't, can they? So I'm going to leave it how it is. It seems reasonable to me, and we'll put these back in ASAP. We just need our people to pick them up and put them back in. But our sheep are here in other news. Much more positive spin on it. We have our Bighorn sheep. Aren't they cool? Bless them. Well, they're actually pretty happy. They've got all the space in the world. They want more rock, but that's fine. We could make this quite rocky, actually. That might be nice, because it blends in quite well with the rocks we've got here. And that might be sufficient for them. Okay, I think that looks pretty reasonable. We're just blending it in a little bit, and that's enough rock for them that they're happy. They've got all they need, and they'd actually be happy with, as long as they've got a little bit of rock and a tiny bit of short grass, they're happy with the rest being snow. So that's pretty good for us. They're also happy with all the plants, which is perfect. And they just need enrichment. There's no toys that are suitable for them. So let's actually go over, though. We're going to select them. Just make sure they've got the food enrichment they do need as well. It says that they're sufficient, but we might be able to give them a little bit extra. Unless they use all the same stuff as the bison, which could be the case. So enrichment items. Yeah, they've not got much in here. They've got a scarecrow feeder, though. We've got to give them one of these. We'll put a couple of scarecrows over here. That's more fun, isn't it? And then they need toys. We don't have a lot. We're going to give them some grab balls, maybe. Is that all the toys we have for them? Oh, scratching post are toys as well, are they? Okay. Well, we'll give them a Scots pine tree here that's a scratching post. And maybe another grab ball. And hopefully that's enough for them. Where are they? Oh, they're in. This is our male as well. They look cool. Right, so that's 100% enrichment. And they get the 20% bonus from interspecies enrichment. Yeah. Nice. Other than that, they're pretty happy. That serves our needs pretty well. Oh, look at these guys in here together. You know what we could do? Oh, where is that from? That could be a little bit further away, probably. That could be like there. That might be better. What we could do is we could... Oh, look. They're using the tree. We could get a male in for the American bison as well. I feel like they desperately need their male. Poor things have been just them. We've not started the breeding. We want to get that going, but we need a male. Oh, that's a decent male for 24 credits. That is not bad. Let's filter by male only, and we'll see what we get. That's the only one we can afford, so we're going to go for you. Send to zoo. They're only 5 years old, so that's not too bad. This habitat is a disease risk. Right, well, we're going to call the keeper. Where are you? Oh, you're there. Cool. Let's make sure they don't get sick, please. If there are a lot to manage, we can give you more people. But at the minute, you've literally got this habitat and then 2 beavers who are quite chill. Look at them. Mr. Claus and Mrs. Claus are very relaxed animals to be looking after. Oh, they've actually got their 2 babies in here as well. My goodness, they've grown up, the young adults. So let's have a look at them in the Zoopedia. I think their babies leave. So they're fully weaned by 3 months old. At around 2 years old, yeah, they're likely to be chased away by the parents. So these guys need to go. Let's release both of the baby boys into the wild. And let Mr. and Mrs. Claus get back down to business. Right, speaking of, let's also go to our reindeer habitat. And let's sort these guys out because they should have all grown up. Oh, all the education's turned off as well. We're going to put that back on. Happens every time you edit the habitat. So we may just need to check that. We've done a few bits of messing around today. So I think this is the last one where we've messed around with the habitat. It should be good other than this. Right, let's sort this habitat out though. We're going to need to go to our habitat gate, which has been relocated to over here. And we're going to want to keep... Yeah, Donna's grown up. We're going to want to keep Dasher and Cupid, aren't we? They're the babies. Cupid, because they have good genes. So all the other reindeer we're going to get rid of. And we're going to get a replacement male before we do this, just in case we can't find a male. So Dasher and Cupid are going to be our new females. And we're going to get a new boy in that's going to have to be like Rudolph Jr. or something. Where you're pretty decent actually for cash. 6.9. I'm gonna go for you, my friend, I think. Oh, you're much better. We'll use the credits. We'll get this one. Okay. Because that is worth the difference in credits. And I don't think you were that old. Yeah, you're 4.9, so absolutely fine. Let's hit play. And then I'm gonna wait until they pass quarantine because I don't want them to be... I don't want them to have just like 2 reindeer in the habitat or they'll get stressed because it's not the right social group for them. They need a bigger group than that. But then we can actually get this going. We can send away our other reindeer and then we've got one family group that's just going to keep breeding. And we can keep getting new males in every generation or so to make sure they're not inbreeding. But they should be fairly happy. Look at these sheep in here as well. What a view. And we can also alternate these. So I put 2 in everywhere. So we can now select Bighorn sheep and American bison next to one another. I'm going to do that now. There we go. Lots of education. And hopefully some happy animals. We can also duplicate this and have a couple of talks. I feel like, can you link more than one education post to the same seating? That is an interesting thing to figure out. Let's put some seating in as a test. We're going to put this here. Can we link this to seating? There. Let's say this is a test on the American bison. This is a talk on the American bison. This is talking the Bighorn sheep. Can we link this? No, it's 1 per thing. That's a bit annoying. Okay, fine. In that case, we'll put them in different spots. So the Bighorn sheep talk could actually be here because that seems to be where they've got their food enrichment here. It makes a bit more sense. Let's put that there. And then the American bison have their food down here. So this seems like a more logical place for their talk. And I'm going to grab the seating we've made previously and duplicate this across so that we've got a couple of bits of seating so we can have some proper talks going on. Okay, and now we can link this seating. So this is going to be linked to these two. And they can throw food. That's perfect. And these guys, to be fair, we could order this as well. So the reindeer talk is going to start in December, obviously. We've got to have that in December. So then they're going to come around here. They're going to do the bison one first in March because we'll leave 2 months. So if the bison one is in March, we're going to leave April and May and we'll start this talk in June. And the same here, we're going to grab this talk. They can actually be in March and we'll just link these seating here. There we go. Perfect. So they do the reindeer talk in December, the American bison in March, and then the bighorn sheep in June. Perfect. Ah, cool. This would also have been a good spot for the talk for the bison. But I like having the seats. I feel like it takes them off the path a little bit. So we've also got our males. Let's grab Wyatt, our American bison male, and put him in here. And then we've got our reindeer male. We're going to move into here. And let those deliveries commence. Let's also grab our our education ungulates and edit that work zone. At the minute, it's just this one. So they've not got anything else, have they? No. All right, well, we'll add that in for them. We've got this one already in the work zone. We're going to put this one in the work zone too. And now they've got 3 talks to do. So that educator has 3 talks to do now. And it looks like our reindeer is arriving. Our new males is going to be Rudolph Jr. Look at him. Okay. Rudolph Jr. And then I'm going to pause the game and we're going to have to get rid of the other reindeer. So Dasher is staying. Dance is going. Rudolph is going, Vixen is going, and Donna is going. So that is going to leave Dasher and their daughter Cupid and Rudolph Jr. So the 3 of them will form the new group of 3. Let's release these guys into the wild. Oh, some of them can we not? Oh, because we bought them for cash. Fine. I'll tell you what we're going to do then. We're going to trade them to another zoo. And we will get 561. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. I think it means that we're getting back less than we paid for them. That's absolutely fine. This is the whole thing. We want to trade them to another zoo and they can live happily together there. Ideally, we'd release them to the wild, but I don't want to split their group up if they're happy together. And now we have a new family herd of Dasher and their daughter Cupid. And now Rudolph Jr., who's integrating into the herd. Cool. Okay, I'm hoping our male bison is here as well. Let's check this. Yeah, he's in here. Oh, he's huge. Look at him. He's a big old boy. Nice. Well, he's definitely making a statement, isn't he? Oh, and we've got a talk going on for the sheep. I was going to say, why is there food here? Well, that's why. They've thrown food in. Cool. Oh, I love this with the new herd. They're living happily together. That's so sweet. Let's have a look at their nutrition and see if we can give them better quality food. So we can give the bison grade 2 food, grade 1 for the bighorn sheep, grade 2 for the bears, grade 3 for the reindeer. Yeah, because we messed with their food, didn't we? With their habitat. Let's reset their food. Okay, cool. Let's have a look in our vet research and see if we've got any upgrades. I'm pretty sure we finished the bear research, didn't we? Oh, we've almost finished it. We might as well just let them finish it and get the last bits of enrichment and education bonuses. And then we can move on. But I think our bears can probably get food level 3 now that we've just unlocked it. Bears, food level 3. That's not even that much more expensive, and it's so much better for them. Okay, cool. It also looks like we've got a little bit of damage. I'm going to replace anything that's broken. Let's go to crime and replace everything. We do have a little bit of crime. We're not catching many of the pickpockets, so we can put cameras in that we never really do. Where are they? Security. Maybe we should put some cameras in to stop, to like deter the pickpockets. Got wall mounted or a post. I mean, the wall mounted is a bit more aesthetic, isn't it? But I don't know what their zone is like. We add a few of these cameras on. Let's have a look. Let's see what these cameras look. Oh, yeah, it's gonna definitely make them sick. Okay, so it's supposed to be this way up then. It has to be like that. Why would you wall mount it in that way then? Or does it need to be upside down maybe? Let's put it upside down and see if that helps. Because that would make more sense. Like this. Right, what do you look like now? You're looking there, so it's a bit impossible to tell. Okay, if we attach this on the wall like this, what does it look like? Perfect. Okay, it needs to go like that. So that is how they go. Right, well, let's have a look at our security. It's not a massive radius, is it? What about the posts? We could maybe make some Arctic posts that might be a little bit nicer to look at, rather than putting those cameras everywhere. I think let's do that. Because we also need a few more lights around the place anyway. So let's just put a few posts in. I've got some lights on them. Oh, we could even use their lampposts. That's better already. Right, let's use that. And then let's put some cameras on it. Okay, that is a good view. We can't recolor them. That's so annoying. Why? Just don't want it to be white. Okay, well, I guess we'll recolor this post if we can. Oh, just the fire color. I have white fire. Oh my goodness. No, I have normal colored fire. Well, that's not quite so bad, just to have it come out like this. I think we're going to merge these two into a group together. And now this is our camera post. Security camera post. Let's call it that. And then we can move these around and kind of, if we get our security view up, we can see where we want to put them. So I think around here would be good because we've got the ATMs here. We also want to make sure it's aligned properly to the rest of our stuff because I don't think it's aligned to the path very well. That's better, isn't it? Yeah, okay, cool. Have a camera there. I think maybe we just target them around where the guests, like, eat. Like, if we put one in here and see how we go with that. Because I don't want to put too many of them all over. I don't really know how we're going to do it. We just need to make sure they've got power as well. And all of those areas do have power. They're all the places that they get their money out in those guest areas. So let's see if that helps at all. Look at the sunset. It's beautiful. Such a beautiful game. Our goats just chilling out together, having a good time. I think they're a oh my goodness, please don't poop on the other one. I think they're a really cute addition to the zoo, aren't they? Well, now they're in here and they're quite settled in, let's learn a little bit more about the bighorn sheep. The bighorn sheep is a species of wild sheep that lives in the mountains, grasslands, and deserts of Canada, the USA, and Mexico. They're pale grey to dark brown in colour with yellow to brown horns. And there are several subspecies and populations of bighorn sheep, whose colour, build, and size can change based on the environment in which they live. The bighorn sheep is sexually dimorphic, with the males being much heavier than the females and having much thicker and curlier horns. Male bighorn sheep measure between 90 to 105 centimeters in height and 1.6 to 1.85 meters in length, with a weight of 68 to 90 kilos. The smaller and lighter females stand 75 to 90 centimeters tall, 1.28 to 1.57 meters long, and they weigh around 42 to 57 kilos. Bighorn sheep have double-layered skulls that protect their brains when clashing horns with rivals and help them bear the weight of their large horns. The large horns to which the bighorn sheep are named can weigh up to 14 kilos on their own. During the mating season, male conflicts may last longer than 24 hours, with males clashing horns 5 times an hour until one concedes. so they're highly committed to it. Homosexual behavior is often seen in bighorn sheep bachelor groups too. And the bighorn sheep are excellent climbers, having hooves that are adapted to gripping steep, smooth surfaces. So we got a few rocks in here for them. Bighorn sheep are social animals and live in groups in the wild, with males in bachelor groups and females in groups with their young offspring. During the breeding season, these herds come together, but they live apart otherwise. Breeding seasons typically occur from July to December, when rainfall is plenty and increases food availability. The male and female herds come together for this rut, and the males will aggressively fight to establish a dominance hierarchy over access to the females. Older males with larger horns are more likely to win these headbutting competitions. A receptive female will headbutt and brush against the male and allow him to mate, so there's a lot of headbutting going on. Males guard the females they've mated with to prevent rival males from mating with them for another 2 to 3 days, which is around the time it takes to induce ovulation. At this time, the male and female separate. After a pregnancy of 150 to 180 days, the female gives birth to 1 lamb and occasionally twins. When she's ready to give birth, she moves to an isolated area, usually against a cliff face or in a rocky outcrop, where she then hides with her lamb until it's strong enough to move independently. Lambs start eating solid food at 2 weeks old, and they're fully weaned by 4 to 6 months old. Females are fully grown and sexually mature by 2 years old and stay with their natal herd. Males, on the other hand, reach sexual maturity at 18 months old and leave their natal group to join a bachelor herd. Their horns grow significantly until they're 5 to 7 years old, at which point they'll be able to successfully fight over females. Thankfully, the bighorn sheep are not endangered and are assessed as least concern, but their populations have been negatively affected by overhunting. Especially the males are pursued for their horns. Some areas of their range are designated as nature reserves with hunting regulation to keep the population sustainable, but some of the subspecies are considered locally endangered due to habitat fragmentation. There are translocation and reintroduction programs underway to restore the bighorn sheep to areas of its historical range. However, high mortality due to zoonotic disease spread, predation, and hunting mean that there's been difficulty establishing a sustainable new group of sheep in many of these areas. So hopefully our breeding zoo can help these reintroduction programs and release a number of bighorn sheep into the wild. Look at our little bighorn sheep stood at a strange angle on the rocks. I feel like they integrated very well into this American bison habitat. And it's a beautiful day in the zoo. I did realize in the last video I forgot to turn our train back on, so I'm just gonna open the train up again because I feel very bad for our guests. There you go. The train is open. Please enjoy. You don't have to just stare at it now. You can board it and have a bit of transport across our zoo. And speaking of needing transport, we need to keep expanding this zoo. So, oh look, our keeper's here. Hello. We need to get the next habitat in here. And interestingly enough, with the bighorn sheep, these guys don't actually live together, males and females, because they live apart. And then in the breeding season, the male and the female herds come together. So it makes sense that, oh my goodness, that's adorable. They're all feeding together. It makes sense that we split off the males once the females here are pregnant, and then we can have like a female herd here and a male herd in another habitat. And I think the other habitat, it would be perfect if we put our moose in. So let's get probably a habitat around here would be good. We've got all this empty space next to the train tracks. And we have a pathway on the other side. This could be like a double-sided viewing platform. I like the idea of this. We could put a moose habitat in here, couldn't we? It looks like we're about to have baby black bears as well. And we have a challenge notification. We've adopted and placed 2 different habit species. Awesome. Yep, we're always doing that. But I think let's watch our black bear give birth, because she is prowling around and she's about to have her baby. Look at her. Isn't she adorable and terrifying in equal measure? That's how we like our animals. Oh, this could be it. Is she sitting down? Yep, I think this is it. Have a seat. And we should have a little baby. Yes! Okay, so we've got 1 baby. Do we have another baby? Sometimes they have more than 1 cub. I think it's just the 1. Oh, bless them. We've got a baby bear. Wow. Now it's the 2 of them in here. Our male, I think, is in his own habitat at the minute, isn't he? Are you in here? You should be. Hard to tell because he could be climbing. I'm gonna click on the barriers here. Oh no, he's in here. That's he doesn't need to be in here, I don't think. I'm pretty sure they're just together to breed, and then they leave when they've mated. Yeah, they interact only to mate, so he really needs to be gone. Right, quickly, urgently, keepers, let's go, let's go. Grab our male and move him into his habitat over here. Whew, close one. We just need to close this gate back down like that, and they can't go through. Right, we've got welfare issues with the macaques. You guys are really causing me a problem here. Hydration 0. Are you sure? If I click on you, it will show the traversable area. You can access it in here. Why can't you just access the whole thing? That's what I want to know. Right, what if I take that rock out? Does that help you at all? Right, I'm going to put fresh water in. And I'll take the steam effects off and see if it's... I don't think it should be that, but... Are you going to drink now? Because you can see the water right there. Maybe they don't drink if it's like steam or something. I don't know. But as long as they're doing it now, that could be it solved. And it looks like this food needs to be changed. Where's our keeper? There's only one keeper for like 2 habitats. And I feel like they should be able to manage it. We'll check in on them later, but firstly, I want to get this expansion going for the moose. So, let's come to this side of the zoo. We've got new challenges. We need to release the timber wolf into the wild and increase our education rating on the black bear to 4%. We're not doing great at the minute, so we'll leave that for now. We obviously want to get the moose in here with the bighorn sheep as their interspecies enrichment. So, let's have a look at their species data. They're solitary animals and only interact to mate or to compete over mates. So it's a habitat of 1 to 4, 1 male and up to 3 females. Interesting. I'm assuming the females live in like family herds as well. Oh wow, mothers chase away their calves when they become pregnant again, usually when the calves are around 1 year old. So yeah, I guess it's basically going to be a group of 2. Makes sense. We're going to have 2 habitats, like a male and a female, and they'll move in like that. What are our American bison like, actually? Because we put them together all times, but I thought they stayed together. I feel like the male would stay around because it will all be their children. It wouldn't be an issue. Like, the males seem here to, like, hang around a bit more. So we can definitely have one male and the females together as one family, basically. But we do need to get a couple of different, like a joint habitat for the moose. And I think around here would probably be good. Because we can get one of these probably on the other side, just facing the other way. And that would be good for the moose. So let's lay out a little path for where we want to have our education area. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. We just need to duplicate the seating now on this side. And I think that will work quite nicely. There we go. We've got seating on both sides. And there's a small path that this can just link through here as well. And that's good enough. Just for the education. I don't think we need any wider paths than 4 meters. And this could possibly move now as well. It depends where we need it to reach, but I feel like that is a decent spot here for it. I just want to check the negative impact on guests. I think that this ring will come down if we put the decoration on it. Because you don't want the red like ring to be touching the guests. Let's grab all of this actually and move this across. Does this change our negative impact zone? I think it's gone a little bit smaller. What's the education rating though? 51. What if we add a tree to it? I think that looks a lot better, doesn't it? And I'm hoping that has now removed the negative impact. Yeah, I think that's good enough that we can probably grab all of this. No, I want to grab all of it. I don't want to be in the group. Let's grab everything. And just move it slightly back. I reckon that'll work. There we go. Now the guest shouldn't really be touched by this at all, and hopefully it still powers this absolutely fine. Perfect. So we've got a little area for education here. This track might have to move a little bit further back though. That's the only thing. We have to close our train again and then just shuffle this track away. There we go. I think that looks all right. Okay, we've given them a fair bit more space now. So now this train can reopen. Apologies, everyone. I hope you hadn't bought tickets already. We're really messing with their sales. And we do want to move out this platform to be slightly further out on this side too. So there is a bit of like a little viewing platform for them. And that will probably need... Honestly, we could probably have a similar fence than we have on the other side over here. So I think what I might do is continue this fence round. But first, I'm going to just lay in the barriers. And for the moose, I imagine they're quite tall, aren't they? Can they get out? Probably. Like, I feel like they're probably going to want the big gate. Yeah, taller than 1.25 meters. I feel like that might be okay. Yeah, the Bighorn sheep are 1.25. So we can actually use the small gate, interestingly. Well, let's put that in. We're going to have the small wooden habitat gate for one of the moose habitats over here, probably, because our keeper building's up here. So let's put one of these in on the corner here. And that is going to be one. And then the other one, it would make sense to start kind of down here, probably. There we go. That'll probably work. Oh, no. If it's these macaques, oh my goodness. I'm going to call the vet and the keeper, and they can just work on them. Because I'm not being funny. You have ample access to water. I don't know what their issue is. And I think what I'm going to do, seeing as the sun is setting, is I'm just going to build out the barriers for these habitats so that they've got plenty of space. And if we have a look, if there's moose, we're going to have 2 adult moose together is going to be 100. And if it's 1 and their babies, how many babies do they have? 1. Oh, okay. So 1 mother and 1 baby. It's just under 1,000. So basically, we want 1 habitat that's for 1 adult for the male. That's 750. And then the other habitat has to be big enough to have both of them in it. So it's got to be 100. I'll probably just do 2 habitats of a similar size, honestly. But they're grade 3, taller than 1.25 meters. And they also do have a water requirement. So that's one of our first animals that's had one. I think the beavers did. But we need to make sure we put in a decent water area for them. Okay, I built a very large area here. So this is 4,000 meters squared. My goodness, this is way bigger than they need. But we do have to remember that as well as the moose, we are going to be putting in more of our bighorn sheep. So we're going to have our bachelor herd in here in addition to the moose. So we want to give a bit of extra space. I reckon we have it cut slightly further over halfway. So maybe the female habitat could be here, and that has like the education section. And then we cut it off at like this point here. And we have the males join from there. I think that'd work. And if we remove these paths that are a little bit strange, we can probably get something that looks a little bit better here. There we go. That's better. Okay, so we've got our habitat here. We've got one that is 2,000 meters squared and one that is 2,000 meters squared. Oh my goodness, they're the same size. No way. 2,064 and 2,000. That's crazy. Well, I think I want this one to be the male one. So what I might do is I might just give a tiny bit more space to the female side, just because they're going to have a calf more of the time, basically. So just move it one more across, and then they have the slightly larger habitat, don't they? So now the female's habitat is 2,080, and the male's is 1,984. I think that's pretty good. And they've got like the viewing area here for the guests, and these guys have the education and this walkway here. So I think that works quite well. Okay. Right, let's actually build in the barriers, and for that we're going to use the same fencing that we used over here, because I just think it's a really easy solution basically, and we know that this already holds the bighorn sheep. So let's duplicate this fence. We can exit the group, and if we use some of the, I'm not going to use these boards here, I'm going to delete them, but if we use some of the gridded pieces, it will align to this 4-meter grid we have here. So you can just put these in. Add a... I'll just use the Arctic wood for now anyway. I'm going to use a 2-meter piece just because they're a bit easier. They're a bit more visible. And then I can push this so it's on the grid that we actually want here. That's pretty good. And it's nice and easy to delete then after, because you can just delete the middle panel. Right, now we can grab this and duplicate it, and we've got a very easy constructible fence. Okay, so they're in there. Now we just need to kind of tidy it up a little bit. And obviously we're going to have to remove all of these middle pieces that we no longer need. And our fence is in the right place. Looking pretty good. Okay, let's see how that goes. I feel like that's fairly secure, so we'll have to see when they're actually in here. But I don't think our bighorn sheep are pregnant, so we don't need to put them in here yet. Let's have a look. Oh, we've got a pregnant American bison. That's good. Yeah, no, our sheep aren't pregnant yet. Fine. We are going to have to get another female, though, in the interim if we're going to make a bachelor herd. So maybe we should be doing that now. Let's get another female in here. Just so we've got one. I'll tell you what, we're going to sort them by appeal and get the best one here. She seems pretty good. Let's send to quarantine. And then she can be moved across into this habitat. And then we do have 3 females. So when we take the male out, it's absolutely fine. Like when they're all pregnant, we'll take the male away. Right, do we have any more challenges? Yes, breed 2 new habitat animals of different species. Okay, we'll easily do that. And we've got our 2 lovely little habitats in here. I believe the guests will be able to see past this. I feel like this section needs a small section for the actual educator. And annoyingly, it's right in the middle of a post. So I'm going to pause the game. I'm going to take these sections out and put 4-meter ones in. We can have this little section and the educator could go right here. Media devices and education. Let's put an animal talk point right in the middle. Perfect. Okay, well, let's get our moose and actually get them in here. I think we're ready. I think we've got the very basics up and running. Now, we're going to want the best ones we can get. There's only 1 male, so I am going to grab him just while he's here. And then for the females, we're going to sort them by appeal. Oof. This one has worse appeal, but it's actually younger and it's got better genes. So I think as far as breeding, I'm going to go for this one here. And then we've got both of them. And now we've got a set of each. Let's grab both of them and send them to zoo. They can go to quarantine. I am going to put them in separately as well at first, so they can adjust to their separate habitats, and then we'll bring them together, because I feel like a real zoo wouldn't just throw them in together. Like, they've just been moved to a new home. We want to give them a bit of their own space first before we start introducing them to new moves. Right, I'm gonna delete these posts as well. There we go. I think that works. And now the guests can come over here as well. I am going to move the bins because we're going to want them probably a little bit more centrally. I'm going to put one over here and one on the other side, and we've kind of mirrored it, you know? And then let's use these education posts that we have. That's probably good enough to have. We've got a few of them in here at this point. Right. They've all passed quarantine. So let's grab our sheep first. You can go into the bison habitat. Bison and sheep. And then we're going to have... This is going to be our moose female. And this is going to be our moose male habitat. Let's grab our male moose and put him into the male habitat. And then let's grab the female moose and put her into the female habitat. And I think while they're on their way, let's make this terrain a little bit more interesting. I'm going to slightly raise up near the back of the habitat. I don't want to give them too, like, varying heights of habitat because I don't want them to trip over or anything. But I'm going to give them, like, a wide radius and like slightly raise up the habitat, so it's not just all flat. Basically, it's got some interest to it. I'm gonna give them both like a small bit of a hill, and we'll also put a nice water area in for them because they're obviously gonna want that. It would be cool if we had something that like put them across so they both had the same water area like joined, but I think what we'll do instead is obviously we're going to need to have a little breeding gate that comes up in here, so we're not going to put that in because reasonably we wouldn't expect them to swim to each other. We want them to walk through that. And our male is here. Oh my goodness, they are huge. Whoa, that's incredible. Wow, okay, I'm gonna have to check they can't break out because I feel like they will be lethal for our guests. Oh, yep, okay, all good, all good. And our female is here. Also massive. I forget how big they are. They're just so, like, their legs are so long. Wow. I'd be so terrified if I just stumbled onto one, like, in the woods. My goodness. Right, they are amazing. The game is screaming at me because they're not in a work zone. So let's add them to our ungulates habitat. We can add them both into this work zone here. And then we're going to have the education ungulate is going to have to get this. And I'm also going to put them both into the zoo work zone. So our vets and our mechanics can access them. Can access all of this, really. I'm going to put the speakers in as well. What these, the education stands. I'm going to put them in too. Right, now... This one can be for the moose, and this talk we scheduled for June. I'm going to push that back a few months. So we're going to have the moose talk in June because it's kind of on their way. Then there's going to be a break for July and August, and then this one is going to be September, and that will finish off the ungulate's education because then it's back to December over here. So they can kind of just do like walk a loop around the zoo because it's here that they... Where do they do the talk? They do the talk inside. So they're gonna basically do a walk around this like loop here for the ungulates. And this is going to be June before I forget. May, June. So one educator should be able to do all of these. They've got 2 months between everything. And this is gonna be moose. There we are. Have I renamed all of these? I don't think I have. Oh, reindeer is not assigned. Oh my goodness. It's because we changed the habitat. So it's a good thing I checked these. Okay, they're all called the correct things as well. Reindeer talk is on. I believe I probably... Oh no, I did put the train back on. Good, good. Okay. I keep cancelling it. All right. And the American bison is all good because they're actually there waiting to do the talk. So they've got, oh, they've just finished it. They've got all the seating here. And now if we select this one, we can link the seating on this side. And now we're all good on this side too. Awesome. Oh, I love it. Okay, so now the guests can come in and sit along here. Now, it is a bit weird that there's like no access to this here. Can they access the guest area? I think they can. I think what I'll do is I'll put like a 6-meter path here and not connect it though. And then I'll do the same here. And then at least it looks like they can walk on there. But we've got the same thing on this side. I'm going to do the same here. It just looks a little bit strange. There we go. So the fences stop here. And you can actually go in. Have I done that on all of them? Yeah, I have. Okay, I'm going to correct this one over here as well. I think this is the last one. Or at least it's the last one in the ungulate section. We can fix the other ones when we're doing that part of the zoo. There we go. And then they've come over here because it's September. So we've missed... Why are you waiting for September? They might have been on the old one, to be fair. Because we've only just added this. But that seems to work. And we can change all of our education to moose. I'm going to pause the game as well because I don't believe the moose have everything they have. They don't have like the water that they need. So we want to make sure they do have everything before we keep playing and move too far forward in the game. Right, moose for everything. There we go. This needs a little bit of TLC. Maybe we just put the maintenance to 9 months. Okay. Right. What do you need, my friends? You need water. Yeah, let's put you in a little bit of water area. So we've built you kind of a mound. I think I might move this over to this side a bit more. And then we're going to sink in more of a water area in here. Because they like to swim, I presume. How about that? How does that look to you? Because you've still got so much area. Like, this is still double what they actually need. I feel like that's fine. But they only need a tiny bit of water. I tell you what, I'm going to give them a smaller area. I'd rather give them more land if that's what they want. But do let me know if they, you think that they'd want a bigger water area. Okay, we've got one here. That seems good. 1682 and 183. That's pretty good, isn't it? And we'll do the same for our female over here. Yeah, 126, 1850. I think that's probably good. Okay, let's give them the hard shelter they need as well. So if we go to habitat and filter by moose, I wonder if we've got any new hard shelter that we've not seen before. I am tempted to just use these shelters we made to fit into the Arctic theme. And because they've already got heaters in them as well, and give them one of these each. I think that might be a reasonable shout. So what I'm going to do is put it in this spot here. And then they've got good access to like walk through the habitat as well. Because it is basically this entire thing. I think that's pretty cool. It gives like the guests a little bit of a view into their habitat here. And it lines up with the fence fairly nicely. Just need to move it back very slightly. So it's not on the fence. Yeah, I think that works. Cool. Okay, so they've got their shelter in here. Now we can give them the bedding they need. Hopefully that's enough hard shelter for them. But I am going to randomly rotate some bedding in here. So they've got a few different spots to lie down. That looks good to me. They've got quite a few in there. And we need to change this education as well to be moose. So American bison changed to moose. There we go. Okay, how does that look for your hard shelter, my lady? Yeah, 100%. Right, I'm going to do exactly the same thing over here. I think we could put this here and give them a good viewing from this side even. Although... this area, they already have a really good view. I think what I might do is put it in like the back here and push this area down slightly. And hopefully this is enough bedding for them as well, like when the sheep are in here too. But for now, they're right here. They can see the females. That's the only slight flaw in our plan. So we're going to have to rectify that and pause the game and remove this fence here, because I don't think we can just have a male see a female and just be like, oh yeah, that didn't happen. I think they'd probably be fairly interested in the female. I think it's fair to say. So what we're going to do is have a 3-meter high wall, because I believe that is taller than they are. Let's have a little look at our moose here. I mean, to be honest, 2 meters would actually be sufficient, but it might be worth just topping it up to 3 to make sure they definitely can't see. Maybe we do 2.5, because I think 3 is slightly above that. Let's do 2.5 meters high. And we're going to have our special gatehouse here. So this is going to be the arch. Put that in there like that. And then we want to fit ourselves a metal door that we're going to raise up and pull down. I'm actually just going to grab the one we've already built over here, because I think that's quicker than building it from scratch. And we want exactly the same thing. So we're buying from the same manufacturer. Here we are. Right. So we've got our little metal wall here. I'm going to turn the grid size down so we can hopefully snap it on. Or even if we can't, let's just add it in without putting it in the same group. I think we might need a double layered wall, so I'm gonna have it like this. And then I believe these can be doubled to the other side. Oh, it's this side. Okay, fine. I'll do it on this side then. We basically, because it's gonna be the same, we don't want it to like be on the outside. We want it to be below it like this. You can kind of see the whole thing. So what I'm gonna do is put it basically like halfway through the wall. And then we're gonna double up this wall on this side with all the same pieces. Just placed here. And I think you actually have to do this one at a time. Yeah. Let's put these in. There we go. Now we can see there's like a mechanism in here, and this will allow the moose through. Would the moose fit through there? I guess that's the question. This may need to be taller. There we go. That's a bit more space, isn't it? So yeah, that would raise up. The moose could walk through here. I think they would fit through the tunnel, but I am slightly concerned about it. So I might just raise both of these up slightly. I think that's better. That's a bit taller. And you can't really see because of the sun, but you know what I mean? Yeah, like they seem like they'd be able to fit through this much better. Now we've raised it up. That seems much better. Okay, cool. Are you happy? You have no enrichment, you poor thing. Let's have a look at what we can give you. You can have some hanging feeders. Yeah, we've got to put some feeders in over here. Waterfall and metal frame. Oh, so they do like the water then. Well, what if we give you one of these here? We'll do the same for the female. Give them the same enrichment. And we'll give you some food by the fences. Got to give them the festive skittle, don't we? Oh my goodness. I don't think this could go here. It's going to deform the terrain like that. Yeah, I'm just going to smooth this over, kind of fix this a little bit. We don't want like a chasm just in the hill, do we? Right, that seems fine for them though. And it's done the same thing to this one. I reckon we give them both a large ball as well. There we go. That's probably enough enrichment, yeah. The male is happy and the female is happy. They're also happy with like no trees whatsoever. So I reckon we go for Tundra, seeing as that's where we actually are. And we give them like a few trees, but there aren't that many trees in the Tundra. I think it's more going to be like, it'd be nice to do a few rock formations around the water and give them like a few trees for realism. But other than that, I think that's all we're going to do. I don't want it to be a barren wasteland, but I don't want to decorate it up with loads of trees when that's not actually the environment they live in, really. Alright, I think that looks pretty cool. If we move this to the other side here as well, I think that's a bit better. And is this area all within water treatment? That's one thing I didn't check. And no, because I was going to say, I don't think there's much over here anyway. We probably were going to need another one. We could extend this one to be touching, but I feel like the fact that we're going to have one back here anyway, there's not much point in it. So I think what we're going to do instead is fit another water treatment area into this habitat. We're going to need utilities, water treatment. Is there a better location that could do all of these? I mean, if we used the space around here, possibly. But I don't know if we'd be able to get the size of this negative impact down enough to, like, make it worth it. We can see. Because what we can do is take away the loop here. Like, the guests don't really need to walk all the way around. They can just walk to there. Okay, I feel like that's not that bad, because we've got all the Labrador tea around it. I feel like that looks quite cute, honestly. And if we add in a staff path from here, I think that will look a bit nicer as well. There we go. Now they're just staff paths. I think that's a bit better. Oh, and we've got all the Labrador tea in there as well. Oops. Okay, I'm going to move this for a second and then put it back in. And now with that as a staff path, I think that works. Okay, it's not having a negative impact on guests because I've just moved it back. I don't think this area is something to worry about that much. We could always put another little, like, tree or something in here, but I don't think the guests are that fussed about it. Like, we've added enough beautification, I think. And we could add in a couple of Arctic things, actually. If we go for theme Arctic, do we have any, like, props or anything? Maybe, like, a little Rudolph here. That was quite cute. And a couple of these or something, just to give it a bit of extra joy. There we go. That might shrink the impact zone a little bit. It's on 100%, so it's not going to go anymore. Fine. Well, that looks a bit cuter. And the guests still have this area here, so they can see the moose all the way through here, or they can be seated for the talk. Yes! Oh, I love it. Okay, cool. And how is our actual moose finding it? You're 100% happy, aren't you? Perfect. Oh my goodness. They're just living their life, pooping away. Well, they seem fairly happy in here. What about the terrain makeup? We didn't even have to touch this. This is perfect. But it seems like they'd be happy with anything. They're super chilled. I got 100% snow. So what was your temperature range? Because that's the other thing we can check. Minus 22 to 20 degrees. They're very relaxed. In that case, this one is set to 20. That's probably way too warm. I'm going to put this down to like 10 degrees. Well, maybe not even. To be honest, we probably just could delete it because these guys will just probably appreciate the change in temperature as the seasons come and go. So they're actually happy with any degree. I mean, at the minute, it's 0 degrees. That's bang in the middle of the comfortable temperature for them. So again, with the water, it doesn't need to be any different temperature. It's absolutely fine as it is. Well, I think now these guys are in here and our education talk is running and everything, let's learn a little bit more about the moose. Various subspecies of moose are native to Norway, Sweden, Finland, Russia, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, the USA, and Canada. They live in boreal and deciduous woodland, and their diet consists mostly of the young shoots from trees and woody plants. The moose is a large deer with thick brown fur and a noticeable neck hump. They also have a characteristic nasal proboscis. The Alaska moose is the largest subspecies, and the males are extremely large, measuring between 1.7 and 2.3 meters tall at the shoulders, and they have a head to body length of 2.4 to 3.1 meters, weighing in at around 380 to 700 kilos. So you do not want to mess with them. The adult male moose have large antlers that may or may not be covered in velvet, depending on the time of year. The antlers of the Alaska moose have a span of between 1.4 and 1.8 meters. Female moose are similar in size, but they weigh significantly less, usually between 200 and 490 kilos, and they don't have antlers, but they are still definitely animals that humans do not want to be messing with. Given their size and their weight, the moose is the largest and heaviest species of deer. The calls of the female moose during mating season can be heard 3.2 kilometers away, so they can also shout really loud. The tongue, gums, and lips of the moose are very tough to allow them to pick through and chew very woody material, and they have no upper front teeth, but they have very sharp lower front teeth. During the mating season, male moose may become so aggressive that they will attack indiscriminately. They've been known to attack humans, wolves, deer, and bears. Moose attacks are the most frequent kind of animal attack in the Americas. Moose are solitary animals that only meet to mate or to compete over mates. And during the mating season, males don't eat for 2 weeks while they focus on locating, guarding, and copulating with a mate. Males and females will bellow to signal to mates, and the males hear the female's calls from long distances and track them from their sound. When a female is located, the male remains close to her and guards her until she's fertile. If another male locates the same female, the males assess each other based on size and antler span. If there's a male who's clearly the greater competitor, the other male will concede and leave. If they're evenly matched, the males will fight by locking antlers, and the victor continues to guard the female. He will remain with the female for up to 3 weeks. During this time, the female will have a fertile period of 15 to 26 hours when the male will mate with her. After the fertile period is over, the male leaves in search of other potential mates. And if the female does not mate during her fertile period, her estrus cycle begins again and she'll be fertile again in 24 to 25 days. After a pregnancy of 9 months, the female gives birth to 1 or 2 calves. 30 to 40% of pregnancies are twins during the productive years when food is plentiful, and 50% of the calves die before they're 6 weeks old due to predation. Calves begin eating solid food at 3 weeks old and they're fully weaned by 5 months old. Mothers chase away their calves when they become pregnant again, usually when the calves are around 1 year old. And moose reach sexual maturity at 2 years old, but they're unlikely to mate until they've reached full growth at 4 to 5 years old. And this is especially true for males, whose antlers need time to develop so they can compete for mates. Thankfully, the moose is not endangered, and in most of its range, populations are stable. However, in some areas, unsustainable hunting and habitat destruction have reduced and fragmented their numbers to a suboptimal level, so we don't want to take our eyes off them too much. Look at this moose. Isn't he beautiful? Oh my goodness, I love this habitat. And I do want to try and get him breeding with the female, I think, because we want to get moose babies, don't we? Look at her having a little rest with her gangly legs. I think we want to definitely start the breeding process. So we've got our little breeding gate in here. I don't know if they've settled in. Let's have a little see. If they're 100% happy, which they basically are, I think. Is there anything? Cleanliness? Yeah, 99%. Overall, they're getting a 99. I think that's pretty good. Maybe we do consider moving them in together. The only thing I want to change actually about the habitat before I do that is you guys were saying they're basically semi-aquatic, the moose. And I did think that as well. I was surprised that their requirements are so low for water. If we look on terrain, they only need, like, they need 754 meters squared of land and 20 meters squared of water. So it's like we've already given them way more. Like, we basically doubled the land provision. And then I don't even know how many times. We've almost 10x'd the water provision. But it still doesn't seem that much. So what we're going to do is make the water area slightly larger. And to do that, I think we're going to delete this. And I don't want it to be huge, but I do want it to be noticeably larger here. I don't want it to all be super deep either, but I think having it flattened foundation around here is probably good. We can definitely get a bit more water, can't we? Okay, what does that look like for them now? They've still got 1627, which is way more than they need. They only need 754, but now we've basically doubled the water area in here. I think that's a bit better for them to swim around in, isn't it? And I think it's got relative depth to it. Like, it's fairly deep. I don't think they'll need much deeper than that. But we need to see them in it to really know. Let me know what you guys think of this, but I do think it's better to give them a bit more land than they had before. And we're going to need to fix this because I did put the water frame thing up here. The game literally hates any land that is near the water frame. Okay, that looks good. And that's in fine. Now we're going to do the same for the female's habitat over here. Probably just move this out slightly. Might even just put it over here so it doesn't destroy our terrain. And yeah, look at where it was. It's ridiculous. Okay, let's remove that. Or was that from this? No, I think that was from where it was. It pushed this little lump of land in. Anyway, we're going to make this water area bigger, so let's do it. Okay, that seems quite large. Where is our moose? Yeah, there we go. 255 is probably good. They need a bit more land area, so I don't want to take away too much, because when they've got a little, was it a calf probably for a moose? I'm trying to think what the baby's name is. When they've got a baby in here, they're going to want a bit more land than the male is going to want, because that 750 is going to go up to, I think, 100. Or maybe that, I think that's actually when both adults are in here, but still, it's going to be sufficient for 2 adults to be in here at the same time. But we've given them a larger water area. I think that's pretty good. And now that's done, let's also just quickly check they're happy with the terrain makeup, because I put soil in the water to make it more realistic. Yeah, they were really chill, weren't they, about all that stuff. And the same here. Let's move our male into the female's habitat, and they can start breeding. And here they go. They're taking them away. Got a little bit of a run. You can do it sprinting, carrying a whole moose, an adult male moose. That is impressive. I will say that. And past the balls that don't work, we need to figure that out. I think we need more power over here. And into their habitat. Where's our male now? Boom! They're huge, aren't they? They're so tall. And they are immediately running over to the female, taking an immediate interest, and hopefully integrating into the herd. They should be very happy in here, just the 2 of them. Oh no, more interested in the skittle. Well, fair play. You'll warm up on each other, I'm sure. You got a bit of time in here. There's no rush. But if we could get some breeding going, that would be incredible. Now, the other thing we want to do is check up on our sheep, speaking of breeding, because... Is there a talk going on? There's food here. There must have just been one. If our females are pregnant, we want to make sure we get rid of the male. Okay, so we've got 1 pregnant female. It might be easier to check this on the habitat gate. And if we select... Oh, wow. All of our female bison are pregnant. Well done. They've been on it. Okay, 2 of our females are pregnant. It's just this one. Well, honestly, that's probably good enough. Because really, we actually only want 1 family of females. So when these 2 have their babies, we'll probably get rid of the 3rd female and have the 2 of them that have babies in here with their babies. Will that count? Let me just double check. Zoopedia. Bighorn sheep, already on them. No, they're going to want a group size of 3, but when the babies grow up, we can definitely then get rid of the 3rd female. So we can keep the 3rd female in here, but she doesn't need to have a baby herself. I think that's probably all right. That's probably actually the better way to do it, because then we don't have excess of babies. And then we'll keep the 3 females going forward. We're going to have another round of babies, because we want 3 females from the same family. And then when basically one of these has had 2 babies, that's when we'll basically keep the 3 of them as a family and get rid of the others as a family unit. That sounds good to me. Okay. Oh, look, the moose is in here, enjoying the water. Yeah, they definitely like the water, don't they? And you're coming in as well for a dip. They're definitely enjoying the water. I don't know why it says they only need 20 meters when they love it so much. And I think it's a pretty good view. Can you imagine? That's pretty decent view of the moose from here. Seeing them swimming around. I'm just thinking maybe for now we leave our male in here, because if the babies are male, like if both of them are males, then we've ruined it. Like we need 1 female at least. So maybe we do let him get the 3rd female pregnant as well, and he can live in here for that purpose. And then when they've actually had their babies, we can see what we're working with. Because, yeah, once she's pregnant, I mean, the other ones might have given birth already. Because that's due in August, we're in December. I don't know how long they're actually going to take to get pregnant. We can see. But if we've got 3 shots at having 1 girl, I think that's fine. And then the baby boys can come live in here with the adult male and as many other, like, unrelated males as we need. Just in, like, a bachelor herd in here. And that's the other thing. We need to have enough room in here. At the minute, what's the space like with both of you in here? Yeah, 100. When there's sheep in here, it's going to be a little bit more cramped, I have to say. Let's just put their water thing back in, because I forgot to do that as well. Let's whack that back in over there. And then that's quite a cute little view as well. I think what we might do is we might put the sheep in here with the male, and that way the habitats can stay this size as well. Because if the sheep are in here when the male and the female are together, the male is going to get very protective and probably quite aggressive, and we don't want that. Whereas when he's not with a female, he's pretty chill, so he'll happily live with sheep, and they've got plenty of extra space in there. So I think we'll have the sheep go into this habitat instead. The male sheep can go into this habitat with the male moose. We have a boy's habitat in here. And then the male moose will go into this habitat just to breed with the female moose, and then he'll go back in here and go back to hanging out with the sheep, basically. And that way, everyone's always got someone else in the habitat as well. None of them are completely solitary, which I think is quite cute. Have you shown any interest in your 3rd female there behind you? No? You're more interested in everyone else? Okay. You know you're in here to mate, don't you? Little male. Oh, it's snowing! Oh, I love it when it snows in this zoo. It's so pretty. Oh, and you're going to do a poo right in front of us. Good boy. Okay. Right, let's expand this area a little bit, because we also need guests to be interested in this area. And at the minute, there is, like, literally no guest facilities over here. I think we've got 2 shops down there, which is nothing. We're not doing very well on our facilities, I have to say. Everyone is cold as well. The ticket price is good. They like the free toilets. They want to go on the train. That's a good sign. The queue was full for the Polar Express. Oh my goodness. Oh, they're not wrong. Why are they so popular? How many trains are there? Maybe we should have 3. Now it's a bit longer. We were having two trains, but I think it might actually be worth having 3. Can I do this? No, not while it's open. Right, I'm going to have to close it. Let's reopen with 3 trains. I apologize, everyone. Please don't be too annoyed. You can literally just start queuing again in the same order. There you go. There you go. Half of you are sick of me and my antics. The other half are just going to queue again. And we should have more of these heat stations that we've built. Our little fire pits where you can come in and get a little bit warmer. What has gone on here? Oh, it's the fence, isn't it? That's quite funny. So they can't walk here. The fence piece. Right, I'm gonna have to cover that up a little bit. There we go. I don't want it to be sticking through. Oh, it doesn't go very well. What we can probably do is turn the fence off, railing on ground path, and then just have that there and this one there, because they don't actually need it in the middle there, and that gets rid of the problem areas. There we go. That's better. Right. Okay. Let's put some more of these in because it is very cold. If we have a look at our heat, this is the heat map of the entire zoo. There is like nothing over here. Let's grab one of these. Let's duplicate it. And we're going to want one in here, aren't we? So let's take out one of these squares. This is where it's going to go. And I'm going to do the same thing where I take off the railing on those two sides because it seems to fit that way. And then we can just duplicate it and place it in here. There we go. That seems good. That's a bit more heat in here, isn't it, for our guests? Oh, there's a disease risk in this habitat. Okay, call the keeper, call the keeper. How are you doing? Our staff keeper on... Oh, there's only one, and they're actually not very well trained up. Let's get another keeper in here. We're going to be getting more, like, money-making things, so let's increase our costs a little bit as well. Keeper ungulates. We're going to have 2 new keepers working on that. The canids one is doing fine. The outsiders one is doing 5. I think our macaques are better now. And then our bears one is carrying on. I'm going to upgrade all of you. Please do some training. And then, yeah, let's put a bit more heat around the place. I want to have a few more of these, just so there's more spots where they can get warm. You don't want them to freeze while they're in the zoo, do we? Okay, that's so much better. There's much more heat in our zoo now. If we click on the heat maps, these are all going to start heating up. And they are definitely... These are much more like heat spots around the map now for our guests to warm up. So hopefully they don't get too cold. This is the only... Oh, there's one here as well. Yeah, I think that's good. There's a bit of distance there, but that's fine. Cool. Well, that's definitely helpful. And I think we should have a little guest area where they can have some food or something of interest. And I just want to be careful here because I'd like to put it in this section here, but I don't want to have it to be too close to this. So we might need it to come off of here, maybe. If we align to grid, I think we could have a path come off here and then come in this way. And I don't think this is going to hit the negative impact zone of this. Oh, it is. Okay, but what is the radius on this? Yeah, it's only 54% scenery. So if we put a couple of trees in or something, maybe some flowers, I reckon we can get that down. And then this can be a little path to a bit of food that we can just embed behind here and give our guests slightly more provision than they have now. Because at the minute, they've not got a lot, have they? Let's be honest. Okay, 88% and it's off the path. There we are. That works pretty well. Oh my goodness, one of our timber wolves is about to mature. One of our babies. Whoa, what happens with you? I think they stay in the pack, don't they? Or have we just got one baby here? I thought we had 2. Maybe we only have 1. Where is our habitat gate? It's been a while since we've looked at this habitat. Our habitat gate's all the way over here, isn't it? Yeah. No, it's just the one baby. So let's quickly look at them. Lots of baby stuff today. Yeah, they have their young adult offspring and a litter of pups that are less than a year old. So their young adult offspring are what they're going to become. Yeah, juvenile. While they're young adults, I think they'll stay... Oh, these guys are elderly. Okay, well, if you could have more babies, that would be better. Got Jacob and Bella. Come on, let's have a few more babies, please, so we can continue the timber wolves. And then once they become like actual adults, not young adults, then they'll leave the pack. So that's when we can release them into the wild. And have you made the last female pregnant? Come on. You have one job in here. No, she's still not pregnant. Okay, okay. The keepers really need to get a handle on this because that's old as well. But we did hire the new keeper, so hopefully they're doing okay. I'm going to train everyone up again, just in case. Come on. Need to get your staff room perk by going to the staff room at some point. Also looks like we've got a few power outages, so I'm going to put the maintenance on these to every 9 months. Because I don't think they're being maintained very well. And I don't know if it's just because our... where are they? Mechanics are having a rough time of it. Where are you? It's in zoo, isn't it? Yeah, everything's included. Oh, that one isn't. We need to whack that in there. Everything is included. So our mechanics do just need to do a bit of a better job. But there's quite a large distance between them. I think if we get a third mechanic, we don't have to worry about getting another area. Let's just get a third mechanic. Again, I think we can afford it right now. Put you on the zoo work zone, and you can go around and help out. And I do want to build... It's a bit dark, but I do want to build a guest area here in the back. And if we have a look at our facilities, let's see what we're missing. So right now, we've only got energy drinks, soda, water, and coffee. There's plenty of other stuff we can have. So if we have a look at our guest facilities, I'm going to turn all the blueprints off and just have these buildings as they are. So as far as water, we've got smoothies and juice we've not had. Should we get some smoothies in here? I'm going to add them to the scenery group here. We can get 3 of them in here. So let's get some smoothies. What are we really missing? I guess that's what we need to have a look at. Guests. Thirst is worse. So maybe we get two drinks and 1 food in here. We're going to get smoothies. We're going to get juice. And then we're going to get a food. Have we had Monsieur Frites? I don't know if we have. Yes, we have. Okay, okay. So now we've got juice and smoothies added. We've had Bernie's Bakes, Chief Beef, Hot Dog Squad, Monsieur Frites. What about the pizza pen? Got to have pizza, don't we? Where are you? Pizza pen. Let's add this in. There we go. 3 more shops that they can come to and enjoy themselves. I think we could probably do with another tree in here as well. Well, I'll put that in once we get this decorated up. I'm going to do that by just reversing these roof tiles so they're going up rather than down, because I don't think that we'd want the roof slanting down. I think that would present a slight issue for us with snow compaction. The snow's fairly heavy on a roof, so we don't really want that. There we go. And now what we can do is just duplicate all of this and have it on the other side too. And now we just need to adjust this so that it's basically mirrored on the other side. And is actually reaching the roof this time. Okay, look at that. I think that looks pretty cute. Got our little 3 shops in here, and we have space. Oh, we're about to have a baby sheep as well. We're about to have space for some seating. Finally, they can have a little bit more seating. They've not got very much in this zoo so far. So I'm going to put some benches in here. Probably just like a couple is good. Have a little seated area. I don't think this one needs to be covered. It's just going to be like a bit less formal than some of the other ones. You can just have like 12 benches here. There's nothing particularly snazzy about it. It is literally just a place to come and sit that's nearby the shops that you've just gone to. And it's a place to rest, isn't it, at the end of the day? And if we put on position snap, that should snap these correctly to the benches I've just put in. Which is so handy. There we go. Isn't that so good? Although, are they a bit high? That's supposed to be in the floor. I have a feeling they're supposed to be there, aren't they? I tell you what, I'm going to grab all of them and just sink them down very slightly. Because they're all at the same height, and I have a feeling they're supposed to be slightly lower. So that they... How have I not grabbed the one that I'm going to use? Right, okay. to eyeball this. I think it's supposed to be like this into the table. That looks better. Cool. And now they're kind of like sheltered as well if you do sit in them, so they can sit and not get snowed or rained on. Habitat for cleanliness for the reindeer, right. Well, the keeper's there, so they should fix that ASAP. And I think, didn't we just have baby sheep? Wasn't that just announced? Where are you? Have you had your baby? You're still offspring due. Was it definitely the Bighorn sheep? Oh, yes! There we go! Oh my goodness. Look at you! You little scamp. Also, my goodness, the wolves are at it, aren't they? Look at you. Pretty terrified by the wolf cries. I imagine they'll get used to it, though. Could you be any noisier? Is it the new one? No, it's Bella and Jacob. This is the young adult. We're just chilling. We've got another male in there. Well, this area should bring in a lot more money for our zoo. And speaking of money, I think I missed the donation bins for the moose habitat. So I'm going to put them in as well. We're going to have green. We'll put a red one there. Let's have another green one here. And then a red one. And then a green and red one up here. Where's our red donation bins? There they are. Green, red. Let's have another red one here. Got green there. We're going to have a red one in here. A fairly popular spot, and the green one there. And now all of our guests can actually donate to support the moose. And it's getting a bit warmer, so we put in these heaters, but they're not useful while it's warmer, but that's absolutely fine because it's still only 10 degrees, and I don't know what heat these kick out. What heat do you kick out? 20 degrees, yeah, okay, so it's still a bit warmer if you go to them. And the Polar Express definitely seems fine with 3. It doesn't look like it's congested anywhere, does it? Yeah, there's one here, there's one going around, and there's one in here. I think it could even have 4, to be honest, but I'll leave it at 3 for now. Everyone does seem to want to go on it. What do our guests actually think of our zoo? It's very spacious. They need the loo. Yeah, we haven't really got any toilets up this end. I'm tempted to grab our toilet building again and duplicate this further up. I think maybe up here is a good spot for it. Could even just have it behind the guest area we've built. That's actually, I think, what we're going to do. Going to put it in here. Like so. And now we've got some more toilets. Yeah, I like that. That kind of like finishes off this area a little bit as well. And we need to put our fence back on our ground path. Oh my goodness. Railing on ground path because I've missed it all along here. We do want this area to be fenced off. We don't want our guests running out if they've got kids or anything. Just running off into the distance. We've got to give them at least a little bit of a challenge. There we go. Nice and fenced off. And I think we could add a little bit of nature in here. I don't actually know. Maybe this might have another habitat in the future. We will see. I'll leave this open for now. It's hard because you don't want to decorate too much when you know you might expand into that area. Let's rotate these a little bit. Have a little bit of caribou moss in here. It's not my favorite plant, I have to say, but I do think it adds a bit of variety here. Doesn't it? There we go. Well, how's our breeding going over here? You two still not decided to interact very much. Well, they are walking towards one another. Could be a sign of things to come. I would really like to get some more breeding done if possible. But, you know, we'll take it. We'll take the baby bighorn sheep if that's all we can get. Look at them. They're so beautiful. Just hanging out together. They're definitely interacting more, and they're a lot closer than they were when we put them in. When he literally just aired her for a skittle. Yeah, we'll leave them for now. We'll leave them for now. And you guys are happy families. I mean, these are all pregnant, the American Bison. They're doing a great job. And how are our reindeer getting on? How are you doing? Oh, we got a baby reindeer. Did we know about this one? I don't think so. Oh, look at you. So whose baby are you then? Let's have a look at your stud book. Parents, Cupid. Well done, Cupid. So you've had... Yeah, you're the new one. Oh my goodness, you're the younger one. And then this is Rudolph. And this is Dasher, who's pregnant again. So Dasher's the mum of Cupid, and she's pregnant as well. How many guests have we got coming in here? I don't like the volume. That's the thing. I'm going to put it on few. And we'll have fewer guests leaving the park. And it can just be like a guided... We'll say that the keepers are going with them. And they're just making sure that they're okay. They've paid for a reindeer experience. Especially now we've got babies in here. I feel like we don't want many guests leaving the path, do we? The rest of them can just keep their mouths shut. and stay on the path. And our red pandas, how are you guys getting on? Because you've been separate for a little while. We need to move this male into the female's habitat, don't we? Let's move him over. It's breeding time everywhere. So we got to get started with them. I think we've missed them. And the macaques have settled down. It's nice to do a little bit of like maintenance around the zoo and just check in on everyone. You guys have resolved your issues, which is ideal. And how are the beavers? Have you had another baby, Mr. and Mrs. Claus? No. She's not even pregnant. She's not even trying. Where's Mr. Claus? Can you please find her? Because... Oh, they've had another baby. They have had a baby. Oh my goodness, another baby boy. I think they've had all boys so far. Where is our gate? It's over here, isn't it? At the back. Right, let's have a look. Yeah, they've had another 2 boys. My goodness. That's 4 boys she's had. Very cool. Oh, Dasher's about to have a baby. Cupid's had hers. Dasher's about to have hers as well. And she's got her granddaughter with her for company. Bless. Oh, and someone else's grandchild. Just straight into frame. Okay, she's got to find a comfortable spot. She's with Rudolph. Find a comfortable spot, and then if you lay down, you can definitely have your second child. Cupid's done such a good job. She's already a mom. That's not a child. That's something else. The game always teases you like this, doesn't it? It's like, oh, they're about to have a baby. No, they're just doing a poo. It was a false alarm. Okay, this is it. This is it. She's lying down now. Where's the baby? Straight into the water. There they are. You're adorable. Oh my goodness. So cute. Well done, Mom. Look at them. Oh, they're absolutely adorable. Babies everywhere. Babies, babies, babies. Oh my goodness. And the sheep that wasn't pregnant is now pregnant. Yes, this is the one that's had the baby. This is another one having them in August. And this one's due in March. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, so the male has done their job now. I do think maybe it's time we move them over. We've got a male here. So they will be following. But for now, I think we take the male out because I don't think these guys stay in the group. I think they literally interact to mate. So they're social animals and live in groups in the wild, with males in bachelor groups and females in groups with their young offspring. And then during the breeding season, both herds come together. But other than that, they live apart. So yeah, he's going to need his own little bachelor herd. Let's move our male sheep into the moose male habitat, which at the minute is completely empty. And let's get him a couple of buddies. because he's going to want to be in a group of 3 as well. So Bighorn sheep. Do we have any males? No, we don't. Well, that's not ideal. Maybe we should cancel that move until we have one, actually. I did think there'd be a male available. Well, we can move him back. I don't think we can cancel the move because I think this is him now. We're about to have another baby sheep. What? When they're done scratching. They're scratching away. Look at all the babies. Love is in the air. Or I guess love was in the air a little while ago. Oh, you guys are coming to help while she gives birth. That's very kind of you. Just getting in the way. Oh my goodness. Stop. Don't put your face in the camera. Don't step on the baby. Be careful. Oh. Look at them. They are adorable. Gotta stay close to your mum. Gonna look after you. Alright, how are our keepers doing? Because I can still see quite a lot of poo around. Yeah. It's the less trained ones aren't really good enough yet. I think 2 keepers is sufficient though for this. Because it's literally 1 habitat here. Like 1 species. 2 species, so 3, and then the reindeers for 4. 2 keepers should be able to do that. And now obviously we've got our lonely male. I think let's have a quick check to see if there's any more males available now. But if not, we're gonna have to move him back. Yeah, let's move you back with the ladies. I apologize for the disruption there. You will be in your own group very soon. We just need some more boys. And eventually you'll be with your own children. You've had a son already. I didn't check what that one was. Is that 2 boys so far? I think that's the first one. Where's our gate? We've got American bison, bighorn sheep. No, we've got a girl! Oh, perfect. So she can carry on the lineage at the very least. If her sister is... if she has another brother, then she will definitely be doing it. But if she has a sister, we'll check her. We'll be half sister, won't it? Oh, look at them. They're eating together. That's adorable. Oh, people are using the guest area as well. They're actually sitting down. Cool. Well, that's nice. Hard effort rewarded. I wonder if we switch these round, whether people would use this area. Like if we face them in or something. I might do that. Because I think that might be nicer. If I get the UI back, that's probably easier to do it that way. Honestly, it's moved the opening to this open a little bit, but I actually think that's fine. Let's just adjust where the bins are slightly. And I think that actually looks okay. I have 1 set of bins in that corner and 1 in this corner, and I think that's good. Yeah. And now this is more open. Guests might like get their food here and go straight in and sit down. Because they've got a bit more space. But hopefully they do that, because I think that'd be cute. And we can repaint the grass here. A little square, and a little square back here as well. Well, we've made little mistakes and we've put things over there. Let's do that. Didn't realize it did these little rings around everything. Just blend them in a little bit. You happy with the terrain makeup? Yes. Are you happy with the terrain makeup? No, there's not enough long grass for you. Okay, that's fine. We can put some more in. Oh, there's too much long grass. Oh, fine. There we go, 10%. They're happy. Are the bison still happy? Yeah, they're chill. Cool. Oh my goodness, look, we got a baby American bison as well. Oh, that's adorable, eating with the other babies. Oh, wow, what a way to end an episode. I think we're going to call it here. If you've enjoyed this video, please give it a like. It really helps the channel out. And I'll see you in the next one.